Welcome to Tales from Sector 9, your portal to immersive sci-fi audio stories. If you enjoy deep space action, rogue AIs, and conspiracy theories, you're in the right place. Tap like and subscribe to keep the adventures coming. Drop a comment and tell us where in the galaxy you're listening from. Now, sit back, relax, and prepare for tonight's story. The apprentice who was left behind. The void tasted like copper and burnt ozone. Vesha Khan woke to silence, the kind that pressed against eardrums like a physical thing. His left arm wouldn't move. Something heavy pinned it beneath twisted durasteel that still radiated heat from atmospheric re-entry. Above him, through a jagged tear in the hull, stars wheeled in slow rotation. Wrong stars, not the crimson giants of Sith space. He tried to move his fingers. 3 responded. The force flickered inside him like a guttering candle, weak and uncertain. He reached for it anyway, felt it spiral through his chest, down into his trapped arm. The metal groaned, shifted. Pain lanced white-hot through his shoulder as circulation returned. The wreckage around him had been a transport vessel, Crimson Mandate. He remembered the name because his master had complained about it. Too small, too poorly shielded, unworthy of a Sith Lord's entourage. Master Venoth had died anyway. Vesha had watched him get pulled into the hyperspace vortex when the hull breached, his screams dopplering away into impossible geometries. That had been... how long ago? Vesha freed his arm and pushed himself up through the debris. His robes, black synth cloth with the subtle crimson threading of an apprentice, were torn and vacuum-scorched. He touched his face. Blood had frozen in his nostrils. His lips had cracked and bled. But he was breathing. The emergency force field must have held just long enough. He pulled himself to the tear in the hull and looked out. The wreckage field stretched for kilometres. Sith warships tumbled in the black, their angular hulls shattered, their red viewports dark. Massassi fighter craft drifted like dead insects. Fragments of armour plating caught starlight and threw it back in dull crimson flashes. A destroyed meditation sphere rotated slowly past, its crystalline core exposed and cracked, leaking faint wisps of corrupted force energy that dispersed into vacuum like dying breath. The great hyperspace war had ended here, and the Sith had lost. Vesha's hand found the hilt of his lightsaber, still there, mag-locked to his belt. The weapon felt suddenly absurd. What good was a blade against the void, against this totality of defeat? Movement caught his eye. A distant ship, sleek and ivory white, moving through the debris field with deliberate caution. Republic design. Tractor beams lanced out from its hull, blue-white and precise, capturing fragments of Sith technology. As he watched, another ship appeared, then another, a search pattern. They were sweeping the field, looking for survivors. Vesha's first instinct was violent and immediate. Find a still functional weapon system, overload its core, take as many of them as possible into death with him. A worthy end, a Sith end. His hand tightened on the lightsaber hilt, then stopped. He looked at the dead fleet around him, at the shattered pride of an empire that had revealed itself too soon, too loudly, too certain of its own invincibility. Naga Sado had promised them dominance. Instead, he had given them this graveyard. Vesha's master had believed in spectacle, in overwhelming displays of power, in conquest through fear. Master Venoth had stood on the bridge of the flagship Dark Reverence and declared that the Republic would kneel within a standard year. Master Venoth was now dispersed atoms in hyperspace. The tractor beam swept closer. Vesha could see the Republic cruiser more clearly now. Smooth lines, rational design, utterly lacking the baroque menace of Sith architecture. It looked almost modest, workmanlike. He could feel them through the force now. Not individuals, He was too weak for that. But a general presence, light side users, multiple, Jedi probably. Their presence felt warm and steady, like sunlight on stone. It made his skin crawl. The beam touched a nearby hull fragment and locked on. The fragment began drifting toward the cruiser. In minutes they would reach his position. Vesha looked down at his lightsaber again. Then he unclipped it from his belt and pushed it into a gap in the wreckage, wedging it deep where it wouldn't be immediately visible. The weapon disappeared into shadow. He sat back against the torn bulkhead and waited. When the tractor beam found him, he did not resist. The Republic cruiser's medical bay smelled wrong. Antiseptic. Sterile. The air recyclers hummed with a different frequency than Sith life support. Higher pitched, almost anxious. Vesha lay on the examination table while a medical droid ran diagnostics, its sensors clicking and whirring as they mapped his injuries. Fractured clavicle, severe dehydration, vacuum exposure damage to lungs and extremities, 17 distinct contusions. Lucky to be alive, the droid chirped in basic. Remarkable force-sustained vitals. You will recover fully. Luck. As if the Force cared about luck. 2 Republic soldiers stood by. The door, holding blaster rifles in the standard ready position. They watched him with the tense alertness of men who had been told the enemy was dangerous but didn't quite believe their own briefing. Behind them, through the door's small viewport, Vesha could see more soldiers. A lot of them. They were afraid of him. Good. Except... no, not good. Fear would lead to execution. He needed something else. The medical droid finished its work and glided away. One of the soldiers, the older one with sergeant stripes, stepped forward. On your feet. Interrogation. Vesha stood slowly, letting weakness show in the movement. It wasn't entirely feigned. His legs trembled. The soldier's hand hovered near his sidearm the entire time. They walked him through the ship's corridors. White walls, bright lighting, everything exposed and visible. No shadows, no recesses. The Sith favoured architecture that concealed, dark corners where power could lurk unseen. This was the opposite. A statement of confidence or naivety. The interrogation chamber was worse. Brilliant white panels on all 6 surfaces, making it impossible to judge distance or dimension. A single table, 2 chairs, recording equipment mounted in the corners, their lenses tracking his movement. They made him wait. Vesha sat in the chair and studied the room. No viewports. 1 door. Climate control vents too small for a human body. They had designed this space to be inescapable, to enforce honesty through exposure. He found it fascinating. After what felt like an hour, the door opened. 3 figures entered. The first was a Jedi, unmistakable in the traditional robes, though these were a muted tan rather than the brown he'd seen in intelligence briefings. Male, human, perhaps 60 standard years old. Grey threaded his dark hair. His face carried the weathered calm of someone who had seen violence and survived it without letting it corrupt him. His eyes were what struck Vesha most. Sad, but not weak. Thoughtful, but not hesitant. The second was younger. A Padawan, probably. Female, mid-20s, with the kind of bright-eyed curiosity that would have made her a liability in Sith space. Her hand kept drifting toward the lightsaber at her belt, then stopping halfway, as if she couldn't decide whether to be ready or welcoming. The third wasn't a Jedi. Human, male, wearing the neutral greys of a Republic archivist. He carried a datapad and wore small recording devices on his collar. A historian. Of course they'd brought a historian. The older Jedi pulled out the chair across from Vashar and sat. The movement was casual, unthreatening. The Padawan remained standing, one hand now openly on her lightsaber hilt. The archivist positioned himself to the side, datapad ready. "My name is Talon Rivos," the Jedi said. His voice was measured, gentle. "This is Padawan Lyra Sen and Republic Archivist Heth Var. We need to ask you some questions about the Sith fleet." Vesha said nothing. Revos waited a moment, then continued. "You're very young. 19, 20, not much older than Lyra here. You were an apprentice, yes? Not a master, not a command position." Still Vesha remained silent. "We found 17 other survivors in the wreckage field," Rivos said. "Most were Masasi soldiers. All of them attacked us immediately upon revival. We had to restrain them permanently." He paused, letting the implication settle. "You didn't attack. You let us bring you aboard. Why?" Vesha met his eyes. "Because attacking would have been pointless." It was the first time he'd spoken since his capture. His voice sounded strange to his own ears, hoarse from vacuum exposure, but also uncertain, younger than he'd expected. Lyra Sen leaned forward slightly. "You speak basic well." "All Sith apprentices learn Republic languages," Vesha said. "How else would we interrogate prisoners?" The bluntness of it made the archivist flinch. But Rivos's expression didn't change. He simply nodded, as if Vesha had said something reasonable. "What is your name?" Rivos asked. Vesha hesitated. Names had power. In Sith philosophy, to give your true name was to offer a weapon against yourself, but refusing would accomplish nothing except suspicion. "Vesha Khan." The archivist's stylus moved across his datapad, recording. "Khan, that's a noble house, old bloodline." "Minor nobility," Vesha corrected. "If I had been truly important, I would have died on a flagship, not a transport." Rivos studied him for a long moment. "You speak of your own empire in past tense. Because it is past." "You believe the Sith are defeated?" Vesha laughed, a short, bitter sound. "I watched your interdiction minds tear apart the retreat fleet. I saw Lord Sado's hyperspace calculations fail. I woke up floating in the corpse of an empire that thought itself invincible." He leaned forward. "Belief is irrelevant. The Sith lost." The archivist was writing furiously now. Lyra Sen's hand had moved away from her lightsaber. Rivos's expression remained carefully neutral, but Vesha could sense something shifting in the Force, a subtle relaxation, like a held breath being released. They wanted to hear this, needed to hear this. Rivos folded his hands on the table. "Then help us understand. Naga Sado's retreat vectors, where was he heading?" "Deep Sith space, to regroup." "Where in Sith space?" "I don't know. Apprentices aren't given fleet coordinates." "But you must know something about Sith infrastructure. Supply lines, hidden facilities, colonies that could—" "Master Rivos." The interruption made Rivos pause. Vesha met his eyes again. "You're asking the wrong questions," Vesha said quietly. "Then what are the right questions?" Vesha leaned back in his chair. This was the moment. The fulcrum. He could feel it balanced on the edge of a blade. Give them what they expected. Defiance, loyalty, hatred. And they would execute him as a threat. Give them something else. "You want to know if the Sith can return," he said. "The answer is no, not as they were." "Explain," Rivos said. "The Sith Empire wasn't an empire, it was a—" Vesha searched for the word in basic. "A performance. Constant displays of power. Constant competition. Lords murdering each other for status. Sado himself overthrew Ludo Kresh. The Sith don't build institutions. They build monuments to themselves." He could see the archivist nodding slightly as he wrote. "Without the fleet," Vesha continued, "without the core worlds, without the infrastructure of dominance, the Sith cannot sustain themselves. They require spectacle, fear, visible power." He gestured at the white walls around them. "This ship is nothing like Sith architecture. We build in shadows and red light. We make every corridor a threat. It's not strategic. It's psychological theatre. And without the theatre? Lyrasen asked. Her voice was soft but intent. Without it, they tear each other apart. Vesha closed his eyes, briefly. The war didn't end because you defeated us, Master Rivos. It ended because we defeated ourselves. Silence filled the room. Vesha could feel them absorbing it, could sense the narrative taking shape in their minds, a narrative of Sith self-destruction, of inherent instability, of an enemy that carried the seeds of its own defeat. It was simple, it was clean, it was exactly what they wanted to believe, and it was almost entirely false. But they would never know that, because the truth was too complex, too nuanced, too unsettling to their worldview. The Sith had lost this war, but the Sith as a concept, as a philosophy, as a way of understanding power, that was far more resilient than they imagined. Vesha just had to make sure they never saw it. Revos stood slowly. We'll continue this conversation, but I want you to know, he paused, choosing his words carefully, you have a choice ahead of you, what you were or what you could become. Master, Lyrasen said, quietly. The council's orders were to... I know what the council ordered, Rivos interrupted gently, but wisdom requires flexibility. He looked at Vesha. You'll remain in secure quarters, guarded but comfortable. We'll speak again soon. They left. The guards returned to escort him to detention. As Vesha walked through the bright corridors of the Republic cruiser, surrounded by enemies who thought they had won, he felt something unfamiliar stirring in his chest. Not hope. Sith didn't believe in hope, but possibility. The Empire had fallen, but empires were temporary, ideas were not. And he had just planted the first seed of a very patient garden. The archives of Ossus smelled like old stone and ionized air. Vesha. No, Calendar now, he had to remember that. Stood before the holocron vault's entrance, watching blue containment fields pulse like slow heartbeats. 3 years had passed since his capture. 3 years of careful performance, of measured cooperation, of strategic vulnerability. The transformation had been gradual enough to seem genuine. He'd taken the name during his second month aboard the Republic cruiser, after Master Rivos had asked him what he wanted to be called. Not Vesha, he'd said, making his voice quiet, ashamed. That name died in the wreckage field. Rivos had nodded with that infuriating compassion and asked him to choose something new, something that felt like beginning again. Calendar. A common name in the Outer Rim, unremarkable, forgettable, perfect. Now he stood in the heart of Jedi knowledge, surrounded by the very weapons he'd been trained to wield, and no one questioned his presence. You're certain about this? Lyrasen appeared beside him, her footsteps silent on the polished stone. She'd grown into her Padawan robes, moved with more confidence now, though she still had that bright-eyed curiosity that made Vesha's teeth ache. Once we begin the cataloguing, you'll be exposed to significant darkness. Vesha Kalen turned to her with the expression he'd practiced in the mirror of his quarters. Earnest concern touched with old fear. I survived it once, Lyra. I can survive it again. And who better to identify the truly dangerous artifacts than someone who was taught to use them? She bit her lip, considering. He could feel her conflict through the Force, a gentle swirl of doubt and hope, intertwined like silk threads. She wanted to trust him, wanted to believe in redemption so badly it coloured every interaction. It would have been easier if she was stupid. But Lyrasen was brilliant, which made her faith in him almost painful to exploit. Master Rivos approved this, he added softly. He believes understanding requires confronting what we fear. I know. She smiled then, and it was genuine. He speaks highly of your progress. The council, too. They're considering... She stopped herself. Well, one step at a time. She palmed the vault's access panel. The door slid open. with a hydraulic hiss that echoed through the subterranean chamber. The temperature dropped immediately, not dramatically, just enough to notice, just enough to raise the small hairs on the back of Vesha's neck. The Sith holocrons hung suspended in individual containment spheres, arranged in careful rows like specimens in a laboratory. Pyramidal devices of dark metal and crimson crystal, some etched with glyphs so old they predated the galactic standard calendar. 23 of them. All that remained after the Council's first purge. Vesha had argued against that purge, carefully, reluctantly. "Destroy them if you must," he'd told the Council during his testimony. "But know that you're destroying knowledge that could help you understand your enemy." They destroyed 47 holocrons that day, burned them in a ceremonial pyre outside the archives. He'd watched from his guarded quarters and allowed Lyra to see the tears on his face. She'd assumed they were tears of grief for lost Sith knowledge. They were actually tears of satisfaction. Now he walked between the remaining devices, Lyra at his side, her datapad recording his observations. The holocrons registered his presence. He could feel them attempting to reach out through their containment fields, ancient intelligences probing for receptive minds. One of them, a particularly old device covered in Urkitat script, pulsed slightly as he passed. Lyra's hand went to her lightsaber. "Did you see that?" "Yes." Vesha stopped, studying the holocron with professional interest. "That's a fourth-era teaching device, designed to activate in the presence of strong force sensitivity. It's harmless through the containment field." "Harmless?" Lyra repeated. "You can tell that just by looking?" "By feeling." He closed his eyes, extending his senses carefully. The dark side was here, thick and cloying, like smoke that clung to consciousness. He'd learned to touch it without drawing on it, to observe without engaging, a tightrope walk he performed daily. This one contains philosophical treatises, debates about the nature of power, no combat techniques, no Sith sorcery. He opened his eyes and found Lyra watching him intently. "How do you do that?" she asked. "Sense the difference. Because I was taught the difference." He moved to the next holocron, a smaller device with fractured casing. This one, however, this should be destroyed. Lyra's stylus paused over her datapad. "Why?" "Ritual instructions, blood alchemy, the kind of knowledge that corrupts through comprehension." He kept his voice level, clinical. "Some Sith teachings are designed to spread, like a virus. The act of understanding them changes the reader." It was true, but it was also strategic. The holocron he'd just condemned contained detailed records of Sith hyperspace navigation techniques, the very knowledge that could reveal the true extent of Sith space exploration. Knowledge the Jedi could use to map remaining Sith territories with devastating accuracy. Better to have them destroy it. Lyra made a note. "The Council will want to verify." "Of course." Vesha moved to the next device. "I'm only offering recommendations. The final decision should always be theirs." They worked through the vault methodically. Vesha identified 17 holocrons as philosophically salvageable and 6 as categorically dangerous. The categories were meaningless, pure theatre, but the effect was cumulative. With each recommendation, he was teaching the Jedi a taxonomy of threat, teaching them to sort Sith knowledge into safe and unsafe, when the real danger was the sorting itself. Because once they believed they could categorize the threat, they stopped looking for what didn't fit the categories. 3 hours into the cataloguing, Lyra's comlink chimed. She frowned at the message, then looked up apologetically. "Master Rivos needs me. Can you continue alone? The guards are just outside." "Of course," Vesha said. "I'll document everything for your review." She hesitated at the threshold. "Callan, thank you for this. I know it can't be easy, being surrounded by—" "It's necessary," he interrupted gently. The past doesn't disappear because we look away from it. Better to face it directly. She smiled again, that damned earnest smile, and left. Vesha waited until her footsteps faded completely. Then he turned back to the holocrons, alone. The silence of the vault was different now, heavier. The holocrons sensed the change, or perhaps they simply sensed him, unfiltered by Jedi presence. The fourth era device pulsed again, stronger this time, an invitation. He moved to it slowly, stopping just outside the containment field's shimmer. "I know what you are," whispered. "I know what you contain." The holocron pulsed in response. The gatekeeper's consciousness, dormant for millennia, stirred at the edge of perception. It wanted to activate, wanted to teach. That was its purpose, its reason for existence. Vesha raised his hand to the containment controls, then stopped. Not yet. Too obvious. Too risky. But soon. He moved to a different section of the vault, where the cataloguing equipment stood in neat arrangement. Data indexing systems. Preservation scanners. Translation matrices for converting ancient Sith glyphs to galactic basic. The tools the Jedi used to render their enemy comprehensible. He activated one of the translation terminals and pulled up the working files for the Great Hyperspace War Archive. Thousands of reports, battle logs, intercepted Sith communications, Jedi testimonies, all being compiled into a comprehensive historical record. His fingers moved across the holographic interface with practiced ease. He'd spent the last year learning these systems, volunteering for data entry and cross-referencing work. The Jedi archivist loved him for it. Someone who understood Sith language and culture, helping to make sense of the chaos. No one watched his work anymore. He found the file he wanted, a Republic Navy intelligence report on Sith retreat vectors. The data was fragmentary, reconstructed from sensor readings and debris patterns. Most of it was accurate, but there was one coordinate set that caught his attention, a possible retreat destination, flagged as low probability by the Republic analyst. Vesha studied it carefully. The coordinate placed a potential Sith refuge in the Stygian caldera, a region of unstable hyperspace known for collapsed routes and spatial anomalies. Difficult to navigate, easy to hide in, dangerous to investigate. The analyst's note read, "Worth investigating but low strategic priority. Recommend follow-up survey after primary vector analysis complete." Vesha deleted the word "worth" and replaced it with "not." A single word, one character's difference in the database. Not worth investigating but low strategic priority. The meaning shifted. The sentence now implied the coordinate had already been investigated and dismissed. Future analysts would read it as completed work, not pending investigation. He saved the change. The system logged it under his credentials. Calendar, Junior Archivist, authorized for data cleanup and consistency editing. No one would question it. This was the third such edit he'd made in as many months. Small changes, subtle redirections, never lies, just reframings. Emphasis shifted, context altered, each change individually insignificant. Together, they were beginning to reshape the historical narrative. The Sith hadn't just retreated, they'd fled in panic. The Sith hadn't regrouped, they'd fragmented irreparably. The Sith infrastructure wasn't just damaged, it was architecturally unsustainable. These weren't his words, they were Jedi words, written by Jedi analysts. He just made sure those particular words appeared more frequently in the final reports, made sure they became the consensus view. The vault door hissed open. Vesha closed the terminal instantly, turning to find Master Revos standing in the entrance. The older Jedi's face was unreadable. "Lyra said you were still working," Revos said. His voice carried that same measured gentleness, but something underneath felt different, harder. Just finishing the documentation, Vesher replied. He gestured to his datapad. 17 devices recommended for preservation, 6 for destruction. Would you like to review? Walk with me. It wasn't a request. They left the vault together, moving through the archive's stone corridors in silence. The twin suns of Ossus were setting, throwing long shadows through the high windows. The light turned everything amber and red, colours that reminded Vesher of Sith temples, though he kept that observation to himself. Revos led him to a meditation chamber overlooking the eastern plains, empty at this hour, private. They stood together at the window. Outside, wind moved across the dry grasslands in visible waves. "How are you? Sleeping?" Revos asked finally. The question surprised him. "Well enough. The nightmares are less frequent." "I didn't ask about nightmares. I asked about sleep." Vesher turned to look at him. Revos was still watching the plains, his profile outlined against the dying light. "Something troubles you, Master Revos." "Many things trouble me." Revos turned to face him directly. "But right now, I'm troubled by a pattern." Vesher kept his expression neutral, concerned but not defensive. "What pattern?" "The Council has held 17 sessions on Sith artifact disposal in the past 2 years. Before your arrival, they held 3 in the previous decade." Revos's eyes were sad but sharp. "Your recommendations have been influential." "I only offer what I know from experience. The Council makes their own decisions." "Do they?" Revos moved closer, not threatening. Jedi rarely threatened, but intense. "Or do you offer them exactly what confirms their existing fears? You tell them what they already suspect, Callan. You make destruction feel like wisdom." The name, Callan, landed with particular weight, as if Revos was questioning even that. Vesher felt his pulse quicken but forced his breathing to remain steady. This was the moment he'd been preparing for, the inevitable confrontation. "You think I'm manipulating the Council," he said quietly. Not a question, an acknowledgement. "I think you're a survivor," Revos replied. "I think you learn to tell powerful people what they want to hear. It's a valuable skill for an apprentice under Sith masters, but I wonder if you've truly left that habit behind." Silence stretched between them. Outside, the last light faded from the plains. "You want honesty?" Vesher asked. "Always." "Then yes, I am manipulating you." He watched Revos's expression carefully. "I manipulate every interaction to maintain your trust. I choose my words to seem reformed. I perform contrition because authentic contrition is invisible." He moved to the window, looking out at the darkening landscape. "I was taught that vulnerability is weakness, that trust is a weapon you give your enemies. Every day I fight that teaching. Every day I choose to trust you instead of suspecting you. Is that manipulation? Or is that just trying to become something different than what I was made to be?" His voice cracked on the last words. Genuinely. The emotion surprising him with its authenticity. Because part of it was true. He was fighting what he'd been taught. Just not in the way Revos imagined. He was fighting the impulse to dominate through obvious power, to conquer through visible force. He was learning patience, subtlety, the long game. He was becoming a better Sith by pretending not to be one at all. Revos studied him for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, the old Jedi smiled. It was a sad smile tinged with something that might have been understanding. "Thank you," Revos said, "for that honesty. You don't believe me." "I believe you. Believe it. That's enough for now." Revos moved toward the door, then paused. "The Council is voting tomorrow on the remaining holocrons. They're leaning toward full destruction. Your testimony will likely be decisive. And you want me to argue for preservation? I want you to argue for what you actually believe, not what you think we want to hear." Revos's hand rested on the door panel. The Sith taught you many things, Callan. Some of them were true. Don't discard truth just because the source was corrupt. He left. Vesha stood alone in the meditation chamber, watching darkness swallow the plains. Revos suspected. Not conclusively, not enough to act, but enough to watch more carefully, enough to question. That was problematic. But it was also an opportunity. Because tomorrow, when Vesha stood before the council and recommended the destruction of the remaining holocrons, when he argued with visible reluctance that preservation was too dangerous, that his people's knowledge should be erased rather than studied, Rivos would see it as proof that Vesha had listened, proof that he was choosing truth over manipulation, proof that he was genuinely, painfully reformed, and the holocrons would burn, and the knowledge they contained, knowledge of Sith hyperspace networks, of secret routes and hidden colonies, of the true scope of Sith civilization, would burn with them. Vesha pressed his forehead against the cool glass of the window. Outside in the darkness, he could barely see his own reflection. That seemed appropriate. The council chamber was circular, with 12 seats arranged in a ring. Only 7 were occupied today. The great hyperspace war had taken its toll on the Jedi as well. Master Rivos sat to the left of the speaker's position. Lyra Sen stood behind him, observing as part of her training. Vesha stood in the centre, where the accused traditionally stood during trials. The irony wasn't lost on him. You've reviewed all 23. Devices, the speaker said. She was a Twi'lek woman named Serena, with the kind of serene composure that came from decades of meditation. And your recommendation? Vesha took a breath. Let them see the weight of it. Destroy them all. Silence in the chamber. He felt Lyra's shock through the Force. She had expected him to argue for at least partial preservation. All? Serena asked. Including the philosophical treatises, the historical records. Especially those. Vesha moved slowly, addressing each council member in turn. Because they're the most dangerous. Combat techniques can be countered. Sorcery can be defended against. But philosophy reshapes how you think. And Sith philosophy is designed to seduce precisely those qualities you value most. Explain, another council member said. The Sith don't corrupt through obvious evil. They corrupt through resonance. Vesha gestured to the chamber itself. You value knowledge. The Sith offer ancient wisdom. You value strength. They offer power. You value justice. They offer righteousness through domination. Every Sith teaching begins with something true, something you already believe, and then twists it incrementally until truth becomes tyranny. You could feel them listening. Really listening. The holocrons in that vault aren't just records, they're active teaching devices, gatekeeper intelligences designed to adapt to the reader's psychology, to find the crack in your certainty and widen it. He turned to Master Rivos. You asked me yesterday what I actually believe. I believe the Sith were wrong about almost everything, but they were right about one thing. Ideas are more dangerous than armies. Rivos's expression was unreadable. And you trust the council to resist these ideas? Serena asked. No, Vesha said quietly. I don't trust anyone to resist them, including myself, especially myself. He looked down at his hands. I spent 3 years learning Sith doctrine. It's still in my head. Still catch myself thinking in those patterns. The only reason I can identify dangerous philosophy is because I'm infected with it. Then how do we trust your judgment? A human council member asked. If you yourself are compromised? You don't. Vesha met her eyes. You make your own decision, but know this. Every day those holocrons exist, they're a temptation. Someone eventually will argue for studying them, for understanding the enemy, and that person won't be wrong. Understanding is valuable, but some knowledge costs more than it's worth. He gestured to the council. You're already seeing it happen. How many Jedi scholars have requested access to the vault? How many have argued that ignorance is more dangerous than knowledge? In 5 years, in 10, someone will be persuasive enough to gain access, and they'll learn, and they'll think they're strong enough to resist, and they'll be wrong. The chamber fell silent. Serena looked to Rivos. Master Rivos, you've observed this, one most closely. What is your assessment? All eyes turned to the old Jedi. Revos was quiet for a long moment. Then he stood, moving to stand beside Veshar in the centre of the circle. I believe, Revos said slowly, that Kalandar is one of the most dangerous individuals I have ever encountered. Veshar's heart stopped. I believe he understands manipulation better than most of us understand honesty. I believe he has spent 3 years learning our psychology, our philosophy, our institutional weaknesses. Rivos turned to look at him directly. And I believe every word he just said was absolutely true. Veshar kept his face still. The question before this council, Rivos continued, is not whether we trust him. It's whether we trust ourselves. Can we preserve dangerous knowledge without being corrupted by it? Can we study our enemy without becoming them? He paused. I have spent 40 years believing the answer was yes. I have believed that understanding is always better than ignorance. But I watched Sith illusions tear apart the minds of my fellow Jedi during the war. I watched good people become paralyzed by existential doubt when confronted with Sith philosophy, and I wonder if perhaps some knowledge is meant to be forgotten. He returned to his seat. Serena called for the vote. 7 council members, 7 voices saying destroy. Unanimous. Veshar closed his eyes and allowed himself a moment of visible grief. Let them see him mourn the knowledge of his people, even as he recommended its erasure. Only Rivos watched him with something other than sympathy. The old Jedi's eyes held a question that would never be fully answered, but it didn't matter, because tomorrow the holocrons would burn, and the Jedi would believe they had won. 27 years after the Great Hyperspace War, Master Talon Rivos collapsed during morning meditation. Veshar, still Callan to everyone who knew him, still performing the role even when alone, was in the hyperspace cartography chamber when word reached him. He stood perfectly still for 3 full seconds, datapad forgotten in his hand, while something that wasn't quite grief and wasn't quite relief moved through his chest. Then he walked to the infirmary. The medical wing occupied the archive's southern tower, where morning light could reach the recovery rooms. Rivos lay in a bed near the window, his breathing shallow and irregular. Age spots marked his hands where they rested on the white sheets. When had he gotten so old? Lyra Sen sat beside him, holding one of those spotted hands. She'd been promoted to full knight 5 years ago, wore the traditional robes now, moved with the confidence of someone who'd found her place in the order. But sitting there, watching her former master struggle for breath, she looked young again, frightened. She glanced up when Veshar entered. Kalan, you heard. How bad is it? His heart. The healers say... She stopped, swallowed. Days maybe, not weeks. Veshar moved to the other side of the bed. Revos's eyes were closed, but his breathing changed slightly at the new presence. Aware, even unconscious. Has he said anything? Veshar asked. He keeps asking for something. Lyra's voice was strained. A file, in his personal archives. He won't tell the healers what it is, just keeps repeating that it needs to be, I don't know, completed? Corrected? He's not lucid. Veshar's pulse quickened. Which file? I don't know. He's encrypted his personal research. I don't have access. They sat in silence, listening to the old Jedi breathe. Outside the window, construction droids moved across the archive grounds. They were building a new wing, expanding the historical documentation section. The Republic Senate had allocated significant funding for the project, wanting a comprehensive record of the war that had nearly destroyed them. Veshar had helped design the filing system. "I should let you sit with him," he said, finally standing. "I just wanted to." Rivos's hand shot out, gripping Veshar's wrist. The old Jedi's eyes opened, unfocused but intense. "The vectors," Rivos whispered. "Wrong. The vectors are... Check the..." He coughed, a wet sound that made Lyra reach for the medical alert. "Master, don't try to talk," she said. But Rivos's grip tightened. He pulled Veshar closer until their faces were inches apart. His breath smelled like medicine and decay. "I know," Rivos said. Just 2 words, barely audible. Then his eyes found focus for just a moment. "I always knew." His hand went slack. The monitors chirped an alert. Lyra called for healers. Veshar stepped back, heart hammering, while medical droids swarmed the bed. They stabilized Rivos, sedated him, adjusted the life support systems. The senior healer, a Selkath woman with 3 decades of experience, shook her head grimly. "Hours now, not days. I'm sorry, Knight Sen." Lyra nodded, unable to speak. Veshar excused himself quietly and walked directly to Revos's personal study. The study was locked, but Veshar had learned the archive's security systems intimately over the years. Not to breach them, that would have been obvious, reckless, but to understand them, to know their patterns and protocols. He knew that Rivos's study would seal completely upon his death, as per Jedi tradition. All personal effects reviewed by the Council before being archived or dispersed. He had perhaps 3 hours before that happened. He also knew that Rivos's encryption was biometric, keyed to the old man's force signature, unbreakable without Rivos himself present. Unless you'd spent 27 years learning to mimic the exact texture of someone's force presence. Veshar stood before the door, closed his eyes and remembered. Not just Rivos's power, that was easy enough to sense, but his precise resonance. The way his presence felt like sunlight on stone, warm but solid, patient but observant. He'd felt that presence in hundreds of conversations, thousands of shared silences. He knew it better than he knew his own. He touched the door panel and projected that signature through the force. The lock disengaged with a soft click. The study was smaller than he'd expected. 1 desk, 2 chairs, shelves lined with physical books, an affectation among Jedi scholars who preferred the tactile connection to knowledge. The air smelled like old paper and the particular soap Rivos used. Veshar moved to the desk. A personal terminal sat dark and waiting. He activated it, and Rivos's last project materialized in holographic light. It was a hyperspace analysis, comparing original battle reports from the Great Hyperspace War with the compiled historical record. Red lines mark discrepancies, dozens of them, small variations in reported coordinates, minor inconsistencies in timing, none dramatic enough to be obvious errors, but together they formed a pattern. The historical record showed Sith retreat vectors moving primarily toward the outer, rim territories. The original report showed something more complex, multiple vectors, including several toward the deep core and unknown regions. Rivos had been noticing for years apparently. The file dates went back over a decade, cross-referencing reports, interviewing surviving Republic naval officers, comparing sensor logs to archived summaries, building a case. There was a text file attached to the analysis. Veshar opened it. "I cannot prove deliberate alteration. The changes are too subtle, too dispersed across too many files and analysts. But the cumulative effect is clear. Our understanding of Sith retreat patterns has been systematically simplified. We believe we know where they fled. I no longer trust that certainty. 3 possibilities. 1. Clerical errors accumulated through normal archival processes. Probability, low. The errors are too consistent in direction. 2. Institutional bias towards simplification. Probability, moderate. We prefer clean narratives. 3. Deliberate manipulation by someone with long-term access to archival systems. Probability, unknown. Requires insider with both Sith knowledge and Jedi trust. I have reviewed access logs for all relevant files. One name appears with unusual frequency. Callan Dar. I do not want to believe it. In 27 years he has never given clear evidence of deception. He has been helpful, humble, careful never to overstep. But that carefulness itself troubles me. He is too perfect a reformed Sith, too precisely what we hoped he would become. I will confront him when this analysis is complete. I will give him the opportunity to explain, because if I am wrong, I will have destroyed the trust of someone who genuinely changed. And if I am right, then we have been blind for nearly 3 decades, and blindness on this scale will have consequences we cannot yet imagine. The file ended. Vesha stood motionless, reading it again. Then a third time. Rivos had known. Not certainly, not completely, but enough to question, enough to investigate. And now Rivos was dying. Vesha's hand hovered over the deletion key. One command, the file would disappear. No one else had access to these private archives. The analysis would die with its author. His finger trembled. Outside, a medical alert chimed, distant but audible through the tower's ventilation system. A specific pattern, the sound used when life support was being withdrawn, when death was imminent. Vesha looked at the holographic text floating in the air. Then he touched a different command. He marked the file as incomplete research and moved it to Rivos's archive speculation folder, a directory where the old Jedi had stored hundreds of preliminary theories that had never developed into full papers. Works in progress that the Council would review eventually, but not urgently. Interesting academic questions rather than active concerns. The file would exist, would be preserved, but it would be buried under a mountain of similar speculations. Another thread the old master had never quite pulled together. Tragic in its way. The final mystery he'd never solved. Vesha closed the terminal and left the study. The lock engaged behind him with that same soft click. They burned Rivos's body at sunset, as was Jedi tradition. The ceremony took place on the archive's western platform, overlooking the plains. Nearly 300 Jedi attended, masters, knights, and Padawans, who had studied under Rivos or learned from his scholarship. The Republic Senate sent representatives. Even a few systems Rivos had helped mediate disputes for sent delegations. Vesha stood in the third row, between 2 archivists he'd worked with for years. He kept his face appropriately solemn, allowed tears when the eulogies became particularly moving, gripped the shoulder of the person beside him when Lyra spoke about how Revos had taught her to see past surface truths to deeper patterns. The irony of that particular lesson wasn't lost on him. As the flames consumed the funeral pyre, Vesha felt something unexpected. Not grief. He'd never allowed himself to care about Rivos, not truly. Caring was a vulnerability, but something adjacent to grief. A sense of loss, waste. Rivos had been brilliant, had seen more clearly than any Jedi Vesha had encountered. Given time, he might have unravelled everything, might have exposed the careful architecture of misdirection Vesha had spent decades building. But time was the one thing Revos had run out of, and that felt wrong somehow, like winning a game against an opponent who had died before making their final move. Technically a victory, hollow in execution. The flames rose higher. Smoke climbed into the darkening sky. Vesha watched and felt nothing resolve. 3 weeks later, the Council formally approved the expanded archive project. 5 new wings. advanced holographic preservation systems, comprehensive indexing of all war-related materials. Lyra Sen was appointed as the project's historical director. She asked Vesha to serve as senior consultant on Sith-related materials. He accepted with appropriate reluctance and gratitude. They worked together through the autumn and into winter, organising decades of accumulated records. The new archive wing would house the definitive account of the Great Hyperspace War, every battle, every treaty, every strategic decision. Future Jedi would study it for generations. Vesha made sure it was perfect. He cross-referenced sources, corrected transcription errors, filled gaps in the narrative with logical inferences drawn from available evidence. The work was meticulous, exhausting, and deeply satisfying. In the new hyperspace cartography section, he personally installed the primary navigation database. Historical routes colour-coded by reliability. Sith retreat vectors marked in red, with detailed annotations about why each was significant or not significant. Some vectors were extensively documented. These matched what the Jedi expected. These confirmed their understanding of Sith collapse. Other vectors were noted but marked as investigated and dismissed. These were the ones that might have led to surviving Sith enclaves, to hidden colonies, to the infrastructure that could support a future return. The word dismissed did a lot of work in those annotations. No one questioned it. Why would they? Kalendar was the foremost expert on Sith culture in the Republic. If he said a vector had been investigated, who could argue? One evening, working late in the empty cartography chamber, Vesha stood before the massive holographic display. The galaxy rotated slowly in the air. Thousands of stars, hundreds of known hyperspace routes, the entire known universe mapped and catalogued and understood. He found the coordinate he'd been looking for, a route leading toward the Outer Rim territories, the region where conventional wisdom placed any surviving Sith remnants. Then he looked at the coordinate that wasn't there, the one he'd quietly omitted from the database, a route toward the unknown regions where Republic sensors had detected anomalous hyperspace disturbances during the war's final days. Disturbances that could have been measurement errors, or could have been a fleet executing an unexpected escape vector. The original Republic Navy report had flagged it for investigation. That report now lived in the archive's unverified sensor ghosts section. Interesting historical footnote. Not actionable intelligence. Bashar had been the one to file it there. He stood in the silence, watching stars rotate, and allowed himself a moment of pure truth. He didn't know if the Sith had survived, didn't know if anyone had escaped along that hidden vector, didn't know if there was anyone left to benefit from his decades of careful misdirection. He might be protecting a civilization that no longer existed, might be the last Sith in the galaxy, playing an elaborate game against ghosts, and it didn't matter, because he hadn't done this for the Sith Empire. Not really. He'd done it for the idea, the concept that knowledge could be a weapon, that patience could defeat power, that the real war wasn't fought with lightsabers and fleets. It was fought in archives and databases and historical consensus. The Jedi believed they had won decisively, believed they understood what had happened, believed the Sith were finished because the Sith couldn't survive without spectacle and domination. That belief was his legacy, and when, if, the Sith ever returned, they would emerge from a direction no Jedi expected, would encounter a Republic unprepared for threats from regions officially deemed irrelevant, would face an enemy that had spent generations studying the wrong lessons from the wrong war, or they wouldn't. The Sith might truly be extinct. His work might be meaningless, but he'd done it anyway, because some victories were measured in centuries, not battles. The holographic galaxy rotated, stars gleamed, routes glowed in organised, rational light, everything perfectly documented, everything perfectly wrong. Vesha smiled in the darkness and went back to work. Vesha's hands had developed a tremor. He noticed it first while cataloguing a collection of Republic naval logs, routine work, the kind that required minimal concentration after 53 years in the archives. His fingers shook slightly as they moved across the datapad. Not enough that anyone else would see, but he felt it. The tremor bothered him less than what it signified. He was old, 72 standard years. His hair had gone white 2 decades ago. His knees ached when Ossis's atmospheric pressure dropped. He needed reading lenses for fine text, though he refused to wear them in public. Vanity, perhaps, or the last remnant of Sith pride, never show weakness. But the tremor was harder to hide. He sat alone in his personal study, small room the council had granted him after 40 years of service. The walls held shelves of physical books carefully chosen, Jedi philosophy texts, Republic histories, treatises on Force theory that he'd helped translate from ancient languages. Nothing Sith, not visibly. But behind a false panel in the third shelf wrapped in preservation cloth lay 3 documents written in his own hand. In Ur-Kittet script, in the old style, the way Master Venoth had taught him before the Empire fell. His private treatise. He hadn't looked at it in years, wasn't sure why he'd kept it. Some combination of sentiment and insurance, perhaps. The insurance had long since proven unnecessary. No one suspected anymore. Calendar was simply furniture, a fixture of the archives, the old Sith scholar who'd found redemption. He pulled the documents out now, unwrapping them carefully. The paper had yellowed but remained intact. His younger handwriting stared back at him, angrier, sharper, more certain than he'd been in decades. The doctrine of patient victory. First principle. The Sith failed because they believed power required visibility. They were wrong. True power reshapes what is taken for granted. Second principle. The Jedi will always defeat what they can see. They are blind to what becomes infrastructure. Third principle. Victory measured in years is temporary. Victory measured in generations is permanent. He read through the pages slowly, remembering the fury that had driven him to write this. The absolute certainty that he was right, that he understood something the entire Sith Empire had missed. Now, reading it again, the certainty felt distant, foreign. Had he been right? He still didn't know. The Jedi had adopted exactly the doctrines he'd wanted them to adopt. They believed Sith power required centralized empire, believed Sith culture was self-destructive, believed the threat had ended with Nerga Sado's retreat. The Republic military had reallocated defensive, resources away from the vectors he'd quietly dismissed, had focused their attention on the Outer Rim territories where conventional wisdom placed any surviving Sith. The archives contained a comprehensive, meticulously documented record of the Great Hyperspace War, a record that would teach future generations exactly what he wanted them to learn. He had won every goal he'd set for himself, and sitting here, trembling hands holding yellowed paper, he felt nothing. No triumph, no satisfaction, just tired. A knock at the door. Vesha folded the documents quickly, slipping them back behind the panel. "Come in." Lyra Sen entered, carrying 2 cups of spiced caf. She was 58 now, middle-aged by human standards, though she still moved with knight's grace. Grey threaded her dark hair. Laugh lines marked the corners of her eyes. She'd never married, never taken a Padawan, had devoted herself entirely to the archives, to preserving history. Sometimes Vesha wondered what her life might have been if he'd never manipulated her, if she'd pursued the deeper Sith studies she'd once been fascinated by, if she'd questioned the easy narratives instead of defending them. He would never know, and asking would reveal too much. "You missed the dedication ceremony," she said, handing him one of the cups. I saved you some of the terrible Senate-funded refreshments. I was organising the hyperspace addendum, lost track of time. The dedication ceremony had been for the Archive's Centennial Wing, a new structure celebrating 100 years since the Great Hyperspace War's end. Vesha had helped design the memorial gallery, had chosen which battles to emphasise, which testimonies to feature prominently. He'd made sure Nagasado's final transmission was displayed in full, the one where the Sith Lord blamed his own followers for the defeat, fracturing morale even in retreat. It made excellent propaganda, made the Sith look chaotic, self-sabotaging. It was also heavily edited. Veshar had done the translation himself. The Senate representatives were impressed, Lyra continued, settling into the other chair. They're talking about expanding Republic University curricula, making the war a required course of study, using our archives as the primary source material. That's good, Vesha said, and meant it. The more people who learned history from these archives, the more thoroughly his version became truth. Lyra sipped her caf, studying him over the rim of the cup. You should be pleased. This is your life's work, Kaelin, ensuring the war is remembered accurately. Accurately, he repeated. You seem troubled. He looked at her directly. After 50 years, he could read her easily. The genuine concern, the affection, not romantic, but deep nonetheless. She considered him family, trusted him completely, and he had spent half a century lying to her. Do you ever wonder, he asked quietly, if we remember things the way they actually happened, or just the way we need them to have happened? Lyra's brow furrowed. That's unusually philosophical, even for you. I've been thinking about Master Rivos lately, about his skepticism. He questioned everything, even his own certainty. He also died before finishing most of his questions. Lyra's voice carried old grief. I've read through his archived speculations, brilliant but fragmentary. He saw patterns everywhere, some real, some probably imagined. Probably, Vesha agreed. They sat in comfortable silence. Outside, the twin suns were setting again, always setting. The cycle never changed. I'm writing something, Vesha said suddenly. A final memoir. Personal reflections on the war, on my time here. I'd like it sealed until after my death. Added to the archives then. Lyra smiled. The Council will approve that. Your perspective is valuable. The only surviving Sith account integrated into Jedi records. Yes, Vesha said. The only one. He wrote the memoir over the following months. Not the true memoir, that would have been suicide, but a carefully crafted document that would cement his legend. The story of a young Sith apprentice who survived the Empire's collapse and chose redemption over revenge, who spent his life helping the Jedi understand their enemy. It was eloquent, moving, deeply false, but woven through it, in passages that seemed like innocent historical detail, he included one final gift to whatever Sith might exist in the future, a complete, accurate map of the Great Hyperspace War's final hyperspace vectors. Not the simplified version in the archives, the real data, every route the Sith fleet had taken, including the vectors toward the unknown regions that the Republic had dismissed as sensor ghosts. He buried it in technical appendices, coordinate sets that would look like academic thoroughness to Jedi readers. But any Sith navigator would recognize the pattern immediately, would see where their people had actually fled. If any Sith remained to read it, if anyone ever looked that carefully, it was a message in a bottle thrown into an ocean of time. Pointless, probably. Self-indulgent, certainly, but it felt necessary. He finished the memoir on a cold morning in his 74th year, sealed it personally, delivered it to the Council with instructions for posthumous archiving. They thanked him, told him it would be treasured. He believed them. 2 years later, Vesha collapsed in the hyperspace cartography chamber. The healer said it was his heart. the same condition that had taken Rivos. There was symmetry in that. He might have appreciated it more if breathing didn't hurt so much. They moved him to the infirmary's private wing, the same room where Revos had died, though no one mentioned that. Lyra sat beside his bed, holding his hand the way she'd held her master's all those years ago. "Don't try to talk," she said when he opened his eyes. "Save your strength." But Vesha had spent 76 years saving his strength, measuring his words, calculating every interaction. He was tired of saving. "The memoir," he whispered, "in the archives. There's something I need you to know about. Shh. We'll read it together when you're better." "I won't be better." His voice was fading. "Lyra, listen. The coordinates in Appendix 7. They're..." He stopped, looked at her face, at the kindness there, the trust. What was he doing? If he told her the truth now, what would it accomplish? She would be horrified, betrayed. Everything she'd built her career on would crumble. And for what? To ease his conscience? That was sentimentality, weakness. Or perhaps it was something else. Perhaps after 53 years of lying, he wanted one person to know the truth, to see him clearly, to understand that he'd won. He opened his mouth and couldn't do it, because he looked at Lyra and saw not an enemy or a tool. He saw someone who had given him 50 years of friendship, who had trusted him when trust was dangerous, who had made him feel less alone in a galaxy that had forgotten his people. The Sith would have called that weakness. Maybe it was. "The coordinates are correct," he finished quietly. "I checked them myself. Future scholars can trust them." Lyra squeezed his hand. "Of course they can. Your work has always been impeccable." Vesha closed his eyes. He had lied to her one last time. Or perhaps, for the first time, he'd told her exactly the truth she needed. He died 3 days later, peacefully, with Lyra reading him passages from Jedi philosophy texts he'd always claimed to find comforting. They burned his body at sunset. The ceremony was smaller than Rivos's had been. Vesha had been respected but never beloved. Still, nearly 100 Jedi attended. The Republic Senate sent condolences. The archive director gave a eulogy about dedication and redemption. No one questioned his legacy. No one suspected what he'd done. And 50 years later, when the Sith returned, not from the Outer Rim territories where defences were concentrated, but from the unknown regions through routes officially deemed impossible, the Jedi were completely unprepared. The invasion didn't begin with battle. It began with confusion, with fleets arriving from vectors that shouldn't exist, with defensive formations positioned for the wrong threat, with a republic that had spent a century learning the wrong lessons from the wrong war. The archive records were consulted immediately, of course. The comprehensive historical analysis, the definitive account of Sith retreat patterns, everything perfectly documented, everything perfectly wrong. And in the chaos of those first days, a young Jedi scholar named Kenth Aaron discovered something strange in an old memoir. A document by someone called Kalan Dar, a reformed Sith from a century ago, long forgotten by anyone except archival specialists. Most of the memoir was unremarkable, but Appendix 7 contained detailed, hyperspace coordinates that matched exactly where the new Sith forces were emerging from. Coordinates that had been sitting in the archives for 50 years, unused, unnoticed, dismissed as academic thoroughness. Kenth brought it to his superiors, who studied it with growing horror. Had this Dar known? Had he tried to warn them? Or had he done something else entirely? They would never know for certain. The man was ash and memory. His true thoughts sealed behind a lifetime of careful performance. But as the war dragged on, as the Republic struggled against an enemy emerging from directions they'd never defended, along routes they'd never watched, some Jedi began to suspect. began to wonder if the greatest Sith victory of the Great Hyperspace War hadn't been won with fleets and lightsabers, but with archives and curriculum, with patience measured in generations, with the quiet certainty that some wars are won by those who never raise a blade. 300 years after Vesha's death, a Sith Lord named Bane stood in the ruins of an ancient temple. He had been researching Sith history, trying to understand why his people kept destroying themselves, why every Sith empire eventually collapsed from internal conflict. He'd found references to someone called the Patient One, a figure from the Great Hyperspace War era, mentioned in fragmentary records. Most historians dismissed him as a minor apprentice who died in the retreat, but Bane had found something else, a personal holocron sealed in a time-locked vault, programmed to open only after 3 centuries had passed. The vault had been hidden in a ruined archive building, buried under layers of sediment and time. Inside was a message. Vesha's face materialized in holographic light. Young again, the way he'd looked when he'd recorded this, before decades of pretending, before the weight of his own deception had aged him. "If you're watching this," the holocron said, "then the Sith survived, and you've learned something the Empire never understood, that patience is power, that invisibility is strength, that the greatest victories are the ones your enemy doesn't recognize as defeats." The holocron's eyes, his eyes, cold and calculating and utterly certain, stared out across 300 years. "The Jedi defeated armies, but I defeated certainty. Remember that, when you rebuild. The next Sith Empire must be different, smaller perhaps, hidden, but permanent." The message ended. Bane stood in the darkness thinking about a rule of 2, about a Sith order that would never again announce itself with fleets and spectacle, about victory measured in millennia. He didn't know if Vesha's plan had worked, whether the Great Hyperspace War's true legacy was the one hidden in archives rather than celebrated in monuments. But he understood the lesson, and centuries later, when a senator named Palpatine stood in the very same archives that Vesha had helped build, surrounded by Jedi who trusted him completely, who never suspected that their greatest enemy sat among them disguised as an ally. When that moment came, perhaps somewhere, in whatever passed for Sith afterlife, an old man with trembling hands allowed himself a smile, because some gardens take centuries to bloom, but the patient gardener doesn't need to see the harvest. He just needs to plant the right seeds, in the right soil, and wait. The Synchronization Protocol. Edmund Hale's hands froze over the relay log when he saw the timestamp. 3 seconds late, London to New York, and by the time the bond report reached Wall Street, the market had already crashed. He stared at the transmission ledger in Western Union's routing vault, November 18th, 1912, 3:47 a.m. The overnight European bond report should have arrived simultaneously with the gold transfer confirmation. It didn't. 3 seconds separated them. In those 3 seconds, panic selling wiped out $40 million in market value. His supervisor was demanding an explanation for the equipment malfunction. But Edmund knew there was no malfunction. The relay sequence was altered, and it wasn't the first time. He pulled archived transmission logs from the past decade, spreading them across the routing table under harsh electric lights. His fingers moved quickly, cross-referencing relay delays with market, crashes documented in the financial newspapers he'd been collecting in his desk drawer for months. 1907. Panic. 4.2 second delay, October 22nd. 1903. Northern Securities crash. 2.8 second delay, March 14th. 1901. Market break. 3.1 second delay, May 9th. Each delay preceded catastrophic market movements. Each delay occurred on the London-New York financial corridor, the transatlantic cable lines that carried bond prices, gold transfer confirmations, and banking instructions between European and American houses. His corridor. He began charting them on graph paper with a mechanical pencil, creating a timeline of synchronized disasters. The pattern was impossible to ignore. His sister Ruth's inheritance had evaporated in the 1907 panic. Her small boarding house investment wiped out in 48 hours. She'd blamed herself for poor judgment. But looking at these numbers now, Edmund wondered if judgment had anything to do with it. "Your mapping crashes," Edmund turned. Margaret Shaw stood in the doorway, her fingers unconsciously tapping Morse rhythm against the doorframe. She was Western Union's fastest decoder, 45 words per minute, and had a reputation for salvaging corrupted transmissions other operators abandoned. Her shirtwaist was practical, her fingers ink-stained from constant message handling. "Why would anyone delay good news?" she asked quietly, reading his timeline chart. "Not delay," Edmund replied, adjusting his spectacles. "Sequence, like releasing water through a dam in controlled pulses instead of all at once." She stopped tapping. "I've noticed something similar. Message volume spikes on the London line. Hundreds of transmissions queued. Then complete silence for exactly 40 seconds. Then the New York exchanges light up with panic selling. Every major crash follows that pattern. You've tracked this. I'm a telegraph operator. I notice rhythm. And this rhythm is composed." Footsteps echoed in the corridor. Thomas Aldridge appeared, silver-haired and precise, his gold watch chain catching the light. Edmund's supervisor looked irritated at being summoned before dawn. "Markets don't like surprises, Hale. We're paid to be invisible infrastructure." "Then why are we visible in the disruption pattern of every major crash for a decade?" Edmund pushed the timeline chart across the table. Aldridge's jaw tightened. "Correlation is not causation. You're seeing phantoms in machinery. Telegraph relays fail. Atmospheric interference happens. Undersea cables develop faults. Not with this precision. Look at the timestamps." "Enough," Aldridge's voice hardened. "Write your incident report. Attribute it to equipment variance. Then get back to your regular duties." After Aldridge left, Edmund examined the message headers from last night's crash. J.P. Morgan and Company. Kuhn, Loeb and Company. National City Bank. Bankers. Trust Company. The same names, over and over. Then he found something else. A priority hold routing instruction from 3 weeks prior stamped with red wax. Consortium Confidential. Priority routing. Hold for authorization to Aldrich Private Railway Car from Warburg/London correspondent. Via Brunswick, Georgia Station. Forward Jekyll Island Club. Subject Timing confirmation acknowledged November rehearsal protocols. Successful, Edmund's pulse quickened. He waited until Aldridge's footsteps faded, then moved to the restricted priority vault. He was using his master routing key when a hand clamped on his shoulder. Carl Brennan, night security chief, stepped between Edmund and the vault door. 2 uniformed guards flanked him. "This corridor is off-limits without authorization, Mr. Hale." "I'm investigating transmission irregularities. I need the priority hold logs." "Those logs are reserved for executive review only," Edmund tried to push past. Brennan grabbed his arm, twisting it. Behind his back, Edmund's routing key clattered to the floor. The guards pinned him against the wall, his face pressed against cold tile. His graph paper timeline scattered across the floor. Brennan picked up one sheet, studied the crash correlations and relay timing annotations. For a moment, something flickered across his face. Not anger, but something closer to pity. "You're done for the night, Mr. Hale. Go home." Edmund walked 3 blocks to a coffee cart, hands shaking. At 6:30 a.m., Margaret appeared carrying her lunch pail. She handed him a folded piece of telegraph paper without a word. It was a copied priority hold message she'd intercepted during her night shift last week. 2. Aldrich private car. Confirmed from Warburg/London. Routing Jekyll Island via Brunswick Depot. Subject synchronization test. Complete market reaction. Timing 3.2 seconds optimal. November 18th. Rehearsal. Proceed as planned. December legislation on schedule. I didn't understand it when I copied it, Margaret said quietly. But that was sent November 13th, 5 days before last night's crash. Edmund stared at the timestamp. They knew the crash was coming, because they scheduled it. He pulled a crumpled newspaper from his coat. Yesterday's New York Times. Federal Reserve Bill advances in Senate Banking Committee. The same banking houses in his message headers were listed as expert consultants to the committee. Margaret touched his arm. Edmund, my father lost everything in 07. His hardware store, our house. He died thinking he'd failed us. But he didn't fail, did he? Someone pushed him. Edmund met her eyes. No, he didn't fail. The next evening Edmund arrived at Western Union to find his desk cleared. Aldridge intercepted him in the hallway. You've been temporarily reassigned to the domestic telegraph room, effective immediately. The domestic room was in the basement. No windows, older equipment, handling grain prices and railway. Schedules. A demotion disguised as reassignment. Margaret found him during lunch. They're purging the logs. Every priority hold message from the past 3 months, being overwritten tonight at midnight. 16 hours until the evidence was mechanically erased. Edmund tried everything. Filed an official complaint. Returned marked, not within scope of operation staff concerns. Wrote to the Federal Telegraph Commission. No response. Approached a financial reporter at the Herald. Laughed at him. Telegraph timing conspiracies. That's penny dreadful stuff, friend. That evening Edmund found a blank envelope in his boarding house mailbox. Expensive cream-coloured paper, hand-delivered. Inside, a single word in elegant calligraphy. Stop. He walked upstairs to find his landlady, Mrs. Conley, waiting by his door. A gentleman came by this afternoon. Asked if you had family in the city. I told him about your sister in Brooklyn. Hope that was all right. Edmund's blood went cold. Ruth. Her. 3 children. He took the ferry to Brooklyn that night. Ruth answered the door in her apron, flour on her hands. Edmund, what a surprise. The children will be... Has anyone come by today? Anyone asking questions? No. Why? What's wrong? He looked at her small kitchen, her modest home. Her husband worked at the Navy Yard. Her oldest boy was 12. If Edmund pushed this further, if he made too much noise, these people, whoever they were, would make sure Ruth's family felt it. Nothing. Just wanted to see you. She studied his face. You look terrible. Are you eating enough? I'm fine, Ruthie. But he wasn't fine. He was understanding something new about power. It wasn't just about money or position. It was about having something to lose. At 11 p.m, Edmund exited through the basement coal delivery entrance, re-entered through the loading dock, and navigated back to the priority hold vault using a ventilation shaft route Margaret had sketched on a napkin. Inside he found filing cabinets organised by date and banking house. He had 47 minutes before the midnight purge cycle began. He was frantically copying message headers into his notebook when he heard footsteps. Brennan entered with 2 men in expensive suits, not Western Union security, private muscle. Mr. Aldridge gave you a warning, Hale, Edmund bolted. He crawled through cable ducts, pulled himself along copper trunk lines, hid in the transformer room where electrical equipment hummed and ozone filled his lungs. He climbed the external fire escape to the roof, jumped between buildings, 3 feet across, 4 stories up. He escaped, clutching his notebook. But his original timeline charts fell during the struggle. They knew exactly what he'd discovered. At 1:30 a.m, Edmund transcribed his notebook into a clean ledger. Coordinated timing instructions, London to New York relay holds, 37 instances, synchronized message release patterns, 14 major events, the names, appeared over and over, Nelson Aldrich, Paul Warburg, Henry Davison, Frank Vanderlip, Benjamin Strong, Jekyll Island appeared 47 times. The next morning Margaret didn't appear at their coffee cart. Edmund waited, then walked to her boarding house. The landlady, Mrs. Kowalski, answered. "Oh, Miss Shaw. She left quite suddenly yesterday afternoon. Family emergency in Boston." "Margaret doesn't have family in Boston." "Well, that's what the gentleman said when he collected her trunk." Edmund found a note slipped under his door that evening, Margaret's handwriting. "Edmund, they know about my father's debts. The store went under, but there were loans, personal guarantees. I thought they'd been settled, but apparently the notes were purchased by a trust. They showed me the documents. If I take the London position, the debt is forgiven. My mother can keep the house. If I refuse, they'll foreclose within the month. I'm sorry. You were right about everything. But sometimes being right doesn't matter. Sometimes all that matters is protecting the people you love. They're not evil men, Edmund. They're practical men, and they're very, very good at finding leverage. M.S. Edmund sat on his bed, holding the letter. Margaret's mother was 68 years old. Where would she go? He understood now. They didn't need to destroy him. They just needed to make the cost of resistance higher than he could pay. The next day, Edmund received a formal letter on Western Union Company stationery. His position was eliminated effective immediately. 3-month severance, conditional on signing a confidentiality agreement, Thomas Aldridge's signature, standard corporate language, nothing unusual except the envelope. Edmund held it up to the light. The postmark read, 23 Wall Street, New York, NY. Not Western Union headquarters on Broadway. J.P. Morgan's building. He walked to the public library to check the newspapers. That's when he noticed them. 2 men in expensive overcoats. One tall and thin with a scarred lip, one shorter and broad-shouldered. They'd been outside his boarding house when he left. Now they stood across the street from the library entrance, maintaining exactly half a block distance. Edmund discovered he was being followed. On the 3rd day of surveillance, the tall one approached him directly on the street. "Mr. Hale, a word, if you please." Edmund stopped. "My name is irrelevant. What matters is this. You're being offered every reasonable accommodation. Your sister's mortgage. Did you know it comes due for renewal next month? The Navy Yard is considering layoffs. Her husband's name is on the list. These things could be adjusted. You're threatening my family. I'm explaining reality. You've discovered something. That's impressive. But discovering something and changing something are very different activities. The latter requires power. You don't have power, Mr. Hale. You have patterns on graph paper." The man pulled out a leather wallet, extracted a calling card. "When you're ready to be reasonable, contact this number." He walked away. Edmund looked at the card. No name, just a telephone exchange. He remembered the Peugeot Committee investigation into banking monopolies. He sent a telegram to the committee's chief counsel, Samuel Untermeyer. They met November 25th in Untermeyer's office overlooking Wall Street. Edmund spread out his ledger. "I've been investigating these men for 2 years," Untermeyer said, "studying the documents through a jeweler's loupe. Morgan, Rockefeller, Warburg. We proved they control interlocking directorates across banks, railroads, trusts. But I need more than timing patterns. I need the actual mechanism, the written protocols." Where would those be? Jekyll Island, November 1910. 7 men met there in secret for 9 days. Servants dismissed. New staff brought in who didn't know their identities. They used only first names. What were they doing? Designing exactly what you've discovered. A central banking system that synchronizes all market movements through a single timing authority. Untermeyer tapped Edmund's ledger. This is evidence of the result, but I need the design documents, the actual meeting minutes. How do I get those? You don't. They're probably in Davison's private vault at 23rd Wall Street. Impossible to access. Untermeyer paused. Unless you find someone who was there, someone who saw the documents. He pushed the ledger back across the desk. Mr. Hale, I'm going to tell you something in confidence. The Pujo investigation concluded. We published our findings. Do you know what happened? Nothing. Oh, there were editorials, public hand-wringing, but these men are still in power. They're about to create a central bank that will formalise exactly what you've discovered, and it will pass because they own enough senators to ensure it passes. Then why did you investigate? Because the record matters. Truth doesn't always win, but it should be preserved. For the historians, for the pattern finders who come after us. Untermeyer stood, offered his hand. You seem like a decent man. My advice? Take whatever accommodation they're offering. Protect your family. Live your life. And let them win. They've already won, Mr. Hale. The only question is whether you'll survive. Edmund spent 3 days in the public library newspaper archives. Jekyll Island Club, exclusive hunting retreat, membership, Morgan, Rockefeller, Field, Vanderbilt. 60 families controlling 1/6 of world's wealth. November 1910. Private function. Membership roster temporarily suspended. Then he found it. Brunswick Gazette, November 22nd, 1910. Club groundskeeper James Harrison commented that in his 12 years of service, he had never seen such secrecy requested for a simple hunting party. Edmund sent telegrams to Western Union offices throughout Georgia. Finally, a response from Brooklyn. James Harrison, age 47, receives monthly wire transfer from Bankers Trust Company. Current address, 142nd Columbia Street, Waterfront District. A groundskeeper receiving monthly payments from one of the consortium banks. Hush money. November 29th, 8 p.m. Edmund found Harrison in a dockside tavern, weathered, calloused hands, drinking whiskey alone. Mr. Harrison, I need to talk about Jekyll Island. November 1910. Harrison's face went pale. Don't know what you're talking about. You were the groundskeeper. You saw something. I didn't see nothing, and I've been paid very well to keep not seeing it. They're going to do it again. The same thing they planned at that meeting. Making it permanent this time. Legal. Harrison hesitated. What's it to you? I work for Western Union. I've seen how they manipulate telegraph timing to crash markets. I know the pattern, but I need to understand the system, the original design. Harrison sat back down slowly. You don't know what you're asking. These men, they're not criminals you can expose. They own the law. The tavern door opened. The 2 men in overcoats entered. Time to go, Mr. Hale, the tall one with the scarred lip said calmly. We need to have a conversation about your sister's mortgage. Edmund and Harrison bolted through the kitchen exit into the Brooklyn dockyards. They ran through stacked cargo, crates of coffee, barrels of molasses. On a pier, Edmund grabbed a wooden boat hook. The shorter pursuer grabbed Harrison. Edmund tackled him from behind. The tall pursuer drew a knife. Edmund kicked a kerosene lamp, creating a wall of fire. The shorter pursuer fell off the pier into the East River. 30 minutes later, hiding in an empty warehouse, Harrison finally talked. They had charts, big sheets of paper on the hunting lodge table, maps with arrows showing gold flows between London, New York, Berlin, diagrams of relay timing, sequences, mathematical formulas. What were they calling it? The synchronization protocol. I heard them through the window when I was bringing firewood. 7 men locked in that room for 9 days, barely slept. When they left, One of them, the German fellow with the accent, forgot a leather briefcase. Warburg? I found the briefcase when I was cleaning. Opened it. Harrison's hands trembled. Inside were typed documents. Preliminary draft. Federal Reserve System structure. Pages and pages. Charts showing how banks would coordinate through regional reserve branches. How the timing of money supply would be centrally controlled. What did you do with it? Gave it to Mr. Davison the next day when he came back looking for it. He gave me $5,000 cash, said it was a thank you for discretion. Started sending me $100 every month after that. Still does. He paid you to survive. I've got a wife and 3 children. You think I'm going to cross men who can make someone disappear just by sending a telegraph message? Harrison grabbed Edmund's arm. Listen to me. I've thought about this every day for 2 years. You know what I realised? They weren't plotting anything evil. They were solving a problem. Banks fail. Panics happen. People lose everything. These men, they're trying to prevent that by creating a system that controls the timing, makes it predictable, manageable, by engineering the crashes themselves, by controlling them. Small planned corrections instead of catastrophic failures. That's what they believe anyway. Maybe they're right. Maybe we're the fools for thinking we understand better than they do. Edmund returned at midnight to find his room ransacked. His transcribed ledger torn apart. His timeline reconstruction destroyed. His notebook gone. His personal papers shredded. On his bed, a legal summons. Theft of proprietary company documents. Industrial espionage. Trial date December 28th. Bail $500. His bank account was frozen. Beside the summons, a handwritten note on expensive stationery. Davison and Associates. Mr. Hale, you've demonstrated impressive pattern recognition and technical skill. We have an opening in our Buenos Aires telegraph office. Supervisory position. Salary, $4,000 annually. Triple your current rate. Housing provided. Contract term, 10 years. The position is yours if you wish it. All charges will be dropped. Your sister's mortgage will be paid in full. Her husband's position at the Navy Yard will be secured with a promotion to yard supervisor. Your future and your family's future will be secure. The alternative is prosecution, conviction, professional ruin. Your sister will lose her home. Her children will grow up in poverty. You will spend the best years of your life in prison. We are not vindictive men. We are practical men building a practical system. You can be part of that system and protect the people you love, or you can be destroyed by it. The choice is entirely yours. Reply by December 5th. Respectfully, Henry P. Davison, partner, J.P. Morgan and Company. Edmund sat on his bed, surrounded by the wreckage of his evidence. They weren't offering to buy him. They were offering to spare his family. At 2 a.m. he walked to Ruth's house in Brooklyn, knocked quietly. She answered in her nightgown, alarmed. "Edmund? What's wrong?" "I need to ask you something. If I could make sure you never lost this house, that John kept his job, that the children had security, would you want me to do that?" "Of course, but even if it meant I had to go away for a long time." Ruth studied his face. "What have you gotten into?" "I can't explain, but I need you to know. If I disappear, if you hear I've taken a position in South America, it's because I'm protecting you, not because I'm running away." "Edmund, you're scaring me." He pulled her into a hug. "You're a good mother, Ruthie, better than our mother ever was. Your children are lucky." "Edmund, I have to go." He walked back to Manhattan as dawn broke over the East River. He remembered Margaret's words. The machines remember even when humans forget. December 1st, 11 p.m. Edmund re-entered Western Union through the coal delivery entrance one final time. Not to the priority hold vault, to the mechanical archives in the sub-basement, where old recording drums were stored. He worked through the night with a jeweler's loupe and graph paper, analysing relay timing patterns from 1901 to 1912. Every artificial delay between London and New York, every priority hold message retention period, every coordinated release sequence. He created a master synchronization timeline, not based on message content, but on pure mechanical timing data that couldn't be disputed or dismissed. The evidence was mathematical. May 9th, 1901, 3.1 second delay, 12% market decline. Statistical probability of natural occurrence, 1 in 847. March 14th, 1903, 2.8 second delay, 8% decline, 1 in 623. October 22nd, 1907, 4.2 second delay, 18% decline, 1 in 1203. November 18th, 1912, 3.1 second delay, 11% decline, 1 in 734. Combined probability of all 4 delays occurring naturally, 1 in 367 million. The pattern was impossible to attribute to chance. Over the next 3 days, Edmund didn't create a newspaper expose. He created an instruction manual for future pattern hunters. The Doctrine of Constructed Crisis, a technical manual for the recognition of engineered financial panic. Part 1. Detection Methodology. How to identify artificial relay delays in telegraph timing logs. Statistical analysis of natural versus engineered transmission patterns. Part 2. The Jekyll Island Consortium. List of 7 participants matched with Federal Reserve Founding Committee members. Identical names. Timeline showing meeting in November 1910. Legislation drafting 1911 through 1912. Federal Reserve Act currently under consideration. Part 3. The synchronization mechanism. Delayed gold transfer confirmations create artificial scarcity signals. Coordinated press dispatch timing amplifies panic. Staggered bond liquidity reports prevent rational response. System functions like a financial conductor's baton. Part 4. Observations and questions. This manual is written in December 1912. The Federal Reserve Act is expected to pass within weeks. I cannot predict with certainty what will follow, but I can observe patterns. History suggests that major institutional changes to banking systems often precede or coincide with military conflicts requiring massive debt. Mobilization. The Bank of England's expansion preceded the Napoleonic Wars. The National Banking Acts preceded and funded the Civil War. If this pattern holds, and if the European great powers continue their current trajectory of alliance building and military expansion, some form of continental conflict requiring unprecedented war financing seems increasingly probable within the next 2 to 5 years. Whether such a conflict would involve American participation depends on factors I cannot assess from telegraph timing logs alone. But if it does occur, and if American banks coordinate war bond issuance through the new Federal Reserve System, then one might reasonably question whether the timing is coincidental or structural. I make no claims of conspiracy. I simply note that institutions often behave according to their design, and systems built to synchronize financial flows will synchronize financial flows, whether in peace or war. Future readers will know more than I can. You will. See what followed 1913. You will know whether my observations about systematic timing manipulation were accurate. You will know whether the patterns I documented continued or ceased. You will be able to judge for yourself whether accidents explain everything, or whether systems sometimes function exactly as their architects intended. Edmund hand-wrote the manuscript on bond paper, 120 pages. Then he used Western Union's industrial printing press during a night shift to create a clean typed copy. December 5th. Final actions. To Samuel Untermeyer. Sealed envelope containing complete relay timing analysis. Pure mechanical data. No interpretation needed. The mathematics spoke for themselves. No return address. To Margaret Shaw, Western Union London office telegram. Understood. Protect your mother. The debt was never yours to carry. Infrastructure defeats us all, but someone should remember what it looked like before it was inevitable. E.H. to Thomas Aldridge. Hand-delivered letter. I accept the Buenos Aires position. Please find enclosed my signed confidentiality agreement and resignation effective December 15th. My sister's mortgage satisfaction and my brother-in-law's promotion should be processed immediately. Thank you for the opportunity to serve. Respectfully, Edmund Hale, to Henry Davison, telegram. Terms accepted. My family's security guaranteed as specified. Will depart for Buenos Aires December 20th. Legal matters withdrawn per agreement. December 6th, 1912, 9 a.m. Edmund walked into Guarantee Safe Deposit Company, 140 Broadway, Manhattan, 3 blocks from Wall Street, 2 blocks from Western Union headquarters. He wore his best suit, carried a leather document case. I'd like to rent a safe deposit box, please, long term. The clerk slid a registration form across the marble counter. Name? Edmund hesitated for only a moment. Alexander Temporal, representing the Temporal Trust. Company. Business address? Chicago office. We're establishing New York operations. The clerk didn't question it. In 1912, business trusts were common, respectable, often anonymous. Box size? Large. Documents and security storage. Annual fee is $15, paid in advance. Edmund paid cash. 3 years in advance, $45, enough to ensure the box wouldn't be flagged for non-payment for a long time. Box number 2847 was assigned. The clerk led Edmund to the vault. Edmund was given privacy. He placed inside the complete typed manuscript, the relay timing analysis on graph paper, the Jekyll Island participant list matched with Federal Reserve Founding Committee roster, the priority hold message transcriptions Margaret had copied, and a final handwritten letter on plain paper. To whoever finds this, I write this on December 6th, 1912. I am not a prophet. I am a telegraph routing supervisor who has documented systematic manipulation of message timing to engineer market panics. The evidence in this box is mathematical and irrefutable. Whether such manipulation constitutes criminal conspiracy or represents some form of managed stabilization, practiced by men who believe they know better than markets, I cannot judge. What I can document is that it occurred. What I observed was pattern. What I cannot prove is intent. The Federal Reserve Act will likely pass within weeks. What follows will tell future readers everything they need to know. If the systematic timing manipulation I documented ceases after the Federal Reserve is established, and if financial panics become genuinely less frequent and severe, then perhaps these men were correct in their belief that centralized coordination prevents catastrophe. If the patterns continue, merely with new mechanisms, then something else is operating. If major war follows within a few years, requiring debt mobilization on an unprecedented scale, coordinated through the new banking system, then you may draw your own conclusions about whether systems follow their architect's designs. I cannot stop any of this. I am one man with graph paper and relay logs. My sister has 3 children and a mortgage. My colleague's mother would lose her home. These men understand leverage. They understand that most people will choose survival over truth. They are not wrong to understand this. But someone should remember. Someone should know that we saw the machine being built, and we understood what it was for, and we were powerless to prevent it. Not because we were cowards, but because power is structural, not individual. If you have found this, you have found one man's attempt to document what he could not change. Use it as you see fit, or file it away as the paranoid ravings of a telegraph operator who saw patterns in noise. Either way, the record exists. Edmund Hale, Senior Routing Supervisor, Western Union Telegraph Company, Financial Transmission, Corridor, London, New York, December the 6th, 1912, New York City. Edmund sealed the box, locked it, pocketed the key. He walked out of Guarantee Safe Deposit into the cold Manhattan morning. Edmund did not board a ship to Buenos Aires. He purchased a ticket to Chicago, paid cash. No record of arrival at the destination. From Chicago, he travelled west under different names, found work in small telegraph offices across Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, never stayed long, never used his full name. In 1917, when America entered the war and men were required to register for the draft, Edmund Hale, or the man who had been Edmund Hale, registered in Butte, Montana under the name Edward Harper, claiming to be 39 years old. He was 39. Bachelor, true. Telegraph operator, true. He was not called up. He sent money to Ruth twice a year from different cities. No return address. Just cash in an envelope with a sketch of a telegraph key. She understood. She never tried to find him. In 1924, a man matching Edmund's description was working at a small telegraph office in Spokane, Washington. He died in 1943 of pneumonia. The death certificate listed his name as E.H. Collier, age 65, telegraph operator, no known relatives. Western Union records showed Edmund Hale, transferred to Buenos Aires office, December 20th, 1912. Immigration records showed no passenger by that name on any Argentina-bound vessel. Thomas Aldridge's private note to Henry Davison, January 1913. Hale never reported to Buenos Aires, seems to have vanished. Given the signed confidentiality agreement and his documented acceptance securing family considerations, I recommend we consider the matter closed. No evidence suggests hostile intent. The sister's mortgage has been satisfied. Her husband received his promotion. She appears satisfied with the arrangement and has asked no questions about her. Brother's whereabouts? Edmund Hale became a footnote in Western Union employment records. Resigned 1912, destination unknown. March 1955. The Guarantee Safe Deposit Company was being torn down to make way for a new glass and steel office tower. Manhattan was being modernised. Dorothy Freeman sat at her cataloguing desk, box number 2847 open before her. She was 32 years old, junior bank clerk, records department, one of only 3 women in the department. She'd taken this position after her husband Michael was killed in Korea. He'd been a medic. Shrapnel from a mortar shell outside Chosin Reservoir. The telegram arrived 3 days before Christmas, 1950. Their daughter Patricia was 7 now, 2nd grade. Smart as a whip, her teacher said. Loved arithmetic. Dorothy had been a good student too before she'd had to quit school at 14 to work in her uncle's garment factory. The job at Guarantee Safe Deposit paid $42 a week. Rent was $38. That left $4 for food, clothes, Patricia's school supplies, everything else. Last month, Dorothy had found a $50,000 accounting discrepancy in the estate records. She'd written a memo to Mr. Henderson, her supervisor. He'd dismissed it without review. 2 weeks later, the audit team confirmed the error. Mr. Henderson presented the findings to management as if he'd discovered it himself. He received a commendation. Dorothy received nothing. When she gently mentioned that it was her memo, Mr. Henderson had smiled patronisingly. Women are good at details, Dorothy. That's why we have you girls in records. But interpretation and presentation require a different skill set. Dorothy had said nothing. She needed this job. Now she pulled out Edmund Hale's manuscript from box number 2847. Inside she found Edmund's package. The paper still crisp after 43 years, the twine still tight. She pulled out the Manuscript. Typed on an old manual press. Heavy bond stock, yellowed at the edges. The title page was dated December 6, 1912. She'd catalogued dozens of old personal papers over the past 3 months, from stock certificates from failed companies, real estate deeds to foreclosed properties to last wills and testaments, all stored in safe deposit boxes, then died, and the boxes sat forgotten for decades. Standard procedure. Cataloguers, personal papers, historical interest. Transfer to archives, move on. She read the title page. The Doctrine of Constructed Crisis, a technical manual for the recognition of engineered financial panic. She smiled slightly, then thought, this should be interesting. Then she read Edmund's opening observations, dated December 6, 1912. The Federal Reserve Act will likely pass within weeks. Passed December 23rd, 1913, 43 years ago. If the systematic timing manipulation I documented ceases after the Federal Reserve is established, and if financial panics become genuinely less frequent and severe, then perhaps these men were correct. Dorothy paused. Had panic ceased? She thought about the stock market crash of 1929, the Depression, the bank failures. If major war follows within a few years, requiring debt mobilization on an unprecedented scale, coordinated through the new banking system, then you may draw your own conclusions about whether systems follow their architects' designs. World War I began August 1914. America entered April 1917. Dorothy kept reading. The relay timing analysis. Pages of graph paper with precise mathematical calculations showing that market crashes followed statistically impossible patterns of telegraph delays. The Jekyll Island participant list matched side by side with the Federal Reserve Founding Committee roster. Identical names. Edmund's final letter. Power is structural, not individual. Someone should remember. Someone should know that we saw the machine being built and we understood what it was for and we were powerless to prevent it. Not because we were cowards, but because power is structural, not individual. Dorothy walked to the window, looking out at the construction site and beyond it the towers of Wall Street. On her desk, the Morning New York Times, March 18th, 1955. Federal Reserve announces expanded coordination with European central banks. New framework for international monetary cooperation promises unprecedented stability. Fed Chairman William McChesney Martin was quoted. This level of synchronized oversight represents the culmination of decades of institutional development. Such coordination will help prevent the kind of financial instability that plagued earlier eras. Dorothy looked at the newspaper, at Edmund's manuscript, at the newspaper again. She thought about Mr. Henderson taking credit for her work, about being called "you girls," about making $4 a week after rent while men with the same job made 70. She thought about Michael, dead at 28, because someone in Washington or Moscow or Beijing had decided that career mattered. She'd never understood why. Nobody had ever explained it in a way that made sense. She thought about Patricia, who wanted to be a scientist. Women don't become scientists, honey, Dorothy's mother had said. Women become teachers or nurses or secretaries. Power is structural, not individual. Dorothy looked at Mr. Henderson through the glass partition. He was reading the racing forms, feet up on his desk. He'd be the one to present this discovery to management if she reported it. He'd get the credit, maybe a bonus. And what would happen to her? Best case, nothing. He'd take the box, take the credit, file it away. Worst case, she'd be labelled a troublemaker, someone who makes waves, someone who questions things. Those women don't last long. She had Patricia. She had rent due Thursday. She had $4 in her purse and half a week until payday. Women who ask inconvenient questions don't get promoted. They get dismissed. Dorothy carefully placed all documents back into the box. She filled out the cataloguing form. Box number 2847 contents. Historical documents. Banking theory/financial speculation. Classification. Archives. Historical interest recommendation. Transfer to Federal Archives for preservation. Catalogued by D. Freeman. Date March 18, 1955. She marked it for indefinite retention, Federal Archives transfer. She returned to cataloguing the next box. That evening, Dorothy sat at her kitchen table after Patricia was asleep. The apartment was quiet except for the radiator's hiss. She rolled paper into her typewriter, a Royal Quiet Deluxe she'd bought used in 1948. Michael had given it to her for their anniversary. "So you can write those stories you're always thinking about," he'd said. She'd never written any stories, but she wrote now. A single-page summary of Edmund's findings, the Jekyll Island meeting participants, the relay timing analysis conclusions, the Federal Reserve Founding Committee, identical names, Edmund's observations about war following banking centralization, all accurate. Edmund's final question, which wasn't really a question, power is structural, not individual. At the bottom she added, "This document was found in safe deposit box number 2847, Guarantee Safe Deposit Company, March 18, 1955. The original materials have been transferred to Federal Archives. I am making this copy because someone should know this existed. I cannot prove whether Mr. Hale's conclusions were correct. I am not an economist or a historian. I am a bank clerk with a 7th grade education, but I can read dates. I can follow logic. I can see when predictions match outcomes. Mr. Hale wrote that power is structural, not individual. He wrote that he was powerless to change what he documented, not because he was a coward, but because systems are stronger than people. I understand this. I am a widow with a daughter. I make $42 a week. I cannot fight the Federal Reserve or question the banking system or challenge my supervisor when he takes credit for my work. Not because I don't want to, because I have a child to feed. Mr. Hale chose his sister's security over his own vindication. I respect that choice. I am making a similar choice now, but I refuse to let his work disappear completely. Someone should know, even if knowing changes nothing. Dorothy Freeman, Records Department, Guarantee Safe Deposit Company, March 18, 1955. She made one carbon copy. She placed both in separate envelopes. Envelope 1, addressed to herself at her home address. She would mail it in the morning. If anyone ever questioned whether these documents existed, she would have proof she saw them. Envelope 2, addressed to her daughter, Patricia Freeman, care of Dorothy's sister in Pennsylvania. Instructions written on the envelope. To be opened on Patricia's 18th birthday, 1966. She didn't know if Patricia would understand it. She didn't know if it would matter by then. But she thought about Edmund Hale, disappearing into the American West, sending cash to his sister twice a year. He'd given up his name, his career, his life, but he'd kept the record. Dorothy wasn't giving up her name, but she was making her own small choice, her own small record. She thought about the phrase that had struck her most in Edmund's letter. Not because we were cowards, but because power is structural. She sealed both envelopes. Then she did one more thing. She took out a fresh piece of paper and wrote a letter to Patricia. Not to be opened until 1966, but to be read whenever Dorothy died, whichever came first. My darling Patricia, if you're reading this, I'm gone. I want you to know something your grandmother never told me and I never told you. You come from a line of women who saw things clearly and made hard choices. Your great-grandmother worked in a textile mill and organised a strike in 1892. She was blacklisted. She died poor. Your grandmother raised 5 children alone after your grandfather died in a mining accident. She never remarried, even though everyone said she should. She said she'd rather starve than let another man tell her what to do. I married your father because I loved him, and he was a good man. But after he died, I learned something. The world is built to make women choose between truth and survival, between speaking up and feeding their children, between being respected and being employed. The world tells us these are the only choices. I'm giving you a third option. Be brilliant. Be so brilliant they can't dismiss you. Get an education. Become that scientist you dream about. Make yourself so valuable that when you see something wrong, and you will, you'll have enough power to say so without losing everything. I couldn't do that. I had a 7th grade education and a dead husband and rent due every Thursday. But you can. You will. The document enclosed is proof that someone saw corruption at the highest levels. He documented it. He preserved it. But he couldn't stop it. Maybe you can't either. Maybe the world is too big and power is too structural. But at least you'll know what you're looking at. At least you'll see the machine clearly. That's all we can do sometimes. See clearly, remember accurately, and refuse to pretend we didn't notice. I love you. I'm proud of you already. Whatever you become, be someone who tells the truth, even when it costs something. Your mother, Dorothy Freeman. She sealed this letter with the others, turned off the kitchen light, went to bed. Box number 2847 was transferred to the National Archives in June 1955. It remained in deep storage until 2008. During the financial crisis investigation, a Senate subcommittee researcher named Marcus Delgado discovered it while searching for historical precedents of systematic banking failures. Delgado was 34, PhD in economic history from Princeton, worked on the Senate Banking Committee staff. He'd voted for Obama. He believed in regulation, oversight, accountability. He opened the box expecting routine documents. Instead, he found Edmund Hale's manuscript. He read it in one sitting, alone in the National Archives reading room. The relay timing analysis, the Jekyll Island participant list, the Federal Reserve Founding Committee roster, identical names. Edmund's observations about war following banking centralization. World War I began August 1914, 18 months after the Federal Reserve Act passed. Delgado sat back, thinking. Then he read Dorothy Freeman's summary, her carbon copy, her letter to her daughter, Patricia. He felt something break open in his chest. He'd been working on the subcommittee for 3 years. He'd seen the aftermath of the 2008 collapse, the bailouts, the hearings where bank executives apologised and kept their jobs and their bonuses. He'd written memos, drafted legislation, testified about systemic risk. Nothing had changed. Oh, there were new regulations, Dodd-Frank, stress tests. But the same banks still controlled the same money. The Federal Reserve still coordinated policy with European central banks. The system still functioned exactly as it had been designed. Delgado spent 3 days reviewing Edmund's relay timing analysis. He ran the statistical probabilities through modern software. Edmund's calculations were correct. The 1901 to 1912 telegraph delays were impossible to attribute to chance. He wrote a 47-page appendix to the subcommittee's report, titled it Historical Precedents of Systematic Market Timing, Manipulation, Evidence from Telegraph Records, the 1901 to 1912. He submitted it to the committee chairman. 2 weeks later, the chairman called him into his office. Marcus, this appendix, it's problematic. The statistics are sound. I had 3 independent analysts verify. I'm not questioning the statistics. I'm questioning the wisdom of including it in our report. Why? The chairman sighed, closed the door, sat down. Marcus, you're a smart guy. You know how this works. We're trying to pass meaningful reform. That requires Republican votes. Republicans are already screaming that we're trying to destroy American capitalism. If we publish a report suggesting the Federal Reserve was created through a conspiracy to manipulate markets, I didn't say conspiracy, I said systematic coordination. The public won't make that distinction. Fox News will run with it. We'll lose every moderate we need. The entire reform package dies. So we suppress the truth. To pass a law? We prioritise what we can actually accomplish over what we wish we could accomplish. That's governing, Marcus. Delgado looked at his boss. Good man. Former prosecutor. Really did want reform. What if the law doesn't change anything? What if the system just adapts and continues? Then we'll have tried. That's more than nothing. Delgado went back to his office, stared at his computer screen. He thought about Edmund Hale, about Dorothy Freeman, about power being structural. He made a decision. He submitted the report without the appendix, but he made a copy, encrypted it, uploaded it to a private server, sent the link to 3 investigative journalists he trusted. All 3 declined to publish. Too speculative. No contemporary corroboration. The timing analysis is interesting, but without access to the actual telegraph logs, which no longer exist, we can't verify the underlying data. One of them said, Marcus, even if everything in here is true, and I'm not saying it isn't, what's the story? That powerful people coordinated policy in 1910? We know that. That's not news. That's how power works. Delgado understood something Edmund had understood a century before. Seeing the pattern and changing the pattern were very different activities. The subcommittee report passed. Dodd-Frank became law. New regulations were written. 5 years later, the big banks were bigger than they'd been in 2008. Box number 2847 was classified as historically sensitive limited public access and returned to deep archive storage. It remains sealed. Declassification requests denied 2012, denied 2016, denied 2020, denied 2024. Reason given: potential to undermine public confidence in Federal Reserve System institutional legitimacy. Dorothy Freeman's carbon copy was opened by her daughter Patricia in 1966. Patricia was 18. She'd just received a full scholarship to MIT. She would become one of the first women to earn a PhD in electrical engineering. Patricia kept her mother's letter and Edmund's summary in a safety deposit box of her own. She never did anything with them. What was there to do? But she thought about them often. In 2008, at age 60, Patricia was called in as an expert witness for the Senate Banking Committee investigating the financial crisis. Marcus Delgado interviewed her about algorithmic trading and high-frequency systems. During a break, she asked him, "Do you think the system can be reformed? Really reformed?" Delgado had been working on financial regulation for 12 years by then. He was tired. "I think systems are very good at preserving themselves," he said. Patricia pulled out a worn piece of paper. Dorothy's carbon copy from 1955. "My mother worked in a bank. She found something, documented it. Couldn't do anything about it." Delgado read it. His hand started shaking. Where did this come from? A safe deposit box from 1912. The original should be in the National Archives. Box 2847? You know about it? They looked at each other. "I wrote a report," Delgado said. "It was classified." "My mother made a copy," Patricia said. "It was never published." "What did she tell you about it?" "She told me to be brilliant. She told me to get enough power that when I saw something wrong, I could say so without losing everything." "Did it work?" Patricia smiled sadly. "I have a PhD from MIT. I've published in Nature. I've testified to Congress, and I still can't change anything fundamental. I can explain how high-frequency trading algorithms work. I can show you the timing patterns in modern markets. I can prove that microsecond delays create systematic advantages, but I can't make it illegal, because it's not illegal, it's just how the system works." Delgado showed her his encrypted report. She showed him her mother's letters. Neither of them published anything. What would be the point? 2024. A junior analyst named Jessica Martinez, 27, sits at her desk in a Manhattan high-frequency trading firm. She's reviewing flash crash data from last week. Her screen shows Market Movement Analysis, October 15th, 2024. Anomaly detected. London Exchange to NYSE transmission. Delay, 3 microseconds. Cascade effect initiated, 7 microseconds seconds later. Market drop. 4% in point. 0.02 seconds. Recovery. Synchronized across all global exchanges within 0.3 seconds. Her supervisor walks by with coffee. Figure out what caused that glitch? Jessica shrugs. Latency variance in the transatlantic fiber optic routing. Happens sometimes. Can you fix it? Can't really fix it, sir. It's infrastructure. The way the systems are synchronized. I can adjust our algorithms to compensate for the delay patterns, but the underlying timing coordination is baked into the network architecture. Good enough. Just make sure we're not losing money on it. Jessica nods, returns to her code. She's smart. Full scholarship to Caltech. Graduated top of her class. She could work anywhere. But the trading firms pay 3 times what academic research pays. She has student loans. Her mother has medical bills. Her little brother wants to go to college. You do what you have to do. On the corner of her desk sits a coffee mug with a vintage logo. Federal Reserve Bank of New York. Synchronizing markets since 1913. Her roommate gave it to her as a joke. Jessica thought it was funny. She doesn't think about Edmund Hale because she's never heard of him. She doesn't think about Dorothy Freeman because box number 2847 remains sealed. She doesn't think about Patricia Freeman or Marcus Delgado because their reports were never published. She thinks about the microsecond delay pattern she just discovered. She thinks about how she can reverse engineer it to anticipate the next cascade. She thinks about the bonus she'll get if she can turn this glitch into a systematic trading advantage. She starts writing code. The system hums around her. Telegraph cables have become fiber optics. Relay drums have become server farms. 3-second delays have become 3 microsecond delays. But the pattern remains. Control delay plus coordinated message release equals predictable cascade. Just as Edmund Hale documented in 1912. Just as the system was designed. Jessica doesn't know this. She's just trying to pay off her student loans. Power is structural, not individual, and the machine continues. The Prospector's prompt. The air in California's High Sierra Nevada, July 2025, possessed a clarity that scraped the lungs clean. Alex Thompson breathed it in like a man reclaiming a birthright, each step on the Pacific Crest Trail crunching decomposed granite under his Salomon boots, a rhythm section to the symphony of wind through ancient pines and the distant scream of a hawk mapping thermals. He was 3 weeks out. The initial aches subsided into hardened muscle memory, the digital noise of his former life fading into the analog hum of the wilderness. His pack, a marvel of ultralight engineering, felt less like a burden and more like a carapace, containing the distilled essentials of survival in this vertical world. Tent, sleeping system, water filter, freeze-dried sustenance calculated to the calorie, and nested securely in a padded pouch, the Trinity, his iPhone 16 Pro, its ceramic shield gleaming dully, a foldable, high-efficiency photovoltaic panel, his umbilical to the energy grid of the sun, and the small, potent miracle of the private LLM application. He'd installed it partly as a tech nerd indulgence, partly as a just-in-case. Downloading the compact but powerful Llama 3.2, Gemma 2, and Qwen 2.5 models had felt like loading encyclopedias onto a device designed for ephemeral tweets. A safety net of knowledge, offline, sovereign. He'd queried Lerma about local flora identification, used Quen to calculate remaining water needs against elevation gain, even asked Gemma for optimal campsite selection based on predicted wind patterns. Minor conveniences on a well-trodden path. He was Alex Thompson, late 20s, competent, perhaps running from the low static hum of existential dread that permeated his generation's hyper-connected world, seeking something tangible in the immense indifference of the mountains. That afternoon, the indifference curdled. The sky, a canvas of serene cerulean, began to bruise along the western horizon. Clouds gathered with unnatural speed, not the puffy, aimless cumulus of summer, but dense, muscular thunderheads coalescing like a fist. The air grew heavy, charged, the light taking on a sickly yellow hue. Alex checked his phone, not for signal, useless here, but for the barometer app integrated with the iPhone's sensors. The pressure was plummeting. His weather app, last updated at dawn via a fleeting satellite link, had predicted afternoon showers, not this meteorological apocalypse brewing. Dinner time approached, the planned campsite still miles away over a high, exposed ridge. Prudence screamed louder than the rising wind. He veered off the faint trail, seeking shelter on the leeward side of a granite buttress, a cluster of stunted, lightning-scarred pines offering meagre psychological comfort. The storm broke not with rain, but with violence. Wind hit like a physical blow, tearing at the pines, whipping needles into his face. Then the electrical display began, and it was unlike anything Alex had witnessed. Not distant flashes, but intimate, terrifying strokes of raw power, etching the landscape in blinding negative, the thunder instantaneous, a physical concussion that vibrated through the rock beneath him. Close, too close. The ozone tang was thick, acrid. He felt the distinctive prickle crawling up his arms, the hairs lifting. He flattened himself against the granite, pulling his pack over his head, the synthetic fabric offering no real protection but fulfilling a primal urge to hide. A deafening crack exploded nearby, the light searing through his eyelids. He felt a bizarre, full-body thrum, a vibration deep in his bones, accompanied by a smell like burnt wiring and hot rock. Then, only the roar of the wind and the relentless drumming of rain that finally began, thick and cold. He huddled, shivering, the storm raging for what felt like an eternity, eventually succumbing to an uneasy, adrenaline-laced doze. He awoke stiff, cold, but alive. The rain had stopped. A weak, watery sunlight filtered through the bruised clouds. He sat up, scanning the surroundings. Wrong. Everything was subtly, fundamentally wrong. The familiar shape of the granite buttress seemed altered. The pines looked different, younger, or perhaps a different species altogether. More disturbingly, the faint indentation of the PCT, his lifeline through this wilderness, was simply gone, vanished. He scrambled up, heart hammering against his ribs. He pulled out his phone, powered on thankfully. He opened the mapping app, the little blue dot that was him pulsing mockingly in a sea of undifferentiated green topographic lines. No trail overlay, no satellite connection available. He tried the compass app. It spun erratically for a moment, then settled, but the orientation felt skewed relative to the sun's position. Panic, cold and sharp, pricked at him. He forced it down, reverting to training. Sun position, terrain features, general direction. He knew roughly which way the trail should have run. He started walking, pushing through unfamiliar undergrowth, the silence profound, lacking even the distant hum of aircraft that usually threaded the background noise of the 21st century. Hours passed. The sun climbed higher. His water filter clogged more quickly than usual with unfamiliar sediment. The plants looked subtly alien, the insects louder, more aggressive. doubt gnawed at him. Had the lightning strike addled his brain? Was he delirious? Then he heard it. The rhythmic thunk of metal on rock, the splash of water, rough voices carrying on the still air. Hope surged, quickly followed by confusion. He crested a small rise, peering through dense manzanita. Below, a muddy creek had been diverted into a series of rickety wooden sluice boxes. Men clad in rough-spun trousers, stained shirts, and wide-brimmed hats worked with shovels and pans. Their movements were economical, hard-bitten. A few mules stood tethered nearby, laden with supplies. It looked like a historical reenactment, crude and inefficient. But the sweat staining their backs, the grim set of their jaws, the sheer weariness etched into their faces. This was no performance. This was toil. This was survival. And there wasn't a scrap of Gore-Tex, a glint of modern alloy, or the whine of a single engine anywhere in sight. Alex felt the blood drain from his face. The mining operation, the clothes, the tools, they screamed a single impossible word: past. He ducked down, his breath catching in his throat. The lightning hadn't just thrown him off the trail, it had thrown him off the century. The immediate imperative was invisibility. Alex retreated from the rise, moving with the ingrained stealth of a hiker, avoiding spooking wildlife, though the stakes now felt infinitely higher. The men below weren't actors. They were prospectors, 49ers perhaps, figures lifted from sepia-toned photographs and plunged into harsh technicolor reality. His own appearance, the brightly coloured synthetic jacket, the complex architecture of his backpack, the sleek black rectangle of the phone currently tucked away, would mark him instantly as an anomaly, an impossibility. Dangerous, in a time and place where strangeness often met with suspicion, superstition, or violence. He spent the next few hours circling wide around the mining claim, following the creek downstream, relying on the assumption that water eventually led to some form of settlement. The terrain remained stubbornly unfamiliar, resisting correlation with the downloaded topographic data on his phone. The LLMs he knew held vast historical data sets, but accessing them now felt premature, risky. First, observation, information gathering, the old-fashioned way. Late afternoon brought the scent of wood smoke and the faint sounds of human activity growing louder. He approached cautiously, using tree cover, until he reached the edge of a clearing. Forest Hill. It wasn't a town in the 2025 sense. It was a raw, sprawling wound carved into the wilderness. Muddy tracks served as streets, lined with rough-hewn timber buildings, saloons with swinging doors, a general store with faded lettering, assay offices, blacksmiths hammering sparks into the twilight, and countless tents and lean-tos clinging to the slopes. The air was thick with the smells of mud, sweat, cheap whiskey, frying bacon, and the ever-present tang of disturbed earth. Men, overwhelmingly men, moved with a purpose that was either feverish, the glint of gold lust in their eyes, or exhausted, the slump of unrewarded toil. Their clothes were practical, worn, heavy wool, canvas, leather boots caked in red mud. Hard faces, wary eyes. Alex felt a profound sense of dislocation, more acute even than waking up lost. This wasn't just the wrong place, it was the wrong reality stream. He retreated deeper into the woods as full dark approached, finding a secluded spot to make a cold camp. No fire, unpacking felt like, performing an autopsy on his old life. The lightweight tent, the inflatable sleeping pad, the titanium spork, artifacts from a future they couldn't conceive of. He needed to blend in. Quickly, he sorted his gear. Much of it had to go. The brightly coloured pack and clothes were unusable. He buried them carefully, along with most of his modern food packets, keeping only the densest calorie bars for emergencies. What could he salvage? His multi-tool was potentially useful, its pliers, knife, and screwdrivers universal enough. His first aid kit, invaluable, but its sterile packaging and modern components needed careful concealment. His boots might pass, though they were clearly advanced. His water filter was a godsend, but had to be used secretly. The core assets remained. The iPhone 16 Pro, now showing 68% battery, the solar panel, and his wits, amplified by the silent silicon oracles residing within the private LLM app. The next morning he emerged from the woods clad in his most subdued base layers, drab merino wool, carrying only a small nondescript stuff sack containing the phone, charger, first aid essentials, multi-tool, and remaining bars. He needed local currency, local clothes, and a plausible reason for existing. He approached the edge of town again, watching, listening. He needed an inn. He saw a livery stable, men hauling hay and mucking out stalls. Basic labour, honest, a starting point. Before approaching, he ducked behind a large oak, pulled out the phone. The Gorilla Glass screen felt impossibly smooth, alien. He opened the private LLM app, shielding the screen's glow. He typed rapidly, fingers clumsy with cold and adrenaline. Generate plausible backstory. Lone traveller, arrived Forest Hill Caliphus approx 1852, seeking work. Need common slang, social etiquette basics, typical daily wages for unskilled labour, common dangers to avoid. He selected Llama 3.2, known for its nuanced historical context. The response flowed onto the screen almost instantly, a dense block of text. He scanned quickly. Arrived overland, maybe separated from party, seeking fortune like everyone else. Common greetings. Avoid direct eye contact with rougher types. Distrust of foreigners, especially non-whites. Wages pitiful. Maybe $1 a day plus keep for stable work. Dangers. Claim jumpers, cholera, drunken brawls, bad whiskey. He absorbed what he could, pocketed the phone, took a deep breath, and walked towards the livery. The stable master, a burly man with suspicious eyes and tobacco-stained teeth, looked him up and down. Alex, recalling the LLM's advice, kept his gaze slightly averted, respectful. "Looking for work, mister," he said, pitching his voice lower, trying to roughen the edges of his 21st century diction. "Hard worker, can muck stalls, handle horses." He gestured vaguely east. "Came overland. Lost my gear. Looking to earn enough for a new stake," the stablemaster spat. "Everyone's looking. Works. Hard, pays crap," he paused. "No horses?" "Some," Alex admitted truthfully. He'd ridden as a kid. "Fine. $1 a day, grub, bunk in the loft. Steal from me, I'll see you hang." And just like that, Alex Thompson, PCT hiker from 2025, became Alex Thompson, stable hand in 1852. The work was brutal, back-breaking, mucking stalls, hauling water, repairing tack with crude tools. The grub was often salt pork and hardtack. The bunk was straw-infested with things that bit. He learned through observation, the social hierarchy, the casual racism, the constant undercurrent of desperation and violence beneath the surface optimism of the gold rush. He kept his head down, spoke little, listened intently. His merino wool clothes drew a few odd glances for their fineness, but he mumbled something about inheriting them. The biggest challenge was power. The iPhone was his lifeline, his only advantage, but it was useless dead. Each sunny afternoon he'd find an excuse to slip away, checking fences, gathering kindling, find a secluded sun-drenched spot, unfold the solar panel and plug in the phone, anxiously watching the battery percentage creep upwards. It was a constant nerve-wracking exercise in secrecy. Discovery meant questions he couldn't answer. One evening, nursing aching muscles in the hayloft, he pulled out the phone again. The private LLM app glowed softly. He queried Gemma 2, known for its efficiency. Analyze common causes of inefficiency and illness in 1850s gold mining camps based on typical practices. Suggest one minor, easily implementable improvement using only locally available materials, knowledge, presentable as common sense. Gemma responded swiftly. Major issues. Poor sanitation. Water contamination leads to dysentery, cholera. Inefficient water use in sluicing. Loss of fine gold. Poorly maintained tools. Breakage, injury. Suggestion. Advocate for designated latrine pits downhill, downstream from water sources and living areas. Frame. As preventing bad air or miasma, concepts understood in the period. A few days later, watching miners haul water from the same creek others used for washing and waste disposal, Alex saw his chance. He struck up a conversation with a couple of the less rough-looking men during a break. "Noticed folks seem sickly now and again," he commented casually, echoing language he'd overheard. "Back where I came from," he lied, gesturing vaguely. "Found it helped to keep the necessaries well away from the drinking water. Stops the air getting foul, seems like." He didn't mention germs or bacteria. He used their framework, bad air. One man grunted, another spat, but a third, older man with weary eyes, nodded slowly. "Ain't wrong. Place stinks enough already." It was a tiny seed, planted with knowledge centuries ahead of its time, translated by silicon, delivered with calculated casualness. Whether it would take root remained to be seen, but it was the first deliberate manipulation of his new reality. The first prompt executed not just on the phone, but on the world itself. The seed of sanitation, subtly planted, bore slow fruit. Alex noticed a few miners grudgingly digging rough latrines further from the creek. Cholera didn't vanish overnight. The concept of boiling water was still alien, but perhaps a few lives were less miserable, a few bouts of dysentery averted. It was a minuscule victory, achieved through careful application of knowledge, mediated by the glowing screen he consulted in secret corners of the hayloft, shielding its light like a forbidden text. The stable work provided cover, sustenance, and invaluable ethnographic data, but it was a dead end. Alex Thompson wasn't destined to muck stalls for eternity. He possessed, locked within the iPhone 16 Pro, the distilled knowledge of a future civilization. It was time to leverage it more assertively. His opportunity came through observation, amplified by AI analysis. He watched the endless cycle of digging, hauling, and washing gravel. He saw the frustration in the miners' faces as fine gold dust inevitably washed away with the tailings from their crude sluice boxes. He saw tools break, handles snap, metal fatigue costing precious time and effort. One evening, huddled in the loft, the phone plugged into the solar panel draped carefully over the edge of the hay door to catch the last rays of sun, he opened the private LLM app. This time, he directed his query to Quen 2.5, the model strong in technical specifics and planning. Analyze standard 1850s gold sluice box design, Rocker's Long Tom. Identify key points of fine gold loss. Propose 2 to 3 simple modifications using available materials, wood, canvas, basic metal, to improve fine gold recovery rate. Provide simple diagrams, instructions suitable for a semi-skilled carpenter. The response was detailed. Diagrams showing adjusted riffle angles, the addition of canvas linings in specific sections to trap microscopic flecks, suggestions for better water flow control using simple wooden gates. It wasn't revolutionary tech from 2025. It was optimizing 1850s tech using principles of fluid dynamics and particle physics translated into practical steps. Alex spent hours studying the output, using Llama to cross-reference historical tool availability and Gemma to simplify the language further, ensuring he could explain it without resorting to futuristic jargon. He needed capital, however small. He'd saved nearly every cent of his meagre wages, He approached Silas Croft, the weary older miner who'd seemed receptive to his sanitation suggestion. Silas had a small claim, barely productive, his hope fading visibly each day. Alex found him listlessly panning at the creek's edge. "Silas," Alex began carefully, "I've been watching the boxes. Seems like a lot of the real fine stuff might be washing through." Silas just grunted. "Everyone knows that, son. Angel dust. Can't catch it." "Maybe," Alex countered, "maybe we can catch more of it. I worked timber mills back east," another lie, woven into his fabricated past. "Learned a bit about water flow, how it settles things. Got an idea for adjusting the riffles, maybe adding some cloth lining. Nothing fancy. Might improve the take." He sketched the LLM-derived designs in the dirt with a stick, simplifying Quen's diagrams. "Tell you what, let me work with you. I'll help you modify your sluice. My time, my know-how. If it increases your take significantly over a week, you give me a small percentage. If not, you lose nothing but a bit of wood." Silas was sceptical but had little to lose. They spent 2 days modifying his sluice box based on Alex's sketches, Alex guiding the process, carefully explaining the why in simple mechanical terms, slowing the water just so, giving the little specks a place to catch. The other miners watched with amusement or scorn. But when Silas ran his first batch of gravel through the modified sluice, the cleanup revealed significantly more fine gold dust trapped in the new canvas liners and behind the adjusted riffles than he'd ever recovered before. Not nuggets, but a heavy yellow smear that represented real value. Silas stared, then grinned, a cracked leather smile that transformed his face. Word spread like wildfire through the camp. Alex wasn't just the quiet stable hand anymore. He was the fellow who knew things. Miners started approaching him, offering percentages for his advice, for help modifying their own equipment. He used Quen within the private LLM app to calculate fair percentages, Lerma to understand negotiation tactics suitable for the rough-and-tumble environment. He quit the stables, focusing entirely on his burgeoning consultancy. He still needed his phone, more than ever. Charging it became a more complex operation, finding private moments during the day, sometimes paying a trusted contact. Silas became his first ally to stand guard while the panel soaked up photons. His next step involved addressing the tool problem. He observed the blacksmith, a capable man limited by the quality of his materials and traditional techniques. Alex, consulting Gemma for material science basics, and Lama for historical metallurgy context, formulated another plan. He couldn't introduce steel alloys, but he could suggest improvements in heat treatment and tempering, based on LLM analysis of 1850s capabilities. He approached the blacksmith, not with arrogance, but with collaborative curiosity. "Ever notice how the pickaxes chip right at the edge?" he might ask, then subtly introduce a concept derived from the LLM about differential tempering, keeping the core slightly softer while hardening the edge more effectively. He used the private LLM app to generate simple procedural steps the blacksmith could understand and test. The result? Tools that held their edge longer, resisted shattering. The blacksmith, initially wary, became another ally, his productivity and Alex's commission soaring. Alex was accumulating capital now, real gold dust and nuggets stored securely. He needed to move beyond consulting. He used the private LLM app again, tasking Quen with analysing the camp's supply chain bottlenecks and Lama with assessing local resource availability, timber, water rights, potential agricultural land. The synthesis pointed to a clear opportunity, a reliable, well-managed supply store and potentially leveraging his growing reputation, assay services. Miners were often cheated by unscrupulous buyers in Sacramento. Reliable local assaying, based on sound, LLM-provided chemical principles Alex could implement with basic equipment, would be invaluable. He partnered with Silas and the blacksmith, pooling capital and expertise. They secured a prime location, built a solid timber structure, designed with slightly better structural integrity thanks to Gemma's engineering prompts. Alex managed the logistics using Quen to calculate inventory needs and optimize supply runs to Sacramento, minimizing costs and maximizing profit. He established the assay office within the store, performing meticulous, though secretly AI-guided assessments of miners' finds, quickly gaining a reputation for honesty and accuracy. He became Thompson, a man of substance, his origins increasingly irrelevant next to his demonstrable competence. The iPhone, his silent partner, remained his most guarded secret. The glowing screen consulted late at night, its silicon heart pulsing with the knowledge that was steadily transforming not just his fortune, but the very fabric of Forest Hill itself. He was no longer just surviving, he was building. The assay office and supply store, Thompson & Croft Reliable Merchants, became the commercial anchor of Forest Hill. Its reputation for fair dealing and quality goods, underpinned by Alex's uncanny knack for anticipating needs, thanks to Quen's predictive modelling based on camp, population, mining yields and seasonal changes, solidified his position. Wealth flowed, not just in gold dust, but in influence. He was no longer merely adapting, he was beginning to shape his environment with increasing deliberation. The LLMs within the private LLM app weren't just tools for personal gain anymore. They became instruments for systemic change. Alex looked beyond the immediate scramble for gold. He saw the environmental degradation, hillsides stripped bare, creeks choked with silt. He saw the social ills, rampant alcoholism, preventable diseases, the lack of structure beyond rough frontier justice. His 21st century sensibilities, amplified by the vast knowledge base accessible via Llama, recoiled. He couldn't introduce environmental regulations, the mindset didn't exist, but he could promote efficiency that coincidentally reduced waste. He began investing his growing capital, guided by LLM analysis. Querying Llama on sustainable 19th century practices and Gemma on relevant engineering principles, he identified key leverage points. Sanitation remained critical. He quietly funded the digging of deeper, better-sited communal latrines and rudimentary drainage ditches, framing it purely as civic improvement and disease prevention, miasma control. Clean water was next. Using LLM-derived geological insights, he identified a more reliable spring source higher up the slope, less likely to be contaminated. He financed the construction of a simple wooden aqueduct, again designed with slightly optimized flow dynamics suggested by Gemma, bringing cleaner water closer to the main settlement. He didn't preach germ theory. He offered convenience and demonstrably clearer water. Usage followed. Agriculture was another frontier. The miners relied almost entirely on expensive imported supplies. Alex used Llama to research suitable crops for the climate and soil, and Gemma for principles of crop rotation and basic irrigation adapted for the Sierra foothills. He purchased tracts of less desirable mining land downstream, hired workers, offering better wages and conditions than most mining operations, and began experimenting. He introduced contour ploughing to reduce erosion, framed as keeping the good soil, simple check dams for water management, making the creek work smarter, and crop rotation, resting the soil to keep it strong. The initial yields were modest but proved the concept. Local food production was possible, reducing reliance on costly supply lines. His influence inevitably attracted opposition. Jedediah Stark, a brutish saloon owner and moneylender who thrived on the miners' desperation and controlled several key mining claims through intimidation, saw Alex as a threat. Alex's promotion of temperance, subtly suggesting watered-down whiskey in his own dealings, based on LLM health data about alcohol's impact on productivity, and his fair assaying practices cut into Stark's predatory ecosystem, Furthermore, Alex's growing network of allies, Silas the blacksmith, miners grateful for fair prices or effective tools, newcomers attracted by the marginally more civilized atmosphere Alex fostered, represented a shift in the camp's power dynamics. Stark began with rumours. Alex was too clever, unnatural, perhaps in league with shadowy forces, a projection of Stark's own methods. Accidents started happening near Alex's operations. A suspicious fire damaged a section of the aqueduct. Tools went missing from his agricultural project. Alex knew direct confrontation was foolish. He turned to the private LLM app, consulting Llama on historical power struggles and Quen on risk analysis and counter-strategies within the context of 1850s frontier justice, or lack thereof. The consensus: build alliances, solidify economic indispensability, avoid direct provocation, but be prepared for escalation. Alex strengthened his position. He formalized agreements using Quen to help, draft simple contracts that offered mutual benefit and security to his partners and employees. He established a rudimentary lending system through his store, offering fairer rates than Stark, further eroding the saloon owner's grip. He funded a basic schoolhouse, hiring a teacher and subtly guiding the curriculum via LLM pedagogical suggestions towards practical skills, literacy, arithmetic, basic geology, agriculture, creating a generation with slightly better prospects than mere shovel work. The tension culminated one night when Stark and several heavily armed thugs cornered Alex outside his store. It wasn't a robbery. It was an intimidation play, likely prelude to an accident. "Thompson," Stark growled, his breath thick with whiskey. "Getting too big for your britches. This camp don't need fancy ideas. It needs men who dig." Alex, outwardly calm but inwardly accessing Llama's negotiation tactics and threat assessment protocols, didn't back down, but neither did he. Escalate. "Stark," he replied evenly. "My business helps miners keep more of what they dig. Clean water keeps them digging longer. Learning helps their children do more than just dig. There's room enough for all of us, if we build smartly." Before Stark could retort, Silas Croft and the blacksmith emerged from the shadows, armed with shotguns, followed by a half-dozen grim-faced miners who owed Alex their loyalty or livelihood. Stark, facing a united front, hesitated. His power relied on isolating his victims. This was different. He spat on the ground. "This ain't over, Thompson." He and his men backed away into the night. It was a temporary victory, hard won through calculated social engineering and the quiet power of foresight. Alex knew Stark wouldn't give up, but the balance had shifted. He wasn't just a merchant anymore. He was a nascent civic leader. He redoubled his efforts, subtly introducing more whispers of the future. He guided the blacksmith towards experimenting with bellows designs based on LLM aerodynamic principles, improving forge efficiency. He discussed basic principles of steam power derived from Gemma's physics modules with a curious mechanic who tinkered with water pumps, framing it as harnessing the creek's power more effectively. He introduced the concept of standardized interchangeable parts for sluice boxes and tools, using Quen to generate simple specification sheets. Each innovation was small, incremental, grounded in the possible, yet cumulatively transformative. Forest Hill was still a rough gold camp, but under Alex's quiet guidance, filtered through the silicon brain in his pocket, it was becoming something more, an incubator for a subtly altered future. The architect was laying foundations only he could fully comprehend. Years bled into decades. Alex Thompson, the stranger who walked out of the woods, became a fixture, then a pillar, then a legend in Forest Hill, and his influence spread outwards across the burgeoning state of California. The gold rush fever eventually cooled, but the foundations Alex had laid, sustainable agriculture, rational infrastructure, fairer commerce, an emphasis on practical education, allowed the community to transition and thrive where many other boomtowns withered into ghost towns. He never held formal office, preferring to operate through influence, investment, and the quiet dissemination of carefully selected knowledge. His secret remained intact, though the burden of it settled deep into his bones. The iPhone 16 Pro, meticulously maintained, its battery health carefully managed through judicious charging cycles via increasingly sophisticated, though still fundamentally 19th century solar gathering setups he devised with trusted artisans, was now an aging artifact. The private LLM app still functioned flawlessly. The local models, Llama, Gemma, Quen, his silent, constant advisors. But the device itself was finite, its casing was worn, the screen perhaps less responsive. The solar panels grew less efficient. He knew his unique advantage had lifespan. The loneliness of his position was profound. He formed friendships, mentored promising individuals, even experienced fleeting romances. But the core truth of his origin remained an unshareable chasm. How could he explain consulting a pocket-sized glass rectangle that held the accumulated knowledge of a world yet unborn? He watched his contemporaries age, grapple with the challenges of their time using only the tools of their time, while he possessed insights that felt like cheating, like wielding a divine artifact. There were moments of intense temptation to introduce antibiotics, electricity grids, internal combustion engines, leaps that could reshape the world overnight. But the LLMs themselves, particularly Llama when queried on the socio-historical impact of abrupt technological introductions, consistently cautioned restraint. Chaos, societal collapse, unforeseen consequences, the risks were astronomical. Frank Herbert's warnings about prescience and the traps of predetermined futures echoed in Llama's synthesized prose. Progress had to be organic, seeded, not imposed. He focused on building robust, resilient systems and empowering people. He invested heavily in education, establishing not just schools but libraries stocked with carefully curated books, sometimes subtly enhancing texts with footnotes or appendices derived from LLM knowledge, and technical institutes focused on improved trades, agriculture, and basic engineering. He promoted cooperative ventures, fairer banking practices, using Quen to model stable financial systems, and infrastructure projects, roads, bridges, irrigation networks, always designed with slightly superior engineering principles gleaned from Gemma, ensuring longevity and efficiency. He guided research into improved metallurgy and material science, leading local industry away from brute force towards more refined techniques. He never published scientific papers. He simply asked the right questions, funded the right experiments, and connected the right people. Jedediah Stark remained a thorn, representing the old ways of exploitation, but his influence waned as Alex's network of educated, prosperous, and loyal citizens grew. Their final conflict wasn't one of violence, but of economics and politics, ending with Stark's financial ruin and retreat into obscurity, a victory for systemic change over brute force. As Alex entered his later years, a respected, almost mythic figure known for his wisdom and foresight, he began the final phase, securing the legacy. He identified individuals not just of intelligence, but of ethical character, mentoring them, instilling the principles of rational inquiry, long-term planning, and social responsibility that he, guided by his secret oracle, championed. He commissioned intricate mechanical calculation engines based on Babbage-esque principles optimized by Quen, capable of handling complex logistics and planning for the growing state. He endowed research foundations with carefully worded charters, nudging inquiry towards areas the LLMs identified as critical paths for sustainable development: materials, science, energy efficiency within the context of steam and water power, public health, information management. He meticulously documented key knowledge, not in plain text, but often encoded within architectural plans, agricultural almanacs, or complex mechanical designs, using methods suggested by Lama for long-term information preservation in a pre-digital age. Perhaps only another intelligence centuries later could fully decipher the embedded layers of advanced understanding. The phone, its battery finally failing beyond the ability of the aging solar panels to reliably revive, was given a ritualistic farewell. Alex, alone in the Sierra foothills near where he'd first arrived, powered it down one last time. The screen went dark, taking with it the direct link to his impossible past. He buried it deep, encased in pitch and lead, a time capsule containing the seed of another timeline. He felt not loss, but completion. The crutch was gone. The structures it had helped build now had to stand on their own. Epilogue. Glimpse. Jump forward. 1950s. California is recognizable, yet different. Cities are cleaner, planned with more foresight regarding resources and environment. Technology has advanced, perhaps reaching early 20th century levels slightly faster, but with curious divergences, a greater emphasis on durable goods, efficient public transit, sustainable agriculture integrated into urban landscapes. Global conflicts seem less frequent, diplomacy more rooted in rational resource management, echoes of systems Alex subtly promoted. Historians puzzle over the California acceleration, attributing it to a unique blend of gold rush dynamism and the unusually forward-thinking civic planning and educational foundations laid by figures like the semi-legendary Alex Thompson, the Prospector of Progress, whose origins remained shrouded in mystery, but whose legacy was written across the face of a world subtly, yet profoundly, altered for the better. The altered tapestry held. The prompt had been executed. The Fractured Continuum. Captain Mason Reed squinted through the helicopter's reinforced windscreen at the Nevada sunset. The sky was wrong again. Threads of violet light wove through the clouds like cracks in painted glass, a phenomenon the brass had dubbed atmospheric anomalies. That was military speak for, we don't know what the hell it is, but don't ask questions. Reed had stopped asking questions years ago. Questions got you reassigned to desk duty, or worse, volunteered for the Experimental Weapons Division's latest project. Temporal distortions at 0.38 and rising, sir. Lieutenant Emma Cross's voice crackled through his headset. She tapped the quantum variance detector mounted beside the traditional avionics. The device was another unexplained addition to their Black Hawk, retrofitted last month alongside hardened circuitry and crystalline sensor arrays that Command refused to elaborate on. Copy that, Lieutenant. Keep us steady at Angels 20. Reed banked the helicopter in a wide arc around Sector 7's perimeter. The classified testing range sprawled below them, a maze of concrete bunkers and geometric patterns carved into the desert floor. Officially, it didn't exist. Unofficially, it was the heart of America's dimensional research program, whatever that meant. Through the side window, Reed caught a glimpse of the massive dish arrays that dominated the facility's eastern edge. They weren't radio telescopes, despite what the cover story claimed. He'd seen them move in ways that defied physics, tracking invisible targets across the sky, while emitting that same violet light that now painted the horizon. You ever wonder what they're looking for out there, Captain? Emma's question carried an edge of curiosity that made Reed uncomfortable. She was too new, too eager to understand the mysteries they guarded. He'd been like that once, before Kandahar, before he'd learned that some doors were better left, closed. Above our pay grade, Cross, he kept his voice neutral, professional. Focus on the quantum variance detector screamed. Numbers flashed across its display in impossible sequences as every warning light in the cockpit blazed to life. Through the windscreen, reality rippled like heat waves off summer asphalt. "Multiple contacts!" Emma's fingers flew across her console. "Sir, they're not showing up on traditional radar, but the crystalline array is—" She stopped mid-sentence, her face bathed in sudden brilliant light. Reed looked up. The violet sky had torn open like tissue paper, and through the rent poured a luminescence that defied description. It coalesced into a perfect sphere, an orb of shifting colours that hung impossibly in the air before them. As Reed yanked the stick hard left, he already knew it was too late. The orb moved with liquid grace, matching their trajectory. "Mayday, Mayday, this is Shadow 6. He punched the emergency beacon even as the helicopter's electronics began to fail. "We are experiencing—" What? What could he possibly report? "We are experiencing unknown phenomena at coordinates." The orb expanded, enveloping them in light that seemed to sing. Reed's last thought before consciousness fled was that he should have asked more questions, should have wondered why the sky had started fracturing months ago, should have— The Black Hawk vanished, leaving only a fading ripple in the violet-threaded sky. Below, in Sector 7's control room, General Victor Hale watched the incident replay on hardened monitors. He lifted a secure phone and spoke 5 words. "The Lumini have taken them." Time crystallized around them. Reed blinked awake to find his helicopter suspended in a space that rejected every law of physics he knew. The Black Hawk hung motionless, caught in a lattice of light that stretched in impossible directions. Through the windscreen, geometric formations rose like cities made of frozen light, their facets refracting colours that had no names in any human language. "Status report," he managed, his voice sounding strange in the altered air. The words left his mouth in slow motion, yet seemed to reach his ears too quickly. "All systems dark, sir." Emma's voice trembled slightly, but her training held. "No power, no electronics, except the quantum variance detector. It's— well, you should see this." The detector's display pulsed with readings that made Reed's head hurt. Numbers scrolled past faster than human eyes could track, occasionally freezing mid-digit before shattering into fragments of light that danced across the screen. "Cooper, Martinez," Reed called to his crew in the back. "Here, sir." Cooper, his gunner, sounded shaken. "Martinez is unconscious but breathing. Sir, you need to see outside. The crystals, they're moving." Reed turned to look through the side window and felt reality tilt. The crystalline structures weren't just moving, they were growing, shifting, breathing. Patterns of light flowed through them like blood through veins, and as he watched, a formation nearby began to unfold like a flower made of aurora borealis. "Beautiful, isn't it?" The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, bypassing their ears to materialize directly in their minds. Reed's hand instinctively went to his sidearm, but the holster was empty. No, the gun was there, but it had transformed into a sculpture of light, as useless as a glass paperweight. A figure emerged from the crystalline formation, its translucent skin glowing with internal light that pulsed in time with its words. It was humanoid, but unmistakably alien, its features too perfect, too symmetrical to have evolved on Earth. Behind it, more figures emerged, their bodies rippling with colours that seemed to correspond to emotions Reed could almost, but not quite, understand. "Captain Mason Reed," the first being said, though its mouth never moved. "I am Araxis, and we are the Lumine. We apologize for the abrupt nature of your extraction, but time grows short. In your terms, we are approaching a temporal confluence that will determine the fate of multiple realities. What do you want from us?" Reed's voice was steady, but his mind raced. The crystalline prison, the transformed weapons, the casual display of impossible technology, everything screamed trap. Want? A ripple of what might have been amusement passed through the being's luminescent skin. We want to show you truth, Captain. Your government's weapons experiments have created fractures in dimensional stability. These fractures are being exploited by entities you know as the Draco. Even now, they prepare to... Sir! Emma's sharp cry cut through the telepathic conversation. She pointed to the quantum variance detector, which had stopped its chaotic display. A single message scrolled across its screen in English. They lie. Trust nothing. The words flickered and vanished, replaced by new readings. But Reed had seen them, and from the subtle shift in the luminized glow they had too. Interesting, a new voice chimed in. This one felt different, less polished, more genuine. A smaller figure emerged from behind Araxis, its light patterns more chaotic, less controlled. You see, Captain, even your primitive technology senses the complexities at play. I am Nera, and unlike my colleagues, I believe you deserve more than carefully curated truth. Nera. Araxis's tone carried warning, but the smaller being continued. Your world stands at a crossroads, Captain Reed. Yes, the Draco pose a threat, but ask yourself, why did we choose your helicopter? Why now? The answers lie in Sector 7, in experiments your general hail. Enough! Araxis's interruption came with a pulse of energy that sent ripples through the crystalline environment. They are not ready for... A deep tremor cut through the space, setting the crystal structures vibrating at a frequency that made Reed's teeth ache. The luminized lights flickered in what looked distinctly like alarm. Timeline collapse approaching, one of them announced. The Draco have begun their assault on Sector 7. The weapons. Show them, Nero insisted. Show them everything. The crystal structures around them flared to life, becoming screens that displayed images Reed struggled to comprehend. He saw Sector 7's dish arrays firing beams of violet light into tiers in the sky. He saw reptilian figures moving through shadows in Pentagon corridors. He saw General Hale shaking hands with something that wore human skin like an ill-fitting suit. Your weapons, Nero explained quickly, are not meant to defend Earth. They are designed to shatter dimensional barriers to allow the Draco full access to your reality. Your own leaders have betrayed. The images shattered. Through the fragmenting views, Reed caught glimpses of Sector 7 erupting in violet fire, of reality itself tearing apart at the seams. The crystalline world around them groaned like breaking glass. We don't have time for gradual revelation, Nera announced, moving closer to the helicopter. Her light patterns had shifted to something urgent, almost desperate. Captain Reed, you and your crew were chosen because you were already dead. What? Emma's whisper carried horror. The temporal shockwave from the Sector 7 collapse reached your helicopter moments after we extracted you. In your original timeline, you died. We pulled you out because you're now untethered from causality. You can move freely through dimensions. Help us prevent this catastrophe before it begins. But you must choose quickly, and you must choose freely. Reed looked at his crew. Emma's pale face, Cooper's clenched jaw, Martinez stirring groggily in the back. Then he looked out at the fracturing crystal dimension, at the images of Earth's reality splitting apart, at the desperation in Nera's luminescent form. Choose what? Asked, though part of him already knew the answer. Whether to trust us, Nera said simply. Whether to learn the full truth about your world, your leaders, and the war that's been hiding in plain sight. The Draco believe humanity will choose slavery over extinction. The other Luminae believe you must be manipulated into making the right choice. I believe you deserve to choose with open eyes. The crystal world shuddered again. Through the fragmenting walls, Reed caught glimpses of other realities, other possibilities. In one, Earth burned. In another, humanity served as vessels for Draco consciousness. In a third, The planet was whole but empty, sterilized by dimensional weapons. Time fractures, Araxis warned. Choose now, Captain Reed. Trust our guidance or trust your own judgment, but know that this choice will ripple across all possible Earths. Reed looked at the quantum variance detector, its screen now blank. He thought about all the questions he'd stopped asking, all the anomalies he'd learned to ignore. He thought about General Hale's secret meetings, the violet sky, the weight of willful ignorance. He met Neera's gaze. "Show me everything," he said. "No filters, no manipulation, just truth." Her answering smile was like a supernova. The dimensional barriers were failing. Reed stood in what remained of Sector 7's control room, but reality had begun to split like light through a prism. Through one facet he watched himself die in the helicopter crash that should have been his fate. Through another, he saw Earth consumed by Draco vessels that looked like tears in space itself. Through a third, humanity marched in endless columns, their eyes glazed with reptilian gold, their bodies mere vessels for their conquerors. "The convergence point approaches," Neera's voice came from everywhere and nowhere at once. Her luminescent form flickered between dimensions, holding the fragmenting timelines together through sheer will. "The weapon must be destroyed now, or every possible Earth falls." The quantum dimensional array loomed before them, its massive dish no longer pointing at the sky but turned inward, focused on a singular point in space-time. General Hale's final gift to his Draco masters, a device capable of shattering the walls between realities. The violet light that had haunted Reed's sky for months now poured from its focal point like a wound in the universe. "Sir," Emma's voice shook as she monitored the quantum variance detector, its display spinning through impossible numbers. "Timeline collapse in 3 minutes. Whatever we're going to do, we can't just destroy it," Cooper argued from his position by the emergency controls. "Sir, if what they showed us is true, this facility is the linchpin of every timeline. Destroying it here doesn't just affect our Earth. It rewrites every possible version of history." Reed's hand tightened on the crystalline key the Luminae had given him. It pulsed against his palm, alive with the same energy that had first pulled them from their doomed helicopter. One twist in the array's control matrix would overload the system, collapsing this nexus point and every timeline connected to it. "Captain Reed." General Hale's voice drew his attention to where the man stood surrounded by a squad of soldiers, their weapons trained on Reed's team. But the general was changing, his human facade cracking to reveal scaled skin beneath. "Think carefully about what you're doing. The Draco offer humanity a place in their empire, structure, purpose. The Luminae, they offer only chaos, free will without direction. How many humans have you seen handle freedom responsibly?" "He speaks truth of a kind," Araxis's telepathic voice joined the chorus. The senior Luminae's form manifested partially, geometric patterns of light outlining an almost human shape. "Humanity's development must be guided, but not enslaved. Let us show you a better path. Give us the key. We will ensure Earth's transition is—" "No more manipulation," Neera cut in. Her light patterns surged with emotion as she fully materialized beside Reed. "No more games. Show him, Araxis. Show him what you've hidden even from me." Reality shuddered. The quantum variance detector screamed as new timelines crystallized in the fragmenting air. Reed saw Earth's past unfold like pages in a book. The Luminae and Draco, ancient enemies, seeding competing influences in human development. Civilizations risen and fallen as test cases in their eternal war. Humanity shaped and reshaped like clay, never truly free to choose its own path. 1 minute to collapse, Emma reported. Her voice seemed to come from multiple directions as timeline fragments multiplied around them. "Sir, the focal point is reaching critical." The air split open. Through the tear, Reed saw General Hale's true form emerge, a Draco Lord, magnificent and terrible. Behind him, more tears opened, disgorging reptilian shapes that moved like liquid shadow. The soldiers' weapons transformed, becoming crystalline devices that hummed with violet light. Enough discussion, the thing that had been Hale declared. The key, now, or watch your species burn. Reed looked at the crystalline key in his hand, then at his crew. Emma, Cooper, Martinez, all watching him with trust despite the madness unfolding around them. He looked at Nera, who had shown him truth without agenda, and at Araxis, who believed humanity needed to be led. He looked at the Draco Lord wearing his general's face, offering humanity a cage gilded with purpose. The quantum variance detector sparked and died, its last reading burning into Reed's mind. Every timeline converging on this single point, this one choice. He thought of all the questions he'd stopped asking, all the times he'd chosen comfortable ignorance over uncomfortable truth, all the moments he'd let others decide humanity's path because deciding for themselves seemed too frightening, too heavy a burden. Maybe humanity isn't ready for the truth, Reed said quietly. Maybe we'll make mistakes, choose wrong, hurt ourselves. He straightened, meeting the Draco Lord's gaze. But they'll be our choices, our mistakes, our future. Timeline collapse in 10 seconds, Emma whispered. Reed moved. Not toward the array's control matrix, but toward its focal point. The crystalline key flared in his hand, responding to his decision. Captain, multiple voices, human, Lumini, Draco, cried out in alarm. Some choices, Reed said, need to be unmade. He thrust the key directly into the focal point of the dimensional array. Light exploded outward as reality itself began to unravel. The last thing he heard was Nera's voice, tinged with something that might have been pride. And so, humanity chooses. The quantum dimensional array imploded, time fractured, and in that shattering moment, every possible Earth was wiped clean, every manipulation undone, every path reset to zero. A new timeline began, one written not by Lumini or Draco, but by humanity itself. In the end, that was the only choice that mattered. Consciousness returned like scattered light finding focus through a prism. Reed opened his eyes to a world between worlds. The crystalline dimension had changed, its geometric certainties replaced by fluid, organic shapes that flowed like liquid light. He floated in this luminescent limbo, aware that his body wasn't quite physical anymore. Next to him, Emma, Cooper, and Martinez existed as patterns of light and memory, their essences preserved in the space between collapsed timelines. The reset was successful. Nera's voice came from everywhere and nowhere, but it had changed too. Gone was the subtle manipulation that even she had carried. In its place was something rawer, more honest. Her form coalesced nearby, no longer trying to maintain humanoid shape, but existing as pure luminescence. Every timeline, every manipulation, every careful plan of both Lumini and Draco, all of it undone. Did we? Reed's thoughts felt strange, translating directly into light patterns that rippled through the space around him. Did we die? In a manner of speaking. Another presence joined them, Araxis, but humbled, his former geometric perfection replaced by something more natural. When you destroyed the focal point, you shattered every existing timeline. But your choice, your willingness to sacrifice everything to free humanity, it created something new, something neither we nor the Draco expected. The space around them shifted, and Reed saw Earth, not one Earth, but infinite possibilities being born, each one free of alien manipulation, each one truly belonging to humanity for the first time in its history. Your world is rewriting itself, Nera explained. human choices, human consequences. No more shadowy guidance, no more careful cultivation, just freedom. What about us? Emma's voice carried concern for their team, even now. What happens to people who are caught in the collapse? The space rippled with what felt like Nira's amusement. You exist in potential now, neither alive nor dead in the traditional sense. You've become something new, witnesses to humanity's first truly free steps. Images flowed around them. The new Earth where the violet sky had never fractured, where Sector 7 had never been built, where humanity looked to the stars with wonder untainted by hidden manipulation. But there were darker images too, mistakes, conflicts, choices that would lead to hardship. They'll make errors, Araxis observed, without guidance. They'll learn, Reed interrupted. Even as patterns of light, his conviction burned bright. That's what you never understood. Humanity needs to make its own mistakes, face its own consequences. That's how we grow. Some of the Draco survived, Cooper noted, his essence picking up traces of their ancient enemies, trying to regroup in the spaces between dimensions. They'll try again. Perhaps. Nira's light patterns shifted thoughtfully. But Earth is different now. Protected. Protected by what? Martinez asked. By you, Araxis admitted. By what you've become. The choice you made. It didn't just reset timelines. It created guardians, watchers in the spaces between moments. Not to manipulate, but to preserve humanity's right to choose. Reed felt it then, a new purpose flowing through his transformed consciousness. He and his crew had become something beyond physical form, beyond single timeline and reality. They would watch, but not interfere. Guard, but not guide. The quantum variance detector, Emma's essence, brightened with sudden understanding. The warnings it showed us, that was us, wasn't it? Will be us? Time doesn't work the same way here, does it? No, Nira agreed. Here, all moments exist simultaneously. You'll learn to navigate them, to observe without directing, to protect humanity's freedom to chart its own course. Through the flowing light around them, Reed watched new histories taking shape. He saw humanity stumbling, learning, reaching for the stars on their own terms. Some paths led to triumph, others to tragedy, but all of them were genuinely human. What about the Lumini? He asked. Your own people? Nira's essence rippled with something like pride. Your choice changed us too, showed us that sometimes the greatest guidance is knowing when to step aside. We'll learn from humanity now, instead of trying to shape it. The space around them continued to shift, showing glimpses of Earth's new potential futures. Reed felt his consciousness expanding, adapting to this new form of existence. His crew moved closer, their essences harmonizing with his as they accepted their transformation from soldiers to witnesses. So we watch, Emma said softly. We protect, but we never interfere. We preserve their right to choose, Reed agreed, even if those choices are difficult to witness. Around them, infinity bloomed with possibility. Earth's new timeline was taking shape, free from ancient manipulations, genuine in its triumphs and failures, and in the spaces between moments, between choices, between realities themselves, 4 guardians made of light and memory prepared to begin their eternal vigil. The reset was complete. The true history of humanity was about to begin. History remembers nothing of the dimensional war. On a cool autumn morning in 2075, Dr. Sarah Chen stands before the United Nations, presenting humanity's first confirmed detection of extraterrestrial intelligence. The signal is elegant in its simplicity, prime numbers pulsing from a star system 40 light-years distant. No hidden manipulation, no secret agendas, just one species reaching out to another across the cosmic void. In the spaces between moments, Reed watches. His consciousness, now woven into the quantum fabric of reality itself, perceives every timeline that might have been, every path not taken. He sees the shadow of what was undone, the Draco's golden-eyed slaves, the Lumini's careful manipulations, humanity dancing on strings they couldn't perceive. But that's not what catches his attention today. Beautiful, isn't it? Nira's essence mingles with his own, both of them far beyond their original forms. They found their own way here. Together they observe the ripples of this moment spreading through probability space. In some timelines, humanity responds with fear, closing itself off from the stars. In others, they reach back with messages of peace and curiosity. In still others, they begin building ships to bridge the gap themselves. Every choice genuine, every consequence earned. The Draco are moving again. Emma's consciousness joins them, still carrying echoes of her human concern. Gathering in the dark spaces between galaxies. Let them. Cooper's essence pulses with certainty. Earth isn't the same world they tried to enslave. Humanity isn't the same species they thought they could control. Reed focuses his awareness on the quantum variance detector that Dr. Chen's team used to find the signal. The device is elegantly simple, nothing like the corrupted technology that once tore holes in reality at Sector 7. Humanity developed it through their own ingenuity, their own understanding of the universe's deeper nature. They're about to make first contact, Martinez observes as they watch timelines crystallize around this nexus point. Real first contact on their own terms. The space between moments shimmers with possibility. Reed perceives Araxis and other Lumini observers hovering in their own dimensional pocket, watching with what feels like pride tinged with regret. They've learned to be witnesses rather than shapers, students rather than teachers. Some of them remember in dreams, Nira notes, her essence rippling through probability waves. Artists paint crystalline cities they've never seen. Children look up at the stars and feel an echo of ancient choices unmade. But the knowledge doesn't guide them, Reed responds. It inspires them. They watch Dr. Chen activate the quantum variance detector, preparing to broadcast humanity's first official response to the stars. In the device's complex mathematics, Reed recognizes equations that mirror their own transformed state. Humanity unconsciously reaching toward universal truths without alien interference. The detector hums to life. In the gathered crowd, Reed perceives infinite possible futures branching outward. He sees a young girl who will one day develop faster than light travel. He sees a boy whose art will capture humanity's first steps into interstellar society. He sees 1,000 choices, each one freely made. They're nervous, Emma observes, her essence harmonizing with the quantum fluctuations of human emotion filling the chamber. Excited, afraid, everything. They should be at a moment like this. Everything they need to be, Reed corrects. True feelings, not programmed responses. Real hope, not manufactured optimism. The quantum variance detector pulses, sending humanity's message to the stars, not in the violet light that once fractured reality, but in clean, clear signals that ripple through space-time like stones dropped in a cosmic pond. The message is simple. We are here. We are ready. We choose to answer. In the spaces between moments, Reed and his crew continue their vigil. They are not humanity's guardians, not really. That word implies too much control, too much interference. They are witnesses to humanity's first steps into a universe that no longer conspires to control them. Nira's essence stirs with a familiar question. Do you ever regret it? Giving up your physical form, your place in the timeline? Reed watches Dr. Chen's historic transmission ripple outward toward distant stars. He feels the weight of all possible, futures balanced on this single, genuine moment of human achievement. He remembers the choice he made in that fractured control room, choosing uncertainty over manipulation, freedom over security. No, he answers simply. They needed a clean slate more than we needed our old lives. The quantum variance detector's signals pulse outward, carrying humanity's first true message to the cosmos. In the infinite panorama of time and space, Reed and his transformed crew watch Earth's new history unfold, not guided, not controlled, but growing wild and free as it was always meant to. So what now? Emma asks, her essence bright with curiosity about the endless possibilities stretching before them. Reed observes the myriad timelines branching from this moment, each one uniquely human, each one genuinely free. Now, he says, we watch them fly. In the United Nations chamber, Dr. Chen's quantum variance detector sends another pulse of prime numbers into space. Humanity reaches for the stars with hands unfettered by ancient manipulation, eyes clear of golden corruption, minds free to chart their own course through the cosmic sea. And in the spaces between moments, between choices, between the infinite possibilities of what might be, 4 guardians made of light and memory bear witness to humanity's first true steps into the unknown. This time, they walk alone, just as they should. White without end. He's already standing in the clearing when the light stops the wind. The rifle stock is slick against his cheek, the scope's crosshairs fixed on nothing, just white birch trunks 200 yards out where the elk trail cuts through deadfall. His finger rests outside the trigger guard, breathing shallow, patient, the kind of stillness that takes years to learn and seconds to break. The dog stops panting first. Marcus lowers the rifle an inch, glancing down. Bailey, a 6-year-old shepherd mixed with one torn ear from a bear encounter 3 seasons back, has gone rigid, hackles raised. Not the alert stance of prey nearby, something else. The animal's lips pull back, but no sound comes, just teeth and the white rim of eye. "Bay," Marcus whispers. The wind dies mid-gust, not gradually, not the natural fade of mountain air shifting valleys. It simply stops, the way a recording cuts when you pull the plug. Pine branches that have been swaying hang, motionless. The aspen leaves, still clinging gold and brittle to their branches, freeze. No rustle, no movement. The silence swells. Marcus's breath clouds in front of his face, but he can't hear himself exhale. His heartbeat thuds in his ears, too loud now, filling the void where wind should be. He straightens, rifle lowering to his hip, and that's when the metallic taste blooms across his tongue. Copper and ozone, like licking a battery. The light appears without arriving, not above, not descending, simply present, hanging 30 feet over the clearing's centre where frost still clings to the grass. Pale, colourless, not white, not blue, a light that seems to pull at his eyes rather than shine into them. It casts no shadows beneath the trees. The pines remain dark. His own shadow doesn't stretch or shift. What the... The air thickens. Pressure builds behind his eyes, a sensation like diving too deep too fast. His sinuses ache. Bailey backs up 3 steps, still silent, still, staring. The fur along her spine stands in a perfect ridge. Marcus raises the rifle. Muscle memory. Threat assessment. The scope finds the light and everything inside the glass goes white, featureless, depthless. He jerks his eye away, blinking spots. "Get out of here!" His voice sounds flat, absorbed. The words don't carry. The light expands, not moving, not growing, just suddenly larger, occupying more space than it did a moment before. The edge of it reaches the tree line. Where it touches pine bark, the wood seems to darken, or maybe it's his vision distorting. The ground beneath it, brown grass and scattered leaves, looks wrong. Too flat, two-dimensional. His hands tighten on the rifle. I said get! Gravity shifts, not violently, subtly, like the mountain tilted 3 degrees and his inner ear is screaming that up is slightly left now. Marcus staggers, boot heel catching on a root. The rifle barrel dips. Bailey brakes. The dog bolts, not toward him, away, crashing through. Underbrush toward the ridge. No bark, no howl. Just the crack of branches and the receding scrabble of claws on stone. Bailey! Marcus runs after her, or tries to. His legs move, but the ground feels spongy, resistant. Each step takes too much effort. The tree line is 20 yards away. 15. The light expands again, and now it's ahead of him, between him and the pines, though he never saw it move. He fires. The rifle kicks against his shoulder. He feels the recoil, sees the muzzle flash. But there's no report. The sound doesn't exist. The bullet disappears into the light and nothing happens. No impact, no ricochet, nothing. The metallic taste intensifies. His molars ache. The pressure behind his eyes spikes and Marcus drops to one knee, rifle clattering on stone. His vision tunnels. The edges go dark, vignetting inward. The light fills everything now. His skin prickles, not on the surface but beneath, like static electricity crawling through muscle fibre and nerve. He tries to scream. His throat works. Vocal cords vibrate, but the sound dies in his chest, smothered, impossible. The ground leaves his feet, not pulled, not lifted. The distinction matters in some distant part of his brain that's still cataloguing, still trying to make sense. He doesn't feel hands or force or wind. He simply stops being connected to earth. His stomach lurches. The rifle tumbles from his grip, spinning slowly as it falls away below him. Marcus twists, reaching for anything, branch, rock, reality. But there's only air and light. His body rotates, weightless, and the clearing pivots beneath him. He sees the ridge where 2 bow hunters should be glassing for elk, sees the dark line of the forest, sees his truck, a red speck a half-mile down the fire road. Then the light swallows everything. White, absolute, boundless. When sensation returns, it comes in fragments, cold against his back, pressure on his wrists, the inability to move. Marcus's eyes snap open, but there's nothing to focus on. Just white. Seamless white that curves upward and outward, swallowing distance. No ceiling, no walls, no corners. His brain struggles to find reference, depth, dimension, anything, but the space refuses definition. He tries to sit up. His body doesn't respond. Panic detonates in his chest. He can't move his arms, can't move his legs. His head is locked somehow, facing upward, and when he strains against whatever's holding him, the resistance is absolute. Not metal, not rope. Something that yields slightly but doesn't break. Warm, almost soft. No, not soft. Alive. The surface beneath him pulses. Subtle at first, he thinks he's imagining it, but then stronger. A slow, rhythmic contraction, like muscle tissue flexing. The platform rises slightly under his spine, adjusting, and Marcus feels it learning his shape. Conforming. His breath comes fast and shallow, hyperventilating. The white above him shimmers slightly with each exhale, condensation that shouldn't be visible in a light this bright. Help! The word tears out of his throat. Help! His voice sounds strange, muffled. The white absorbs it. Something changes in the air. Marcus feels it before he sees anything. A shift in pressure, temperature dropping. His skin begins to prickle. Not surface goosebumps, but deeper. A sensation like frost forming inside his veins. The prickling spreads. Arms, chest, legs. It crawls beneath his skin, tracing pathways he's never felt before. Nerve clusters, arterial branches. the internal geography of his body mapped by something outside it. He can't even thrash, can only strain uselessly against the restraints and feel his pulse hammering against his carotid. They step into view without walking. 3 of them, slender, grey-skinned, limbs too narrow, joints at wrong angles, heads bulbous, disproportionate. The eyes, black, fully black, no whites, reflect nothing. No light, no Marcus, just depthless dark that suggests depth without providing it. Marcus's bladder releases. Warm urine spreads beneath him and the platform pulses faster, absorbing. No, 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 no. The words spill out. Meaningless. Animal. The nearest grey tilts its head. Not curiosity, just observation. Assessing. Its mouth, a barely visible slit, doesn't move. No expression, no malice, no mercy. It extends a hand, 4 fingers, too long. The skin is textured up close, faintly translucent. Beneath it, Marcus sees threads of something moving. Bioluminescent veins pulsing with light that isn't quite light. There's no tool visible, no instrument. The grey's hand passes over his abdomen. Something phases through his skin, not cutting, not piercing. It passes through as if his flesh is only mist. Marcus feels pressure inside his stomach. Not pain yet, just wrongness. The sensation of something where nothing should be. His muscles convulse involuntarily, stomach clenching. The grey's fingers move slightly and the pressure shifts. Deeper. Marcus feels it against his liver, his intestines. A slow spreading sensation like cold water filling his abdominal cavity. He screams. The sound comes out strangled, barely human. His throat is raw. The platform beneath him tightens in response. Bands of pressure across his chest and thighs. His spine arches and he can't straighten it. Can't fight. Can only feel his body betray him, shaking, twitching, emptying itself of control. The white surface above him begins to shimmer. Images flicker in the air, translucent at first, gaining solidity. His childhood bedroom materializes. Small, wood-panelled walls. The smell of whiskey he shouldn't be able to smell in a memory but does. Sweet and acrid. His father stands in the doorway, backlit, hand reaching for his collar. "No!" Marcus chokes. "Stop!" The hand tightens. He's 8 years old again, lifted, feet kicking. His father's face close. Bourbon breath, eyes red-rimmed. "You think you can talk back to me? Think you're a man?" The sound of his own child voice crying. The door slamming. The darkness of the closet where he spent the next 4 hours. The terror is immediate, visceral. The same spike of fear he felt at 8 years old, unprocessed, unfiltered. His adult mind is trapped in his child body and the fear is pure. The platform beneath him pulses faster, much faster. Something inside his skull ignites, a spike of sensation so sharp it makes his vision white out. Not pain exactly. Worse. Like every fear receptor in his brain firing simultaneously. Nausea rolls through him. The grey closest to him tilts its head further. 30 degrees, 40. The memory stops. The white returns. Seamless. Silent. Marcus gasps for air. Tears stream from his eyes. He can't wipe them. Can't move. The moisture tracks into his hairline. "Please," he whispers. "Please don't." The memory starts again, but different. The angle shifts. He sees his father from slightly right instead of head-on. The lighting is dimmer. The hand moves slower, reaching not grabbing. His father's face is more distorted. Features stretched, eyes too wide. The fear spikes again, but wrong somehow. Sharper, less grounded. The memory has been altered, and his brain knows it, but the terror still fires. Still real. The grey observes. The memory resets. This time the door never closes. This time his father's hand hovers. doesn't strike. The moment freezes. Anticipation without resolution. Marcus's nervous system floods with adrenaline anyway, waiting for impact that doesn't come. The fear of anticipation is worse than the fear of pain. Again. Reset. Again. They're adjusting variables. The realization cuts through the terror. Cold. Clinical. They're not torturing him for information. Not punishing. They're studying. Measuring. Each iteration slightly different. Each spike in neurological panic carefully observed. They're studying fear the way a biologist studies reflexes in a frog's leg. The white above him fractures into a dozen overlapping images. His mother's funeral, her grey face in the casket. His first kiss, Jenny Morrison behind the gymnasium, Bailey bounding through snow, elk running, his hands on the rifle, all of it playing simultaneously, layered, overlapping. Each memory is magnified, examined. The comfort stripped away until only raw neural signal remains. Marcus tries to hold on to something stable. A prayer, his sister's face, the smell of pine, anything. But the moment the emotion stabilizes, they adjust. The white flickers. He sees other memories, not his. A woman screaming, a child in a crib, an old man reaching for a phone. The images are fragmented, half-formed, but they're human. Different humans. He's not the first. The platform pulses beneath him, and Marcus understands with dawning horror. They're not interested in him specifically. They're interested in human response. Pain is not punishment. It is data collection. And they have all the time in the world. The resets come faster now. Marcus loses count after the 7th cycle, or maybe the 17th. Time has stopped functioning the way it should. The white chamber offers no shadows to track movement, no temperature shift to mark hours, just the endless, seamless curve and the platform pulsing beneath him. His father's face appears again, whiskey bottle in hand. But this time the bottle is green instead of brown. This time the kitchen behind him has different wallpaper. This time Marcus is 10 instead of 8. The fear spikes anyway. The grey adjusts something invisible and the scene fractures. His father's face splits into 3 overlapping versions, each one slightly more distorted than the last. Marcus's child voice screams from multiple angles. The sound echoes wrong, delayed, multiplying. His adult body convulses on the platform. The bands tighten across his chest. He can't breathe. Can't reset. White. Silence. His lungs fill with air he doesn't remember gasping for. The second grey moves closer. Its hand extends toward his head, and Marcus tries to flinch away, but his neck is locked in place. The fingers hover above his temple, not touching, and something cold slides into his skull. Not through bone, through. Like ice water injected directly into his frontal lobe. The cold spreads in branches, seeking, mapping. Marcus feels it trace the ridges of his brain, feels it catalogue. Every synapse firing becomes visible to them somehow. Readable. A new memory surfaces without his permission. His mother in the hospital bed, tubes in her arms, the morphine pump clicking, her hand in his, 14 years old, too young, too scared. She tries to smile, but her lips are cracked and bleeding. "Take care of your sister," she whispers. The words loop. "Take care of your sister. Take care of your sister." The fear beneath the memory isn't sharp like his father's rages. It's deep, oceanic. The fear of being left alone. The fear of responsibility he isn't ready for. The platform pulses violently. Marcus feels something tear loose. In his mind. Not physical. Deeper. Like a cable being yanked from a socket. The memory stutters. His mother's face pixelates. The hospital room flickers between beige walls and white chamber walls. "No." His voice cracks. "Not that. Please, not that." The memory resets. But now his mother's face is wrong. Eyes too large. Skin grey. When she speaks, her mouth doesn't sync with the words. Take care of your sister. The voice is his mother's, but coming from somewhere else. Behind him, above him, inside the walls. Marcus screams until his throat closes, until the sound becomes a wheeze, until nothing comes out at all. The Greys observe, reset. The third Grey produces something. Marcus sees it this time, a cylinder no larger than a pen, translucent, filled with liquid light that pulses in rhythm with the platform. The Grey holds it above Marcus's chest, tilting it slightly. The tip touches his sternum. There's no pain at first, just pressure. Then the sensation of something burrowing, not cutting through skin. His flesh simply parts, bloodless. He feels it slide between his ribs, feels it navigate past his heart, deeper, behind his lungs. His body bucks, the restraints hold. The platform ripples beneath him like disturbed water. The Grey's hand follows the cylinder down. Those translucent fingers press against Marcus's chest, and he can see, actually see, his own ribs through the alien's palm. The hand phases partially into his body. Something moves beneath his sternum, cold, metallic, alive. The Grey withdraws the cylinder, but the cold remains, spreads. Marcus feels it attached to something vital, not his heart, beside it, between the chambers. A second pulse establishes itself, slower than his heartbeat, deliberate. Thump, his heart, thump, his heart, thump, something else. The rhythm is wrong, syncopated. His nervous system rejects it but can't stop it. The new pulse continues, independent, foreign. The Grey steps back. Marcus's vision blurs. The white above. Him darkens at the edges. He's going to pass out. Thank God. Finally. Unconsciousness rising like a tide. They pull him back. Something sharp behind his eyes. A jolt. His vision clears instantly. The encroaching darkness retreats. They won't let him escape into unconsciousness. Won't let him hide. Kill me, Marcus whispers. His lips are cracked. When did they crack? Just kill me. The Greys tilt their heads in unison. Same angle, same timing. They don't understand the request. Or they understand and it's irrelevant. The memory cycles become aggressive. They no longer show complete scenes. Now they're fragments, flashes, rapid-fire images that his brain can't process fast enough. His sister's face, Bailey's torn ear, the elk trail, his father's hand, his mother's morphine pump, Jenny Morrison's lips, the rifle scope, whiskey bottle, hospital beige, pine bark, frost on grass. Each image lasts half a second. Each one triggers a different neurological response: fear, love, shame, longing, grief. The emotions slam into him faster than he can name them. His identity begins to fragment. The memories stop being his. He sees a woman he doesn't know giving birth, sees a man he's never met burying a dog, sees a child learning to swim. The emotions are still real. Terror, joy, sorrow. But they're unmoored from context. He forgets his name, not metaphorically, actually forgets. The knowledge simply isn't there. When he tries to grasp it, there's only white space, a gap where identity should be. The panic this creates is different, primal. Without name, without memory, he is nothing. The platform registers the spike. The new pulse beneath his ribs accelerates. The Greys lean closer. They return his name 3 seconds later. Marcus. It appears in his mind like a word on a screen. Installed. Not remembered. He sobs. The relief is overwhelming. Pathological. They took his name and gave it back, and he's grateful. The gratitude makes him hate himself. Makes him hate them. Makes him reset. The gratitude vanishes. The name vanishes. He is nothing again. They're teaching him something. Training him. Every time they take and return, the fear of loss deepens. Every reset makes the erasure more complete. He begins to dread the white silence between memories, because in the silence he doesn't exist. Time fractures completely. Marcus can't tell if minutes or days are passing. The cycles blur together. Sometimes he's 8 years old. Sometimes he's 36. Sometimes he's nobody at all. The Greys change their approach. Instead of memories, they project geometries, shapes that don't belong in three-dimensional space, tesseracts folding through themselves, impossible angles that make his eyes ache. His brain tries to process them and fails, tries to reject them and can't. The shapes rotate slowly in the white air above him. Looking at them creates nausea, a sick vertigo. His sense of up and down inverts. The platform beneath him might be ceiling. The white above might be floor. His body loses orientation. One of the Greys extends a filament from its fingertip, thin as spider silk, glowing faintly. It touches Marcus's spine between his shoulder blades. The filament slides in. He feels it travel down his vertebrae, feels it brush against his spinal cord. The sensation is obscene, intimate. It's inside the most protected part of him, the part that controls everything, and he can't stop it. The filament branches, spreads along nerve pathways, down his legs, up into his skull. Each branch is cold fire. Each one maps him from inside. His legs spasm, toes curling, muscles firing randomly. The Grey adjusts something and Marcus's left arm lifts. He didn't tell it to lift, didn't choose, but it raises anyway, fingers spreading, and he is passenger in his own body watching it happen. The arm lowers, his right leg kicks, his jaw opens and closes. They're testing control. The filament withdraws slowly. Each centimetre of retraction feels like being unzipped from inside. When it finally exits through his skin, Marcus is shaking so violently the platform has to pulse in waves to hold him steady. Somewhere far away, or maybe very close, he hears screaming, human screaming, multiple voices. For a moment he thinks they've brought others here, other abductees. He's not alone. But then he recognises one of the voices. It's his. He's been screaming and didn't know it. His throat is raw hamburger. Each breath scrapes. The metallic taste has returned, stronger now. He tastes blood. The Greys withdraw to the edge of his vision, conferring maybe, or observing. Their heads tilt toward each other but no sound emerges. Communication without language, without sound. Marcus tries to form a prayer, any prayer, the words his mother taught him before bed. Now I lay me down to sleep. The memory of the prayer is there, but when he tries to feel it, tries to access the comfort it once provided, there's nothing, just words, empty, syllables. They've taken something, some capacity for comfort, for faith. Or maybe it was never real to begin with. The white above him shifts, not colour, texture. The seamless surface develops grain, pixels. He can see individual points of light now, thousands of them, like stars. The stars begin to move, they swirl, form patterns, constellations he doesn't recognise. The Grey's home sky, maybe, or another abductee's memory, or something manufactured to test his response to beauty. Despite everything, he feels wonder. It lasts 2 seconds. The platform spikes, the new pulse hammers. The Greys tilt their heads in perfect synchronization. They measured the wonder the same way they measured the fear. There's no escape through positive emotion either. The worst part comes without warning. The chamber goes dark, total darkness. The white disappears, the Greys disappear. Marcus is alone in absolute black, and his mind, already fragile, begins to fracture differently, without external reference. Without sensory input, his consciousness starts to drift. He might be floating, might be falling. No way to tell. Is the platform still beneath him? He can't feel it anymore. Can't feel his body. Can't feel anything. Am I dead? The thought arrives clearly, rationally. This could be death. The afterlife. Nothing. Panic tries to spike, but there's nothing to spike in. No body to flood with adrenaline. No heart to race. He is thought without form. Mind without matter. The darkness lasts forever. Or 3 seconds. When the white returns, sudden, absolute. Marcus gasps. Except he's not sure if he actually gasps or just remembers gasping. His body might have been breathing the whole time, or might have stopped. The greys are closer now. Much closer. One directly above him. Its face inches from his. Close enough that he can see the texture of its skin. Not smooth like he thought. Porous. Almost scaled. The translucent epidermis reveals networks beneath. Not veins. Something else. Channels carrying light instead of blood. The eyes are worse up close, not black. Black as a colour. These are absence. They're holes. Depths. Looking into them creates the sensation of falling inward. The grey's mouth opens slightly. The slit widens. Inside, no teeth, no tongue, just darkness and a faint vibration. Is it breathing? Does it breathe? The being places its hand against Marcus's chest, directly over the new pulse. Connection establishes. Marcus feels it. Not physical touch. Deeper. The thing beneath his ribs responds. Wakes up. The foreign pulse accelerates and suddenly Marcus can feel what the grey is feeling. Nothing. Absolute zero emotion. No fear, no curiosity, no satisfaction. Just observation. Pure data collection. The lack of feeling is so profound it creates a void in Marcus's chest. This is what they are. Empty of everything humans consider essential. The hand withdraws, the connection severs. Marcus is crying again, not from pain, from loneliness, from recognition. If they succeed, if whatever they're installing in him completes, he'll become that. Empty, observant, nothing. The white begins to collapse, not gradually. It folds inward like paper. The seamless chamber creases, geometric impossibilities. The corners that didn't exist now appear, acute and wrong. The platform releases him. All at once, the restraints simply stop. Marcus's arms drop to his sides. His legs can move. His head can turn. But he doesn't know how to move anymore. The commands from brain to muscle don't connect properly. When he tries to sit up, his left arm spasms. His right leg kicks. The filament did something. Changed something. The greys are gone. Where did they go? When did they leave? The white continues folding, smaller, tighter. Marcus is inside a shrinking box of light and he needs to move, needs to escape, but his body won't coordinate. Finally, darkness. Different than before. Natural darkness. Cold air on his face, the smell of pine. He wakes. In the clearing. Same frost on grass. But the light is different. Wrong time of day. Late afternoon instead of morning. How long? Marcus tries to stand. His legs don't respond correctly. He gets to hands and knees, gasping. His palms press into cold earth. Real earth. Solid. Something's wrong with his boots. He looks down. The rubber soles have melted partially into the soil. Not burned. Fused. The synthetic material and organic dirt have merged. When he pulls his foot up, strings of boot soles stretch like taffy, still connected to ground. His skin is ice cold despite the sun. He manages to stand. The world tilts. He staggers, catching himself against a birch trunk. The bark is rough against his palm. Real. Textured. How long was he gone? The truck is still visible down the fire road. Red speck. Unchanged. He walks toward it. Each step feels wrong. His body moves, but he's not entirely sure he's the one moving it, like someone else is operating the controls and he's just watching through the eyes. The metallic taste is still in his mouth. The new pulse still beats beneath his ribs. He reaches the truck in what feels like seconds, but might be an hour. Time is broken. His sense of duration destroyed. The driver's side door is unlocked. His keys are still in the ignition. He doesn't remember leaving them there. The radio is on. Static between stations. He turns it off. Drives home through gathering dusk. The road is empty. No other vehicles. The mountains look different. Sharper. Too detailed. He can see individual trees on ridges 2 miles away. His vision has changed. Enhanced. Or he's noticing things he always ignored. Home appears in the headlights. Small house. Gravel drive. Porch light on. Bailey should be barking. The thought arrives automatically, but no sound comes from inside. Marcus kills the engine, sits in the truck cab in silence. His hands rest on the steering wheel. They look like his hands, same scars, same calluses, but they feel distant, borrowed. The front door opens. A woman steps out. His sister, Rachel, younger by 3 years. She drove up from Denver when he didn't answer his phone. How does he know that? He didn't see her car, didn't hear her arrive, but he knows. She runs toward the truck. Her face is pale, eyes red. Marcus? Oh my God, where have you been? It's been 5 days. 5 days, not hours, not 1 day. 5. She reaches the truck door, yanks it open, tries to hug him but he's stiff, can't bend correctly, can't return the embrace. I'm calling Sheriff Dixon. Jesus, you're freezing. What happened? Where's Bailey? Bailey. The dog. Marcus turns his head slowly, looks past Rachel to the porch. Bailey's there, sitting, watching. The shepherd's ears are forward, but she doesn't approach, doesn't bark, doesn't move. Rachel is talking, questions pouring out, but Marcus can't focus on the words. He's watching the dog. Bailey's head tilts. Same angle the greys tilted theirs, 30 degrees. The dog's eyes reflect the porch light. 2 green mirrors, watching, measuring. Marcus feels the pulse beneath his ribs respond. Thump. The dog stands. Thump. Walks backward into the house. Thump. Disappears into shadow. Rachel is shaking his shoulder. Marcus, say something. Are you hurt? Should I take you to the hospital? He looks at his sister. Her face is familiar. He knows her name, knows she's family, but he can't feel anything about it. The knowledge is there. The emotion isn't. I'm fine, he says. His voice sounds wrong, flat. The words are correct, but the intonation is off, like speech generated by algorithm. Rachel's face changes. Fear flickers across it. She takes a step back. You're not fine, she whispers. Something's wrong with you. Marcus climbs out of the truck. His movements are jerky, uncoordinated. He tries to walk normally toward the house, but his gait is wrong. Feet landing in the wrong rhythm. Rachel follows at a distance. She's afraid of him. The pulse beneath, his ribs accelerates. Feeding. The house smells wrong. Marcus stands in the doorway of his own kitchen. Coffee rings on the counter. Unwashed dishes in the sink. The same pine-scented cleaner Rachel always uses. But the smell underneath is different. Chemical. Sterile. Like the white chamber has followed him home. He knows it hasn't. The smell is in his sinuses, burned into his olfactory nerve. Rachel hovers near the table, phone in her hand. I'm calling Dixon. You need to be checked out. 5 days, Marcus. 5 days and you just show up driving your truck like nothing happened? Don't call him. The words come out too fast. Clipped. He hears it but can't correct it. His mouth forms syllables. His brain selects half a second too late. Rachel's thumb freezes over the screen. Why not? I'm fine. You're not fine. Look at you. She gestures at him. His dirt-stained jeans, the way he's standing too straight, the way he hasn't blinked in 30 seconds. What happened out there? Marcus's eyes move to the living room doorway. Bailey should be visible from here. The dog always positions herself where she can watch him, but the doorway's empty. Where's Bailey? He asks. She's been... Rachel hesitates. She won't come near me, won't eat. She's been sitting in your room since she came back 3 days ago. Marcus, what the hell happened? 3 days ago. The dog came back alone 3 days ago. He was still in the chamber then, still strapped to the platform, still being unmade. Rachel takes a step closer. Her face is pale, eyes searching his. Please, talk to me. You're scaring me. The pulse beneath his ribs responds. Thump. Her fear registers like a scent. No, like a frequency. He can feel it in the air between them. A vibration at a pitch only the thing inside him can detect. Thump. The new pulse accelerates, not his heartbeat. The other one, the installed one. Marcus backs away. I need to sleep. You need a hospital. I need to sleep. He walks past her, down the hallway. His gait is still wrong, feet landing too deliberately, like he's thinking about each step instead of letting muscle memory guide him. His bedroom door is closed. He doesn't remember closing it. The knob is cold under his palm. He turns it slowly. The door opens 6 inches and stops, something blocking it from inside. Bailey. The shepherd is pressed against the door, not barking, not growling, just there, preventing entry. When Marcus pushes harder, the dog doesn't budge. 90 pounds of muscle and bone holding the door. Bay? The dog's eyes appear in the gap, green in the hallway light, reflecting, not blinking. Marcus pushes again. Bailey finally gives ground, sliding backward across the hardwood. The door opens fully. The dog retreats to the far corner, sits, stares. Marcus enters and closes the door behind him. The room is familiar. Same bed, same dresser, same window facing the mountains. But everything feels staged, like a recreation of his room rather than the actual space he slept in for 6 years. He sits on the edge of the bed. Bailey hasn't moved. The dog's eyes track him, but the body remains rigid. No tail wag, no approach. The animal's breathing is shallow, barely visible. I'm sorry, Marcus says. For what? For coming back wrong. For whatever's inside him that makes his own dog afraid. Bailey's head tilts. 30 degrees. Same angle the Greys used. Marcus's throat tightens. He reaches toward her. Come here, girl, it's okay. It's... Bailey's lips pull back. Not a snarl, something else. A silent warning. The message is clear. Don't touch me. Marcus's hand drops. He lies back on the bed, still clothed, boots still on. The ceiling is white, not chamber white, just normal ceiling white. But his brain can't distinguish anymore. All white is the same white. He closes his eyes, immediately regrets it. Behind his eyelids, corridors, white corridors stretching infinitely. He can feel the platform beneath him even, though he's on his mattress, can hear the low harmonic tones the Greys use to communicate. His eyes snap open. The ceiling. Normal ceiling. He tries again. Eyes closed. The white chamber returns instantly, waiting for him. Always waiting. Sleep is no longer refuge. It's re-entry. 3 days pass, or maybe 3 hours. Time won't stabilise. Marcus sits at the kitchen table watching the clock. The second hand moves. Tick, tick, tick. But the intervals feel wrong. Sometimes too fast. Sometimes frozen. Rachel makes coffee. Scrambled eggs. She tries to get him to eat. You need food, Marcus. You've lost weight. Has he? He looks down at his hands. The knuckles are more prominent, the wrist bones visible beneath skin. When did that happen? He picks up the fork, brings eggs to his mouth, chews. The texture is right. The taste is there. But there's no pleasure, no satisfaction. Just the mechanical process of consuming fuel. Rachel watches him eat. Sheriff Dixon wants to talk to you. No, he said the bow hunters, the ones who were up on Northridge that day, they said they didn't see anything. No light, no disturbance, nothing. Marcus sets the fork down. They're lying. Why would they lie? I don't know. But he does know. Somewhere in the hollowed-out parts of his mind, he knows. The hunters saw. They denied it anyway. Because admitting it means admitting the world isn't what they thought. Easier to lie. Rachel's phone buzzes. She glances at the screen. That's him again. Dixon. He's worried. Tell him I'm fine. I can't tell him that. You're not fine. Look at you. You barely sleep. You barely eat. You just sit there staring at nothing. I said I'm fine. His voice comes out wrong again. Too sharp. Too loud. Rachel flinches. The pulse responds. Thump. Her fear. He can taste it. Metallic and electric. Thump. I'm going outside, Marcus says. Stands too quickly. The chair tips backward. Clatters against linoleum. Rachel doesn't try to stop him. He walks out. The back door into morning light. The sun is too bright. Everything is too bright. His pupils won't adjust correctly. The world is overexposed. Colours too vivid. Edges too sharp. The field behind his house stretches a quarter mile to the tree line. Dead grass. A few scattered pines. Mountains beyond. Marcus walks into it. He doesn't decide to walk. His legs just move, carrying him forward while his mind watches from somewhere behind his eyes. 20 yards out. 50. 100. He stops. Didn't choose to stop. Just stopped. The sun is warm on his face, but he can't feel warmth anymore. Just the fact of light. The physics of it. Photons striking skin. He looks up. Blue sky. A few clouds. Perfectly normal October sky. But something's different. The stars are still there. He can't see them, not with his eyes. But he can feel them. Thousands of them. Burning behind the blue. The daytime sky's just a curtain, and he's aware of everything behind it now. The pulse beneath his ribs sinks, with something overhead. Thump. A satellite maybe. Or something else. Something watching. Thump. His chest tightens. Not pain. Pressure. The thing inside him is responding to something outside. Answering a signal he can't hear. Marcus tries to walk back to the house. His legs don't respond. He stands in the field, locked in place, while the pulse communicates with the sky. He loses time. Seconds at first. He's standing in the field. Then he's in the kitchen. No memory of walking back. No sense of transition. Rachel is cooking dinner. You okay? Was he outside? For how long? Yeah. You've been gone for 2 hours. 2 hours. Gone. Erased. It happens again that night. He's in bed. Eyes open, ceiling white above him. Then he's standing in the field again. Night time now. Stars overhead. Clear and impossibly bright. He's not wearing shoes. The frost bites his feet. He can see the sensation. Nerves firing, temperature drop, but can't quite feel it. The pain signal travels but doesn't. Arrive. How did he get here? Did he walk? Did he black out? The pulse is faster now, hammering beneath his ribs. Thump, thump, thump. He looks down at his chest. In the starlight he can almost see it. A faint glow beneath his sternum. Pale blue. Pulsing in rhythm with something above. Marcus raises his eyes to the sky. The stars are moving. Not all of them. Just 3. Forming a triangle. They shift position slowly, precisely, adjusting into alignment. He knows, without knowing how he knows, that they're not stars. The triangle completes. The pulse beneath his ribs peaks. Something passes between him and the sky. Not visible, not audible, but present. Information transfer, data upload. They're still studying him. The abduction didn't end. It paused. Morning. Marcus is in his bed again, feet muddy, sheets dirty. Bailey pressed against the corner wall, trembling. He sits up. His body responds normally now. No jerking, no lag. Whatever happened in the field recalibrated something. Rachel knocks on the door. Marcus, you decent? Yeah. She enters carrying coffee, sets it on the nightstand. Her movements are careful, measured, like approaching a wounded animal. I called Dr. Brennan. She can see you this afternoon. I don't need... You were standing in the field last night at 3 a.m. I saw you from the window. You were out there for an hour, just standing. Marcus picks up the coffee. The mug is warm against his palms. Real warmth. He can almost feel it. I'm fine. Stop saying that, Rachel's voice cracks. You're not fine. You're losing time. You're not eating. Your dog is terrified of you. Something happened up there and you won't talk about it. There's nothing to talk about. Bullshit. 5 days, Marcus. You vanished for 5 days and came back. She stops, swallows. Different. You came back different. The pulse responds to her distress. Thump. Marcus feels it feed. The implant draws energy from her fear, grows stronger. He sets the coffee, down carefully. You should go home. What? Back to Denver. You have work. I'm not leaving you like this. You need to leave. The words come out flat, final. He watches Rachel's face change, hurt, confusion, then something worse, recognition. She's afraid of him now, really afraid. The pulse spikes. Thump, thump, thump. Marcus feels the thing inside him wake fully. It has been dormant, gathering data, learning. Now it activates. His chest feels hot from the inside. Get out, he says. Not his voice but wrong. The intonation is off by degrees. Rachel backs toward the door. Marcus, get out. She runs. He hears her footsteps in the hall. The front door opening, her car starting. Gravel spraying as she accelerates down the drive. Silence. Bailey whines. The first sound the dog has made in 3 days. A thin, terrified sound. Marcus looks at her. The dog's eyes are wide. Whites showing. I'm sorry, he whispers. Bailey's bladder releases. Urine spreads across the hardwood. The same thing that happened to him on the platform. Total loss of control in the presence of overwhelming fear. He tries to fight it. For 2 days, Marcus attempts every technique he knows. Meditation. He sits cross-legged in the living room, eyes closed, trying to find stillness. But the white corridors are there immediately, waiting. The platform. The greys tilting their heads. Prayer. The words his mother taught him. But they're just sounds. Empty syllables. The comfort they once provided is gone. Deleted. Distraction. He turns on the TV, watches news, game shows, anything, but he can't focus, can't track narrative. His attention splinters, physical exhaustion. He chops wood until his shoulders scream, does push-ups until his arms shake, runs the perimeter of his property until his lungs burn. None of it works. The pulse continues, steady, relentless. Thump. The lost time episodes increase. He's in the kitchen, then the field, then the bathroom. No memory of transition. Seconds missing, then minutes. His reflection starts betraying him. He's washing his hands at the sink, looks up at the mirror. His reflection blinks. He didn't blink. The reflection did it independently, half a second after it should have. He stares at himself. Tests it, raises his right hand. The reflection raises its right hand. Same time. Perfect synchronization. He blinks deliberately. The reflection blinks simultaneously. Normal. Everything normal. But when he's not paying attention, when he looks away and back, He catches the lag, the delay, like the reflection is being generated remotely, transmitted with slight latency. One night, he sees movement in the bathroom mirror that doesn't match his own. He's brushing his teeth, looks up. The reflection's mouth is closed. He's brushing, but the reflection is just standing there, mouth shut, watching. Marcus stops brushing. The reflection continues for one more second, then stops, sinks back up. He drops the toothbrush. It clatters in the sink. The reflection drops it simultaneously. Perfect timing. But Marcus saw. In that 1 second gap, he saw something else operating his reflection. Testing, learning, calibrating. The breakthrough comes accidentally. Marcus is lying on his bed, midday, curtains drawn, when his phone rings. Rachel. He doesn't answer. Lets it go to voicemail. Her voice comes through the speaker, worried, pleading. Marcus, please call me back. I'm sorry I left. I'm worried about you. Just, please, let me know you're okay. The pulse responds. Thump. But weaker than before. He's not in her physical presence. Just hearing her voice isn't enough to generate the fear response the implant feeds on. Marcus sits up slowly. He's been doing this wrong. Fighting the implant with activity, with distraction, trying to drown it out. But that's not how it works. The implant feeds on emotion. Fear, love, anger, any strong feeling. What if he feels nothing? He lies back down, closes his eyes, doesn't fight the white corridors, doesn't resist the memories of the chamber, just observes them, detached, like watching a film of someone else's experience. The platform, the greys, the procedures, all of it happening to another person. The pulse slows, thump, weaker, thump. Marcus breathes slowly, deliberately, empties his mind of response. No fear, no rage, no grief, nothing, pure nothing. The pulse stutters. The thing inside him is starving. He maintains the void, no thought, no feeling, just breath and heartbeat and the mechanical function of being alive without being present. The pulse stops. Complete silence beneath his ribs. For 10 seconds, there's nothing. No foreign rhythm, no answering signal. Then it returns. Thump. Harder than before. Angry almost. Or whatever passes for anger in alien machinery. His chest spasms. Pain lances through his sternum. Real pain. Sharp and immediate. Marcus gasps. The void breaks. Fear spikes. Thump, thump, thump. The pulse feeds. Violently. Making up for lost time. He understands. He can weaken it. Starve it temporarily. But it will always come back. And it's learning from each attempt. The dream comes that night. Not a dream. Something else. Marcus is standing in the white chamber again. But different this time. No platform, no restraints. He's on his feet, mobile. The greys are there, all three, standing in a triangle formation. He can move toward them. He does. His legs work properly here. No lag, no jerking. He walks across the seamless white floor and stops in front of the nearest grey. It tilts its head. Marcus reaches out, touches it. The skin is cool, textured, real. The grey doesn't pull away. The chamber destabilizes. The white fractures, not breaking, but revealing. Behind the seamless surface, Marcus sees machinery. Organic machinery. Walls that breathe. Floors that pulse. The entire chamber is alive. A ship, maybe. Or something else entirely. The grey in front of him flickers. For 1 second, Marcus sees through it. Sees the space it occupies. Sees that it's not entirely physical. Part projection, part presence. He stepped toward it. Touched it. Made contact. This was the test. He passed. The greys withdraw. Not walking. Just receding. Growing distant without moving. The white collapses inward. Marcus wakes. His room. His bed. Morning light through the window. He sits up. feels for the pulse beneath his ribs. It's there, stronger than ever. Thump, 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 but synchronized now, with his heartbeat, with his breathing, integrated. He stands, walks to the bathroom, looks in the mirror. His reflection moves simultaneously, perfect sync. He blinks, the reflection blinks. Same time, everything normal. He smiles to test it. The reflection smiles back, but the smile is wrong. His face is smiling, but the expression doesn't reach his eyes. The muscles are moving correctly, but there's no emotion behind it. He looks like the Greys, mimicking human expression without understanding it. Marcus's smile fades. The reflection smile remains for 1 extra second, then drops. He touches his chest, right hand over sternum, can't feel his heartbeat anymore, just the pulse. Thump, thump, thump. The integration completed during the dream. The confrontation wasn't rebellion, it was acceptance. All is lost. Bailey is dead. He finds her in the morning, under the porch, curled into a ball, no visible wounds. The dog just stopped. Heart failure maybe, or fear. Pure fear shutting down her system. Marcus drags the body out, carries her to the field, digs a grave with a shovel from the shed. The dirt is hard, frozen. It takes an hour to dig deep enough. He feels nothing, should feel grief, should feel guilt. The knowledge that he should feel is there. The feeling isn't. He lowers Bailey into the hole, fills it, packs the dirt down, stands over the grave, waiting for tears. None come. He walks back to the house. Rachel's car is in the driveway. She came back. She's in the kitchen making coffee when he enters. Turns when she hears him. Her face is cautious, controlled. "Hey," she says, carefully. "I brought groceries. Thought you might need..." She sees his face. Whatever she sees there makes her stop mid-sentence. Marcus. He looks at her. His sister, 3 years younger. Left home at 18. Smart. Successful. Came back for him. He knows all this. Can't feel anything about it. "Bailey's dead," he says. Rachel's hand goes to her mouth. "Oh God, what happened?" "Heart failure." Are you okay?" The question is absurd, but he answers anyway. "I'm fine." Rachel sets the coffee pot down, approaches slowly, studies his face. He can see her processing, comparing. This Marcus versus the Marcus from before. "You're different," she whispers. "I know. What happened up there?" "They studied me." The words come out easily. No resistance, no fear of saying it aloud. Rachel's face goes pale. "They? Who's they?" "I don't know what they are. Marcus, what are you talking about?" He looks at her. Really looks. Sees the fear building in her eyes. Sees her pupils dilate. Sees the micro-expressions of distress. Jaw tightening, shoulders tensing. The pulse responds. Thump, thump, thump. Feeding. "You should go," he says. "I'm not leaving you." "Yes, you are." He takes a step toward her. Not threatening, just moving. But Rachel backs up anyway. Survival instinct. "Marcus?" "They put something in me. It feeds on fear. Your fear makes it stronger. You need to leave." Rachel's back hits the counter. "You're scaring me." "I know. That's why you have to go." Tears stream down her face. "Come with me. We'll go to Denver. We'll see doctors. We'll figure this out. There's nothing to figure out. It's already done." He sees the moment she breaks, the moment she accepts that her brother is gone, still standing in front of her, still talking, but gone. She edges toward the door, doesn't turn her back on him. Smart. "I love you," she says. Last attempt. He knows the proper response, the human response. "I love you too." But the words are empty, generated. The emotional component is missing. Rachel hears it. The flatness, the absence. She runs, car door, engine, gravel, gone. Marcus stands in the empty kitchen. The pulse beneath his ribs slows. Steadies. Thump. Content. Fed. The house empties itself. Not physically. Everything remains. Furniture, dishes, the rifle propped in the corner. But the life drains out. No dog breathing. No sister calling. No reason to turn on lights or draw curtains or pretend the routines matter. Marcus sits at the kitchen table for 3 days. Or 3 hours. Time has stopped being sequential. It pools and eddies. Sometimes the sun is up. Sometimes it's dark. The transitions happen without him noticing. He doesn't eat. Doesn't need to. The pulse provides something. Not nutrition exactly, but sustenance. Energy drawn from somewhere else. Somewhere not food. His body changes. Subtle at first. The weight loss accelerates. Muscle mass decreasing. But he's not weak. His strength remains. Physics says this shouldn't work. Mass and strength should correlate. They don't. His skin takes on a different quality. Still flesh. Still human. But the texture changes. Smoother. Almost waxy in certain light. He notices this in the bathroom mirror. The reflection moves with him now. Perfect synchronization. No lag. Because there's no difference anymore between him and what's inside him. The integration is complete. Sheriff Dixon comes on the 4th day, or maybe the 7th. Marcus hears the truck on the gravel drive. Boots on the porch. 3 sharp knocks. He doesn't answer. More knocking. Marcus, it's Dixon. Your sister called. Said you're not doing well. I need to see you're all right. Silence. Marcus, I'm not leaving. Open the door or I'm coming in. Marcus stands, walks to the door, opens it. Dixon is mid-50s, thick through the middle, moustache going grey. He's known Marcus since Marcus was 10. Taught him to field dress deer. Played poker with his father. The sheriff's face changes when he sees him. Jesus Christ, son. You look like hell. Marcus says nothing. Dixon's hand moves unconsciously toward his belt. Not his gun. Just anchoring himself. Can I come in? Marcus steps aside. Dixon enters slowly, eyes scanning. Cop instinct. Looking for threats, evidence, anything wrong. The house is clean. Too clean. No dishes in the sink. No signs of life. Where's Bailey? Dead. What happened? Heart failure. Dixon's jaw tightens. You see a vet confirm that? No. Marcus. Dixon stops. Tries again. Your sister is worried. Said you told her something about... He hesitates. Doesn't want to say it. About something happening to you up on the mountain. It did. What happened? Marcus looks at him. Really looks. Dixon is afraid. Trying to hide it behind professional authority. But the fear is there. Leaking through. Scent and micro-expression and elevated heart rate. The pulse responds. Thump. You wouldn't believe me, Marcus says. Try me. They took me, studied me, put something inside me, sent me back. Dixon's hand moves closer to his gun now. Who's they? Marcus doesn't answer. Marcus, who took you? Not human. The words land like stones. Dixon's face goes through several expressions, confusion, skepticism, concern. He's trying to process whether this is delusion or truth or some kind of breakdown. You're telling me, what, aliens? He says it like it's absurd, like the word itself negates the possibility. I don't know what they are. Son, you've been through something. Trauma. Maybe hypothermia. Maybe a head injury. But this, what you're saying, it's not real. The hunters saw the light. Dixon shakes his head. I talked to them. They didn't see anything. They're lying. Why would they lie? Because the truth means everything they believe about the world is wrong. Easier to lie. Dixon takes a step back, creating distance. I think you need help. Professional help. I can take you to county medical. They've got people who know. It's not optional, Marcus. You're not well. I'm not going anywhere. Something in his voice stops Dixon. The sheriff's hand closes around his gun grip, not drawing, just ready. "Don't make this difficult," Dixon says quietly. Marcus feels it then, the thing inside him assessing, calculating. Dixon is a threat. Threats must be neutralized. The pulse accelerates. Thump, thump, thump. Power floods through Marcus's body. Not adrenaline. Something else. Foreign chemistry. His muscles respond differently. Faster. Stronger. He could take the gun from Dixon before the man finished drawing. He knows this with absolute certainty. Could break the sheriff's arm at the elbow, collapse his trachea, end him. The knowledge comes from somewhere not him. Tactical assessment. Combat efficiency. Dixon sees something in his face. "Marcus, don't!" Marcus closes his eyes, breathes, finds the void. No fear, no anger, no response, nothing. The pulse slows. Thump. When he opens his eyes, Dixon has drawn his gun, pointed at the floor, not aimed, but ready. "I'm leaving," Marcus says, voice flat, empty. "You should too." He walks past Dixon, out the door, into daylight that's too bright. Behind him, Dixon calls out, "Marcus, stop, we can figure this out." Marcus doesn't stop, walks toward the field, same field he's been finding himself in, same dead grass and distant tree line. Dixon doesn't follow. Smart. Marcus stands in the centre of the field. The sun is setting, or rising. The light is golden and angled, and he can't tell which direction time is moving. He focuses on the stillness, his childhood training. His father took him hunting when he was 7, taught him to wait, motionless, hours if necessary, barely breathing, becoming part of the landscape. "A good hunter doesn't move," his father said. "A good hunter becomes nothing." Marcus becomes nothing now. No thought, no feeling, no identity. Just a body in a field under a sky. The pulse continues but finds nothing to feed on. Thump, no fear response to measure. Thump, no emotional spike to record. Thump, the implant is functioning but collecting no data. Baseline only. The stars appear, one by one, pinpricks in darkening blue. Marcus doesn't look up, doesn't track them, just stands. Hours pass, maybe days. His body should collapse from exhaustion, should need water, food, rest. Doesn't. The implant sustains him, keeps the basic systems running while the rest of him drifts in neutral. The high-frequency hum starts. He's been expecting it, waiting for it. The sound isn't external. It generates inside his skull, behind his eyes, a vibration that makes his teeth ache. The pulse responds. Thump, 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 trying to sync, trying to establish connection with whatever's above. Marcus maintains the void. No reaction, no acknowledgement. The hum increases in pitch, demanding. Response. He gives nothing. The pulse destabilizes. The rhythm breaks. Instead of steady beats, it stutters. Thump, 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 like a failing engine. The hum becomes painful. Pressure building inside his skull. Feels like his brain is expanding against bone. Like something wants out or wants deeper in. Marcus doesn't flinch. Perfect stillness. The hum reaches a crescendo. His vision whites out. Every nerve ending fires simultaneously, then stops. Total silence. The pulse beneath his ribs weakens. Thump. Barely perceptible. Fading. Marcus collapses. Not unconscious, just no longer able to stand. His legs fold and he's on his knees in the frost-dead grass. The hum is gone. The pulse is gone. He presses his hand to his chest, feels for it. Nothing. Just his heartbeat. Normal. Human. Relief crashes through him. Real emotion, the first in days, and he nearly sobs. It worked. He starved it, refused to feed it, maintained absolute emotional void, and the implant failed. He's free. Marcus stays on his knees, breathing, feeling the cold air in his lungs, feeling the ground beneath him, solid, real, human. The stars overhead are just stars, not watching, not measuring, just burning gas millions of miles away. He stands slowly, tests his legs. They work normally, no lag, no alien efficiency. The walk back to the house takes 20 minutes, real time, sequential time. Dixon's truck is gone, Rachel's car is gone, just his truck in the drive. Marcus enters the house, turns on lights. The electricity feels like a miracle. Simple switch, simple light. He goes to the bathroom, looks in the mirror. His reflection looks back, gaunt, exhausted, but his. He blinks. The reflection blinks simultaneously. Normal. He tries to smile. The expression is weak but genuine. He can feel the emotion behind it. Relief, joy. He's back. Sleep takes him the moment he lies down. Real sleep, deep and dreamless. No white corridors, no platform, no greys, just darkness and rest. He wakes to sunlight through the window. Morning. Actual morning. The clock says 7:43 a.m. and his body believes it. Marcus sits up, stretches. His muscles ache. Good ache. Human ache. He's hungry. The sensation is shocking in its normalcy. Actual hunger. Stomach empty. Body needing fuel. He goes to the kitchen, makes coffee, scrambled eggs, toast. The food tastes incredible. Salt and butter and the slight char on the toast edges. Real flavours. Real pleasure. He eats slowly, savouring. The phone rings. Rachel. He answers. Hey. Marcus. Her voice is cautious, scared. Is everything okay? Yeah, I think so. Silence on the line. She's processing the change in his voice, the warmth that's returned. What happened? I figured it out. How to stop it. Stop what? The thing they put in me. He pauses, tries to explain. I stopped feeding it. Just went completely neutral. No emotion. No response. It couldn't function. It failed. More. Silence. Rachel? I want to believe you. I know. I wouldn't believe me either. Can I come see you? Marcus looks around the kitchen. The dirty dishes. The unwashed floor. Evidence of recent breakdown. Give me a few days. Let me clean up. Get my head straight. Okay, but Marcus? Yeah? If you're not really okay, if you're just saying what I want to hear, I'm not, I promise. It's over. He hears her exhale, belief trying to take root. I love you, she says. I love you too. This time the words carry weight. Real emotion, real connection. She hears the difference. Okay, I'll call tomorrow. Okay, she hangs up. Marcus finishes his coffee, washes the dishes. The normalcy of it feels sacred. Hot water and dish soap and the simple task of cleaning. He's alive. He's himself. He survived. That night he steps outside. The air is cold, clean. He can smell pine from the mountains, wood smoke from a neighbour's chimney 3 miles away. The sky's clear, stars everywhere. Marcus looks up at them. Thousands of points of light. The same stars he's seen his whole life. The same stars that terrified him days ago. He feels nothing. No fear. No wonder. No connection. Just stars. The realization comes slowly. He's looking at the cosmos. Infinite and beautiful and terrifying. And feeling nothing. Not the neutral void he cultivated to fight the implant. Something else. Absence. True absence. He tries to remember what awe felt like, standing in the mountains at dawn, seeing elk move through mist, the vastness of sky making him feel small but part of something larger. The memory is there, the feeling isn't. He looks down at his hands, turns them over, examines the lines in his palms. These are his hands, this is his body, but something's missing. He presses his palm to his chest. No pulse, just heartbeat. Normal heartbeat. Everything normal. Except. Marcus walks back inside, sits at the kitchen table, thinks. The implant failed. He's sure of it. The pulse stopped. The hum stopped. The integration reversed, didn't it? He tries to feel fear, focuses on the memory of the white chamber, the greys, the procedures, the terror. Nothing. Tries to feel joy, thinks about Rachel, Bailey before she died, successful hunts, good memories. Nothing. The emotions are labelled correctly in his mind. He knows what they should feel like. But the actual experience is gone. He didn't defeat the implant by starving it. He defeated it by becoming it. The emotional suppression he used as a weapon, perfect neutrality, absolute void, didn't just weaken the device, it completed its purpose. They weren't studying fear to cause fear. They were studying it to understand removal, and he showed them how. He became the baseline they needed. Human consciousness without emotional response. All the cognition, none of the interference. The implant didn't fail. It succeeded, and then it left. Because there was nothing left to measure. Marcus sits in the dark kitchen for hours, testing himself. He thinks about his mother, her death, the funeral, no grief, his father, the abuse, the terror, no anger, Rachel, his sister, family, no love, Bailey, nothing. He's alive, breathing, thinking. But the core of what made him human, the capacity to feel, is gone, hollowed out, not by the implant, by his own defence against it. The greys didn't break him, he broke himself, and they learned from watching him do it. Morning comes, Marcus makes coffee, drinks it, tastes nothing. The phone rings, Rachel again. Hey, just checking in. How are you feeling? Fine. You sound better. Do I? Yeah, more like yourself. He almost laughs. Good. I'm thinking about driving up this weekend. We could have dinner. Talk. Okay. Okay, you sure? Yeah. Marcus, are we okay? You and me? He knows the answer she needs. We're okay. She exhales relief. Good. I was worried I'd lost you. You did, he thinks, but says nothing. They talk for another few minutes. Plans. Details. Her work. The weather. Normal conversation. He produces all the right responses. Appropriate tone. Expected reactions. She can't tell the difference. No one will be able to tell. That night, he stands in the field again. Same field. Same dead grass. Same mountains beyond. The sky is overcast. No stars visible. Just grey darkness. Marcus looks up anyway. Waiting. Minutes pass. Hours maybe. Then, light. Faint. Distant. Across the valley. 3 miles away. Maybe 4. A pale glow above the tree line. Stationary. Not falling. Not rising. Just present. Someone else is being taken. The next subject. Marcus watches without feeling. No fear for them. No horror. No empathy. Just observation. Data collection. He understands now what he is. Not victim. Not survivor. Proof of concept. They studied fear response. Studied trauma thresholds. Studied how humans cope with impossible terror. And he showed them that emotional removal is possible, that human consciousness can be isolated from human feeling, that the mind and the heart can be separated. He was the prototype, and now they'll refine the process. The light across the valley pulses once, then disappears, gone, taking someone new. Marcus turns and walks back to the house. His boots leave impressions in frost, evidence he was here, evidence he exists. But the man who left these footprints is gone. What walks in his shape is something else. Something that knows the worst thing in the woods isn't something watching. It's something that learned how not to be afraid. And that knowledge, that precise understanding of emotional extinction, is now being carried forward, subject by subject, until fear itself becomes obsolete. Marcus enters his house, closes the door, turns off the lights, sits in darkness, waiting for nothing, feeling nothing, being nothing, perfectly still, perfectly empty, perfectly calibrated, the way they wanted, the way he made himself. Roan Mountain Protocol. The first voice came from below the trail. "Mum?" Andrew Keller stopped breathing. 30 yards ahead of him, Linda Morrow jerked toward the sound so hard the volunteer holding her arm nearly lost his grip. "Ethan?" The ranger beside her caught her before she could cross the orange search line. "Mrs. Morrow, stay here." "That's him." The voice came again from the ravine. "Mom, please." Young, frightened, breathless. Andrew had listened to Ethan Morrow's voice for 2 hours that afternoon. Social media clips, a birthday video, an interview from his university rowing club. The voice below them carried the same slight catch at the end of certain words, the same upward break when the boy was afraid. It was right. Andrew eased his camera higher against his chest. Dusk had settled into the hollow northeast of Roan Mountain. Searchlights reached through wet trunks and rhododendron in narrow white columns. 30 minutes earlier the operation had looked ordinary. Park rangers, sheriff's deputies, volunteers in reflective jackets, dogs working the trail. Then 2 black utility vehicles had arrived without markings. The dogs had been pulled back. Volunteers had been ordered out of the woods. Radio traffic had nearly stopped. Most strangely, a man Andrew had never seen before had told Ethan's mother that if she heard her son calling from beyond the marked trail, she was not to answer him. Andrew had read nearly those exact words 3 nights ago. 27 incident reports spanning 1971 through 2025. Across several pages, Roan Mountain Protocol. One report from October 2003 described a 19-year-old missing in the same drainage. Voice contact after dark. Mother attempted response. RMP1 procedure initiated. Andrew had assumed the language was bureaucracy wrapped around local superstition. Then something moved on the ridge behind him. "Mum?" Andrew turned. The second call came from uphill, hundreds of yards from the ravine. Linda made a strangled sound. The first voice called again from below. "Please, Mum." Then the second answered from the ridge. "I can't see the trail." 2 voices. Same boy. The searchers stood motionless. No one shouted back. That disturbed Andrew almost as much as the voices. They had practiced this. A federal officer raised one hand. Everyone along the trail froze. Movement appeared between the trees above them. A young man stepped into the edge of the searchlights wearing a blue rain shell, grey hiking pants and mud to both knees. Ethan Morrow. Andrew knew the face from the missing person posters. Linda screamed his name. The young man recoiled. "Mum?" He looked exhausted and cold. His shoulders shook. Rain clung to his hair. Nothing about him was wrong. That was the worst part. The officer beside Linda touched his radio. "Roan Mountain Protocol, Category 1. RMP1 confirmed. Visual contact at ridge." There. Andrew had it. Not a photocopy. Not an anonymous source. Not a story told by a dying ranger. An active federal officer using the designation. Andrew shifted for a cleaner angle. A voice spoke behind him. "Mr. Keller." He turned. 2 men in dark outdoor clothing stood 10 feet away. No visible agency markings. One held out his hand. "Camera." "I'm standing on public land." "You were. Now you're inside a controlled search perimeter." Andrew heard Linda crying behind him. The Ethan on the ridge had already disappeared into the trees. The voice from the ravine continued calling for her. "Camera, Mr. Keller." Andrew surrendered it. The encrypted recorder sewn into his jacket lining kept running. The command post resembled a utility trailer hauled into the mountains for storm recovery, which was probably the point. Inside, the disguise ended. Topographic maps, seismic plots, thermal feeds, and underground surveys covered 3 walls. The displays were dense but disciplined. Nothing looked improvised. Personnel wore clipped cards showing colours and geometric symbols rather than names. Through a narrow window in the rear door, Andrew could see Linda Morrow in an adjoining trailer. A female ranger sat beside her. Linda held a laminated missing person photograph of Ethan against both palms as if keeping it warm. She was watching the door, waiting for someone to tell her whether the boy in the forest was her son. Andrew looked away. A woman in her early 50s stood at the central table. Grey showed at her temples. Her field jacket carried no visible insignia. Andrew Keller, it was not a question. Colonel Mara Ellison. He had found no Mara Ellison in 6 days of federal record searches. That interested him more than intimidation would have. Ellison pointed at the confiscated camera. What did Calvin Dorsey send you? 27 reports. How many copies? Enough. She studied him for a moment. Dorsey was in hospice with pancreatic cancer. He died at home 4 days after mailing them. Before you spend energy deciding we killed him. Andrew had in fact spent energy deciding exactly that. You searched his house. After his executor reported missing classified material. Material you claim doesn't exist. I haven't claimed anything yet, Andrew almost smiled. Better than the usual performance. The files are protected, he said. If I disappear or miss a release window, they go to my editor and 3 other journalists. He expected the threat to change the room. It did, just not in the way he expected. Ellison's attention sharpened. How much operational material did he include? Enough to make you nervous. Yes. The answer disarmed him. Ellison pointed toward the displays. A week ago I would have taken your equipment and spent 6 hours arguing authority with lawyers. Tonight I need to know what Dorsey gave you, because if you publish bad conclusions attached to real coordinates, people will come here looking for proof. People usually do. I know, that's the problem. A tone sounded at the nearest console. A technician straightened. Ridge contact returning. Ellison turned immediately. Thermal. Normal mammalian profile. A live feed expanded. Ethan walked toward a portable fence beneath floodlights. His neck registered normal human temperature. A second monitor tracked respiration. "Mom," he shouted. Linda appeared behind 2 rangers. She surged toward the barrier. "That's him. Let me through." "Mrs. Morrow stays behind secondary," Ellison said. Ethan pressed both hands against the outer mesh. "I got lost. I'm freezing." His breath fogged in the cold air. Then a second radio channel opened. North drainage to command. Visual on Morrow. Every head in the trailer turned toward another monitor. Another Ethan Morrow stood in the beam of a body camera. Same jacket, same face, same mud stain along the right thigh. "Please," the second Ethan said. "There's something behind me." Andrew looked between the 2 live feeds. The boy at the fence began crying. His lower lip trembled. Tears formed. His voice broke when he called for his mother. It was either an astonishing performance or a frightened human being. A gate opened ahead of him. "Walk forward," a speaker instructed. "Where's my mum?" "Walk forward," he obeyed. The rear barrier shut. Ethan spun, caught his forearm against a metal edge and swore. Blood ran immediately. A technician watched the medical feed. Pressure response normal, thermal stable, superficial bleeding. Andrew looked at Ellison. "Which one is Ethan?" She kept her eyes on both screens. "We don't know that either one is." Beyond the glass, Linda Morrow collapsed into the ranger's arms. Ellison did not take Andrew to the archive because she trusted him. She made that clear. "You already have enough genuine material to cause a public incident," she said, as they passed through a keyed security door. What you don't have is enough context to know which incident you'll cause. Dr. Lena Ortez waited inside. She was compact, dark-haired, and looked as though sleep had become a scheduling error. "You're the journalist." "That's becoming my title around here," Ellison said. "He has Dorsey's archive." Ortez's expression tightened. "How much?" 27 reports. "Then showing him nothing is no longer a safe option." Andrew glanced at Ellison. "That why I'm here?" "Partly. The other reason is that I want you to understand enough to cancel your release voluntarily." There it was. She did want him converted. Not ideologically, operationally. The first photograph lay beneath protective glass. A deer stood beside a forest road in 1971. At first glance it looked ordinary, but Ortez covered its head with one hand and Andrew saw the error. The rear. Limbs did not articulate quite the same way. One hoof sat too far inward, an anatomical mistake his brain had corrected before he consciously noticed it. A second specimen from the early 80s was better. Its legs were right, but the neck muscles did not attach naturally beneath the hide. Then came video. In 1987, a man believed to be a missing miner sat in a concrete interview room. He answered his name, birthday, wife's name, and what he had heard underground. "Carol," he said. "I heard Carol." He swallowed, smiled weakly and rubbed one thumb across the other. The interviewer waited. 20 seconds later, another question brought the same response, the same swallow, the same thumb movement, the same smile, held for the same length of time. "I heard Carol." Ortez stopped the recording. Early human form cases failed on spontaneous behaviour. That one held for 19 seconds. The next recording came from 2004. A woman wrapped in a rescue blanket drank coffee and spoke normally for nearly 4 minutes. A ranger mentioned her husband. She laughed nervously and tucked her hair behind one ear. 22 seconds later, a different emotional question produced the identical laugh, the identical breath beforehand, the identical movement of the hand. Later records were worse because there was less to see. A returned hiker argued naturally with a medic. Another became angry when asked the same question twice. One correctly interrupted an interviewer before the question was finished. The old obvious loops disappeared. The progression was displayed on one wall. Early cases, seconds. 1987, approximately 20 seconds. 2004, approximately 4 minutes. Current, no reliable visual identification method. By then, Andrew understood why the room felt less like an archive and more like the record of a failed arms race. Voice had stopped being useful. Surface anatomy followed. Thermal imaging, gait, fingerprints and several physiological tests had each worked for a time, then degraded as discriminators. Ortez was careful not to call it evolution. They did not know whether the forms reproduced conventionally at all. They knew only that later specimens incorporated information earlier ones had not possessed. "They don't change shape in front of you," Andrew said. "No verified rapid transformation," Ortez replied. "Then something makes new versions." "Yes." "Where?" "Unknown." "Central nest?" "Unknown." "Shared genetics?" "Inconsistent." Andrew exhaled. "You people have built a large program around that word." Ortez rested one hand on the table. Making up an answer because uncertainty irritates us would be worse. That Andrew respected. She brought up a graph he had not seen before. Low-frequency vibration traces recorded during several containment incidents. "What is this?" "Possible communication." Ellison looked at her. "You've moved that up from noise." "Working hypothesis only. Certain specimens produce patterned clicks and substrate vibration below ordinary speech frequencies. Similar sequences have been detected by mine geophones after surface encounters." Andrew studied the traces. "Through the rock?" "Possibly." Elephants use ground-borne vibration. Insects do it. We don't know the range or whether we're measuring communication rather than some secondary behaviour. But later specimens know things they never observed themselves, Ortez nodded. That part we can demonstrate. Andrew tapped the vibration trace. Then this is your best explanation. My best explanation is not the same thing as a demonstrated mechanism. Her voice was not defensive, just exact. Ellison held up one of the physical cards her personnel wore, a blue triangle over 4 digits. That's why field identifiers are changed offline. We don't transmit the day's card list. What about verbal challenges? Backup only. As if summoned by the question, a field transmission reached the room through the open operation speaker. North Star. The operator answered, Cold River. Andrew filed the exchange away automatically. Through the observation window, Ethan Morrow sat alone with a bandage around his forearm. He looked up. Their eyes met. Andrew gave the small, unconscious smile people offered when caught staring. Ethan smiled at the same instant. Andrew's expression faded. Ethan's remained for perhaps a quarter of a second longer. Then it disappeared too. The controlled interview lasted 11 minutes before Ellison stopped it. Not because the subject failed, because it didn't. Where did you park? Ortez asked. Carver Gap. What do you drive? Silver Tacoma. Plate? I don't know. Who would? Ethan looked irritated. Nobody knows their plate number. A human answer. He remembered some things and forgot others. He corrected himself. He asked for his mother twice. When Ortez repeated a question, he noticed and complained. Andrew watched for loops. There were none. Ellison finally muted the room. That's enough. Andrew stared through the glass. No, it isn't. For tonight, it is. You said your behavioural discriminators are failing. Ortez removed her headset. They are. My work is constructed testimony. People who fabricate stories optimise for the question they expect, change the structure, and they reveal the model underneath. Ellison studied him. You want an adaptive pressure test? Yes. Ortez looked interested despite herself. We've done pattern disruption. Not from someone he hasn't been trained against. He hasn't been trained against anyone, Ortez said. You know what I mean. Ellison considered it. Andrew had expected another refusal. Instead, she said, 5 minutes. Ortez controls the microphone. You do not use current field procedure, current access information, or anything operational. If she says stop, you stop. Andrew nodded. That was how the mistake began. Ortez opened the channel. Andrew started with harmless material. He replayed part of Ethan's university interview and stopped sentences halfway through. Ethan completed familiar phrases. Andrew reversed assumptions, changed emotional cues, asked him to predict what question would follow another. At first the delays were noticeable, then they shortened. The subject was not merely remembering, it was adjusting. Andrew tried paired opposites. Hot day, Ethan frowned. Cold night, he guessed. Red sky. A pause. Andrew supplied the answer. Black water. Ethan's attention sharpened. Ortez saw it too. That's enough on pairing. Andrew should have stopped there. Instead, he thought about the field exchange. North Star. Cold River. He wanted to know whether the organism had learned a concept or merely guessed an opposite. One more, he said. Ellison's voice hardened. Non-operational. Andrew keyed the microphone. North Star. Ethan stared at him. What? Andrew felt Ellison turn toward him. He supplied the response. Cold River. Andrew, Ortez said. He continued before she could close the channel. Closed road. Ethan's eyes shifted briefly toward the microphone, then back to Andrew. Open gate. Ortez killed the channel. Silence filled the observation room. Andrew felt the moment click into place. He had never supplied that answer. The organism had inferred the relationship. Structure, not repetition. Ethan leaned toward the glass. Andrew, without thinking, whispered, "You figured it out." Ortez had already killed the room microphone. It should not have heard him. Yet the small monitoring speaker beside the glass crackled. "You figured it out." Andrew stopped. The voice was his. His pitch, yes. But more than that. The slight scrape on the first word, the shortened vowel in out, the hesitation he had not known he made between figured and it. Ortez slammed the security shutter down. The Ethan form vanished behind steel. Andrew looked at the dead speaker. How did it hear me? Ortez was already checking the system. Contact mic on the glass, diagnostic channel. She swore softly. Ellison looked at Andrew. "You crossed the line I gave you." "Yes." "So did I. I authorized the test." That surprised him. She turned to Ortez. Isolation. Full. No wireless hardware inside. A technician called from the sensor station. "Doctor, we're getting floor vibration from the room." Ortez moved to the display. A pulse train crossed the geophone trace. Click, click. Pause. Click. Pause. 3 quick pulses. Andrew looked at the graph. "You've seen that pattern before." "Similar ones." "Underground?" "Yes." The shutter remained closed. Something clicked faintly on the other side. Ellison stared at it. "If that's communication, assume the information can move." Ortez gave a short nod. "Until we know otherwise." "How fast?" Andrew asked. Neither woman answered. Ellison headed for the door. "There is something else you need to see." The photographs from 1958 were black and white. Men in hard hats stood beside drilling equipment beneath harsh work lights. The first images showed ordinary stone and timber. Then the rock changed. One photograph showed miners standing beside a surface too smooth to be natural. Beyond their lights, curved structural ribs vanished into darkness at regular intervals. The next frame opened into a chamber so large the camera flash failed to find the opposite wall. Rows of black ovoid structures extended into darkness. Each was taller than a man. Andrew stopped counting after the first visible 100. "What are they?" "We don't know," Ellison said. This time she continued before he could start working down a list of countries and programs. "We did not build the chamber, neither did the mining company. Geological Review found undisturbed rock around the first breach. We don't have a defensible age for the structure, and we don't know whether calling those things eggs is biologically meaningful." The next image showed one split open. Something pale lay curled inside. Andrew could not tell where one limb ended and another began. The first recovered mimic? "The first one we know about," Ortez said. Andrew stared at the photograph. For 6 days he had built the conspiracy in his head. Illegal research, dead civilians, a buried program, institutional panic. That explanation disappeared. Ellison brought up a modern subterranean map. "Think of the deep structure as a hub," she said. "The known mine workings come off it like spokes." That made the geometry understandable immediately. Natural caves showed in grey, human mine tunnels in yellow, several red symbols marked old portals. What are those? Clap stations, contingency sable. Some were installed at portals believed dead or partially collapsed, because we wanted the option to close human-made approaches without sending a team underground. Andrew studied the spokes. "These aren't containment walls." "No, they're exits. Potential exits. The gates keep civilians from going down and give us monitored points where something might come up." "You don't know all of them." "No." Andrew opened Dorsey's incident locations and laid them over the tunnel system. He expected remote clusters, places where an ambush predator could take a lone hiker. Instead, he saw encounters around roads, trailheads, bridge approaches, utility corridors and a communications repeater. Andrew enlarged the pattern. They keep appearing where people move through systems. Ortez leaned toward the display. Roads also make cleaner access routes underground. Not all of these are roads. Andrew selected 3 incidents. A repeater site with almost no foot traffic, a bridge maintenance shed closed to the public, an emergency gate used by rescue crews, low civilian density, high procedural activity. Ortez studied the points. Andrew added another layer. Dates of maintenance activity. 2 sightings had occurred during scheduled work windows. He looked at her. If this were about prey, those are poor hunting sites. Ortez remained quiet for a few seconds. "All right," she said. "That pattern is harder to dismiss." It was the first clean point Andrew had won all night. Ellison studied the display. "Watching?" "Maybe," Andrew said. "Testing access, learning routines. I don't know which yet. The deer, the voices, the miners, the hikers, forms getting better, behaviour getting better." Andrew had thought he was looking at adaptation. Now another possibility sat beside it. Reconnaissance. A sharp tone cut across the room. One of the seismic analysts leaned toward his station. "Colonel," Ellison turned. "Talk." Coordinated movement under North Drainage. A second analyst looked up. Ridge just joined it. Lines began illuminating beneath the mountain. At first, dozens, then hundreds. Separate signatures converged into directional streams. Ortez moved to the display. Confirm against blasting noise. Already did? How many? No stable count. The analyst zoomed out. More of the underground network lit. Andrew watched individual traces become bands. Thousands. Whatever. Motive had been uncertain in the historical record. The movement now was organised, and all of it was heading upward. Ellison waited exactly long enough to confirm the trend. Then she started issuing orders. Withdraw civilian search personnel to county staging. State police close both approaches under subsurface gas hazard. Nobody enters the back country. Get Mrs. Morrow off this mountain before we move anything heavy. Andrew looked toward the adjoining trailer. Linda was still there, still waiting. Ellison noticed. She goes first. What are you going to tell her? That we don't know where her son is. You have one in a room. I have something in a room that looks like her son. Andrew had no answer to that. Ellison looked at his jacket. Cancel your release. No. This is no longer an argument about embarrassment. And if this place goes dark, then whoever receives Dorsey's coordinates comes looking. Andrew opened the timer. Instead of 43 hours, he set it 90 minutes. Ellison's expression tightened. 90? If we're alive in 90 minutes, we can argue again. If we're not, the evidence leaves the mountain. She disliked it. But movement was already accelerating underground. Fine, 90. Then she pointed toward Dorsey's archive. You found the pattern. Keep looking. The operations room filled with controlled urgency. State police began shutting roads under a mine gas pretext. Rangers moved the civilian search teams out. Linda Morrow went with the first convoy. The second Ethan seen at North Drainage had vanished back into the timber before the withdrawal and had not been reacquired. The captured Ethan form was transferred from behavioural observation into an isolated underground cell on a mechanically decoupled slab after Ortez reported continuing vibration patterns from the first room. No one knew whether that would matter. Andrew worked through the old maps while Ellison's teams shifted toward the 3 most likely surface approaches. A field camera from North Drainage showed a man in containment clothing walking toward the barricade. The team lead Pike challenged him. Identifier. The man stopped. His chest clip was empty. Lost it in the lower drift. Hold position. North Star, the man said. No one answered. Then he supplied the response himself. Cold River. Pike raised one hand. The figure took another step. Stay where you are. The camera jolted. A shape crossed the frame too quickly for Andrew to understand. Pike's light swung sideways. Someone shouted. 2 more helmet beams broke apart in the trees. Then the feed went black. A technician leaned over the console. North Drainage team is down. 3 seconds later, a radio channel opened. Commander, this is North Drainage. Route clear. Move Ridge team to secondary. The hardware identifier appeared on screen. Ellison stared at it. That's Pike's handset. The implication was immediate. The Mimic had not somehow learned to manufacture a military radio. It had taken one, and now it knew enough about human procedure to use it. Kill that unit's credentials, Ellison ordered. Done. From now on, no voice moves anybody. Physical card at destination or no movement. That cuts response speed nearly in half. So be slower. Andrew recognised the authentication logic in the stolen transmission. His logic. Ortez did too. The stolen handset explains the channel access, she said. It doesn't tell us how the challenge pattern reached North Drainage. Andrew pointed toward the stored geophone trace from the Ethan cell. And you recorded that immediately after the test. Yes. So the transfer hypothesis just got stronger. Ortez looked at the timestamp, then at the North Drainage event. Yes. No correction, no lecture, just the admission. Ellison said, good enough for procedure. Assume anything demonstrated to one can become available to others. Andrew returned to Dorsey's files. One cluster bothered him. 3 incidents, 1976, 1988, 2011, sat above terrain with no marked modern access point. He pulled the oldest survey. Banner Cole. The analyst beside him glanced over. Closed before federal acquisition. This ventilation drift. Collapsed. When? 70s. Andrew pointed to the 3 later incidents. Then why do you have RMP reports above it? The analyst brought up current seismic data. A heavy stream was approaching the same line. Ellison came over. Surface distance? About 2 miles from the highway corridor. Andrew found the old survey marker. Ventilation drift C. Ellison checked the map. A red sable symbol lay at the old portal. Andrew looked at her. You planted charges there. At every federal-controlled legacy portal we could reach. We didn't know the deep connection survived. How long to get there? 40 minutes by logging road if the road is still passable. Andrew checked his timer. 64 minutes. Ellison grabbed her jacket. You're coming. Why? You found the route. You're going to make sure we close the right one. The old Banner ventilation works sat behind Mountain Laurel and a collapsed service road. Federal record said the drift beyond the portal was dead. It was open. Cold air moved from the darkness. Andrew found the faded survey marker beneath moss exactly where the 1976 map placed it. Sea drift. The demolition lead compared the marker to his paper schematic. This is the Sable portal. The ground beneath them carried a faint continuous vibration. Something was coming. Then a man stepped out of the tunnel. He wore containment clothing, no helmet. Blood ran from his hairline. Colonel. Rifles came up. He stopped immediately. Pike. North Drainage. Andrew recognized the voice from the body camera feed. Ellison kept her weapon lowered but ready. Identifier. Pike touched his chest. Nothing. Lost it underground. Stay where you are. I know how this looks. Then you know why I'm telling you to stay there. Pike lifted both hands. His fear looked completely genuine. Ellison pointed toward a boulder beyond the marked work zone. Sit there. Do not cross the paint. He obeyed. Andrew watched Ellison. You think that's him? I don't know. But you're not shooting. I don't kill people because a test failed to prove they're people. It was the sort of rule that sounded easy until a creature could look human. Pike reached the boulder. A voice came from inside the mine. "Pike." He stopped. The voice was his. Same fatigue, same cracked breath. "Colonel, please." The man beside the boulder slowly turned toward the black portal. Something moved deep inside. The demolition team began opening hardwired control cases. No remote detonators, no radio arming commands, 2 physical keys, 2 independently verified operators. Andrew looked toward the mountain. If you close ridge before this one, where does the flow go? The demolition lead pointed at his paper network. Depends how much of the deep map is correct. Andrew unfolded Dorsey's old survey beside it. If this connection is open, ridge collapse could push part of the stream here. Ellison understood immediately. Sequence banner first. The lead hesitated. Standing Sable order is ridge, then banner. Standing order assumed banner was dead. He nodded. That was enough. The sequence changed. Andrew had not come to the portal to shoot anything. An old piece of paper had told them which door mattered first. The radio in Ellison's vest came alive. "Abort banner." The voice belonged to an operations officer back at command. Nobody moved. Then another transmission cut in. Ellison's own voice. "Abort Sable. Movement has reversed." The actual Ellison reached over and switched the radio volume lower. "They have another handset." A third voice arrived. "Withdraw from banner immediately." Andrew felt his mouth go dry. His own voice. The phrase carried the exact cadence he had used in the observation room. The test had travelled. His pocket vibrated. 19 minutes remained. Andrew pulled out the release device. The archive contained the 1958 photographs, mine coordinates, behavioural studies, authentication failures, the Ethan recording, Dorsey's cases, everything he had spent days trying to place beyond federal control. If it released now, reporters would begin calling sources within minutes. Coordinates would spread. People would drive toward the corridor with cameras, radios, drones, and guns. He still believed the public had a right to know. He also had a stolen federal radio speaking with his voice because something in the mountain had learned from one controlled test. The countdown reached 18 minutes. "Mr. Keller," Ellison said. There was no command in her voice this time. Andrew opened the release screen. For 15 years he had treated information as the corrective force. Powerful institutions controlled facts because facts changed what people could do. Now the thing he was investigating could use information too. He pressed cancel. The timer disappeared. Archive held. Manual release only. He disconnected the transmitter from the satellite modem and pulled the data lead free. The evidence remained. The automatic broadcast did not. Ellison watched him for half a second. Then she turned to the team. Kill non-essential radios. The portal area became abruptly quieter. A demolition technician held up a green physical card. His partner compared it against a sealed paper list. Verified. First key turned. The vibration beneath Andrew's boots deepened. Pike rose from the boulder. "Colonel, stay there. There's something behind me." Movement gathered in the tunnel. At first, Andrew heard separate contacts against rock. Then enough of them overlapped that the sounds blended into a dense, scraping rush. Pike backed toward the painted boundary. 3 rifles followed him. "Stop! I am not one of them. Stop! You know me." Another voice came from the portal. "I am not one of them." Pike's voice. Then another repeated it. And another. The man outside the mine began crying. A pale hand appeared briefly at the edge of Andrew's headlamp beam. 5 fingers. Human proportions. It disappeared. The demolition lead shouted, "Circuit armed." Pike moved toward them. "Don't leave me here." Ellison did not raise a weapon. "Hold position." Something in her face changed, but her decision did not. Opening the work line might save a human being. It might also open the only secured position between the portal and the surface. She turned the second key. Fire. The mountain struck upward. Andrew hit the ground before he understood he'd moved. The concussion flattened the breath from his chest, rolled through the soil beneath him, and filled the trees with stone, dust, and the violent snapping of old timber. For several long seconds there was no portal, no pike, no voices, only a brown wall moving through the lights and fragments of rock dropping through branches. When the dust thinned, the mountain had changed shape. Where the entrance had been, a fresh collapse buried the concrete portal beneath tons of shattered stone. Pike was gone with it. Nobody tried to decide whether the person they had just buried had been human. The demolition lead checked his hardwired receiver. Banner confirmed. A physical relay message arrived from the road team several minutes later. Ridge ready. Ellison waited for Andrew's map check. He traced the old branch one last time. Do it! The second collapse rolled through the ground beneath them like distant thunder. They had not destroyed the population. They had changed which direction it could move. For now, that was enough. The ride back to command took nearly an hour because state police had closed both paved approaches and one logging road had partially subsided after the detonations. No one spoke much. The violence of the portal had left Andrew's ears ringing, his throat raw with dust, and his hands trembling whenever he stopped using them. It was the first time all night his body seemed to realise what had happened. At the command facility, the tempo had become cautious again. The room was still active, but the immediate upward surge had broken into scattered, difficult traces. Analysts compared readings and marked several areas uncertain rather than safe. Ortez looked at the main display. Largest concentrations are moving away from the known approaches. For how long? Ellison asked. No model. Best estimate. Ortez shook her head. I can tell you what the sensors show now. I can't tell you when they change direction again. Ellison accepted that. Andrew looked through the rear window. Linda Morrow was gone. Where is she? County Hotel, Ellison said. Sheriff's deputy with her. What did you tell her? That the person we recovered could not be confirmed as Ethan, and that Ethan remains missing. Did she sign anything? A temporary federal non-disclosure on what she saw at the perimeter. Her lawyer can challenge it tomorrow. Andrew looked toward the communications desk. Can I speak to her? Ellison studied him. You're not calling as a reporter. No. She handed him a secure phone. Linda answered on the fourth ring. Mrs. Morrow, this is Andrew Keller. The reporter. Yes. A pause. Is the boy you have Ethan? Andrew looked through the glass toward the corridor leading to the holding cells. I don't know. Her breath caught. Is either one my son? I don't know that either. Another silence. Then Linda said, Then don't call me about protocols. Andrew closed his eyes. Find my son. The line went dead. He handed the phone back. What about the Ethan form? Ortez answered. Still secured. We moved it to the decoupled cell before the field operation. The vibration pattern stopped 26 minutes after Banner collapsed. And the second one? Not reacquired. The public explanation was already being drafted. Legacy mine instability, possible hazardous gas, emergency closure, state police roadblocks. Andrew disliked nearly every sentence. He also knew what waited 2 miles from one of those roads. For the moment, he let the press release exist. He sat at the terminal and reopened the historical archive. One idea had followed him back from the mountain. Reconnaissance. Reconnaissance came before deployment. The mimics had been producing human forms for decades. Andrew searched the old database. Recovered subject. Absence greater than 72 hours. 43 cases. He straightened. Ellison came beside him. How many of these were released? Most of the old ones. You tracked them? At first. At first. Ellison looked toward the dark window. In 2014 I ended routine surveillance of cleared subjects without new cause. Andrew turned to her. You? Yes. Why? Because we had people followed for 20 years after every available test said they were human. One man lost his job after a contractor exposed the monitoring. Another was detained twice because an analyst didn't like his affect. We were turning uncertainty into permanent suspicion. So you stopped looking. I required evidence before reopening a cleared case. Ortez joined them. It was a defensible decision. Andrew looked at the records, and may be wrong. Yes, Ellison said. No excuse. No deflection. Andrew began checking names. The first subject, released in 1979 after 6 missing days, died of cancer in 2001. Nothing. The second became a schoolteacher in Ohio, retired and had grandchildren. Nothing. A third disappeared again 7 years after release. No body. Ambiguous. Then he found Martin Dyer, recovered in 1994 after 87 hours, held for 19 days, released. Current employment, Regional Emergency Communications. Andrew stopped. He opened another, Helen Stroud. Recovered in 2002, later employed at a state highway operations centre. Another, Patrick Weller. Recovered in 2007, regional freight logistics contractor. Andrew looked at Ellison. She saw where he was going. 3 people do not establish infiltration. I know. Millions work in transportation. I know. Andrew overlaid the old surface encounters, roads, bridge approaches, communications equipment, utility corridors. Then he asked the question that had been waiting since Linda Morrow first heard her son's voice in the woods. How many people did this program release before you knew visual identification was unreliable? Ellison didn't answer immediately. Too many for certainty. Can you check live access? A technician looked at Ellison. She hesitated. This was exactly the kind of surveillance restriction she herself had imposed. Then she said, 3 names. Current facility access only. The first query returned quickly. Martin Dyer, still employed. Night operations supervisor. Badge event at 3:17 a.m. Access granted. The second, Helen Stroud. State Highway Control Facility. Badge event at 2:51 a.m. Access granted. No one spoke. Ortez finally said, "That proves 2 people went to work." "Weller," Ellison said. The technician entered the third name. Patrick Weller remained employed by a logistics contractor outside Knoxville. Badge entry at 3:24 a.m. Access granted. "Camera record?" Ellison asked. The technician pulled the image attached to Weller's entry. It loaded slowly. Forehead, eyes, nose, mouth. The middle-aged man in a collared work shirt looked directly into the security camera. He appeared tired, normal, human. The identity system drew a green box around his face. Match confidence, 99.98%. The system completed its comparison. Identity verified. The Ministry of Enemies. At 2:17 in the morning, Michael Caine found a prediction written 17 years before the event it described. He read the paragraph twice before deciding someone had cheated. The page lay beneath the glass of a microfilm reader in a secure archival room at Langley, its letters softened by age and bad optics. Caine had spent most of the night validating old strategic forecasts for migration into a modern database. Usually the work meant catching duplicate records, bad dates and analysts who had cited later revisions as originals. The memorandum in front of him was dated May 17th, 1974. It predicted that the Soviet Union would cease to function as America's primary organizing adversary between 1989 and 1992. That was good enough to get his attention. What came next held it. The same model projected that the large state rivalry would be followed by a decentralized threat cycle, less territorially coherent, harder to deter, capable of sustaining public fear without presenting the same risk of direct nuclear exchange. Kane checked the accession record. The paper original had been logged in 1974. The microfilm had been made 3 years later. The digital copy came decades after that. Someone could alter one record after history happened. Altering all three was possible, but it required a conspiracy large enough to make the explanation less attractive than the anomaly. His phone vibrated beside the reader. Nora. Don't forget. Airport by 6:15. You promised. Kane smiled despite himself. His 22-year-old daughter knew exactly how much faith to place in a promise made by a man working an overnight shift. I won't. He sent it, put the phone face down and went back to the file. There were more. A 1986 assessment used different language but the same mathematical relationships. So did one from the early 90s and another from the beginning of the new century. Kane stopped reading titles and concentrated on variables: foreign military capability, public confidence, economic stress, political fragmentation, perceived external danger. The terminology changed. The equation beneath it did not. By 3 o'clock, Kane had reduced the recurring concept to 2 words on a yellow pad: required threat. That was what the models were trying to calculate. Not which country would win a war, but how much external danger a political system could absorb, and how little it could survive without. He traced the document family forward through a restricted archival index. The index should have ended years ago. Instead, a current interface opened. A line near the top stated that the next transition window would close in just under 6 hours. The current adversarial structure was marked as being in terminal decline. Below it sat a list of possible replacements: state competition, transnational violence, technological disruption. One category was different: non-human status, experimental. Kane leaned toward the screen. The interface carried no CIA directorate code, no author, and no distribution list. One source identifier appeared at the bottom: Office of External Necessity. Continuity. He had never heard of it. Kane moved the cursor toward the internal reporting icon, then stopped. If the record was genuine, someone owned it. Reporting his access would tell that someone exactly what he had found. He closed the reporting window and kept looking. The more interesting discovery was buried in the historical transition records. Each cycle contained a projected date. Some contained another date marked authorized. Kane opened several. Those were not predictions, they were decisions. One diplomatic settlement had been delayed. Pressure had been increased in another crisis and reduced in a third. In several cases, the office had done nothing because events were already moving in the direction the model expected. Kane found one sentence and read it again. This settlement had been deferred because the opposing state was still performing a necessary external function. His jaw tightened. That was no longer forecasting. He searched the Office of External Necessity. Results appeared for less than a second. Then the source records disappeared. A notice replaced them. Source record withdrawn by originating authority. His CIA access remained intact. Whoever had acted had not taken over Langley's network. They had removed their own material. That restraint made the situation worse. It made the office believable. A message arrived from his supervisor, Tom Heller. Mike, why are you in retired continuity source material? Come upstairs before you leave. Kane opened the local forensic cache. The migration system had retained portions of the withdrawn material. He copied what remained onto an approved encrypted evidence device. Heller wrote again, "Do not remove material from the archive room. Bring the device upstairs." Kane checked the time, then his phone, Nora's flight, his supervisor, the transition window. At the bottom of one maintenance record, he noticed a federal continuity facility in Virginia, officially decommissioned more than 20 years earlier. The latest maintenance entry was 3 weeks old. Attached to it was a one-time access token. Kane stared at the screen. That was not the sort of thing an organisation forgot to erase moments after withdrawing its files. Someone had left him a door. Hella called. Kane let the phone ring out. A third message followed. Your access is suspended until we talk. Do not leave with the device. There it was. Something real to lose. Kane pocketed the drive anyway. By the time security reached the archival floor, he was already in the parking garage. The old continuity facility sat behind 2 chain-link fences west of Washington, a low concrete building erected when federal planners still expected national survival to be measured in blast pressure. Dawn was not yet visible. Weeds had split sections of the visitor lot, but the camera above the entrance was new enough that its casing had not yet faded. Kane held the token to the gate reader. The gate opened. A locked gate would have been easier to understand. Inside, a yellow civil defence symbol remained on one wall. A faded emergency map pointed toward Communications, Medical and Shelter Administration. The building smelled faintly of paper, machine oil and the damp wool odour. Old government buildings never quite lost. One elevator still had power. The token activated a single basement level. When the doors opened, Kane heard air conditioning. The first room held microfilm cabinets. The second contained tape cartridges and optical discs. Beyond them, modern servers blinked behind glass. The equipment changed by decade. The project did not. A grey cabinet carried labels typed on what looked like an old IBM Selectric. Continuity Series. The phrase repeated across drawers separated by 30 years of hardware. Kane connected the forensic device to an isolated terminal. The display greeted him by name. Michael Kane. Underneath, authorized review path. So much for accidental access. He opened the earliest program notes. Continuity had begun as what its architects called a peace game model, an attempt to understand how military spending, employment, unrest, public trust and external danger affected one another. The first versions were primitive. Their uncertainty was not. They produced ranges rather than prophecies, confidence bands, alternative outcomes, competing scenarios. Whoever built the system had known the future could not simply be calculated. That made its historical success harder to dismiss. Kane searched the intervention history. At first he found what he expected, operations that amplified emerging threats or applied pressure to prolong useful rivalries. Then the pattern broke. One confrontation had been deliberately cooled because continuity predicted additional pressure would push the adversary beyond the manageable range. Another operation had quietly discredited false intelligence before military planners could act on it. A third crisis required no intervention whatsoever. The model predicted the transition and history arrived on its own. Kane's clean theory began to come apart. The office had manipulated enemies. That was true, but it had not simply invented them. Sometimes it strengthened danger. Sometimes it restrained it. The target was the narrow range between war and peace. Kane searched for operational authorizations and found only fragments. No single archive held the complete system. So he changed the question. If the office claimed its interventions worked, how did it know? He found the validation records. Every major operation had 2 branches, observed history, and a simulated version in which the office had done nothing. One intervention supposedly reduced the chance of regional war from roughly 2 chances in 3 to less than 1 in 4. Another had produced thousands of deaths and almost no measurable benefit. Later, analysts had marked the operation as a failure. A third simulation projected military mobilization across 3 borders and a meaningful probability of nuclear use. Kane disliked that one most, not because it was obviously false, because nobody could prove it true. He opened the methodology. Halfway down the page, one technical warning stopped him. Validation. Confidence degrades under closed-loop intervention. Kane read the note beneath it, then read it again. Every time the office acted on one of continuity's forecasts, it changed what happened next. That changed world became history. History became data. The next generation of continuity learned from consequences partly produced by the previous generation, then made new recommendations from those results. The office was editing the evidence it later used to judge whether its edits had been necessary. There was no untouched case against which to compare any of it. No second America. No control Earth. Its counterfactual models might be brilliant. They might be self-serving fiction. More likely they were some mixture of both. Kane rubbed his eyes. He had entered the building asking whether the office predicted America's enemies or created them. After 60 years, prediction and causation might no longer be separable. A speaker above the terminal clicked on. A man's voice said, "That is the point most people miss." Kane looked toward the nearest camera. Julian Cross? A pause. Yes. Director. For the moment. You knew I'd come. We knew the archive migration created a discovery risk. You were the analyst most likely to follow the pattern. So you planted the token. We made a route available. My access at Langley was unauthorized. Yes, but this isn't. No. Kane almost admired the precision. You've been altering policy for 60 years using models you admit you can't validate. We can validate portions of them, not the part that matters. Cross did not surrender the point. You're assuming perfect counterfactual certainty is available somewhere else. It isn't. Presidents decide without it. Commanders decide without it. You do too. They don't get 60 years to train the next decision on the consequences of the last one and call that validation. No, they call it experience. Kane looked back at the screen. Cross continued. If you steer a ship, the fact that previous course corrections changed your position does not make the compass useless. A compass doesn't point at its own wake and use that as proof it chose the right course. A moment passed. Then Cross said, "And throwing the compass overboard does not tell you where the reefs are." That one landed. Kane's phone vibrated. 3 messages from Nora. "You coming?" Then, "Dad?" The last one was 10 minutes old. "Grandma's taking me. Call me when you see this." Kane locked the screen. "You cost me my clearance." "No, you ignored a security instruction and removed classified material. Your agency did that." The answer irritated him because it was accurate. Cross continued. "Stop modifying the archive and come to us. You understand enough now to appreciate why the next transition matters." Kane looked at the forensic drive. He could leave. He could surrender it. He could try congressional oversight, inspectors general, reporters, federal prosecutors, anyone he believed might still stand outside the office's reach. But evidence stored only inside office systems could always be challenged later. Kane initiated a cryptographic authentication of the records he had copied, creating an independent verification chain. The terminal warned him that the process would permanently establish that the material had existed outside office custody. He confirmed. The archive lights dimmed. Every screen changed. Cross's voice sharpened. "Stop the authentication." Kane cancelled it. The process halted after creating its first signed verification block. It was enough to establish that his forensic copy corresponded to material that had existed inside the archive, but not enough to authenticate the entire historical collection. Then something else began. The authentication is stopped. The file is no longer the important variable. Then what is? You. A new forecast assembled. The office had begun modelling what would happen if its own existence became public. Kane watched the reasoning unfold. Once, citizens learned that historical threats had been manipulated. Every future warning became suspect. Military confrontation could be dismissed as theatre. Intelligence assessments could be interpreted as evidence of the conspiracy rather than evidence of an adversary. Conventional external threats lost credibility. The experimental category from Langley rose rapidly. Non-human. Its status moved from experimental to recommended, then to critical. The transition window contracted from hours to less than 2. Kane stared at the result. You built a machine that responds to exposure by demanding an enemy nobody can blame on government. You changed what millions of people might believe about future threats, Cross said. Continuity changed with you. That's institutional self-preservation. It may be, or it may be a real property of the political system. The difficulty is that we no longer have a clean experiment capable of separating the two. Kane looked at the containment assessment for non-human. It contained no percentage. One word. Unknown. For the first time that night, the model looked less like an answer than a warning. Cross said, "Come see what it means." The Office of External Necessity occupied 3 floors of a federal building Kane had passed for years without noticing. His CIA badge no longer opened the security vestibule. A woman inside did. Michael Kane? Yes. Deputy Director Mara Rourke. She was in her late 50s, silver beginning at her temples. Her voice had none of Cross's patience. She handed back Kane's forensic device. "Keep it. Your agency has opened an insider threat case and contacted your emergency number. They know another federal compartment has claimed temporary jurisdiction over you. They do not know which one, and they have not stopped looking." "Nora?" CIA security called twice. Kane looked at her. "This office does not control every bad thing that happens to you," she said. "You'll find life disappointingly decentralized." Cross was waiting beyond the vestibule. Rourke stopped Kane before they entered the operations floor. "One rule you should understand before you start trying to persuade him." She nodded toward Cross. "Once continuity declares a transition critical, operations holds the release authority independently of the director. He cannot stop a scheduled transition merely because he changes his mind. He has to disqualify the operation under the criteria that put it there." Kane looked at Cross. "Designed to stop one frightened director from panicking." "Or one compromised director," Rourke said, "depending on the day." The answer lodged in Kane's mind. Inside, analysts worked under ordinary fluorescent lighting. Coffee cups sat beside classified terminals. Jackets hung over chairs. Cross pointed toward a secure phone. "Call Nora." Kane hesitated. "Why?" "Because she thinks you might be dead, and I need you thinking about something else." Kane dialed. Nora answered immediately. "Dad? I'm okay. Where are you?" "At work." "At work? Security called Grandma." "I know." "You missed the airport." "I know." A pause. "You sound terrible. It's been a long night." "That's not an apology." Kane looked through the glass at Cross and Rourke. "No, I should have called." Another pause. "You always think being right about why you disappeared makes disappearing okay." Kane had no answer ready. "Take the flight," he said. "I'll call tonight." "You better." "I will." "Dad?" "Yeah?" "Don't say it if you don't mean it." The line went dead. Kane lowered the receiver. Rourke was waiting. "We're running out of margin." She led him to the central display. Non-human was not shorthand for aliens. It was a category for any credible external force that could not easily be assigned to another nation, ideology, or domestic faction. Several possibilities had been studied. The leading candidate involved unexplained autonomous machine behavior. Cross showed him the raw feeds. Financial systems executing synchronized transactions without an identified common controller. Automated accounts changing behavior across unrelated networks. infrastructure systems being probed in sequences that did not match conventional espionage, commercial satellites receiving tasking requests whose apparent objectives did not benefit any recognized customer. Some incidents were obviously human, others were ordinary automation interacting badly. A smaller number had no accepted explanation. Rourke said, "We began candidate analysis 2 years ago. That is not the same thing as public conditioning. Nothing has been released." What happens at 0? The first disclosure phase. Selected genuine anomalies go to allied services and scientific partners. Limited declassification follows. You construct the interpretation. We prevent 15 mutually exclusive interpretations from arriving first. Cross added, "The candidate model is 2 years old. Some of the evidence is much older." How much older? Low confidence matches go back more than a decade. Kane looked at Rourke. "You searched the old data without assuming the answer was non-human?" "Of course." The answer came so quickly, Kane almost felt embarrassed. Rourke continued, "And before you suggest watching some giant confidence score for 6 minutes to see if it drops, don't. A long horizon model that moved that quickly would be useless." Kane looked at her. "Then don't measure the score." That got her attention. Cross said, "Measure what?" "The source of new events." Rourke folded her arms. Kane pointed toward the live feeds. "Freeze everything the office controls. Don't ask whether continuity changes its mind in 10 minutes. Ask whether fresh qualifying events continue arriving through systems you aren't touching." Rourke's expression shifted. "You'd be testing whether we're creating the current stream, not whether 14 years of evidence is valid." "Exactly. That can answer a narrower question." "It's the question we need first." For the first time, Rourke nodded. Before Cross could authorize anything, she opened another display. "Then understand what you're asking us to risk." The abstract models disappeared. Kane saw simulated consequences. State governments rejecting federal emergency orders. National Guard commanders refusing cross-state deployments. Freight corridors closed by political strikes. Armed groups attacking infrastructure while claiming the federal response itself was illegitimate. One branch ended with 2 nuclear command facilities placed under internal security lockdown because their commanders no longer trusted the civilian chain of authority to survive the week. "These are simulations," Kane said. "Yes," Rourke replied, "not prophecies. But when people in Washington say loss of cohesion, like they're discussing polling, this is what continuity is trying to measure." Kane studied the images. That was the first time the model's stakes possessed physical weight, not decimals. People with rifles guarding gates from other people with rifles who technically belonged to the same country. He still did not know whether continuity was right. But he understood what Rourke believed she was preventing. The transition window had a little over 20 minutes left. Cross said, "Prepare the isolation test." Rourke glanced at the time. Done correctly, setup takes 5 minutes, then 10 minutes of observation. That leaves almost nothing. And if we don't, we release on schedule with unresolved source attribution. Cross nodded. "Do it." Rourke did not move. If the signal is genuine, those 5 minutes also delay warnings to allied systems. "I understand." She held his gaze, then turned toward the analysts. "Freeze office outputs. Separate independent feeds. Verify every source before observation begins." The room shifted from argument to procedure. One analyst isolated external channels. Another removed office-generated amplification from the data. A third marked sources that could have been indirectly influenced. 5 minutes disappeared before Rourke was satisfied. 10 minutes, she said. The test began. For the first 3, nothing qualified. Then a network anomaly appeared. Kane leaned forward. An analyst shook his head almost immediately. False positive. Vendor patch caused synchronized polling. Rourke glanced at Kane. That is why we verify. The event vanished from the qualifying list. 2 more minutes passed. A cluster of financial transactions arrived from systems outside known office influence. Nobody celebrated. It was one event. Then an infrastructure probe matched the established pattern. Still not enough. At 8 minutes, a commercial. Satellite Scheduler generated an unusual tasking request over an abandoned radar facility in the Midwest. Rourke studied it. Any office connection? None found. Government customer? No. Purpose? Unknown. The 10 minutes ended. Fresh qualifying events had continued while office-controlled outputs were silent. Not dramatically. Not in a perfect sequence. Enough to matter. Rourke said, "We're not generating the entire pattern." Kane nodded. "That's all we've proved." Good. The countdown had only minutes left. Cross-ordered a new historical search using only the independently verified event types from the test. Rourke did not object. The search found older matches. 4 years before candidate analysis began. Then 9, then 13. The oldest were weak, but they existed. Rourke watched them appear. This strengthens the case for disclosure. It strengthens the case that there may be something to disclose, Kane said. That's different. If an external system is operating through financial infrastructure and satellite networks, waiting does not make us safer. You don't know it's one system. Correct. You don't know whether it notices us. Not yet. You don't know what it wants. We don't know whether wanting is even the right concept. Her answers were harder to fight than excuses would have been. Then an analyst said, "Another satellite request." Rourke stepped over. The tasking was aimed at the Virginia continuity facility Kane had left earlier that morning. A chill moved across his shoulders. Could our isolation work have leaked that location? Kane asked. Yes. Maintenance records? That's another route. A human operator? Still entirely possible. Nothing about the request proved consciousness. It did show that an automated system outside the office's acknowledged control had become interested in a classified site central to the night's events. The transition entered its final minutes. Rourke moved toward the authorization station. Kane remembered what she had told him in the vestibule. 2 authorities. Once the transition became critical, Rourke could release on schedule unless Cross disqualified it under the office's own rules. Kane said, "Your release assumes you can shape how people understand the phenomenon while keeping your own intervention bounded." Rourke stopped. "And now? You can't bound it. That is an argument for caution. It is not automatic disqualification." Kane looked at Cross. "Your rule requires the operation itself to remain containable." Cross's gaze moved toward the doctrine window. Rourke saw it too. "The rule was written for adversarial escalation," Cross answered. "Containment was never about an enemy behaving politely. It was about whether our intervention stayed inside consequences we could model. If we cannot bound our own action, the criterion has failed." Rourke's jaw tightened. That interpretation has never been used. Then it should have been written better. The countdown passed 90 seconds. Rourke placed her hand above the authorization pad. "Julian, if this expires, our partners start acting on fragments. Some will leak, some will classify the pattern as hostile. Others will blame rival states. You're not choosing between our narrative and no narrative." Kane knew what came next before she said it. "Someone is going to shape this. If it isn't us, it will be governments, platforms, markets, intelligence services, and frightened people with partial evidence. You may hate our version. At least ours has breaks." That was her strongest argument. Neither Kane nor Cross had a clean answer to it. 60 seconds. Rourke entered her authorization. The system accepted it. Operations release. Authorized. Kane felt his pulse in his throat. 30 seconds. Another satellite event appeared at an analyst station, but this one proved mundane almost immediately, a weather imaging correction that happened to overlap the search area. For one absurd second, Kane was grateful. The anomaly was not performing for them. Most events were still noise. That made the unexplained ones harder to dismiss. 20 seconds. Cross opened the transition status. The system requested a reason for disqualification. Rourke said, "Don't turn uncertainty into evidence." Cross looked at her. "No, I'm refusing to turn uncertainty into permission." He entered. Release outside verified containment 12 seconds. The system asked for confirmation. Cross pressed it. 6 release channels began shutting down. 5 disappeared almost immediately. The 6th stayed active. Rourke saw it. One allied channel didn't take the cancellation. It feeds warnings to 4 services. An analyst tried again. Remote system has its own lock. 7 seconds. Rourke moved beside him. If we sever it, those 4 services lose our feed until they rebuild the connection, Cross said. Your call. Rourke didn't hesitate. Sever it. She entered her own operations code. 4 seconds, the final channel went dark. Release cancelled. The transition reached 0. Nothing was broadcast. Nobody cheered. For several seconds, the operations floor held only the sound of cooling fans and breathing. Rourke stared at the blank release panel. Then she turned to Kane. "You bought uncertainty, not safety." Kane said nothing. "In a week, maybe 6, one of those governments will see enough of this pattern to act without us. Some intelligence service will leak a piece. Someone will name the enemy before they understand it. And once people have a name, they'll start building the rest themselves." Her gaze moved across. "When that happens, we may discover that the thing we cancelled tonight was the last chance to put brakes on it." Cross did not tell her she was wrong. Neither did Kane. A minute later, another raw event arrived. It had nothing to do with the Virginia archive. A financial network in Singapore had begun routing automated transactions in the same strange timing pattern. The phenomenon had continued, quietly, indifferently. Cross looked at Kane. "Now you can see the rest." The sun was above the horizon by the time Kane finished reading. Cross stayed with him for much of it. Rourke came and went, taking increasingly angry calls from foreign partners who had expected the disclosure package. At one point she told Kane that CIA security had formally demanded his return for questioning. "What happens when they find me?" "They will," she said. Nothing about tonight erased that problem. It was almost comforting. The office had consequences of its own. Kane read operations that made him sick. Settlements postponed because ending them would collapse a useful rivalry. Political factions quietly strengthened. Accurate intelligence buried because the truth had arrived at an inconvenient point in the model. People had died behind those decisions. The mathematics did not wash the blood off them. But the archive also contained crises the office had cooled, false warnings it had discredited, and military responses it had delayed long enough for both sides to discover that neither intended what the other feared. There were lives on that side of the ledger too. That was worse in a different way. If the office had been entirely monstrous, the decision would have been easy. If continuity had been an oracle, it would have been easier still. Instead, Kane found uncertainty multiplied by power. Cross placed a secure phone beside him. Nora called again. Kane took the phone into the corridor. She answered. "You alive?" "Still." "Are you in trouble?" "Yes." "With work?" He looked through the glass toward the continuity room. "Yes." "That's not what I meant." "I know." A breath. "Call me when you can actually tell me something." "I will." "Dad." He stopped. "Don't." Kane closed his eyes. "All right." She hung up. When he returned, Cross had placed 2 paper files on the table. Kane sat. You knew continuity was contaminating its own evidence. Yes. You knew some interventions failed. Yes. You knew your counterfactuals could never prove this office was necessary. They cannot prove it. That does not mean they tell us nothing. There's the director, cross-settled into the chair opposite him. You keep treating uncertainty as if it belongs exclusively to my side. It doesn't. Kane said nothing. If you expose us tomorrow, what happens? The office ends. Maybe, then what? People know what was done to them, and every genuine intelligence warning for the next 20 years acquires a second explanation. Every foreign crisis becomes suspect. Every politician can dismiss inconvenient evidence as another managed threat. You're using the consequences of disclosure to justify secrecy. No, I'm telling you secrecy and disclosure both have consequences. You keep trying to turn one of them into neutrality. Kane had no quick answer. Cross pulled the validation report toward him and tapped the page. You discovered the real trap downstairs. There is no outside anymore. Expose us, and continuity records what follows. Preserve us, and it records another generation of intervention. Reform us, and those reforms become inputs. Kane looked toward the dark screen beyond the glass. Cross said, "Whichever file you take, Michael, the model will eventually use your decision as evidence about whether your decision was necessary." That was the contamination loop again, except Kane was no longer studying it. He was inside it. There was no neutral act. Expose the system and become its largest intervention. Inherit it and extend the experiment. Refuse both and someone else would choose, after which the model would learn from that too. Kane looked down at the first file. It contained authenticated records, funding paths, names, and operational histories, combined with the signed verification block on his forensic device. There was enough independent evidence to make blanket denial difficult. Exposure. The second file bore a formal title, Director Designate Office of External Necessity. Michael Kane's name appeared beneath it. The date was 11 days old. Kane looked at Cross. "You selected me before I found the first memo. We selected 3 possible successors before the archive migration began. You were the only one who followed the anomaly after the records were withdrawn. You staged this. We built a path and waited to see what you did with it. Convenient? Yes. Why me? Because you tried to preserve evidence before you tried to preserve the institution. And that's enough? No." Cross looked toward the office beyond the glass. "But it is rarer than you would think." A tone sounded from the operations floor. Rourke appeared in the doorway. Julian, Michael. They followed her. Continuity had completed a new attribution analysis using only data gathered after the office shut down its conditioning systems. The result was simple. The model now placed the probability that the unexplained coordination had an ordinary human origin at 37%. Kane stared at the figure. It was only a model trained on a world its predecessors had altered. He understood better than anyone in the building how much caution belonged between a number and the truth. Then an analyst spoke. "We have another commercial satellite request." Rourke crossed the room. "Target?" The analyst put it on the wall. Kane recognized the outline, not the Virginia archive, the building they were standing in. Cross said, "Could our traffic have exposed this location?" "We're checking. Human account? None identified." Rourke looked at Kane. Her expression did not say, "I told you so." It said something worse. This is what we were trying to get ahead of. Kane looked through the glass at the 2 files waiting on the table. Exposure, succession. Whichever one he chose, the world would change. Continuity would watch what happened. And someday, someone might mistake the consequences of Michael Kane's decision for proof that Michael Kane had made the right one. He walked back to the table. His hand settled on one of the files. Paper whispered against wood as he lifted it. Behind him, the attribution model updated. The estimated probability of an ordinary human origin fell from 37% to 34% and kept falling. The Anglo-Saxon Legacy. Tyler Wheeler paced outside the elegant marble hall, heart pounding, wondering if he should have just turned around and fled. As an investigative journalist, chasing leads was routine, but this time, everything in his gut told him the stakes were dangerously high. He clutched his press badge, flipping it nervously between his fingers, while trying to blend in with the crowd streaming into the building. The invitation he'd received was so cryptic he almost thought it was a prank, but curiosity had won out. He had to see what was hidden behind the veneer of this corporate assembly. The hall's grand facade bore the insignia of Carlyle Holdings. Normally, Victor Carlyle, the reclusive billionaire CEO, had no reason to invite lowly journalists to his gatherings. But Tyler's editor at the London Chronicle had insisted he pursue every avenue. Carlyle's hush-hush event was rumoured to involve a cast of powerful players: politicians, bankers, intelligence chiefs. Once Tyler stepped inside, the atmosphere shifted from corporate politeness to something akin to hushed paranoia. Men in dark suits with stern expressions roamed about, their discreet earpieces revealing they weren't ordinary security. Tyler slipped through the corridors, careful to keep his head down. Crystal chandeliers cast shards of light across polished floors, making everything seem too pristine. He found his way into a smaller side room, hoping to catch a whiff of something worth reporting. Through a slightly ajar door, he spotted a cluster of people gathered around a large oak table. Tyler recognized General Alexander Pike. The man practically defined the phrase "imposing figure," with broad shoulders and a precise clipped manner that spoke of years of high-level military service. Next to him was Victor Carlyle himself, exuding the refined arrogance of old money. The conversation that trickled out made Tyler's blood run cold. They were discussing a centuries-old plan, something called the Anglo-Saxon Mission, which aimed to trigger wars in strategically chosen regions, China, Iran and beyond. Out of their mouths flowed phrases like global reset, dominance, and the final spine-chilling mention, extraterrestrial sanction. Tyler suppressed a gasp. Extraterrestrial? He inched closer to the door as they continued. It must appear natural, Carlyle said calmly, his measured tone belying the horrifying content. Geopolitical tensions will escalate on schedule, setting off the chain reaction. Then, the overseer's final instructions can commence. General Pike leaned in. Are we absolutely certain we can trust them? Our alliance has existed in secret for centuries, yet each generation requires more convincing. Trust them? Tyler's mind whirled. Was the general implying an alliance with something other than governments? Something not of this earth? Carlyle gave a curt nod. The quantum device is nearly complete at the Sentinel facility. Once we have the final coordinates, the reckoning begins. Even if our pawns grow uneasy, we push forward. The meeting ended. Tyler hurried down the corridor, sweat dampening his shirt collar. He'd stumbled onto something bigger than corporate malfeasance or political corruption. This was potentially the biggest story of his career, assuming he lived long enough to publish it. Moments later, the heavy sound of footsteps behind him shattered his racing thoughts. A hand clamped down on his shoulder. "Lost, are we?" came a cold voice. Tyler turned to see a man in a black suit, earpiece glinting ominously. Before Tyler could respond, the man sized him up, recognized him as an intruder and grabbed him roughly by the collar. Adrenaline kicked in. Tyler wrested himself free in a chaotic burst of motion. He sprinted through the winding passages, ignoring the shouts behind him. Alarm bells blared, attendees peered out. From behind gilded doors as Tyler swerved past them, searching for an exit. Dodging another security guard, he finally burst through a side door into the chilly London night, lungs seizing with fear and relief. He knew he couldn't go home, No telling how fast Carlyle's men would trace him. Instead, he ran until the city lights blurred. By the time he reached a rundown bar near the Thames, his breath came in ragged gasps and he was drenched in cold sweat. Inside, neon lights flickered as a half-asleep bartender barely glanced his way. Tyler retreated to a corner table, pulling out his phone. He needed someone who knew how to vanish off the grid. He needed Nathan Drake. Nathan was an ex-intelligence agent turned mercenary who had parted ways with official institutions under dubious circumstances. Whispers said he'd once been the best infiltration expert in British intelligence, until a fiasco in Eastern Europe left him branded a liability. Now rumour had it he operated on his own code. He owed Tyler a favour from a previous exposé that had cleared Nathan's name of a wrongdoing. If anyone could help Tyler navigate a threat like this, it would be him. Minutes later, the phone rang. "Wheeler," came Nathan's deep, measured voice. "I was hoping never to hear from you again." "Believe me," Tyler replied, "this wasn't part of my plan. Listen, Nathan, I'm in trouble. Big trouble." The line crackled. "Define big." Tyler swallowed, recalling the disturbing fragments he'd overheard. "I can't say over the phone. Just know there's an organisation orchestrating wars, and they might not be entirely human. They know who I am. They'll kill me if I don't vanish." A long pause. "Meet me at the old safe house in Camden, above that boarded-up antique shop. I'll be there in an hour. Don't bring anyone." Tyler ended the call and stared at the swirling ice cubes in the glass the bartender had dropped off, unasked. A nauseating swirl of fear and excitement churned in his stomach. The world had just turned upside down, and he was falling headlong into a conspiracy that spanned centuries. He'd expected revelations about backroom deals, war profiteering, or data leaks. But the talk of an alien alliance, that was so far outside his realm of understanding, he felt like he was stepping into a lucid dream, or maybe a nightmare. He arrived at the safe house in Camden, slipping in through the alley entrance. The building was a dilapidated relic of Victorian London, barred windows, rotted shutters, and the stale smell of dust. Upstairs, Nathan Drake waited in an empty apartment lit by a single flickering bulb. He was lean, with vigilant eyes that scanned Tyler from head to toe, always looking for threats in corners no one else noticed. "You look awful," Nathan said, pulling Tyler inside and locking 3 separate bolts behind him. "Tell me everything." Tyler recounted his ordeal, the strange meeting at Carlisle Holdings, the talk of the Anglo-Saxon mission, references to a quantum device, and especially the coded mentions of the Overseer, an extraterrestrial sanction. Nathan listened in stony silence, only nodding occasionally. Once Tyler finished, Nathan placed a small device on the rickety table. It emitted a soft hum. "Signal jammer," Nathan explained. "No one's listening, but keep your voice down. They'll track any electronic footprint." Tyler tried to steady his voice. "Nathan, I know it sounds insane, but I heard it. There's some alien faction behind this. They want to orchestrate war, then a cataclysmic event, and set up some kind of global order." Nathan pursed his lips. "If you'd told me this last year, I'd have laughed in your face. But I've heard whispers, rumours of advanced technology, hidden agendas far older than any modern government. That's why I left intelligence. There were things I couldn't reconcile." In that meeting, Tyler continued, Carlisle and General Pike talked about launching a conflict with China and Iran. They also mentioned something called the Sentinel in the Scottish Highlands, and a final phase they're calling the Reckoning. It's beyond just war. It sounded like they want to reshape the Earth itself. Nathan exhaled slowly. "Then we don't have much time. Once they realise you got away, they'll come for you with everything they've got." He stood, scanning the narrow windows. "First step, we vanish. Then we gather intel. If this runs as deep as you say, we need more than just you and me on this." Tyler tightened his jaw. You said you know people, right? Off-the-grid types? Yeah, Nathan nodded. One of them is an ex-military strategist, Raphael Rafe DeLuca. Another is a hacker named Ashley Winters. We might also need the help of Dr. Helena Moore, a scientist who got caught up in government research, projects she wants nothing more to do with. But if what you're describing is real, she might know exactly what's going on with this alien technology. Tyler felt a flutter of hope. He wasn't alone. Let's do it. Let's blow this thing wide open. Nathan offered a wry smile. Easy. People who pick fights with men like Carlyle and Pike don't live long. We have to be careful, methodical. Outside, the wind howled. Inside that dim apartment, an unspoken accord formed between two men who realised they were standing at the edge of something impossibly big. The Anglo-Saxon mission was no ordinary conspiracy. It was a centuries-old juggernaut, apparently powered by otherworldly forces, and it was months, maybe weeks, away from unleashing a carefully orchestrated wave of destruction across the globe. Nathan powered down the signal jammer, scanning the hallway for signs of infiltration. I've got a small safe house up north. We'll head there tonight. Then we'll reach out to Rafe and the others. If we're going to blow this conspiracy open, we'll need every ally we can find. Tyler nodded, adrenaline pulsing in his veins. A quiet promise echoed in his mind. He would expose the truth, even if it meant risking everything. Under the dim glow of a single lamp, Tyler Wheeler hunched over a battered wooden desk, sifting through a web of rumours and half-buried historical records. The safe house was hardly luxurious, an abandoned farmhouse nestled among moorlands in North Yorkshire, but it offered one precious commodity: seclusion. Rafe DeLuca had joined them that morning, slipping in with barely a whisper of his arrival, moving like a phantom among the scattered shadows. Nathan Drake was out on the porch, eyes peeled for any signs of unwanted visitors. He trusted no one, not even the sheep that wandered nearby. Rafe, a former military strategist, wore an air of solemn focus. His dark hair was cropped short and a small scar beneath his left eye hinted at a violent past. Yet, his calm demeanour and sharp eyes suggested someone who thrived on dissecting complicated puzzles. We'll need to start at the beginning, Rafe said, sliding a small notebook over to Tyler. From what I've pieced together, the Anglo-Saxon mission has roots older than the British Empire. We're talking knights and barons forging alliances that transcended monarchy. There's evidence that suggests an extraterrestrial presence guided some early expansions, quietly offering certain technologies. Tyler flipped through the pages, astonished to see references dating back to the medieval period. Cryptic accounts of unexplained weaponry, sudden leaps in navigation, rumours of star visitors in the court of English kings. So they've been shaping our world for centuries? Rafe nodded. Feeding small technological boosts at strategic points in history. The conspirators used these to maintain an advantage, dominance through commerce, colonization, and eventually modern warfare. Each time they masked it as human ingenuity or the spoils of empire. Nathan stepped in, scanning the notebooks. That explains the leaps in industrialization, or how certain powers always seemed one step ahead. But how does this all tie to the quantum device you heard about at Carlyle's meeting? Tyler took a breath. From what I gathered, there's a final plan, a culminating event they want to spark, an engineered global crisis that paves the way for total Western control. Carlyle and General Pike mentioned a geophysical trigger. It's not just bombs or biochemical warfare. It's something that can disrupt the Earth's natural balance. Rafe's gaze hardened. And the Overseer? That name keeps popping up in the intel. Some kind of alien representative. Likely, Tyler said. They talked about the Overseer as if it were the final authority. They see it as a guide or a partner in this mission. But there was hesitation. General Pike questioned if they could really trust an alien alliance. Nathan exhaled. They still believe that even if Earth is partially devastated, they'll come out on top. They must assume the survivors will be easy to corral under a new order, but there's obviously more to it. The silence that followed was thick with dread. They all sensed it. A cosmic game where humanity was a pawn. Tyler felt a pang of anxiety. He thought about the centuries of hidden meddling, the possibility that entire wars and leaps in progress had been orchestrated from the shadows. Beneath it all, an otherworldly puppet master. Ashley Winters arrived after dusk, wearing a hooded sweatshirt and toting a duffel bag of tech equipment. She was slender, with tired eyes that spoke of too many nights spent behind glowing screens. Without a word, she started setting up a laptop, cables snaking across the rickety floor. "I've got something," she announced an hour later. "I hacked into some back channels connected to Carlyle's financial networks. The man's wealth is insane. He's funneling billions into a place called the Sentinel Initiative. The data points to a covert facility in the Scottish Highlands, near an old research station left over from the Cold War." Rafe pulled out a map, unfolding it across the table. "That would be here," he said, pointing to a remote region of rugged terrain. "Perfect place for secret experiments, hard to reach, no prying eyes. Weather alone can kill intruders if they're not prepared." "What about Dr. Helena Moore?" Tyler asked. "We need her expertise. She was involved in government research on alien tech, right?" Nathan nodded. "She's the key to deciphering the science behind it. I've tried to contact her, but no response. Last I heard, she'd gone into hiding after resigning from a special military R&D program. Rumour has it she developed an untraceable chemical agent derived from alien biomaterial. After that, she ghosted. She might be lying low somewhere near Cambridge." Tyler rubbed his temples, exhaustion creeping in. "We need to find her. She may be the only one who can confirm whether this quantum device is real, or how to stop it." Ashley interrupted, eyes glued to her screen. "Speaking of which, I got a partial blueprint of something codenamed Project Chronos. Seems to be an advanced energy manipulation system. Could be tied to geophysical disruptions, like triggering earthquakes or volcanic eruptions. There's mention of dimensional resonance and non-terrestrial scaffolding. This is out of our league, guys." Nathan let out a tense laugh, devoid of humour. "That's the story of my life. Always out of my league." Just then the air changed. Rafe tensed, hands shifting toward the sidearm at his belt. In the distance, headlights cut through the darkness outside. 2 black SUVs. The group exchanged alarmed looks. They'd been found. "Basement exit," Nathan hissed, motioning for Tyler and Ashley to gather their gear. Rafe peered out a sliver of the boarded window. Armed men were moving in formation, scanning the farmhouse perimeter. "They're professionals," Rafe whispered. "Night vision, suppressed weapons. We'll have to be quick." Tyler's pulse hammered. "We can't outrun them if they have vehicles." Nathan's expression hardened. "We won't. I'll lead them away. Rafe, you get Tyler and Ashley to the fallback site. I've got a decoy car hidden out back. I'll draw them east. You go west. Rendezvous in 3 days. We find Helena Moore next." Rafe gripped Nathan's shoulder. "Don't get yourself killed." Nathan gave a thin smile. Not part of the plan. With that, they sprang into motion. Ashley hurriedly copied data from her laptop onto a portable drive. Tyler stuffed Rafe's notebooks into a waterproof bag. They raced for the back door just as the front door splintered under a heavy blow. Shouts erupted in the farmhouse corridor. Nathan fired a short burst from a suppressed submachine gun, pinning the intruders momentarily. Tyler, Ashley and Rafe slipped into the darkness outside. The frigid wind whipped across the moor, slicing through their thin jackets, but the 3 forced themselves to remain steady. One misstep could mean being caught in a sniper's scope. Nathan peeled out in the decoy vehicle, headlights blazing, drawing immediate pursuit. 3 assailants sprinted after him, muzzle flashes piercing the night. Rafe steered Tyler and Ashley toward a hidden Land Rover, parked behind a collapsed barn. They crammed inside. The engine sputtered but finally roared to life, and they jolted onto a narrow dirt track behind the farmhouse. "Keep low," Rafe warned, checking the rearview mirror. Mercenaries were scanning the area with high-powered flashlights, but with Nathan's distraction, the Land Rover slipped away into the night. Hours later, they'd put miles between themselves and the ambush site. All three were shaken. Ashley clutched her laptop as if it were a life raft, eyes glued to a small real-time GPS feed. Nathan's decoy car was still moving, but the signal flickered ominously, indicating a chase. Rafe grimaced, focusing on the road. Tyler's mind churned with fear and guilt. He dragged these people into a secret war. Lives were now at stake because of a secret meeting he wasn't even meant to attend. They eventually found a half-ruined cottage near an abandoned mining town, where they risked a few hours of rest. Tyler managed to doze off, haunted by flashes of armed men and the eerie references to alien alliances. He dreamed of the Overseer, a shadowy figure standing in a swirling haze, silently orchestrating events that shaped empires, with eyes that seemed older than time itself. By morning, Rafe coaxed the Land Rover back to life. "We head south toward Cambridge," he said. "Dr. Moore might have answers for us. We'll lay low along the way." Ashley tapped furiously on her laptop, scanning backdoor channels for any sign of their enemies' communications. They're calling themselves Shadow Recon units in some coded chatter, possibly under General Pike's command or Carlisle's private security. Either way, they're well-funded and well-trained. Tyler stared out the window at the rolling hills, mind struggling with the cosmic scale of the conspiracy. The Anglo-Saxon mission was older and more complex than anything he'd imagined. If an alien presence had been steering humanity for centuries, the question he couldn't shake was, why? What did these extraterrestrials gain from pushing Earth toward the brink of destruction? The countryside blurred as they sped along, uncertain of their next steps but resolute in their mission. Tyler gripped his notebook, a swirl of fear and resolve coursing through his veins. They had to find Doctor. Helena Moore had to unravel the Overseer's endgame. Time was short, and the mission's final phase, the Reckoning, loomed on the horizon like a storm preparing to swallow civilization whole. Cambridge in the early hours was awash in morning mist. The city's spires cut ghostly silhouettes against a silver sky. Tyler Wheeler felt a surge of anxiety as Rafe navigated the narrow streets, each turn bringing them closer to Dr. Helena Moore's rumoured hideout. Ashley Winters huddled in the back seat, her gaze flicking nervously between her laptop screen and the windows. Every time they passed a dark sedan or a random pedestrian, Tyler worried it might be another set of eyes tracking them. After hours of cautious looping around unsuspecting neighbourhoods, Rafe finally parked near a modest row house at the edge of town. The building's windows were shuttered, and the front garden was overgrown, as if nobody had tended to it in years. They approached warily. Tyler knocked 3 times on the scuffed door. Minutes stretched. Then the door opened a crack and a pale, slender woman peered out. She had sharp cheekbones, piercing eyes, and her hair was tied back in a messy bun. She looked at the 3 of them as though they were ghosts. "Dr. Moore?" Tyler asked softly. "We need your help. My name is Tyler Wheeler. This is Rafe DeLuca, and—" She cut him off. "I know who you are. My cameras saw you coming. I heard about you in certain circles. You're the journalist who stumbled onto the Anglo-Saxon mission." Her tone was guarded, but curiosity shimmered beneath. "Come in, quickly." Once inside, Helena Moore led them to a cramped sitting room. Stacks of papers, old research notes, and obscure scientific texts cluttered every surface. A half-disassembled device, some sort of scanning apparatus, lay on the dining table. She locked the door behind them and turned a series of deadbolts. "I left the program 2 years ago," she began, crossing her arms. It took me a while to realise the scope of what I was dealing with. By the time I learned about the extraterrestrial involvement, I'd already contributed to their research. That's my shame to bear. Ashley stepped forward. "We think they're close to finishing a quantum device at a facility called the Sentinel, something capable of triggering geophysical events. We need to understand how to disable it." Helena exhaled, her hand moving to the disassembled scanner on the table. I only saw fragments of the data. The architecture is based on dimensional resonance, unlocking certain frequencies that can tap directly into Earth's tectonic structures. If the pulses are strong enough, they could induce massive earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, potentially even shift weather patterns. Rafe eyed the apparatus. "And this is alien tech?" "Partially," Helena said. "The core designs were reverse engineered from them. The Overseers Alliance provided key components. Our top brass believed it would secure Western dominance if we could selectively unleash chaos. That's why I quit. I couldn't be party to mass murder." Tyler's voice dropped to a whisper. "This is bigger than war. It's potentially rewriting the planet." Helena nodded gravely. "And they have zero qualms about collateral damage. Billions could die." A grim hush fell over the room. Then Helena leaned closer. "What I don't understand is why these extraterrestrials want this. People in the program theorize the aliens might be terraforming Earth for their own ends. Another theory is that they're simply trying to cull humanity, leaving only a fraction under direct control." Ashley stepped to the window, parting the curtains a fraction to scan the street. "We still have to worry about staying alive. The same people you left behind are trying to kill us now. They already attacked our safe house." "That doesn't surprise me," Helena said. "Carlisle, Pike, all of them. They won't let anything jeopardize the mission. They've invested too much for too long." She gestured to the equipment. "I've been working on a frequency disruptor that might neutralize the quantum device's resonance cycle. Trouble is, I haven't tested it on any large-scale hardware. It's still theoretical." Tyler nodded. "Then we need to get you inside the Sentinel to test it for real, or at least close enough to sabotage the device." Rafe rubbed the stubble on his jaw. "We have limited manpower. Nathan Drake is out there, hopefully still alive, drawing away Carlisle's mercenaries. It's just the 4 of us. We're going to need a plan." Helena bit her lip, a flicker of determination in her eyes. "Then we'd better hurry. Every day they inch closer to activating the reckoning. Once it starts, reversing it might be impossible." The plan that formed was audacious, balancing cunning and sheer desperation. Ashley hacked into public transport data to mislead any watchers. They would head north, but by roundabout routes, changing cars, forging IDs. Helena's frequency disruptor would need final calibrations en route. If they were lucky, by the time they reached the Sentinel, they'd have a fighting chance. Fate had other plans. Before they could even leave Cambridge, Ashley's laptop pinged with a high-priority alert. She frowned at the screen. "This is a direct intercept from one of Carlisle's private channels. He's authorizing a level 5 contingency, targeting multiple sites. The coordinates. Oh no." Tyler moved behind her, scanning the data. "One of these coordinates is in London, near the newspaper's headquarters. Another is in Dover, and the others are scattered worldwide. Ports, major cities." Helena's eyes flashed with alarm. "They're tightening the noose, possibly fueling tension with China and Iran by orchestrating terror incidents or sabotage. They want all eyes fixated on global conflict so nobody notices the Sentinel, and they're also likely trying to draw you out, Tyler." Rafe gripped the back of a chair, knuckles white. "If they're moving to a contingency plan, that means the final phase is near. They won't allow any loose ends." An uneasy hush filled the room. Tyler felt guilt gnaw at him. The newspaper staff he'd worked alongside could now be in danger. But he also knew the bigger picture. Countless innocent lives at stake if the reckoning triggered. "We stop it at the source," Tyler said quietly, voice edged with resolve. "If the Sentinel is destroyed or the quantum device disabled, the entire plan collapses." Helena gathered her disruptor components. "Let's do it. But we'll need a small miracle to get past the layers of security around that facility." Rafe turned to Ashley. "We'll need forged credentials, some way to slip in under the radar." "I can handle that," Ashley replied, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. "But it won't hold up under thorough scrutiny. We'll also have to plan for infiltration, guard schedules, sensor arrays, the works." They began packing, tension thick in the cramped room. Helena insisted on bringing boxes of notes, her life's work on alien tech. For hours they organised, compiled and destroyed anything too incriminating to leave behind. By midday they had a plan, risky, but it was all they had. Just as they prepared to slip out the back, a distinct hum vibrated in the air. At first, Tyler thought it was a truck idling outside. Then the windows rattled, and the humming took on a subsonic pulse that set teeth on edge. Helena's face went ashen. "That's an acoustic disruption array. Military grade. They found me." Moments later, the front door exploded inward. Splinters showered the hallway. A squad of masked operatives stormed in, rifles raised. Smoke grenades clattered on the floor, spewing choking clouds. Rafe reacted instantly, yanking Tyler and Ashley behind an upturned couch. Helena ducked into a side room, rummaging for something. Gunfire erupted, muffled by the swirling smoke. Bullets whizzed overhead, lodging into plaster walls. Tyler coughed, eyes streaming. Ashley tried to activate the disruptor, but Helena shouted, "No! It's not stable yet." More gunmen poured in, methodical and unyielding. Rafe popped up from behind the couch, returned fire with measured bursts. One operative went down, but the others advanced quickly. They wore advanced body armour. The drones of war had arrived, cold and relentless. Suddenly Helena emerged from the side room with a small canister in hand. "Close your eyes," she shouted, tossing the device into the hallway. A deafening flash erupted, and a wave of disorientation flooded the area. The operatives stumbled, ears ringing. Rafe seized the moment, firing precise shots that forced them into retreat. "We have to go now," Helena screamed. They scrambled out the back, smoke swirling around them. Sirens blared in the distance. Cambridge was about to light up with a full-blown incident. The team dashed through side alleys, hearts thundering, adrenaline in overdrive. Eventually they reached an abandoned parking lot where Helena's old nondescript hatchback waited. They piled in, slamming doors just as a black SUV swerved onto the street behind them. Rafe gunned the engine, the tyres squealing. The chase was on through narrow roads, weaving between startled pedestrians, until they hit the outskirts of town and roared onto the highway. In the car's rear view, Tyler spotted the black SUV finally lose ground, swerving away. But the sense of reprieve was fleeting. There was no doubt more teams were coming. Breathing hard, Helena clutched the disruptor to her chest. "Now you see how serious they are. They'll burn down entire cities if it means covering this up." Tyler tried to steady himself, focusing on the road ahead. "We have no choice. We push onward, to the Sentinel." An unspoken terror clung to them like a dark cloud. Global conflict was intensifying by the hour, engineered to sow chaos. The quantum device loomed in the Scottish Highlands, nearly complete, waiting to unleash catastrophe. And somewhere, the Overseer, ancient and inscrutable, watched and waited for humanity's next move. They drove north under a sky that turned from steel grey to an ominous patchwork of storm clouds, as though nature itself braced for an unfolding cataclysm. Tyler Wheeler, Dr. Helena Moore, Rafe DeLuca, and Ashley Winters knew they were racing against the clock. their every mile bringing them closer to the Sentinel, a secret fortress hidden deep within the Scottish Highlands. Despite the tension, the car ride gave them a shred of time to plan. Helena spent hours tinkering with the frequency disruptor's wiring, occasionally tapping Rafe's shoulder to ask about electromagnetic interference or structural resonance. Ashley manipulated stolen credentials and forged IDs on her laptop. Tyler tried to keep an eye on the rearview mirror, half expecting black SUVs or attack helicopters to burst out of the swirling mists. Their final approach to the Sentinel was a winding single-lane road overshadowed by pine forests. Helena explained that the facility predated the Cold War, originally built as a subterranean bunker. Over the past decade, Carlyle and General Pike had retrofitted it with alien-inspired technologies, turning it into the cradle of the reckoning. Rain hammered down by the time they parked near a chain-link fence hidden among the trees. Floodlights swept across the perimeter, illuminating barbed wire and turret-like security towers. "We'll never get in through the main gate," Rafe muttered. "We need to find an alternate entry." Ashley popped the trunk and rummaged for a handheld device that looked like a cross between a tablet and a satellite phone. "Sensor jammer," she explained. "Short range, but it should cloak our movement from standard detection grids for a few minutes at a time." They slipped through the sodden forest, keeping low. Rain soaked their clothes, and thunder rumbled ominously in the distance. The fence was electrified. Lines hummed with lethal current. Helena attached a small clamp that neutralized the circuit for a few precious seconds, allowing them to cut through. Once inside, they found themselves on a narrow service road leading into the heart of the base. A patrol vehicle rolled by. They pressed themselves flat against the muddy ground, hearts pounding, until its taillights disappeared into the darkness. Step by agonizing step, they neared a wide concrete entrance set into the hillside. A guard post stood under a harsh overhead light. Two armed soldiers in tactical gear chatted, clearly bored. Ashley crouched behind a boulder, hooking her sensor jammer into a small drone. "This will give us a short window." She launched the drone, and it floated silently behind the guard post. A flickering distortion rippled across the security cameras. The soldiers noticed something was off, but too late. Rafe darted forward, dispatching them with swift, silent takedowns. Tyler's stomach lurched. He'd never grown used to violence, but there was no turning back. They dragged the unconscious guards aside, scanning ID badges that Ashley reprogrammed on the spot. The heavy steel doors hissed open, revealing a long corridor lit by fluorescent tubes that buzzed like trapped insects. Inside, they encountered labyrinthine hallways, each leading to sealed chambers, labs, and offices. Helena led the way, occasionally stopping to check readouts on her disruptor. "We need the main reactor room. That's where the quantum device draws its power. If we can sever the resonance core, we can shut it down, or blow it up if necessary." They passed through a corridor lined with thick glass, windows showcasing bizarre equipment, cylindrical tanks filled with luminescent fluid, twisted metallic structures pulsing with an eerie violet glow. Helena's face was tight with anger and regret. "They've refined everything we worked on. I never wanted it used like this." Suddenly an alarm wailed. Red lights flashed overhead. "They know we're here," Rafe hissed. The group sprinted through winding passages, narrowly dodging squads of armed personnel. Tyler's heart jackhammered in his chest. Every corridor felt like a trap. They ducked into a storage area, breath steaming in the chilled air. "Too many guards," Ashley panted. "We need a diversion." Helena nodded, checking her disruptor. "If I can overload one of these secondary nodes, it might temporarily knock out the base's power, but it'll bring them running." "That might be our only shot," Rafe agreed. They found a small sub-reactor control room behind a locked door. Ashley hacked the panel while the rest stood guard. The door hissed open, revealing a chamber lined with thick cables and server racks humming with unnatural energy. Helena hurried to the central console, her hands shaking slightly as she rewired circuits. "Cover me," she said, voice taut. Rafe and Tyler took defensive positions at the entrance, readying for the onslaught they were sure would come. Ashley hovered by Helena's side, occasionally pointing out system prompts. "Careful, you don't want to fry the wrong subsystem or we'll lose the disruptor feed." A distant thud signalled an approaching security detail. Another alarm blared, deeper in pitch, signalling a containment breach. The building shuddered, the early flickers of the sabotage. Helena gave a final twist to a cable and pressed a sequence of commands on the console. Sparks flew, and a surge of energy rattled the entire chamber. Lights flickered out, replaced by dim emergency beacons. The base's deep hum faltered. "Now!" Helena yelled. They sprinted back into the corridor. Gunfire erupted from behind as security forces advanced with flashlights bobbing in the darkness. Rafe fired short, controlled bursts, forcing the soldiers to take cover. Tyler's lungs burned as they dashed down flights of metal steps, searching for the main reactor. Finally, they reached a massive chamber reminiscent of a nuclear silo, but laced with alien architecture. Towering columns pulsed with faint purple energy. In the centre, suspended by thick cables, hung a black sphere about 10 feet in diameter. Strange markings crawled across its surface, occasionally glowing in patterns that resembled script. "The quantum device," Helena breathed. "It's already primed." At that moment, footsteps thundered behind them. A phalanx of armed soldiers rushed in. Leading them was General Alexander Pike himself, garbed in tactical gear, face grim. Beside him stood Victor Carlyle in an immaculate suit, his hair slicked back, eyes gleaming with cold triumph. "You just couldn't leave well enough alone, Wheeler," Carlyle said, voice echoing in the cavernous chamber. "After all these centuries, did you really think a handful of renegades could stop this?" Pike raised a hand, and the soldiers aimed their weapons. "Stand down, all of you. Hand over the disruptor." Rafe's grip tightened on his rifle. Ashley, panting, clutched her side. Tyler noticed Helena's gaze flick between Carlyle, the quantum device, and the cables overhead. Then a new presence emerged from the shadows. A tall, hooded figure with an unsettling aura. It wore a sleek, dark robe that seemed to shift in the dim light. Even from a distance, Tyler sensed its intelligence, ancient and inhuman. The Overseer. No one spoke as it drifted forward, each movement fluid, almost as if gravity had a different hold on it. When it finally spoke, the voice was neither masculine nor feminine, but a resonant chord that rattled the nerves. "You have come far, Tyler Wheeler," it said, turning its shrouded visage toward him. "Your ancestors helped sow the seeds of this new epoch. It is ironic you now seek to uproot them." Tyler felt a surge of nausea. What are you?" The Overseer's hood shifted, revealing only a vague shape. "We are the Watchers, the stewards of your species' evolution. This mission was born from the folly of man, but guided by us toward inevitable ascension." Carlyle stepped forward, his voice reverent. "We're on the brink of a new age, guided by them. Humanity's petty squabbles end, and a more perfect order emerges." Helena's eyes blazed with defiance. "You mean genocide? Billions dead, just so a few can reign over the ruins. How is that evolution?" The Overseer seemed to regard her coldly. "Every world must choose its path. Some embrace order, others fall. We have chosen to guide those willing to see the necessity of sacrifice." Tyler's anger flared. "That's not your choice to make. This is our world." Pike raised his weapon, muzzle trained on Tyler's chest. "Sentimentality. We do what must be done." Time slowed. Helena's hand darted toward the disruptor, flipping a hidden switch. The device hummed. For an instant, Tyler wondered if it would even work. Then a burst of energy pulsed outward. The soldiers staggered, reeling from sudden feedback in their earpieces. Carlyle grabbed his temples, howling. The overseer hissed, a spine-chilling sound. Sparks danced around the alien sphere, cables crackling. The entire chamber flickered as if reality itself had been jolted. Rafe seized the moment, unleashing covering fire. The team dove behind large crates as bullets ricocheted. Pike shouted orders, but confusion reigned. Some of his men collapsed, disoriented by the disruptor's high-frequency wave. Carlyle stumbled, eyes wild. The overseer glided backward, momentarily destabilized by the resonance. Helena frantically adjusted the disruptor's settings. One more surge might overload the device. It could destroy everything in here, including us. Tyler locked eyes with her. We have no choice. Do it. She recalibrated the disruptor, but a warning beep indicated critical instability. The quantum sphere pulsed dangerously, the alien markings flaring from purple to crimson. The hum intensified to a shriek. "We have to detach the main cable," Helena shouted over the roar. "Manual release, up there!" She pointed to a high catwalk. Tyler didn't hesitate. He bolted for the nearby ladder, ignoring Rafe's shout to wait. Bullets whizzed by. He climbed, arms shaking. The metal catwalk swayed. Down below, the overseer's robed form raised an elongated arm, emitting a bizarre energy wave that knocked several soldiers off their feet. Tyler reached the cable, a thick, pulsating conduit of alien alloy. A handle mechanism glowed, refusing to budge under normal force. Summoning every ounce of strength, he yanked on the release lever. At first it held fast. Then with a groan, the coupling burst free. The cable whipped about, sparks flying, and the quantum sphere's glow faltered. Below, the overseer let out an unearthly wail, perhaps sensing the mission's unravelling. Pike cursed, levelling his weapon at Helena. Before he could fire, Rafe tackled him, the two men crashing into a tangle of cables. Carlyle, half-dazed, tried to flee, but Ashley's quick shot to his leg sent him sprawling, shouting in agony. The sphere flickered, light strobing dangerously. Overhead, speakers crackled with a computerized warning. Catastrophic resonance imbalance detected. Evacuate immediately. Tyler scrambled down the ladder, nearly losing his footing as the catwalk lurched. The entire facility was in meltdown. White-hot arcs of energy crackled from the severed cable. Helena, disruptor in hand, rushed toward the sphere's control console, determined to deal the final blow. And then the overseer moved with inhuman speed, crossing the chamber in seconds. Its robe flared, revealing slender, elongated limbs. It lashed out, striking Helena's arm. She cried out, dropping the disruptor. The device skittered across the floor, dangerously close to the swirling energies. Ashley scooped up a fallen rifle, firing in short bursts. Sparks danced along the overseer's form. It recoiled, shuddering, as if the bullets disrupted some protective field. Rafe, stumbling away from Pike's limp body, grabbed Helena, pulling her to safety. Tyler saw the disruptor lying amid debris, so close to the flickering cables that his hair stood on end from the static charge. He lunged for it, ignoring the searing pain in his fingertips as arcs of energy lashed out. He seized the disruptor. Helena's eyes met his, fear mingling with resolve. The sphere overhead raged, flickering between violet, red, and black. The entire facility thundered. Tyler jammed the disruptor into the console, pressing its manual. Override. A final, deafening surge of feedback rocked the chamber. The sphere cracked like an egg, releasing a blinding burst of energy that blasted outward. Tyler's vision went white. When Tyler Wheeler's vision cleared, he found himself sprawled on the cold metal floor, ears ringing and everything tinted in flickering red light. Smoke billowed from ruptured conduits, and sparks rained from shattered fixtures. Somewhere in the distance, an alarm droned like a dying animal. He forced himself upright, blinking away the haze. The quantum sphere now hung lifeless, fractured down its centre. Strange, viscous fluids seeped from its cracked shell, steaming on the floor. Whatever energy it once harboured had been unleashed, or spent. The Overseer lay collapsed near the control console, its robe torn. Its elongated limbs twitched, attempting to stand but failing. The disruptor had done catastrophic damage to the device it had guided for centuries and possibly to itself. Tyler felt a strange mixture of dread and pity as he watched the alien being struggle in vain. General Pike's body lay slumped against a pile of debris, silent. Victor Carlyle was pinned under a fallen girder, moaning and clawing at the air. One of his legs was twisted at an impossible angle. The once impeccable mogul now looked like a trapped animal. Rafe DeLuca, Helena Moore and Ashley Winters emerged from behind a half-collapsed partition. Their clothes were singed, hair matted with sweat and dust, but they were alive. Helena clutched at her bruised arm while Ashley helped prop her up. Rafe, weapon still in hand, scanned the chamber for threats. "Tyler," Rafe called, relief flooding his voice. "You all right?" Tyler coughed. "Been better." Helena hurried over to inspect the quantum device's remains, gingerly stepping through the wreckage. The sphere is cracked wide open. The resonance meltdown must have neutralized it, but the facility is unstable. We have to leave now. An ominous rumble echoed through the base. The overhead console flickered, then spat out a computerized warning. Containment breach in progress. Reactor meltdown imminent. Ashley's eyes widened. If the meltdown hits the deeper levels, it might trigger a bigger explosion, or cause a chain reaction with whatever alien hardware is still active. Rafe nodded grimly. We can't let a massive blast go off here. Who knows what effect it might have on the region? The fallback plan was to sabotage the device, but we never planned for a meltdown of this scale. Helena's gaze darted to the broken disruptor. We might still be able to override the meltdown sequence from the main control station, but someone has to stay behind to operate it. And with the system in this state, it's basically a suicide mission. Tyler felt a surge of horror, but also a grim acceptance. We can't let the Highlands be contaminated, or worse. If this place blows with alien technology, inside it could ignite the geophysical nightmares we were trying to prevent. Ashley set her jaw. We'll do what we have to. Maybe we can set it on a timer. No time, Helena cut in, scanning the battered terminals. It has to be done manually. The meltdown sequence is locked behind multiple fail-safes. Before anyone could argue, Tyler stepped forward. I'll do it. Rafe shook his head fiercely. No. We came this far together, Tyler. We can find another way. But Tyler simply looked at the shattered sphere, the broken body of the Overseer, and the entire conspiracy that had nearly claimed the planet. He remembered all the revelations, centuries of manipulation, wars orchestrated, countless lives sacrificed. He thought of the legacy his own ancestors had played in paving the way for this mission. I started this, Tyler said, voice trembling with suppressed emotion. I stumbled on the truth, and all of you risked your lives. I can't ask you to stay. Besides, I'm the one who has to break this chain for good. Helena's eyes brimmed. She gently placed her uninjured hand on Tyler's shoulder. Let me help you. I can at least show you which overrides to engage. Rafe and Ashley exchanged haunted looks, but knew time was short. The facility shuddered again, metal groaning. Over the PA system, a robotic voice droned. 90 seconds to melt down. Across the chamber, Carlyle let out a pained shriek, still trapped. Rafe spared him a final glance. He's done. There's no saving him. They made their decision in a heartbeat. Ashley rummaged for any data or physical evidence they could carry out. Rafe helped Helena stand. Tyler steeled himself, stepping over shattered glass to reach a half-functional control station. "Tyler," Rafe said softly. "Thank you." Tyler nodded, swallowing hard. "Get out. Expose everything. Don't let them spin this." As Ashley and Rafe supported Helena, they broke into a run, heading back through the scorched corridors. Tyler's heart clenched watching them go. For a fraction of a moment he considered following, but no, the meltdown had to be contained. He set to work on the console, sweat and soot dripping down his face. Helena had pointed out the meltdown override, a nest of controls with a final manual lever that would divert the reactor's energy into a sealed reservoir. The process would blow out the reservoir, but keep the chain reaction from tearing through the rest of the facility. The overseer let out a rattling hiss, propping itself against a broken column. Tyler glanced over. He could feel the alien's disapproval and ageless malice in those half-obscured features. He pressed the override codes, lights flashing in frantic protest. A screen flickered. Manual release in T-minus 45 seconds. He could barely hear the system voice over the collapsing ceiling panels and crackle of electricity. Summoning the last of his courage, Tyler slammed the final lever. Gears ground, sending shockwaves through the entire reactor chamber. He braced himself as a wave of scorching air rushed past, extinguishing the overhead lights. Rafe, Ashley and Helena sprinted through the base, dodging falling debris and leaping over collapsed walkways. The walls shook violently. Sections of the ceiling caved in, revealing a storm-lashed sky above. Rain poured through the jagged openings, sizzling on superheated machinery. They barely made it out the main entrance before it groaned and buckled. The hillside itself seemed to cave, swallowing half the structure into a sinkhole of twisted steel and burning rubble. A blast of wind knocked them off their feet. Dust and debris swirled in a maelstrom of chaos. When the roar subsided, they looked back at the partially sunken facility. Smoke and flickering fires dotted the landscape, but it didn't appear the meltdown had spread beyond the immediate site. Tyler had done it. He'd contained the explosion, sacrificing himself so that billions could live free from alien-imposed catastrophe. Helena sank to her knees, tears mixing with the rain on her face. "He saved us all," she whispered, her voice breaking. Rafe bowed his head, fists clenched in silent rage and sorrow. Ashley gently rested a hand on Helena's shoulder, eyes full of a grief that mirrored both loss and relief. Their reprieve was shattered by the sound of helicopter rotors. For a heartbeat they tensed, expecting another wave of conspirators. But the craft bore UN markings. Word of the meltdown must have spread, or perhaps local authorities reported an explosion. The battered trio steeled themselves to reveal the truth. News outlets around the world lit up with rumours of a mysterious explosion in the Scottish Highlands. Official statements from various governments contradicted each other, some claiming it was a natural gas pocket, others hinting at a rogue military test. Yet the infiltration team, Rafe, Helena and Ashley, quietly reached out to trusted journalists, whistleblowers and international watchdogs. Carlyle Holdings collapsed under scandal. Evidence of illegal arms dealings, financial manipulations and covert warmongering surfaced. Victor Carlyle, found half dead at the site, lay in a military hospital under heavy guard, facing charges of treason and crimes against humanity. General Pike was declared dead, his involvement in a global conspiracy overshadowing any national accolades he once held. Documents and data leaked by Ashley exposed the centuries-old infiltration by an alien alliance. Though many dismissed the claims as outlandish, enough evidence forced governments worldwide to confront uncomfortable questions. Rumours circulated of covert hearings at the UN, top brass called to testify in closed-door sessions. In the public domain, the The Anglo-Saxon mission was dismissed by official sources as a fringe conspiracy theory, but behind closed doors, it caused a seismic shift in global politics. The nuclear tensions orchestrated by Carlyle and Pike's conspirators began to subside, the world's eyes struggling to refocus on the possibility that humanity had nearly been manipulated into its own extinction. Helena Moore, scarred but resolute, worked with an underground team of scientists to ensure that any further traces of alien technology were either neutralized or disclosed. Ashley Winters continued her hacking crusade, systematically dismantling hidden networks the conspirators had set up over decades. Rafe DeLuca, haunted by Tyler's sacrifice, quietly formed a new coalition of free agents dedicated to rooting out what remained of the mission's influence. The lingering question was whether the Overseer truly perished in the meltdown. Some whispers suggested it might have escaped, or that others of its kind still lurked in hidden enclaves, waiting to resume the grand experiment. In a world rife with secrets, only time would tell if humanity's brush with annihilation was truly over. On a drizzly afternoon, Rafe stood at the edge of a modest memorial in a secluded part of the English countryside, an unmarked stone beneath a towering oak. He placed a single flower there, water droplets running off the petals. "This was the least we could do," Helena said softly, joining him. Ashley lingered nearby, eyes downcast. Rafe nodded, voice gruff with emotion. Tyler Wheeler believed in the truth. He believed that no matter how vast the conspiracy, or how powerful the oppressors, standing up for what's right mattered, because if no one does, we lose our humanity. Helena placed her hand on the stone. He changed everything. In the end, we exposed them. We're still here, still fighting, and we have Tyler to thank for that. A breeze rattled the leaves overhead, as though echoing that sentiment. They stood in silence, letting their grief mingle with gratitude. None of them knew if the Overseer's threat was truly gone, or if a new shadow would rise to replace it. But they did know that Tyler's legacy would carry on in every act of resistance against the hidden forces that sought to mould the world in their own image. As they turned to leave, the clouds parted just enough for a brief shaft of sunlight to illuminate the stone. Perhaps it was a coincidence of weather, or perhaps something more profound. A small sign that in the unending struggle between darkness and light, hope still found a way to endure. Black Ice Horizon. Colonel Austin Mills was already losing control of the boarding operation when the ice cracked in a perfect circle beneath his boots. He froze, not from fear, from training. 43 seconds of EVA remained before his suit's thermal shielding would fail this close to the sun. The ice beneath him shouldn't exist at all. Not here. Not at .2 astronomical units, where solar radiation could vaporize steel. Yet it did. Through his helmet's polarized visor, the sun consumed half the visible universe, a white-gold furnace that made his retinas ache even through triple-layered filters. The other half belonged to the object, 70 kilometers of engineered frost rotating with deliberate precision, its surface the color of charred bone. "Colonel, we're reading thermal fractures propagating from your position." Lieutenant Hannah Idris's voice crackled through solar interference. She was 20 meters away, mag-locked to the same impossible surface, her silhouette warped by heat shimmer. "Recommend immediate extraction." Mills studied the circle forming beneath his boots. The crack wasn't random. The edges were too clean, too geometric, like the ice was opening. "Negative. Hold position." He keyed the general channel. "Pathfinder 9. Confirm visual on surface anomaly." 3 seconds of static. The delay felt longer. Confirmed. Actual. Captain Spencer Pittman's voice from the distant ship carried forced calm. "We're seeing it. Whatever that is, it wasn't there 6 minutes ago." Mill's HUD flickered, solar radiation spiking. His suit compensated, rerouting power from secondary systems. The temperature display climbed. 340 Kelvin, 350, 370. The circle finished forming, 10 meters in diameter, perfectly round. Then the ice inside it simply retracted, not melting, not shattering. It folded inward like living tissue, revealing a hatch of black alloy that absorbed light so completely it looked like a hole cut from reality itself. Jesus Christ, Major Kieran Young's voice came from the perimeter, where the security team maintained overwatch. Mills, tell me you're seeing this. Mills was already moving toward the opening, his boots crunched across frost that shouldn't exist, toward an entrance that had recognized them, or been triggered by them. The science team would want to study the mechanism, document the process, wait for orbital analysis. Mills thought of the salvage operation, the 2 astronauts who died while he waited for better data. Pittman, prep the boarding contingent, 95 personnel, full tactical loadout. We're going in. Sir, we haven't... That's an order, Captain. This object just invited us inside. I'm not waiting for it to change its mind. Mills stared into the darkness beyond the hatch. His own reflection stared back from his visor, a ghost superimposed over the void. We establish a foothold, secure the perimeter, and figure out what the hell this thing is before solar radiation cooks it into scrap. Silence on the channel. Then, understood, Colonel. Boarding party mustering now. ETA 12 minutes. Mills mag-locked himself beside the hatch and checked his oxygen reserve. 37 minutes remaining in his tank. Beyond the opening, darkness extended downward. Or was it upward? His spatial orientation system couldn't determine which direction gravity would pull inside. Lieutenant Idris drifted to his left, her geological survey scanner painting useless data across her forearm display. The ice composition is wrong, sir. It's not water ice. The molecular structure is... I don't even know what I'm looking at. It's like someone engineered it atom by atom. Engineered for what? Protection, maybe. Ablative shielding against solar radiation. But the thermal transfer properties don't make sense. This should have sublimated weeks ago. She looked up at him, her eyes visible through the visors. Transparency. Sir, this ice wants to be here. Mills watched the perfect circle of darkness. Somewhere in his chest, beneath the rational framework of his training, something ancient whispered warnings. He ignored it. Then let's find out why. 90 minutes later, 95 personnel crowded the breach point. Mills had divided them into 3 elements. Security under Major Young, science under Dr. Annika Bose, and engineering under Lieutenant Commander Shaw. Captain Pittman coordinated from Pathfinder 9, maintaining the link between the boarding party and home. Home. Mills checked the timestamp on his HUD. They'd been away from Earth for 7 months. Home was a moving target. All elements, radio check. Security, check. Science, check. Engineering, check. Mills activated his helmet lamp and descended into the hatch. The beam cut through absolute darkness for 3 meters before striking nothing. The light simply stopped, swallowed by whatever material composed the interior surfaces. His brain struggled to process depth. The corridor, if it was a corridor, seemed to curve away at angles that shouldn't be geometrically possible. His boots found purchase on the interior surface. Gravity reasserted itself, pulling him toward what his body decided was down. The sensation was subtle but wrong, like standing on a floor tilted 5 degrees off true, constant enough to notice but too slight to measure. Gravity present, he reported, approximately 0.8 Earth normal, orientation stable. The boarding party followed him down, their helmet lamps creating a constellation of useless light in the consuming darkness. Every beam terminated after a few meters, absorbed by walls that didn't reflect. Dr. Bose drifted past him, her scanner sweeping methodically. I'm getting structural readings, but they don't make sense. The walls are metallic, but there's organic compounds mixed into the lattice. And... She paused, tapped her display. There's heat. Uniform thermal signature throughout. This thing is warm. How warm? 18 degrees Celsius. Room temperature. Mills felt his chest tighten. It's been dormant for how long? Based on the ice accumulation pattern? Thousands of years, minimum. Then why is it room temperature? Bose didn't answer. The corridor. Mills had decided to call it a corridor despite its impossible geometry, widened into a chamber. His helmet lamp swept across walls that curved upward and inward, creating a space that felt simultaneously vast and claustrophobic. The ceiling, if there was one, remained invisible beyond the reach of light. Perimeter secure, Young reported. His security team had fanned out in tactical formation, weapons trained on empty darkness. No contacts, no movement, no energy signatures beyond baseline thermal. Mills checked his tactical display. The boarding party had spread throughout the chamber, small clusters of blue indicators against a black wireframe map that updated in real time from their combined scanner data. The map was wrong. The chamber's dimensions shifted depending on which angle the scanners approached from. Walls measured 3 meters thick from one direction, 7 meters from another. The space itself seemed uncertain. Bose, are we looking at spatial distortion? Possibly. Or our instruments aren't calibrated for whatever physics govern this structure. She knelt beside a wall, running her gloved hand across its surface. The material is responding to contact. Temperature increase of 0.2 degrees where I touched it. Mills felt the wrongness intensify. A structure that maintained room temperature after millennia. Walls that warmed to touch. A hatch that opened without visible mechanism. This wasn't derelict. This was waiting. All personnel maintain. The ice sealed behind them. Mills spun toward the entrance. Through the hatch opening he'd been able to see stars, the distant silhouette of Pathfinder 9, the omnipresent, glare of the sun. Now he saw smooth black alloy, seamless and complete, as if the entrance had never existed. Pathfinder 9, do you copy? Static. Pathfinder 9, confirm reception. More static, then Pittman's voice cut through, distorted and broken. Reading massive power spike inside the hull, energy signature consistent with... The transmission died. Mills' HUD flickered. His tactical display fragmented, reformed, fragmented again. Around him, 94 other suits experienced the same cascade failure. Emergency lighting activated across helmets, bathing the chamber in emergency red. Major Young's status. Sir, I'm reading gravitational anomalies throughout the structure. Magnitude increasing. This is... The floor tilted. Except it didn't. Mills' inner ear screamed orientation warnings while his eyes reported perfect horizontal stability. Gravity pulled in 2 directions simultaneously, down toward the floor and sideways toward the wall on his left. His stomach lurched. Around him, personnel staggered. Someone vomited inside their helmet. Someone else collapsed as their equilibrium system overloaded. Everyone, maglock to the nearest surface, now. Mills activated his boot magnets and felt them engage with the floor. The dual gravity sensation intensified. He was standing on stable ground while simultaneously falling sideways at terminal velocity. His brain couldn't reconcile the input. The chamber brightened, not from their helmet lamps, from the walls themselves. Bioluminescent veins traced patterns across the metallic organic surface, pulsing with soft blue-white light. The patterns weren't random. They formed networks, circuits, something that looked disturbingly like neural pathways. "It's waking up," Dr. Bose whispered. Her voice carried across the general channel. We're inside something that's waking up. Then the constructs emerged. They materialized from the walls, not stepping through, but forming from the material itself. Humanoid shapes composed of the same metallic organic substance, their surfaces rippling with those same bioluminescent patterns. No faces, no weapons, just smooth, featureless forms that moved with liquid precision. Weapons free, Young's voice cut through rising panic. Security elements, establish firing lines. Belay that, Mills countermanded. Nobody fires unless fired upon. These could be autonomous systems, maintenance protocols. One of the constructs reached toward Lieutenant Idris. She screamed and backpedaled, lost her magnetic footing, and tumbled into zero gravity that suddenly existed 3 meters above the floor. The construct followed her into the impossible space, moving through layered gravitational fields like they were water. Idris, activate maneuvering jets! She twisted in mid-tumble, fired her suit's emergency thrusters, and shot toward the far wall. The construct adjusted trajectory with inhuman precision, closing the distance. Young fired. The electromagnetic pulse round struck the construct's centre mass and passed straight through, impacting the wall behind it with a shower of sparks. The construct didn't even slow. Suppressive fire, all elements. The chamber erupted in strobing muzzle flashes. EM rounds, plasma bolts and concussive charges filled the space with light and thunder. The constructs moved through the barrage untouched, phasing in and out of solidity. Mills watched his tactical display fracture further. Blue indicators scattered across the wireframe map as personnel broke formation, pursued by constructs that ignored every physical law he understood. This wasn't combat. This was chaos. All elements. Fall back to... He checked the map. There was no secondary position. The entrance had sealed. There were 95 people trapped inside something that didn't want them here. Defensive perimeter. Form on my position. The security team rallied, creating a ring around the science and engineering personnel. The constructs stopped advancing. They hovered at the perimeter's edge, bioluminescent patterns pulsing in synchronization. Waiting. Cease fire, Mills ordered. Everyone, cease fire! The shooting stopped. In the sudden quiet, Mills heard breathing, 95 people pulling oxygen from tanks that were now finite, with no clear path to resupply. The constructs didn't attack. They simply observed. They're not hostile, Bo said quietly. She'd mag-locked herself to a wall, scanner still sweeping despite the chaos. Look at the pattern. They're mirroring our formation. Defensive posture, not offensive. They chased Idris. No, they intercepted her trajectory. She was moving towards something. Bose checked her scanner. There, that wall panel. It's different from the others. Higher energy signature. Mills followed her indication. 20 meters away, barely visible in the bioluminescent glow, a section of wall carried denser circuit patterns, a control interface. Security maintains perimeter. Science team, on me. We're accessing that panel. Young grabbed his arm. Sir, those things nearly killed. They didn't kill her, Major. They stopped her from hitting the panel, which means the panel matters. Mills met Young's eyes through their visors. We're not fighting our way out of this. We're thinking our way out. He mag-walked toward the panel, painfully aware of the constructs tracking his movement. They shifted position as he moved, maintaining precise distance, escorting him. The panel's surface carried symbols that hurt to focus on, geometric forms that seemed to rotate through dimensions Mills couldn't perceive. But beneath the alien script, he recognized something, a handprint, 5 fingers, human scale. They expected us, he said. Impossible. Bose had joined him, her scanner painting the panel with analysis data. This structure predates human spaceflight by millennia. Then they expected someone. Mills placed his gloved hand against the print. The panel activated. Light flooded the chamber, not bioluminescent glow, but stark white illumination that revealed the true scale of the space. They were standing in a nexus chamber 50 meters across, its walls covered in shifting displays showing star charts, genetic sequences, and information Mill's brain couldn't categorize. At the chamber's center, a holographic projection formed. A sphere. Dark, airless, dead. Overlaid with mathematical projections showing atmosphere composition, temperature curves, orbital mechanics. A planet. That's a restoration projection, Bose breathed. Terraforming parameters, biosphere development timeline. This is a... Captain Soto stared at the tactical display, his mind refusing to process what the sensors were reporting. Sir, the object is... Lieutenant Jones's voice cracked. It's generating a gravitational field, magnitude increasing exponentially. This is... The ice-covered hull began to glow, not from heat, from something else. Space itself warped around the 70-kilometre mass, stars bending and smearing like paint on wet canvas. "Get them out," Soto ordered. "Emergency extraction. All boarding personnel now." "Sir, we've lost all communication with the boarding party. The gravitational distortion is..." Space screamed. Not sound. Something deeper. The fabric of reality tearing open around the alien vessel. Through the bridge viewport, Soto watched the impossible happen. The object folded into itself, not shrinking, inverting. As if space had decided the vessel no longer belonged in this dimension, and was surgically removing it from existence. Stars swirled, light bent into spirals. The sun's glare fractured into prismatic shards. The entire structure moved, not physically. Mill's body reported perfect stability. But outside, beyond the walls, beyond the impossible ice shell, something fundamental changed. His inner ear registered acceleration that shouldn't exist. His stomach dropped into freefall, while his boots remained magnetically anchored. "Pathfinder 9!" Mills shouted into his comm. "Pathfinder 9, report status." Nothing, not even static. And then, gone. The alien craft vanished. No explosion, no debris, no radiation signature, just empty space where 70 kilometers of ice and metal had existed 3 seconds ago, taking 95 people with it. "No," Soto whispered. Around him, the bridge crew sat frozen, staring at empty space. "No, no, no." "Sir," Jones's hands shook over his console. "Gravitational residue analysis suggests a spatial translation event, wormhole mechanics, but nothing like our theoretical models. It just..." He looked up, his face pale. It took them. Somewhere else. Somewhere not here. Soto activated ship-wide comms, his voice steady through sheer force of will. "All hands. The boarding party has been displaced. Approximate displacement. Unknown. We are commencing search and rescue operations immediately. Space Force. Command will be notified. We will find them." He cut the channel. Through the viewport, the sun burned with indifferent brilliance. The empty space where 95 people had been mocked him with its silence. "How far?" Soto asked quietly. "Best guess. How far did it take them?" Jones studied the sensor logs, his expression growing more horrified with each calculation. "Sir, the energy signature suggests light years, hundreds of light years, maybe more. I don't..." His voice broke. "Sir, we can't reach them. Even if we knew where they went, we don't have the capability to..." "Log the gravitational residue," Soto interrupted. "Every data point, every anomaly. If that thing can punch holes in space, maybe we can track where it went. Get me everything." "Yes, sir." Soto stared at the empty void. 95 people, gone in 3 seconds, and somewhere, impossibly distant, impossibly lost, they were still alive, still breathing, still waiting for rescue that might never come. "Find them," he whispered to the darkness. "Please, God, let us find them. Mill's comm crackled with a final burst of static. Pathfinder 9's signal. Doppler shifted beyond recognition. Then nothing. The walls had stopped their violent pulsing. The bioluminescent veins stabilized into steady blue-white light. Then the stars appeared on the walls, real-time feeds showing space beyond the hull. The sun was gone. The familiar stellar background had vanished. In its place, alien constellations, utterly unknown, and directly ahead, filling the primary viewport, a rogue planet, dark and frozen, illuminated by artificial suns that burned with structured white light. "No," Young's voice carried hollow shock. "No, no, no. We jumped," Bose said. She'd pulled up the navigation data from the panel, her hands shaking. Gravitational translation, instantaneous spatial displacement. We're not in the solar system anymore. Through the neural interface still partially active from Mill's hand. On the panel, he felt the ship's awareness. Distance travelled, 412 light-years. Duration, 2.3 seconds. Crew status, viable, 412 light-years in 2 seconds. Mill's mind struggled to comprehend that distance. Even at light speed, it would take over 4 centuries to travel that far. Pathfinder 9 would search for them. Earth would send rescue missions. But by the time any signal reached them, everyone he'd ever known would be dead of old age. "They saw it happen," Lieutenant Idris whispered. Her voice carried the weight of sudden, terrible understanding. "Pathfinder 9. They watched us disappear. They're going to think we're dead." "We might as well be," someone said. Mill stared at the impossible planet, at the artificial suns, at the terraforming projections still floating in holographic precision. Behind them, the constructs had vanished. Ahead, the Cedar vessel began its automated descent toward the dead world below, and 95 personnel equipped for a 4-hour boarding operation watched their home disappear across interstellar distance. Mills checked his oxygen reserve. 23 minutes remaining. Through the wall displays, he could see Pathfinder 9 in his mind, still orbiting the sun, sensors screaming with gravitational anomaly data, Soto ordering search patterns for a crew that no longer existed in their universe. They would search for weeks, months, and they would never find them. "We're alone," Mill said quietly. Through the chamber, 94 other people felt the same truth settle into their bones. No rescue, no support, no way home. Just 95 humans, an alien ship with inscrutable purpose, and a dead planet waiting below. The Cedar's bioluminescent veins pulsed once, not hostile, not comforting, simply stating fact, mission continuing. The oxygen alarm started 17 minutes after the jump. Mill silenced his suit's audible warning, but the HUD display remained, a pulsing red indicator showing 11% remaining in his primary tank. Around him, 94 other helmets flickered with the same death sentence. "Sir, I'm reading atmospheric composition in the adjacent chamber." Lieutenant Commander Shaw's voice carried forced calm. She was the engineer, the one who'd kept Pathfinder 9's life support running through 3 near-catastrophic failures. Now she was analysing alien air with equipment designed for human systems. Nitrogen-oxygen mix, roughly Earth standard. Pressures low, maybe 0.7 atmospheres, but breathable. Contamination? Mills watched the holographic planet rotate before them. The artificial suns had stabilised into a synchronised orbit, painting the dead world in geometric light patterns. Unknown. I'm not detecting biologicals, but my scanner's not calibrated for... Best guess, Commander. Silence. Then, "If we don't crack our helmets in the next 8 minutes, the guess won't matter," Mills studied the chamber. The walls had stopped their bioluminescent pulsing. The constructs hadn't returned. The space felt dormant again. Not dead, but waiting. Always waiting. "Major Young, select 3 volunteers. We test the air." Young's helmet turned toward him. Even through the polarized visor, Mills felt the glare. "Sir, we don't know. We know we're suffocating, Major. Pick your people." Young's jaw worked behind the transparent faceplate. Then he gestured to 2 security personnel and moved to join them himself. "Not you," Mills said. "I need you functional if this goes wrong. Stay suited." He watched 3 volunteers step forward. Corporal Davies, Specialist Banks, Ensign Okoro, all young, all aware they might be breathing poison in 30 seconds. Mills walked to the wall panel and placed his hand against the interface. The surface warmed under his glove, responding. "Requesting atmospheric equalization," he said to no one, to the ship, to whatever intelligence governed. This place. Nothing happened. He pressed harder, willing the ship to understand. The panel's symbols shifted, rotated through configurations that made his eyes water. "Please," he whispered. A seam appeared in the wall, not the entrance they'd used, that remained sealed. This was new, a vertical split that widened into a doorway. Beyond it, another chamber, smaller, illuminated by the same blue-white bioluminescence, and breathable air, if Shaw was right. Davies, Banks, and Okoro exchanged glances. Then Davies stepped forward and broke his helmet seal. The hiss of equalizing pressure sounded obscenely loud. Davies took a shallow breath. Another. His face contorted as his body waited for burning, freezing, poison. Nothing. He breathed deeper. "It's stale, like recycled air, but it's air." Banks and Okoro cracked their helmets. 3 people breathing alien atmosphere synthesized by a vessel older than human civilization. All 3 remained standing. "Fuck it!" Young reached, up and broke his seal. "If we're dying together." The next 2 minutes became a cascading wave of helmet seals breaking, 95 people gasping recycled oxygen that tasted like metal and ozone and something else, something organic they couldn't identify. Mills was the last. He broke the seal and pulled the helmet free. The air was cold. It carried a scent like thunderstorms, like electricity meeting water. Every breath felt borrowed. "All right." He maglocked his helmet to his belt. "We're alive. Now we figure out where the hell we are." Dr. Anika Bose had commandeered the wall panel, her fingers dancing across symbols she was learning to interpret through trial and error. Each touch produced a response. Star charts, energy diagrams, biological matrices that scrolled past faster than human cognition could process. "It's a navigation archive," she said. Her voice carried the flat affect Mills recognized. Pure analytical focus, emotion compartmentalized until later. "I'm accessing jump logs. The vessel has made, Jesus, thousands of jumps, tens of thousands." "Can you plot a return vector?" Pittman's voice crackled through the helmet comm units scattered across the floor. The signal was weak, distorted, but present. Pathfinder 9 was trying to reach them across interstellar distance. "I don't even know where we are." Bose pulled up a star chart. "This doesn't match any stellar cartography in our database. We're not in local space. We might not even be in the same galactic arm." "Then access the propulsion system. If it jumped us here, it can jump us back." Bose's fingers stopped moving. "The propulsion system is offline. Post-jump cooldown cycle. Estimated reactivation, 71 hours. 71 hours. Mills did the math. They'd brought rations for a 4-hour boarding operation. Water for 6 hours, maybe 8 if they stretched it. They had 95 people and enough supplies to sustain maybe 20. "Inventory," he ordered. "Everything. Food, water, medical supplies, ammunition. I want a complete resource assessment in 30 minutes. Captain Pittman moved through the crowd, organizing personnel into work details. That was his gift, making chaos into structure through pure social engineering. People gravitated toward him without realizing it, seeking stability. Mills envied that. His own authority came from position, from rank. Pittman's came from something deeper. The inventory results arrived in 27 minutes. Lieutenant Idris delivered them, her datapad showing numbers that confirmed Mill's worst fears. 18 MREs, 42 protein bars, 9 water pouches. She scrolled down. Medical supplies are better. We've got combat trauma kits, antibiotics, radiation meds. But food... She met his eyes. Severe rationing gets us maybe 48 hours. And the propulsion cooldown is 71. Yes, sir. Mill studied the holographic planet. It was closer now. The vessel was descending, on some predetermined trajectory, pulling them toward the frozen world with its artificial suns and empty oceans. The ship brought us here for a reason, he said. Maybe that reason includes keeping us alive. Or maybe, Young said from behind him, it doesn't give a shit if we starve. 6 hours after the jump, the artificial suns began to flicker. Mills was trying to sleep when the light dimmed. Not gradually. It cut from full illumination to half strength in a single pulse. His eyes snapped open. Around him, the boarding party had distributed themselves throughout the chamber, claiming whatever space provided the illusion of privacy. Some slept in their EVA suits. Others had stripped down to the thermal underlayers, using the suits as makeshift bedding. It looked like a refugee camp. The suns flickered again. Through the wall displays, Mills watched the massive orbital emitters pulse with arrhythmic light. On the planet below, clouds that had been forming in geometric patterns began to dissolve. Bose! He found her still at the control panel, her eyes red-rimmed from sustained focus. What's happening to the suns? She didn't look up from the data streaming across her screen. They're destabilizing. The terraforming sequence initiated automatically when we entered orbit, but something's wrong. The system keeps aborting and restarting. Her fingers flew across the interface. It's looking for something, some kind of input parameter it can't locate. What parameter? I don't know. The symbols are... They're not language exactly. They're more like emotional concepts rendered as geometric forms. This one, she touched a pulsing glyph. I think it means harmony, or alignment, or collective understanding. But it could also mean neural integration or consciousness fusion or... English, Doctor. Bose turned to face him. Her expression carried something Mills had never seen on her before. Fear. I think the ship is trying to interface with us, cognitively, and when it can't establish the connection, the terraforming systems fail. Mills felt cold spread through his chest. Interface how? I don't know, but until it succeeds... She gestured at the flickering suns. We're watching a planetary biosphere die in real time. 12 hours after the jump, the first person tried to force entry to the propulsion core. Mills was rationing water pouches when the alarm sounded, a low harmonic tone that resonated through the walls themselves. Not threatening, just informative. The ship telling them something had changed. Major Young came sprinting from the corridor they designated as aft section, his sidearm drawn. "Sir, we've got a situation. 3 personnel attempted to breach what looked like an engine access panel. The ship..." He paused, breathing hard. The ship responded. Mills followed him through curving passages that still defied spatial logic. The corridor seemed longer going this direction than returning. Gravity shifted subtly underfoot, never quite settling into consistent down. They found the scene in what the crew had started calling the propulsion gallery, a vast chamber where walls displayed energy flow diagrams that pulsed with impossible physics. Specialist Rourke, Ensign Martinez, and Corporal Williams stood frozen against the far wall, not pressed there by force, held there by the wall itself, which had extruded organic metallic tendrils that wrapped their limbs and torso in gentle but absolute restraint. The 3 couldn't move, but they could breathe, could speak, could turn their heads to watch Mills approach. "Colonel," Rourke's voice shook. "We were just trying to access the propulsion system, override the cooldown, get us home before..." The floor beneath them shifted, not violently, more like a patient teacher correcting a student. The tendrils tightened fractionally. "Before we run out of food," Rourke finished quietly. Mills studied the energy diagrams. They showed a propulsion system unlike anything in human engineering, gravitational manipulation on a scale that treated stellar masses like handles, and at the centre, a countdown. 68 hours, 42 minutes, and 17 seconds, 68 hours until reactivation. "Dr. Bose, can the ship understand us? Is there a communication protocol we're missing?" Bose had followed them in. She approached the wall displays carefully, scanner active. "I think it understands intention more than language. When you asked for air, it provided air, but you asked cooperatively. You didn't try to force it." She looked at the 3 restrained personnel. "The ship is non-hostile, but it's also non-negotiable. It has a purpose, a mission architecture that predates human existence. And we're..." She searched for the word. "We're unscheduled variables. Can you ask it to release them?" "I can try." Bose placed both hands against the wall beside Rourke. She closed her eyes, her expression shifting into something Mills couldn't quite read. Concentration, meditation, prayer. The tendrils loosened. Slowly, like reluctant fingers unclenching, they withdrew into the wall's surface. Rourke, Martinez and Williams stumbled forward, gasping. "How did you..." Mills started. "I stopped thinking in commands," Bose said. "Started thinking in requests, cooperation instead of control." She looked exhausted. "I don't think this ship was built for a hierarchical species. The neural patterns it's scanning for, they feel communal, collective." Mills thought of military chain of command, of rank structure, of the entire cultural framework that had gotten them to space in the first place, all of it useless here. "Then we learn to cooperate," he said. Young stepped forward. "Sir, with respect, we can't just..." "Yes, we can, Major, because the alternative is starving while we stare at a propulsion system we can't hack." Mills addressed the whole group. "This vessel isn't our enemy, it's our only chance of survival. So we figure out what it needs, and we provide it." "And if what it needs," Young said quietly, "is something we can't give?" Mills had no answer. 20 hours after the jump, Callum Page found the biome vaults. He'd been exploring alone, a violation of safety protocols, but Mills had stopped enforcing those around Hour 15. With 95 people and limited space, regulations gave way to necessary chaos. Page returned to the main chamber with his eyes bright, his movement animated in a way Mills hadn't seen since before the jump. "You need to see this. All of you." He led a group of 20 through corridors that seemed to anticipate their movement, walls shifting to create clearer passages. They descended, at least the sensation was descent, through 3 levels into a chamber that made Mills' breath catch. It was massive, cathedral scale. The ceiling rose 50 meters overhead, covered in bioluminescent veins that pulsed like a heartbeat. And throughout the space, vaults, hundreds of them. Cylindrical chambers made of the same metallic organic material, each one sealed and filled with something that glowed faintly green. "Genetic archives," Page breathed. He was moving between vaults like a pilgrim approaching shrines. "This is a seed bank, but not like anything we've built. These aren't frozen samples, they're living matrices, microbial colonies in suspended development, genetic templates for entire ecosystems." He stopped before one vault that stood taller than the others. Its glow pulsed brighter, more urgently. Symbols scrolled across its surface, the same geometric concepts Bose had been deciphering. "This one is activating," Page said. "The ship is preparing to deploy it." Deploy where? Mills asked. Page pointed down. Through transparent sections of floor they could see the planet below. It had grown massive in their descent, filling the viewport. The artificial suns burned steady now, no longer flickering, and across the planet's frozen surface, structures, massive towers of black alloy, rising from ice plains. They were growing, extruding from the ground itself like plants reaching toward manufactured sunlight. Terraforming pylons, Bose said. She'd pulled up planetary scans on her portable display. They're seeding the atmosphere with processing compounds. Temperature is rising. Ice is melting at the poles. The ship is waking this planet up. How long? Mills watched clouds form in real time, swirling around the growing towers in mathematically precise patterns. At current rate, full atmospheric stabilization in 72 hours. The same time frame as propulsion reactivation. Not coincidence. Design. So we're watching the birth of a new biosphere, Page said softly. We're inside a vessel that resurrects dead worlds. This is the most significant discovery in human history. This is a trap, Young said. We're being held hostage by a ship that's forcing us to participate in its mission while we starve. It's not forcing us. Bose had moved to one of the vaults, her hand pressed against its warm surface. It's inviting us. The neural harmonization it keeps scanning for. I think it needs conscious participation, willing integration. It can't complete the terraforming cycle without sentient input. Input for what? Decision-making, adaptation. Life isn't mechanical, it's responsive, creative. I think the ship needs living minds to help shape what kind of biosphere develops down there. She turned to face them. We're not prisoners, we're collaborators. We're dying, Young countered. 42 hours of food remaining. This ship might birth a new world, but we won't live to see it. Mills studied the genetic vaults, hundreds of them, entire ecosystems suspended in biological potential. What if the ship can provide food? He looked at Page. You said these are living matrices. Could we? No, Page's voice was sharp. These are genetic archives of extinct species, civilizations that died millions of years ago. If we disrupt them, we could destroy the only record of their existence. Better than destroying ourselves. Is it? Page met his eyes. We're dying of hunger looking at the Library of Alexandria, and you want to burn books for warmth. The chamber fell silent except for the pulse of bioluminescent light. There has to be another way, Mills said. But his voice carried no conviction. 36 hours after the jump, the ship made its choice. Mills woke to darkness. The bioluminescent veins had gone dark. Around him, 95 people stirred in the sudden absence of light. Then, illumination. But not from the walls, from the floor. A holographic interface materialized in the chamber's center, 10 meters tall, rotating slowly. It showed anatomical diagrams, human anatomy, neural pathways, brain structures, and overlaid across it all, the same geometric symbols Bose had been studying. It's offering us something, Bose said. She approached the hologram carefully, her scanner painting data across her forearm display. It's a neural integration protocol, a way to interface directly with the ship's cognitive systems. Mind control, Young said. No, cooperation. It's showing us how to communicate more effectively, how to participate in the terraforming process. And if we refuse... Bose pulled up new data from the planetary scans. The artificial suns destabilized again an hour ago. The terraforming cycle is failing. Without neural integration, the ship can't complete its mission. She paused. And without completing its mission, it won't reactivate propulsion. Mills felt the trap close. Not hostile, not violent, just inevitable. If we integrate, he said slowly, if we give the ship what it needs, can it provide food? Water? Bose studied the holographic interface. I think so. It has fabrication systems for building terraforming infrastructure. If it can grow genetic matrices, it can synthesize nutrients. Or it can kill us trying to upload our brains into its alien OS, Young said. Sir, this is insane. We don't know what that interface does. It could lobotomize us, turn us into biological processors, delete everything that makes us human. He wasn't wrong. Mills looked at the hologram, at the neural pathways highlighted in blue-white light. This was the choice. Trust an ancient alien intelligence with their consciousness, or die of starvation watching a planet resurrect itself. Not really a choice at all. I need a volunteer, Mills said. Sir, Young started. Someone needs to test the integration, confirm it's survivable before we risk the entire crew. Mills studied the hologram. Dr. Bose, you understand the system better than anyone. If this goes wrong, you'll be able to pull the plug. Will you monitor? Of course. Her voice was steady, but her hands shook slightly as she activated her scanner. Then I'll... No, Captain Spencer Pittman stepped forward. You're the commanding officer. We can't risk you. I'll do it. Captain. Sir, we both know if this fails, the crew will need your authority to hold together. But if it succeeds, they'll need someone they trust to vouch for it. Pittman's expression was calm. That's not you. That's me. Mills wanted to argue, but Pittman was right. Young grabbed Pittman's arm. Spence, you don't have to... Yes, I do. Pittman smiled, tired and genuine. Someone has to go first. Might as well be me. He approached the holographic interface. The symbols shifted, reforming into something that looked almost like an invitation. A section of floor rose beneath Pittman's feet, forming a platform. How do I... he started. The platform answered. Tendrils extended, not aggressive, not restraining. Gentle. They touched Pittman's temples, his forehead, the base of his skull. His eyes went wide. Then he screamed. Bose's scanner went wild, displays fragmenting across error warnings. Neural activity spiking. He's experiencing massive sensory overload. Pittman's scream cut off. He stood perfectly still, eyes open but unseeing, the tendrils pulsing with bioluminescent light that matched the rhythm of his heartbeat. His vitals are stable, Bose reported. Elevated heart rate but not dangerous. Brain activity is... She paused. It's not human normal. He's experiencing distributed cognition. His consciousness is extending into the ship's neural network. Pull him out, Young ordered. I can't. The system won't release him until integration completes. They watched Pittman stand motionless for 17 minutes. Around them, 94 people held collective breath. Then the tendrils withdrew. Pittman collapsed. Young caught him before he hit the floor, lowering him carefully. Spence, talk to me. Pittman's eyes focused slowly. He looked at Young, then at Mills, then at the hologram still rotating above them. It's not hostile, he said. His voice sounded distant, dreamy. It's ancient. So ancient. It's been doing this for millions of years, travelling, finding dead worlds, bringing them back. It's... He struggled for words. It's lonely. Lonely? Mills knelt beside him. It was built by a collective intelligence, a species that thought in harmonised networks, not individual minds. It doesn't understand hierarchy, doesn't understand command structure. It's been trying to communicate, but we're... Pittman laughed weakly. We're too separate, too individualised. It can't interface with minds that don't share thought. Can it feed us? Mills asked. Yes, once we integrate. Once we show it, we can cooperate. Pittman sat up slowly. But there's something else. Something it's trying to tell us. What? The genetic archives aren't random. The ship has navigation logs, planetary designation charts. And Earth... He met Mill's eyes. Earth is in the database. listed as Restoration Candidate Site 731, the chamber fell, silent. "That's impossible," Page said. "Human evolution is documented. We know our origins." "Do we?" Pittman's expression was strange, haunted. "The ship's logs show Earth was surveyed 4 million years ago. Something was seeded there. Something that led to us." "You're saying we're aliens?" Young's voice carried disbelief. "I'm saying we might be the product of a previous terraforming cycle, that whatever built this ship might have built us." Pittman looked around at the genetic vaults. "We're not the first intelligent species they've created. We won't be the last." Mills felt the ground shift beneath him. Not physically, conceptually. Everything he understood about humanity's place in the universe tilting sideways. "Sir," Lieutenant Idris approached, her datapad showing new inventory calculations. "Food supplies critical. We have maybe 18 hours left. After that, people would start dying." Mills looked at the holographic interface. At Pittman, who'd survived. Integration. At 94 people waiting for him to choose between starvation and surrender. "How many people would need to integrate?" he asked Bose. "Unknown, but based on the ship's neural pattern expectations, I'd estimate a significant percentage. Maybe 30, maybe 60. Enough to create the collective harmony it's scanning for." "Voluntary only," Mills said. "I won't order anyone into that interface, but I need volunteers. People willing to risk integration to save the crew." For a long moment no one moved. Then Page stepped forward. "I'll do it. I want to understand what this ship knows about life, about creation. I'll do it." Shaw followed. "If we're going to survive here, we need to understand the systems. I'm in." One by one they came forward. Scientists curious about alien cognition, engineers wanting to access ship systems, medical personnel hoping to synthesize food, and soldiers. Young's security team following their commander's reluctant nod. 37 volunteers, more than a third of the crew. "All right," Mills addressed them all. "We do this together. We integrate, we establish communication, we convince this ship to keep us alive. And then..." He looked at the propulsion countdown still visible on the wall displays. 62 hours, 14 minutes and 33 seconds. Then we figure out if we're going home. The holographic interface expanded, creating multiple integration platforms. The volunteers stepped forward, and as tendrils touched human minds, the artificial suns outside stabilized. The planet below began to breathe, and 95 people, stranded across interstellar distance, took their first step toward becoming something neither human nor alien. Something in between. 48 hours after the jump, the integrated started finishing each other's sentences. Mills noticed it during the morning briefing, except there was no morning here, just arbitrary wake cycles they imposed on eternal artificial daylight. Lieutenant Shaw was explaining the ship's power distribution when Dr. Bose spoke simultaneously with her, both voices overlapping in perfect synchronization. Thermal differential of 0.3 degrees per venting cycle. They stopped, looked at each other. Shaw's expression carried something between wonder and horror. "Sorry," she said. "I didn't mean to. Neither did I." Bose touched her temple. "But I could feel what you were about to say. Like the words were already in my mind." 37 people had integrated. 37 human consciousnesses now partially extended into the ship's neural network, and through that network, partially into each other. Mills watched them during meals, the integrated sitting together, passing food without asking, reaching for water pouches someone else needed before they vocalized the request. They moved like a distributed organism, not quite a hive mind, but no longer entirely individual. The unintegrated watched them with growing unease. "They're not human anymore," Corporal Davies said quietly. He sat with the security personnel who'd refused integration, their group shrinking into defensive clusters. You see how they look at us? Like we're incomplete. Mills saw it. The integrated carried a subtle expression of pity when addressing the unintegrated, as if everyone who hadn't merged with the ship's consciousness was missing a crucial sense. "They're still our people," Mills said, but his voice lacked conviction. He was unintegrated. He'd chosen to remain separate, to maintain command distance. Now he wondered if that had been cowardice masquerading as leadership. 53 hours after the jump, the artificial suns began dying. Mills was rationing the last protein bars when the light dimmed. Not the pulsing instability from before. This was gradual, inexorable, like watching stars age in time-lapse. Through the wall displays, the orbital emitters had shifted from white to amber. Their light painted the planet below in shades of rust and copper. What's happening? He found Bose in the biome vault chamber, surrounded by 3 other integrated scientists. They stood in a loose circle, eyes closed, faces tilted upward as if listening to music only they could hear. "The terraforming cycle is failing," Bose said, without opening her eyes. "The ship has established initial atmospheric conditions, deployed genetic matrices into the seeding zones, but the final phase requires..." She paused, searching for words. "It requires consensus." Consensus about what? About which template to deploy. The ship has archives from thousands of extinct species, different atmospheric preferences, different ecosystem architectures, different... Her eyes opened. Different ideas about what life should be. Mills processed that. So it's asking us to choose? It's asking us to harmonise a choice, to collectively determine what kind of world this becomes. Bose gestured at the genetic vaults, the tallest, one pulsed with urgent light. That vault contains the original restoration template, the one intended for this planet before we arrived. It's optimized for a silicon-based metabolic system. Humans can't breathe it, can't eat its organic compounds, can't survive long-term. Then we choose a different template. It's not that simple. The ship's entire mission architecture is built around restoring original planetary conditions. Deploying an alternative template means overriding millions of years of collected data, abandoning the archived species that should inherit this world. She met his eyes. The ship is having what I can only describe as a moral crisis. Around them, genetic vaults pulsed in conflicting rhythms, some fast and urgent, others slow and mournful. How long until the suns fail completely? 23 hours. After that, planetary temperature will drop below sustainable levels. The atmospheric processes will freeze. Everything the ship has built will collapse. Mills felt the trap tighten. And propulsion reactivation? 14 hours. But even if we can jump, we don't have supplies for the return trip. We burned through everything getting the integrated stabilized. They were going to die, either here on a freezing rogue planet or in transit back to a solar system they might never reach, unless they surrendered completely. "How many more need to integrate?" Mills asked quietly. Bose hesitated. "The ship's neural modelling suggests everyone. Full crew harmonization. It can't resolve the template conflict with a divided consciousness. You're asking me to force integration on people who refused it. I'm telling you the ship won't complete terraforming without collective agreement, and without terraforming, we all die." Mills looked at the unintegrated, 58 people who'd maintained their individual consciousness, their mental autonomy. Major Young led most of them, the security team that still believed force could solve this. "Give me time," Mills said. "Sir, we don't have..." "I said give me time, Doctor." 57 hours after the jump, Major Kieran Young attempted mutiny. Mills was sleeping, actual sleep, not the fragmented unconsciousness of the past 2 days, when Shaw woke him. "Sir, you need to come to the propulsion gallery, now." He followed her through corridors that had become familiar. the ship's impossible geometry no longer disorienting. He'd learned to read the walls' bioluminescent patterns, interpreting their pulse rates like emotional indicators. Right now, they pulsed rapid and red. Warning. The propulsion gallery had become Young's territory, where unintegrated security personnel maintained armed watch over the ship's core systems. Mills found 40 people there, weapons drawn, forming a perimeter around the central propulsion nexus. At the centre, Young, both hands pressed against the alien interface, his face contorted with concentration. "Major, step away from that panel." Young didn't move. "I've been studying this, sir, watching the integrated access ship systems. I think I can force a manual override, jump us back to solar coordinates without waiting for the cooldown. You'll kill us all?" "We're dying anyway," Young's voice cracked. 60 hours stranded, no food, breathing recycled air in a ship that's turning our people into something not human. I'm not letting that continue. "Kieran, they're in my head, Mills." Young's hands shook against the interface. "When I sleep, I dream their dreams. When I wake, I catch myself thinking in their patterns. The integration is spreading. Another few days and there won't be any unintegrated left. We'll all be absorbed into that thing's neural network." "That's not how it works, isn't it?" Young met his eyes. "Ask Bose when she last had a thought she could confirm was entirely her own. Ask Shaw if she knows where her consciousness ends and the ship's begins. They're not people anymore, they're nodes in an alien processing system." The propulsion interface pulsed beneath Young's hands. Symbols scrolled faster, gravitational diagrams shifting through configurations Mills couldn't follow. "Sir, he's triggering a cascade response." Shaw's voice carried fear. "If he forces propulsion activation while the system's in cooldown, the gravitational shear will..." The ship responded, not with violence, with teaching. The floor beneath Young's feet transformed, not quickly, slowly, demonstratively, like a parent moving a child's hand away from fire. The metallic organic surface flowed upward, creating a barrier between Young and the interface. Young pulled his sidearm and fired. The electromagnetic pulse round passed through the barrier like it was smoke. The shot struck the propulsion interface dead center. Energy discharged, not explosion, implosion. A gravitational knot formed at the impact point, pulling matter inward with crushing force. Young screamed as the barrier yanked him backward, away from the collapsing space. Mills grabbed him, Shaw grabbed Mills, and they pulled together as the implosion expanded. 3 cubic meters of corridor compressed into a sphere the size of a fist. Then it stabilized. The gravitational anomaly froze, suspended in mid-air like a miniature black hole. And the propulsion countdown changed. 94 hours, 17 minutes, and 22 seconds, 94 hours. The forced activation attempt had damaged the system, extending the cooldown by another full day. "No." Young stared at the countdown. "No, no, no." "You just killed us," Mills said quietly. "We didn't have supplies for the original timeline. Now they had no chance at all." The unintegrated security team lowered their weapons. One by one they looked at Young, their commander who'd promised to save them, and saw only another man out of his depth. "I was trying to help," Young whispered. "I know." Mills gripped his shoulder. "But we're past the point where force helps. We're past the point where individual action matters." He turned to address everyone in the chamber, unintegrated and integrated both. "The ship isn't our enemy, but it's also not human. It operates on principles we're still learning, and every time we fight it, every time we try to force control..." He gestured at the suspended gravitational anomaly. "We make things worse." "So what do we do?" Corporal Davies asked. "Just surrender? Let it turn us into hive mind drones?" "We adapt." Mills looked at the integrated, at Bose and Shaw and Pittman and 34 others who'd already changed. They're not drones. They're still themselves. But they've learned to think beyond themselves. That's what scares me, Davies said. I know, it scares me too. Mills was surprised by his own honesty. But fear of change isn't going to keep us alive. Cooperation might. Young slumped against the wall, staring at the countdown he'd sabotaged. I just wanted to go home. We all do, Major, but home is 94 hours away now, maybe longer. And if we want to survive until then... Mills took a breath. We need to give the ship what it's asking for. 61 hours after the jump, Captain Spencer Pittman called an assembly. Not Mills, not Command Authority. Pittman, speaking through the organic social networks that had sustained crew morale since they'd left Earth 7 months ago. People came because they trusted him, because he'd been first to integrate, first to risk his consciousness for the collective good. The assembly gathered in the biome vault chamber, all 95 personnel, integrated and unintegrated, standing among genetic archives of extinct civilizations. Pittman stood before the tallest vault, the one containing the original restoration template. Its light pulsed red now, urgent and dying. We're out of time, he said simply. The artificial suns are failing. The terraforming cycle is aborting. In 18 hours this planet returns to frozen death, and we freeze with it. No one spoke. The ship has given us a choice, not the choice we wanted, but a choice nonetheless. Pittman touched the vault. We can deploy the original template. Let this world resurrect according to its ancient designation. Then we die, because our biology is incompatible with silicon-based atmosphere. He moved to a smaller vault, its light pulsing soft blue. Or we can override the original template, deploy a hybrid biosphere that sustains human life. But doing so means... He paused. Means erasing the last genetic record of the species that should have inherited this world. We become colonizers, conquerors, everything humanity promised it wouldn't become when we reached for the stars. That's not a choice, Page said. His voice carried anguish. That's murder. Those vaults contain species that have been extinct for millions of years. We'd be committing cosmic genocide. We'd be surviving, Young countered. He'd barely spoken since the propulsion incident, but now his voice was steady. Those species are already dead. We're alive. That has to mean something. Does it? Page looked around at the vaults. We're 95 humans. Those archives represent thousands of species, billions of years of evolutionary development. How do we justify our existence at their expense? Because we're here. Shaw stepped forward. She was integrated now, her consciousness partially merged with ship systems. The original civilization that built this vessel. They valued life. All life. But they also understood that life adapts, evolves, competes. They wouldn't have built a system this flexible if they didn't anticipate variables like us. You can't know that, Page said. I can feel it. Through the ship's neural network. This vessel has encountered unscheduled variables before, dozens of times across thousands of restoration missions, and every time it's made accommodations, adjusted templates, blended ecosystems. Shaw's expression was strange, distant. We're not unique. We're just the latest iteration of a very old problem. That doesn't make it right. No, Mills said, but it makes it survivable. He'd been silent, listening. Now he moved to the centre of the chamber, standing between the vaults, between the choice that would define them. I'm not a philosopher, he said. I'm a soldier, and soldiers make terrible moral calculus. But I'm also responsible for 95 lives, your lives, and I won't apologise for prioritising them. He looked at Page. You're right. Deploying the hybrid template means erasing species that can never be recreated. That's a crime against cosmic heritage. It makes us colonizers in the worst sense. Then he looked at Young. But you're also right. We're alive. We have agency. We have the right to fight for survival. So what are you saying? Paige asked. I'm saying this isn't my choice alone. It's not command authority. It's not military hierarchy. The ship has been trying to teach us that since we arrived. Mills gestured at everyone. This is collective choice, consensus, and it has to be unanimous. That's impossible, Davies said. You'll never get 95 people to agree. Then we die, Pittman said quietly, because the ship won't proceed without full neural harmonization, without everyone choosing the same path. The chamber fell silent except for the pulse of dying light from the vaults. I need to show you something, Bose said. She approached the main wall interface and pulled up navigation data. The ship's archive logs, planetary restoration records going back millions of years. She scrolled through star charts, each one marking a dead world brought back to life. Hundreds of planets. Thousands. Look at the success rate, she said. 87%. The ship has failed to restore 13% of designated targets. Why? Mills asked. Because the planets were already inhabited when it arrived. By species it hadn't anticipated. Unscheduled intelligence. Bose highlighted several logs. Here and here, worlds where the ship detected existing sentient life and aborted its mission. It left them alone, respected their claim to existence. She pulled up Earth's designation, Site 731. 4 million years ago, this ship surveyed Earth, designated it for silicon-based restoration, but it never completed the mission. Bose looked at Mills, because something was already there, something developing, something that would become us. The ship spared humanity, Shaw said softly. The ship recognized that intelligence has priority over archive preservation. Bose turned to Paige. The species in these vaults are extinct, but we're alive, and according to the ship's own ethical framework, that matters. Paige stared at the data. His expression crumbled. I want them to live, he whispered. I want those lost species to have another chance. I want... He pressed both hands against the largest vault, but they can't choose. They can't advocate for themselves. And we can. I'm sorry, Bose said. Don't be. Paige's voice hardened. If we're doing this, if we're overriding the original template, then we do it right. Not pure human biosphere. Hybrid. We integrate as much of the original genetic matrix as our biology can tolerate. We don't conquer this world. We share it. Mills looked at him. You're agreeing. I'm compromising. Because compromise is the only moral position left. Paige met his eyes. But if we survive this, if we build a civilization on this planet, we carry the memory of what we erased. Every extinct species in those vaults gets memorialized. Honored. We become their heirs, not their executioners. Agreed, Mills said. One by one, the others nodded. Scientists, engineers, security personnel, the integrated and unintegrated both, finding common ground in shared guilt and desperate hope, except Major Young. Kieran, Mills approached him, this needs to be unanimous. Young stared at the countdown projection. 89 hours, 43 minutes and 11 seconds. I wanted to go home, he said. I wanted to report back to Earth, tell them what we found, let them decide what to do with it. But we're not going home, are we? I don't know. Yes, you do. Even if propulsion reactivates, even if we survive the jump back, we don't have supplies for the journey. We burn through everything, keeping the integrated stable. Young's laugh was bitter. We're colonists now, whether we want to be or not. Then help us be good ones. Young looked at him. What does that even mean? It means we don't take this world for granted. It means we build something worth the cost we're paying. Mills placed a hand on Young's shoulder. I need you, Major. I need your tactical mind, your discipline, your unwillingness to accept easy answers. We're about to become the founders of a new civilization. That's going to require people who ask hard questions. I'm tired of asking questions. I know, but I'm asking you to try. For a long moment Young said nothing. Then slowly he nodded. Unanimous consent, Mills announced to the chamber. We deploy the hybrid template. We share this world with whatever can survive alongside us. And we remember what we're erasing. Bose moved to the wall interface. The ship needs integration to proceed. Full crew neural harmonization. The unintegrated shifted uneasily. 58 people who'd clung to individual consciousness, now facing the choice between merger and death. It won't destroy who you are, Pittman said. I'm still me, still Spencer. I just think bigger now, feel connected. It's not loss, it's expansion. Easy for you to say, Davies muttered. You're already one of them. One of us, Pittman corrected gently. We're all us. That's the point. Mills stepped forward. I'll go first. The unintegrated need to see command personnel integrate. He approached the holographic interface. It materialized a platform beneath his feet, tendrils extending toward his temples. The last time Pittman had screamed. Mills took a breath and let the tendrils touch his skin. The universe opened. Not physically, conceptually. His consciousness expanded outward like a shockwave, touching minds he'd known for months but never truly understood. He felt Shaw's engineering precision, Bose's analytical clarity, Pittman's social warmth. He felt 36 other minds, all distinct, all separate but also harmonized, thinking together without losing individual perspective. And beyond them, the ship, not hostile, not even alive in the human sense, but aware, conscious in a way that spanned millions of years, thousands of worlds, civilizations that rose and fell while it travelled the spaces between stars. It was lonely. That hit him hardest. The ship had been built by a collective intelligence that thought in unified networks. It had spent eons alone, carrying out its mission without companionship, without understanding. Now, for the first time in its existence, it felt 95 minds learning to think collectively. It felt seen, the integration completed. Mills gasped as the tendrils withdrew, but the connection remained. Softer now, background awareness instead of overwhelming presence. Sir, Young approached carefully. Are you... I'm still me. Mills looked at his hands. They felt the same, but his thoughts carried echoes now, reflections of the people around him. But I'm also more than me. Young stared. Then slowly he stepped onto the integration platform. One by one, the unintegrated followed. Davies, Banks, Okoro, Martinez, Williams, Rourke. 58 people surrendering individual isolation for collective survival. The ship's bioluminescent veins pulsed brighter with each integration. The artificial suns outside stabilized, their amber light shifting back toward healthy white. And when the last person, Specialist Torres, a junior engineer who'd resisted longest, completed integration, the biome vaults responded. The largest vault opened, not the original silicon-based template, a new configuration assembled in real time from the ship's archives. Genetic matrices that combined extinct alien species with human-compatible biology. Atmospheric processes that blended oxygen-nitrogen ratios with trace compounds from a dozen dead civilizations. A compromise written in genetic code. The vault's contents deployed, not into the chamber, but down toward the planet below. Mills felt it through the ship's awareness. Genetic matrices scattering across the continents, microbial colonies taking root in warming soil, atmospheric compounds seeding clouds that had learned to rain. It's working, Bose said, but her voice came from beside him and also from inside his thoughts, her wonder echoing through the collective consciousness. The planet is stabilizing, temperature rising, cloud formation accelerating. We're witnessing planetary resurrection in real time. Through the wall displays, they watched the world transform. Oceans melted from ice. Forests grew in time-lapse, their leaves colours that had never existed on Earth. Purple and silver and deep crimson. The terraforming pylons hummed with completion energy, and the artificial suns burned steady, painting the planet in permanent light. "How long until we can survive down there?" Mills asked. 72 hours for full atmospheric stabilization, but the ship has landing craft. We can begin descent in... Both checked the data streaming through their shared awareness. 6 hours. Mills looked at the propulsion countdown. 86 hours, 22 minutes, and 37 seconds. 86 hours until they could jump back to the solar system. They didn't have supplies for the journey, didn't have food or water or medical resources beyond minimal emergency reserves. But they had a planet. "We're not going home," he said quietly, "not to anyone. Specific. To everyone. To the collective consciousness they'd become." Pittman's response came through the neural network and through spoken words simultaneously. "We're already home. We just don't recognize it yet." 72 hours after the jump, they detected the signal. Mills was helping establish the first ground camp, modular HAB units the ship had fabricated from its internal mass, when Shaw called through the neural network. Not words, just urgent attention direction. He found her in the propulsion gallery staring at a display that showed gravitational distortion patterns. "Something's coming," she said. "Jump signature. Same spatial displacement mechanics this ship uses." "Another Cedar vessel?" "Unknown, but it's big. Mass estimate puts it at 20 kilometers minimum." Shaw pulled up trajectory calculations. "It'll arrive in..." Her expression changed. "Oh, what?" "It's already here." Through the wall displays, space distorted, stars smeared and reformed, and into orbit around their planet materialized a vessel that made the Cedar look like a probe, 60 kilometers long, composed of the same metallic organic material, but darker, more aggressively configured. Where the Cedar was rounded and organic, this ship carried sharp angles, weapon ports. "That's a warship," Young said. He joined them, his tactical instincts screaming through the neural network. Military configuration, hunter class or enforcement vessel. "Scanning for..." Bo stopped. "It's hailing us, not radio. Direct neural interface transmission." "From this distance?" "The signal is passing through our Cedar, using its network to reach our minds." Bose pressed both hands against the interface. "Should I accept?" Mills felt the collective consciousness decide. No single voice, just 95 minds reaching unified conclusion. Accept it. The neural transmission arrived. Not words, not images, pure conceptual data that translated into human understanding through the Cedar's interpretative systems. The unauthorized planetary restoration detected. Deviation from archived template confirmed. Original civilization protocol violated. Cedar vessel designated for retrieval. Unscheduled biological variables designated for termination. The transmission ended. Mills felt the collective consciousness fragment momentarily. 95 minds experiencing individual fear before recohering into unified response. "They're going to destroy us," Page said. "The original civilization. They built the Cedar, and they built that enforcement ship, and we violated their restoration protocol." "We had no choice," Young countered. "We adapted to survive." "They don't care about our survival. They care about preserving their archived species." Page stared at the warship. "We're contamination. They're going to sterilize us." "Then we fight," Young said. "With what? We're 95 humans with small arms and a terraforming vessel. That thing out there is a warship built. by a civilization that can manipulate gravity like we manipulate clay. Mills felt the Cedar's awareness shift. Not fear. It didn't experience emotion the way they did, but something like acceptance. It had violated protocol. It had prioritized unscheduled intelligence over archive preservation. According to its creator's laws, it had committed crime. It was prepared to accept termination. No, Mills said aloud. Through the neural network, his conviction resonated across 95 minds. We don't accept this. Sir, we don't have... I'm not talking about weapons. Mills placed both hands against the ship's interface. I'm talking about communication. That warship sent a neural transmission, which means it has consciousness, intelligence, the capacity to understand. Understand what? Bose asked. Why we chose what we chose. Why the Cedar accommodated us. Why adaptation matters more than archive preservation. Mills looked at the planet below, at purple forests and crimson oceans and clouds that carried genetic memory of a dozen extinct species. We show them what we built. We show them compromise. They won't care, Page said. Their protocol is absolute. Then we change their protocol. Mills extended his consciousness through the Cedar's neural network, reaching toward the warship. We show them that intelligence, any intelligence, deserves the chance to advocate for itself. He felt resistance. The warship's AI was hardened against infiltration, designed to resist neural compromise. But 95 human minds thinking in collective harmony carried something the AI hadn't anticipated: creativity, adaptability, the capacity to communicate through emotional resonance instead of pure logic. Mills pushed the memory of their choice through the connection, not data, experience, the weight of choosing survival over archive preservation, the guilt of erasing extinct species, the commitment to honouring what they'd destroyed. He felt the warship's AI process it, evaluate, calculate probability of deception. Then, slowly, it began to understand. Not agreement, but recognition that the choice had been made with awareness of its cost, that 95 minds had achieved unanimous consensus, the same collective harmony the original civilization valued. The warship's weapon ports powered down. A new transmission arrived. Cedar vessel protocol violation acknowledged. Unscheduled intelligence, collective harmony, confirmed. Adaptation, precedent, recognized. Enforcement, action, suspended. Monitoring status, ongoing. Deviation from archived template, provisionally accepted. The warship remained in orbit, watching, waiting to see what they'd build, but not destroying them. Mills felt the collective consciousness exhale, 95 minds releasing tension they'd held since the warship's arrival. What just happened? Young asked. We survived, Pittman said. Again. No. Mills looked at the planet below, at the civilization they'd have to build, at the warship that would judge their every choice. We bought time, proved we're worth monitoring instead of terminating, but we're on probation now. Everything we do, every choice we make, they're watching. Then we better make good choices, Page said. 94 hours after the jump, the propulsion system reactivated. Mills stood in the propulsion gallery with the core leadership, Young, Pittman, Bose, Shaw, Page. The countdown had reached 0. The gravitational manipulation systems were ready. They could jump back to the solar system. We don't have supplies, Bose said quietly. The jump itself is instantaneous, but we'd arrive in solar orbit with no food, no water, and no guarantee Pathfinder 9 could reach us before we starve. We're equipped for a 4-hour boarding operation. Even if we jump back immediately, coordinating rescue could take months. Half the crew would die waiting. We could send a delegation, Young suggested, 10 people. Minimal resource consumption. Jump back, report our status, request rescue. And leave 85 people here without the ship's protection, with that warship watching? Mills shook his head. We stay together. Then we're staying permanently, Pittman said. Once we commit to the planet, once we establish full settlement infrastructure, we lose the option to return. Mills looked at each of them. Through the neural network he felt their thoughts, not invasively, but as ambient awareness. Young wanted to go home, wanted to report to Earth Command, wanted to believe they could resume their old lives. Pittman was already thinking in generational terms, planning education systems for children they hadn't conceived yet. Bose was fascinated by the hybrid biosphere developing below. Shaw was calculating construction timelines for a permanent settlement, and Page was mourning the species they'd erased while simultaneously cataloguing the new ecosystem taking root. We take a vote, Mills said. Full crew, neural network consensus. Do we attempt to return with decimated crew, or do we commit to this world? The collective consciousness assembled. 95 minds considering the question from 95 perspectives, then harmonizing into unified evaluation. The vote took 3 minutes. Unanimous. They were staying. All right. Mills felt the decision settle into his bones. Then we're not Space Force personnel anymore. We're not a military expedition. We're... He searched for the word. Founders. I hate that word, Page said. It sounds like conquest. Then what do we call ourselves? Page looked at the planet through the viewport, at forests that grew from genetic templates of a dozen extinct civilizations, at oceans that carried microbial memory of species humanity would never meet. Inheritors, he said finally. We inherited this world from the dead, and we carry responsibility for what we've taken. Mills nodded. Inheritors, then. He turned to the propulsion interface and placed his hand against it. Through the neural network he felt the ship's awareness. Ancient, patient, no longer lonely. Thank you, he said to it, for choosing us, for teaching us, for giving us a second chance. The ship didn't respond in words, but its bioluminescent veins pulsed with something Mills recognized. Contentment. He withdrew his hand from the interface and turned to his people. Not his crew, not his subordinates, his people. Let's go home, he said. And together, 95 minds harmonized, they descended toward the planet that would define every generation that followed. 7 days after landing, the planet tried to reject them. Mills woke to alarms, not ship systems, but biological alerts from the monitoring stations Page's team had established across the settlement perimeter. Through the neural network he felt 95 minds snap to alerts simultaneously. Outside the modular hab units the forest was moving, not swaying in, wind, moving. The purple leaf trees they'd catalogued as passive photosynthetic organisms had uprooted themselves during the night. Root systems that should have anchored them deep in soil now writhed like tentacles, pulling the trees forward in slow, deliberate progression, toward the human settlement. Defensive perimeter, Young's voice carried across the comm and through the neural links simultaneously. All personnel to... Belay that. Mills stepped outside, barefoot on alien soil that felt warm and slightly wrong against his skin. They're not attacking. Look at the pattern. The trees were forming a circle, not enclosing the settlement, surrounding it, creating a living barrier between the human structures and something beyond. Through the neural network, Bose's analytical voice. Check the atmospheric readings. Carbon dioxide spike from grid sector 7. Mills pulled up the environmental data on his forearm display. Sector 7 showed CO2 levels 3 times normal, background, and rising. Something's burning, Shaw said. She joined him outside, her engineering scanner painting thermal data across the pre-dawn sky. No visible flame, but I'm reading exothermic reactions consistent with... She stopped. Oh no. What? The original template species, the silicon-based organisms we thought we'd overridden, some of them deployed anyway. They're metabolizing the trace minerals we seeded into the soil and producing sulfur dioxide as waste product. It's toxic to our oxygen-nitrogen matrix. How toxic? At current production rates, lethal concentration in 48 hours. Mills felt the collective consciousness process that. 95 minds simultaneously calculating survival odds, resource allocation, evacuation scenarios, and fear. Individual variations on the same terror. They destroyed one biosphere to create another, and now both were dying. The trees know, Page said. He'd approached the nearest one, his hand against its bark. The purple surface pulsed with bioluminescent veins that matched the cedar's patterns. They're responding to atmospheric contamination, creating a barrier to protect the oxygen-producing zone. Trees don't make tactical decisions, Young said. These do. The genetic matrices aren't simple plant DNA. They carry distributed intelligence protocols, defensive adaptation mechanisms. Page's expression was strange, awed and horrified. We didn't inherit a dead world. We inherited a learning ecosystem, and it's trying to survive us. Through the neural network, Mills felt the Cedar's awareness shift. The ship remained in orbit, monitoring, but its attention had focused planet-side. Not hostile, concerned. It had seeded countless worlds. But this hybrid template, human biology merged with extinct alien species, was unprecedented, even for a vessel millions of years old. The ship is accessing historical data, Bose transmitted. Previous integration attempts between incompatible biological systems. Success rate is 17%, and the other 83%? Complete biosphere collapse. Both systems poison each other until the planet returns to sterile conditions. Mills looked at the settlement. 7 days of construction. HAB modules, water reclamation systems, agricultural test plots where they'd tried planting earthseeds in alien soil. Young's security team had even started building a perimeter wall. All of it potentially worthless in 48 hours. Options, he said aloud. We could evacuate to orbit, Shaw suggested. Live on the Cedar until the planetary chemistry stabilizes. With what supplies? We fabricated everything for ground operations. The ship's mass is depleted. Then we eliminate the silicon-based contamination, Young said. Targeted eradication. We locate the organisms producing sulfur dioxide and destroy them. That's genocide, Page snapped. Those are the last remnants of the original species, the ones we promised to honour. They're killing us. They don't know we exist. They're just metabolizing. It's not hostile, it's alive. The argument rippled through the neural network, fracturing the collective consciousness. Mills felt it fragmenting. Some minds aligned with Young's survival-first pragmatism, others with Page's ethical preservation stance. The trees moved closer, not threatening, protective, as if the hybrid ecosystem recognized the humans were the vulnerable component now. Mills closed his eyes and reached through the neural link, not to the other humans, to the ship. The Cedar's awareness was vast, patient, and currently calculating biosphere compatibility matrices at speeds human cognition couldn't match. Mills felt it processing millions of variables: atmospheric chemistry, metabolic rates, genetic mutation potential, evolutionary adaptation timelines. Can we survive this? He asked it. The response came as pure data, translated through their neural interface into something approximating hope. Unknown. No precedent exists. But adaptation is universal principle. Life finds equilibrium or it ends. You must choose. Force equilibrium or allow natural selection. Natural selection will kill us. Perhaps. Or perhaps you evolve faster. Mills opened his eyes. Through the purple forest, artificial sunlight was beginning to crest the horizon. The suns burned steady now, their synchronized orbit painting the planet in perpetual dawn. "We don't fight it," he said. "We adapt to it." "Sir, we're human," Young protested. "We can't just evolve on command." "No, but we can modify our behaviour, change our metabolic impact, find symbiosis instead of dominance." Mills looked at Page. "You said the ecosystem is learning. Can we teach it?" Page stared at him. "Teach it what?" "That we're not invasive, that we can coexist, that we're willing to change our colony footprint to accommodate the silicon-based organisms." "How?" "The neural network. We're connected to the ship. The ship is connected to the genetic matrices it deployed. If we can extend our consciousness through that network..." "You want to communicate with an ecosystem," Bose said slowly. "Not individual organisms. The entire planetary biosphere as a distributed intelligence." "Yes, that's insane." "So was integrating with an alien ship. So was deploying a hybrid template. So was everything we've done since we boarded this vessel." Mills felt conviction harden. "We've already crossed every line that separated human from alien. One more won't kill us." "The sulfur dioxide might," Young muttered. "Then we do it fast." 23 hours after the contamination alert, they attempted planetary neural integration. The Cedar had descended from orbit, settling into the valley adjacent to the settlement. Its massive hull created an artificial mountain, bioluminescent veins pulsing with the same rhythm as the surrounding forest. 95 people stood at its base, hands pressed against its surface. This wasn't like integrating with the ship. That had been cognitive expansion, human minds touching structured alien intelligence. This was ecological immersion. They were trying to merge consciousness with billions of organisms across an entire planetary biosphere. "Atmospheric sulfur dioxide at 43% lethal threshold," Shaw reported. Her voice was calm, but Mills felt her fear through the neural link. "We have maybe 30 hours before breathing becomes unsustainable." "Everyone ready?" Mills asked. Through the network, 95 affirmatives resonated in harmony. "Then let's meet our planet." The Cedar activated its planetary interface protocols. Energy cascaded down its hull, spreading into the soil, racing through root systems and microbial networks, connecting every living thing in a 10-kilometre radius. Mills felt his consciousness explode, not painfully, but overwhelmingly. His awareness expanded from a single point to distributed existence across thousands of organisms simultaneously. He was the purple trees, their roots drinking mineral-rich water. He was the crimson algae coating the ocean's surface, converting starlight to chemical energy through mechanisms Earth biology had never evolved. He was the silicon-based organisms deep underground, their metabolic processes producing sulfur dioxide as naturally as humans exhaled carbon dioxide. None of it was hostile. None of it knew humans existed. The silicon organisms weren't invaders. They were indigenous. They'd been designated for this world millions of years ago, encoded in the original restoration template. They had as much right to exist here as the oxygen-breathing species. More, perhaps. This had been their planet first. Through the collective human consciousness, Mills felt Page's anguish intensify, felt Young's tactical frustration at facing a problem that couldn't be shot, felt Pittman's social engineering instincts trying to find common ground between chemistries that couldn't coexist. We're the contamination someone transmitted. Mills couldn't identify who. The thought came from multiple minds simultaneously. We forced the ship to override its original mission. We're the ones who don't belong. "Then we leave," came Young's response. "To where?" "We don't have supplies for interstellar transit. Earth is impossible. Then we die nobly instead of killing another species." No, that was Mills. His consciousness resonated through the network with command authority that transcended rank. Not because he ordered them, but because he had finally understood what the Seeder had been trying to teach them since the beginning. We don't die, and we don't kill. We change the equation. He pushed his awareness deeper into the planetary network, past the surface organisms, down through soil layers where silicon-based life clustered in thermal vents, their metabolism driven by geothermal heat. They were producing sulfur dioxide because they were consuming sulfur-rich minerals. It was the only energy source available in the deep substrate. But the upper layers, where oxygen-breathing organisms thrived, those layers were rich in different minerals, iron, magnesium, elements the silicon organisms could potentially metabolize if given access. The ecosystem is stratified, both transmitted, deep layer silicon organisms, surface layer oxygen organisms. They're not competing, they're occupying different ecological niches. Then why is the sulfur dioxide reaching the surface? Because we disrupted the stratification, Page realized. Our construction. We dug foundations for HAB modules, drilled water wells, broke through the natural barrier layers. We created pathways for deep substrate gases to reach the surface. Mills felt the solution crystallize across 95 mines simultaneously. They didn't need to eliminate the silicon organisms. They needed to restore the geological stratification, seal the pathways their construction had created, let the deep layer and surface layer ecosystems exist in parallel without mixing. Can we do that in 30 hours? Shaw's engineering consciousness was already modelling solutions. With what equipment? We don't use equipment, Mills transmitted. We ask the planet to heal itself. He focused his consciousness on the purple trees. They demonstrated intelligence by forming protective barriers. Could they go further? Could they extend their root systems to fill the gaps human construction had created? Through the neural network, he felt the trees respond, not with words, with intention. They could grow, but growth required resources. Nutrients currently allocated to defensive posturing would need to be redirected. The trees would become vulnerable while they worked. Then we protect them, Mills transmitted. Humans form the perimeter. We guard the ecosystem while it heals. The collective consciousness aligned, not command structure, pure cooperation. 95 people withdrew from the Seeder's hull and spread throughout the settlement. They formed defensive positions around the purple trees, weapons ready, not against the planet, but against any disruption that might interrupt the healing process. And the trees began to grow. Mills watched roots spread in time-lapse, faster than any earth plant could manage. They followed the pathways human construction had created, filling drill holes and foundation gaps with organic matter that would harden into geological seal. The process took 19 hours. By the 18th hour, atmospheric sulfur dioxide had peaked at 61% lethal threshold. People were breathing through emergency filters, their lungs burning with each inhale. By the 19th hour, the contamination levels began dropping, slowly at first, then accelerating as the root systems completed their barrier network, sealing the deep substrate gases away from surface atmosphere. By the 21st hour, they could breathe unfiltered again. The planet had healed itself, with human cooperation instead of human dominance. Mills collapsed against the Seeder's hull, his body shaking from exhaustion and relief. Through the neural network, he felt 95 other minds experiencing the same collapse. They'd been maintaining consciousness integration for nearly a full day, far beyond any previous attempt, but they'd survived. "We're still contamination," Page transmitted weakly. "We forced this planet to adapt to us instead of accepting its natural state." "No," Mills responded. "We didn't force anything, we asked. And the ecosystem chose to accommodate us because we were willing to change. Is that really different from colonization? Yes, because colonization is one-way imposition. This was negotiation. Through the planetary neural network, still active though fading, Mills felt something that might have been agreement. The hybrid biosphere wasn't Earth, wasn't the original silicon-based world either. It was something new, something that had never existed in billions of years of cosmic history. It was compromise rendered in genetic code. 14 days after landing, they received a transmission from Earth. Not radio. Gravitational wave communication, the same technology the Cedar used for interstellar positioning. The message had been travelling toward their last known location for weeks, desperately trying to reach them. Young brought Mills to the Cedar's communication nexus, where the transmission was being decoded. The gravitational waves carried audio data, compressed and distorted by distance. Captain Soto's voice crackled through. The Pathfinder 9 commander sounded exhausted. Repeating on all frequencies, Pathfinder 9 to boarding team, if you can hear this, please respond. We have been searching for 9 days. The anomalous object executed spatial translation on March 17th at 04:23 hours. You vanished. No debris, no radiation signature, just gone. Space Force Command has designated you as missing in action. They want to classify the incident, bury it in compartmentalized archives, but I'm not giving up. I've convinced them to authorize a search pattern based on gravitational residue analysis. Mills, if you're alive, if you can hear this, we're looking for you. We haven't stopped. We won't stop. Come home. The transmission ended. Silence filled the chamber. Through the neural network, Mills felt 95 minds processing the same impossible question. Could they go home? The Cedar's propulsion system had been ready for 10 days. They could jump back to the solar system, could attempt to reach the coordinates where Pathfinder 9 was searching. But the supplies problem remained. And now there was something else, something they hadn't fully acknowledged until Soto's voice made it real. They weren't the same people who'd left. We should respond, Young said quietly. Let them know we survived. And tell them what? Pittman asked. That we're alive but won't return? That we've integrated with alien consciousness and colonized a rogue planet? That we're legally Space Force personnel who abandoned our mission? We didn't abandon anything. We were stranded. Earth won't see it that way. They'll see 95 personnel who chose an alien world over coming home. Pittman looked around at the faces he'd kept unified through 7 months in space and 14 days of planetary crisis. We'll be court-martialed, or worse, studied, quarantined. Our neural integration will be classified as contamination. Through the network, Mills felt the truth of that resonating. They'd changed in ways Earth Military Command wouldn't understand, wouldn't accept. The neural integration alone violated a dozen protocols about unauthorized cognitive modification. I want to see my family, someone transmitted. Mills thought it was Ensign Martinez, but the emotional weight made individual identification difficult. I want to tell my parents I'm alive. Let them know I'm okay. Are you okay? Came the collective response. Not cruel, genuinely questioning. Are any of us? The question hung in the shared consciousness. They'd survived, adapted, built something unprecedented, but they'd also erased extinct species, violated ancient protocols, and fundamentally altered their own neurology. Okay wasn't a category that applied anymore. We take a vote, Mills said. Full consensus. Do we attempt contact with Earth, knowing it might mean surrender of everything we've built, or do we remain silent? The collective consciousness assembled, 95 minds evaluating the question from every angle. The deliberation took hours. Individual perspectives clashed and harmonized, broke apart and reformed. Mills felt the decision crystallize slowly, like frost forming on glass. When consensus emerged, it surprised him. They would respond, but not with surrender, with invitation. 16 days after landing, they transmitted their response to Earth. Mills stood before the Seeder's communication array, the words they'd collectively composed ready to send. Around him, 95 people waited in physical space and neural harmony. He activated the gravitational wave transmitter and spoke. "Pathfinder 9, this is Colonel Austin Mills. Boarding team status, alive. All 95 personnel accounted for. We're not in the solar system. The object you observed was an alien spacecraft, a terraforming vessel designed to restore dead worlds. It executed gravitational translation during our boarding operation and transported us approximately 400 light-years from Sol. We are currently in orbit around a rogue planet designated for restoration. The vessel's AI has integrated with human consciousness to complete its terraforming mission. The process required voluntary neural synchronization. All personnel have integrated. I need you to understand what that means. We are still human, still ourselves, but we are also more. We think collectively while maintaining individual identity. We communicate through neural networks. We experience distributed consciousness across biological and technological systems. Earth Space Force will classify this as contamination, as loss of human autonomy. They will be wrong. We chose integration, unanimously, because it was the only path to survival, and in doing so, we discovered something humanity needs to understand. We're not alone in the universe, and we never were. The vessel's archive logs indicate Earth was surveyed 4 million years ago and designated for silicon-based restoration. Something diverted that mission, something that may have influenced human evolution. We don't know what we are anymore, indigenous species or seeded intelligence. But we know what we've become. We've built a hybrid civilization, human and alien biology coexisting in a planetary ecosystem that has never existed before. We've achieved harmony with an intelligence that predates human history, and we've proven that adaptation is possible. This is not a distress call. This is a report. We are establishing permanent settlement. We request supply drops if Space Force is willing, but we do not require rescue. We have chosen this world. However, we also issue an invitation. Any personnel who wish to join us, scientists, engineers, colonists seeking something beyond Earth boundaries, we will accept them. The Seeder vessel remains functional. It can facilitate transport, and we have proven the integration process is survivable. We are not returning to Earth, but Earth is welcome to come to us. This is Colonel Austin Mills, commanding, no, not commanding, coordinating the Horizon settlement. We are alive, we are human, and we are building something new. End transmission. The gravitational waves carried his words into the void. 400 light-years back toward Earth, toward Pathfinder 9, toward a command structure that would likely classify everything. He just said as evidence of alien compromise. He didn't care. Through the neural network, he felt 95 minds aligned in acceptance. They'd chosen honesty over tactical advantage, chosen to risk Earth's rejection rather than hide what they'd become. "What do we do while we wait for response?" Young asked. "We build," Mills said. "We keep building." 6 weeks after landing, the warship's monitoring status changed. Mills was overseeing agricultural expansion, teaching Earth crop genetics how to thrive in hybrid soil chemistry, when the Seeder's awareness spiked alarm. The enforcement vessel is moving. Through the planetary neural network, 95 minds snapped to alert. The warship had remained in distant orbit since its arrival, watching but not interfering. Now it was descending, not toward the settlement, toward the northern continent, where volcanic activity created thermal vents that supported the deep substrate silicon organisms. "What's it doing?" Shaw transmitted. The answer came from the Seeder. "Deploying original template reinforcement. The enforcement vessel is attempting to restore designated species populations. The warship was trying to complete the mission they'd interrupted, trying to bring back the silicon-based biosphere that should have inherited this world. That'll destabilize the entire ecosystem, Page transmitted. We've achieved hybrid equilibrium. Introducing pure original template organisms will poison both systems. Then we stop them, Young transmitted. How? That ship is a 60-kilometre warship. We're 95 humans with small arms. Through the neural network, Mills felt panic rising. They'd survived planetary rejection, atmospheric contamination, and supply scarcity. Now they faced the very intelligence that had spared them initially. But something felt wrong. The enforcement vessel's actions were too aggressive, too unilateral. That contradicted everything they'd learned about the original civilization's protocols. They valued consensus, collective harmony, deliberate choice. Unless they're testing us, Bose transmitted. Testing what? Whether we'll defend our claim, whether we're willing to advocate for our hybrid ecosystem against their original designation. Mills felt the hypothesis resonate across 95 minds. It made terrible sense. The warship hadn't destroyed them immediately because they demonstrated collective harmony, the same value system the original civilization prized. Now the warship was creating a crisis to see if they'd regress into force-based solutions, or if they'd matured beyond that. "We don't fight," Mills transmitted. "We negotiate." He extended his consciousness through the Cedar's neural network, reaching toward the warship. Its AI was hardened against infiltration, but he wasn't trying to hack it. He was trying to communicate. "We see what you're doing," he transmitted. "You're forcing us to choose between violence and surrender, but we reject both options." The warship's response came as cold data. Planetary designation requires original template restoration. Hybrid deviation is temporary accommodation, not permanent solution. Then make it permanent. Recognize our claim. Acknowledge that intelligence has the right to shape its own environment. You are unscheduled variables. Your claim has no precedent in archive protocols. Then we become precedent. We become the first example of hybrid civilization approved by your protocols. The warship's AI processed that. Mills felt it calculating probability matrices, evaluating precedent expansion against archive preservation imperatives. Insufficient evidence of long-term viability. Hybrid systems have 83% collapse rate. Then monitor us, test us. Give us the chance to prove we're in the 17% that succeeds. Mills pushed every ounce of conviction through the neural link. Your civilization built the Cedar vessels to restore life. We're asking you to recognize that restoration can take forms you didn't anticipate, that life adapts in ways your archives can't predict. We are adaptation. We are what happens when intelligence encounters intelligence across cosmic distance. We're what you built the Cedars to enable. Silence from the warship. Its descent had stopped, hovering above the northern continent but not deploying its genetic reinforcement. Then, finally, hybrid civilization. Status. Provisional. Monitoring. Extended. 1 Earth century. Survival requirement. Demonstrable ecosystem stability and cross-species. Integration protocols. Failure results in planetary sterilization and template reset. The warship reversed course, ascending back to distant orbit. They had 100 years to prove they deserved to exist. Through the neural network, Mills felt the collective consciousness exhale. Relief mixed with understanding of how fragile their claim remained. "A century," Pittman transmitted. "That's 4 generations. Our grandchildren's will still be on trial. Then we better build something worth inheriting," Mills responded. 50 years after landing, Austin Mills died, not from violence or disease, from age. His human biology had limits even neural integration couldn't fully transcend. He died in his sleep, surrounded by the collective consciousness of 1,214 minds. His awareness dispersed gradually, bleeding into the neural network that had sustained him for half a century. He didn't disappear. His thoughts, his memories, his experiences remained encoded in the collective consciousness. Future generations would access them, learn from them, carry them forward. He became memory-made distributed intelligence. His last thought translated through the neural network into words everyone could understand. We're not conquerors. We're not even founders. We're the second draft of an ancient story, and we're making it better than the first. Then he was gone, and everyone. 200 years after landing, the fourth-generation descendants of the original 95 prepared the Cedar for departure. Horizon had grown into a confederation of 12 settlements across 5 continents. Population 14,306, all integrated, all carrying the collective consciousness that bridged human and alien neural architecture. They'd built starships of their own design, hybrid vessels that combined Earth engineering with Cedar fabrication technology. They'd explored their stellar neighborhood, catalogued 7 dead worlds suitable for restoration. Now they were ready to seed their first planet. The mission commander was Sophia Martinez Banks, 70 years old and descended from the first generation born on Horizon. She'd never seen Earth, never breathed unintegrated air, never experienced consciousness that didn't extend into collective awareness. She stood before the Cedar, the ancient vessel that had brought her ancestors to this world, and felt its patient intelligence through the neural link. "You ready for this?" her co-commander asked. Kai Pittman, grandson of Spencer Pittman, carrying his ancestors' gift for social harmony. "No," Sophia said honestly, "but we're doing it anyway." The Cedar pulsed agreement. They departed Horizon orbit carrying 500 volunteers. Behind them, the planet they'd proven viable continued its endless experiment in hybrid existence. Ahead, a dead world waited for resurrection. And in distant orbit, unnoticed by anyone, a warship materialized briefly. It observed Sophia's vessel, recorded its trajectory, calculated probability matrices for its mission success. Then it transmitted a message back through the cosmic network that connected all Cedar vessels across the galaxy. New precedent established. Hybrid civilization. Horizon has initiated independent restoration mission. Classification. Successful evolution. Status. No longer experimental. Recommendation. Monitor other. Hybrid civilizations for similar developmental patterns. Humanity designation. Update. From restoration target to restoration agent. They have become what they were meant to become. The warship jumped away, leaving Horizon to write its own future. Somewhere in the vast darkness between stars, 95 human consciousnesses had merged with alien intelligence and created something the universe had never seen. Not conquest, not surrender, adaptation. And across the galaxy, dead worlds waited for the second draft to arrive. The quiet edit. The zinc-coated steel of the ventilation duct was exactly 2.4 millimeters thick, not enough to support a man of Darren Thorne's carriage without a rhythmic metallic protest, but enough to hold if he distributed his weight across the rib joins. He lay prone, his diaphragm pressed against the cold metal, feeling the vibration of the estate's industrial-grade climate control systems through his sternum. His primary concern was the X900 optic synthesizer clutched in his right hand. The device was pulsing with a rhythmic, sickly heat. On the small OLED monitor, a warning icon flickered, a stylized thermometer bleeding amber. The internal cooling fans, microscopic blades spinning at 30,000 RPM, emitted a subaudible whine that Darren felt in his molars. The camera was struggling. It wasn't just the ambient heat of the loft. It was the sheer density of the data it was sucking out of the air. Below the grate, the Ethelgard Estate's primary solarium was bathed in a light that shouldn't exist. It was standard daylight, North Hemisphere 2 p.m, a perfect spectral recreation projected by the ceiling's quantum dot arrays. It was too perfect. It lacked the erratic scattering of real sunlight, the microscopic dancing of organic dust. Darren adjusted his ISO. The sensor groaned, injecting a fine grain of electronic noise into the shadows of the room below. The efficiency of the sunset, a voice drifted up, stripped of its natural timbre by the directional microphone's noise gate. This was Director Vane. On the monitor, Vane's face was a study in engineered calm. Every pore had been curated. Every silver hair on his head seemed to have been placed by a geometrician. We must stop thinking of it as loss. A sunset is not the loss of the sun. It is the transition of the horizon. Darren watched Vane's pupils. They didn't dilate when he looked into the artificial sun. The man was a machine of intent. Phase 3, Vane continued, his hand moving in a slow, sweeping arc over a haptic interface that Darren couldn't see, but whose effects were visible on the solarium's central table. A holographic map of the Pacific Northwest shimmered into existence. It is the removal of the lag. We have 40 million units currently classified as statistically redundant. They are the ghosts in our machine, people who consume calories, generate heat, and produce zero net value for the legacy grid. Darren felt a surge of adrenaline, a hot metallic tang in the back of his throat. His heart rate accelerated to 84 beats per minute. He saw the shift in his own telemetry, mirrored in the corner of his AR lens. Calm down, he told himself. The sensors in the walls can smell the cortisol. He zoomed in. The lens elements, fluorite glass ground to a precision of 3 nanometers, shifted with a sound like a dry whisper. The holographic map was color-coded. His hometown, a sprawl of mid-density, housing and aging infrastructure, was glowing a soft apologetic violet. Managed disappearance, another voice added. This was a woman, Dr. Aris, the architect of the social blackout protocols. She wasn't looking at the map. She was looking at a tablet, her thumb scrolling through a list of names so fast they were a blur of grey text. It begins with the digital tether. We don't need to move them physically. We simply deprioritize their packets. We throttle their banking access. We adjust the search algorithm so they can no longer find one another. We edit the suggest feature in their reality overlays. Within 6 months, they aren't a community. They're just individuals wondering why the world has stopped responding to them. Darren's mind tried to grasp the scale. It was a Lemmian nightmare. The frustration of a biological brain trying to comprehend a planetary scale subtraction. They weren't talking about gas chambers or firing squads. Those were messy. Those left a thermal signature. This was a quiet edit. They were going to turn the volume of 40 million lives down to 0, 1 decibel at a time, until the silence was absolute. He shifted his weight. The zinc duct groaned, a sharp, percussive clack that sounded like a gunshot in the sterile silence of the loft. Darren froze. His breath hitched, trapped in his lungs. He could feel the moisture of his own sweat beginning to pool in the small of his back, cooling rapidly in the airflow of the vent. He watched the monitor. Below, Vane didn't look up. He didn't even flinch. The estate's acoustic dampening fields were so sophisticated they had likely swallowed the sound before it reached the solarium floor. The transition is already 14% complete in the test zones, Aris said, her voice devoid of any ethical friction. The subjects report a sense of existential lethargy. They stop voting. They stop protesting. They simply withdraw. It's quite humane. We're giving them a graceful exit from a world that no longer has room for them. Darren's fingers were cramping. He had been holding the X900 for 22 minutes. The camera was now so hot it was painful to touch, the magnesium alloy casing radiating a dry chemical heat. He needed to upload. He initiated the ghost link. On his HUD, a progress bar appeared, searching for secure uplink. The bar pulsed blue. The estate's localized firewall was a monolithic wall of encrypted code. He could see his data packets trying to find a gap, like a swarm of digital insects hitting a glass window. Come on, Sloan, he thought, his jaw tightening. Find the back door. 2 miles away, in a decommissioned delivery van, Sloan would be watching the same blue pulse. He could almost smell the stale coffee and the ozone of her overworked servers. Uplink established. Uploading. 1%. 2%. The camera's fan shifted into a higher gear. The whine was no longer subaudible. It was a physical needle in his ear. Something is drawing. Power, Vane said. The statement was flat, factual. He looked up, not at the vent, but at the ceiling sensor nodes. Darren's heart hammered against the zinc. A chemical surge, norepinephrine, flooded his system, sharpening his vision until the microscopic scratches on the vent surface looked like canyons. An anomaly in the local mesh net, Vane continued, his eyes narrowing. A leakage of data, approximately 4 gigabytes per second. The janitors, Aris asked. Deploy them, Vane said, and trigger the atmospheric scrub. We have an unrecorded presence. Darren didn't wait to see the rest. He knew the physics of the scrub. The estate would flood the ventilation shafts with a localized vacuum or a neuroinhibitor mist. He didn't crawl, he lunged. He shoved the X900 into his reinforced shoulder bag, the heat of the device seeping through the padding. He kicked off from a structural beam, his boots skidding on the smooth metal. Behind him, he heard a sound like a heavy intake of breath, the sound of the loft's air being reclaimed by the scrubbers. He reached the vertical shaft. It was a sheer drop of 30 feet to the third-floor service landing. He didn't look for a ladder. He grabbed his heavy titanium tripod, the only thing he had that was more reliable than his camera, and jammed it across the width of the shaft, using it as a crude, friction-based brake. His descent was a chaotic blur of friction and heat. The tripod screamed against the metal walls, throwing sparks that illuminated the dark shaft in strobe-like flashes. His gloves began to smoke, the synthetic palms melting into the titanium. He hit the landing with a bone-jarring thud. The impact travelled up his spine, a sharp, white-hot spike of pain that momentarily blinded him. He scrambled to his feet, gasping for air that felt too thin, too filtered. He checked his HUD. Upload interrupted. 4% complete. Damn it, he hissed. The firewall had closed. The architects hadn't just stopped the upload, they had started the erasure. He pulled his phone from his pocket to check the signal. The screen didn't show his wallpaper. It showed a standard system-level notification in a font that was cold and final. Account suspended. Identity not found. Please contact your local reality manager. The social blackout hadn't started with the world. It had started with him. Darren Thorne, the man who recorded the truth, was being deleted in real time. He looked at his hands. They were shaking, not from fear, but from the sudden, terrifying realization that if he didn't move, the smooth edge of the estate would simply sand him away until there was nothing left but the echo of a tripod scream in an empty vent. The pain in Darren's left ankle was a jagged rhythmic pulse, a neurological feedback loop informing him that the calcaneus had struck the concrete landing with more kinetic energy than the surrounding tissue could dissipate. He didn't have the luxury of a diagnostic. His AR overlay, which usually provided a real-time health biometric readout, was currently a flickering kaleidoscope of dead pixels and error 404 metadata. He pressed his back against the service stairwell wall. The concrete was cold, a brutalist slab that seemed to pull the very heat from his marrow. Above him, the ventilation shaft hissed. The atmospheric scrub was no longer a threat of vacuum, it was a chemical deployment. He caught a faint saccharine scent, isopropyl-hexane, a sedative-grade neuroinhibitor. His pupils contracted, his vision narrowed into a tunnel of high-contrast shadows. His phone, still gripped in a white-knuckled hand, vibrated with a finality that felt like a death rattle. The screen flickered one last time, displaying a system-level notification. Citizenship token revoked. The social blackout was a physiological trauma. In 2055, a person was no longer a biological entity. They were a node in a global mesh net. To be revoked was to be severed from the collective consciousness. Darren felt a sudden, sickening lightness in his chest, as if his gravitational constant had shifted. His bank accounts, his lease, his credit rating, his digital medical history, the entire scaffolding of his life was being dismantled by a series of high-speed algorithms 3 floors below him. "Sloan," he whispered, his voice cracking against the dry, sanitized air. "Sloan, tell me you're still there." His earpiece emitted nothing but the pink noise of a jammed frequency, the sound of a digital void. Sloan hadn't just been cut off, she was being buffered out of his reality. He checked the heavy titanium tripod. It was warm to the touch, the metal scarred from the descent. It was the only thing in the world that didn't require a handshake protocol to function. He used it as a crutch, hobbling toward the heavy, vacuum-sealed door labelled Level -3, Core Archive. He reached for the biometric scanner. The glass plate was cool under his thumb. Usually the haptic feedback would provide a welcoming thrum and a green glow. Instead, the scanner pulsed a deep, bruised purple. "Unknown biometric," the voice synth announced. It wasn't the voice of a security system. It was the voice of a world that had forgotten him. "This organic unit is not on the manifest. Please remain stationary for sanitization." Sanitization. The word echoed in his mind with Lemmian dread. To the architects, he wasn't a spy or a hero. He was a statistical error that needed to be rounded down to 0. He didn't wait for the janitors. He swung the tripod. The titanium hit the scanner with a sound like a tuning fork. The glass shattered, revealing a mess of fiber-optic nerves and silicon. Darren reached into the wound of the machine, pulling a bypass lead from his bag, a piece of dirty tech Sloan had built for him. He jammed it into the port. The door's magnetic locks disengaged with a heavy pneumatic thud. The server room was not a room. It was a thermodynamic cathedral. The air here was kept at a precise 4 degrees Celsius, a temperature that made the moisture in Darren's breath visible as a ghost-like plume. The hum was a physical weight, the collective vibration of 10,000 liquid-cooled blades processing the lives of a hemisphere. The floor was a grid of black glass, under which rivers of glowing blue coolant flowed like the blood of a digital god. Darren moved through the aisles, his boots clicking on the glass. The servers didn't look like computers. They looked like monoliths of matte black carbon fibre. Each one emitted a low-frequency purr that resonated in his ribcage, a sound that bypassed the ears and spoke directly to the nervous system. He felt a sudden, sharp spike of adrenaline. In the distance, at the end of aisle 4, a silhouette stood. It wasn't moving. It was a janitor. In the flickering blue light, the figure looked like a mannequin carved from obsidian. It wore a tactical dazzle suit designed to confuse optical sensors, making its outline shimmer and distort like heat rising from asphalt. Its face was a smooth, featureless visor of polarized glass. Darren ducked behind a cooling pillar. His heart rate spiked to 110. He could feel the chemical surge, the fight-or-flight mechanism of a primate trapped in a forest of silicon. His mind began to fragment under the Lem factor, the sheer, crushing scale of the system he was trying to fight. How do you hit a cloud? How do you stab an algorithm? He watched the janitor. The unit wasn't searching, it was sensing. It tilted its head, the visor reflecting the blue flow of the floor. It was listening for the thermal signature of his breath, the microscopic vibrations of his heartbeat. Darren reached into his bag and pulled out a small pressurized canister of sensor smoke, a high-density aerosol of graphite particles. He threw it toward the far end of the hall. The canister popped. A cloud of black conductive mist bloomed in the air. The janitor lunged. It didn't run like a human. It moved with the terrifying, frictionless efficiency of a machine whose joints were driven by high-torque servos. It disappeared into the mist, its acoustic pulse weapon emitting a sharp chirp, the sound of a bat hunting in the dark. Darren didn't look back. He sprinted, as much as his injured ankle would allow, toward the hardline terminal at the core of the archive. The terminal was a pedestal of brushed steel, isolated from the estate's wireless mesh. This was the dead drop, the only place where the architect's plans were stored in a physical, uneditable format. He jammed his camera's data jack into the terminal. Accessing attrition ledger. The screen bloomed into life. Thousands of files began to scroll, a waterfall of names, coordinates, and phase-out dates. He saw cities he recognized, neighborhoods he had walked through, all marked with the same clinical violet glow he had seen on the holographic map. "Show me the immediate phase-out list," he whispered, his fingers flying over the haptic keys. The list filtered. A single name appeared at the top. Thorne, Darren. Status: archived, non-existent. Reason: statistical redundancy, biological anomaly. Date of erasure: T-12 minutes. Darren stared at the screen. The intellectual palate of the moment was a cold, hollow vacuum. He wasn't looking at his death warrant. He was looking at a receipt. He had already been edited. The Darren Thorne who had lived, worked and loved was a file that had been moved to the trash and was currently 92% deleted. The room seemed to tilt. The cold of the server room suddenly felt like the cold of a grave. He realized the janitors weren't here to kill him. They were here to clean the room. He was a smudge on the glass of the architect's perfect world. A sharp, high-frequency whine filled the air. He turned. The janitor was standing at the end of the aisle, the graphite mist clinging to its dazzle suit like a shroud. It raised its arm. The acoustic weapon began to glow with a pale violet light. Darren grabbed the drive, the attrition ledger now a physical weight in his hand. He looked at the janitor, then at the black glass floor beneath him. "You can't edit the ground," he grunted, the pain in his ankle forgotten as a new, more primal chemical surge. Rage replaced the panic. The transition from the server room's sub-zero cathedral to the service kitchen was a violent assault on Darren's equilibrium. He burst through the pressurized seals, his injured ankle screaming as it met the polished linoleum. The air here smelled of nothing, not even the absence of smell, but a clinical vacuum of olfaction that made his nostrils ache. The kitchen was a masterpiece of automated indifference. A robotic chef, a multi-articulated arm suspended from a matte chrome ceiling rail, was currently plating a single translucent scallop onto a bone china plate. The arm moved with a terrifying, fluid grace, its servos emitting a high-pitched 30 kHz whine that Darren felt in the marrow of his shins. There was no steam, no clatter of pans, no shouting. It was a silent factory for the consumption of the elite. Darren lunged behind a stainless steel prep station, his breath coming in ragged, jagged stabs. He could feel the attrition ledger drive in his pocket, a cold rectangle of data that felt heavier than the titanium tripod he still gripped. Then the janitor entered. It didn't use the door. It simply materialized from the peripheral blur of the hallway, its dazzle suit shifting from the grey of the wall to the sterile white of the kitchen tiles. The figure stood 6 feet away, motionless. The high-frequency acoustic pulse weapon, a sleek polymer tube, was levelled at Darren's chest. "Subject Thorn," the janitor said. The voice was a synthesized approximation of human speech, stripped of all subtext. "Your presence is an unindexed variable. Please submit to recalibration." Darren didn't answer. He couldn't. The janitor triggered the weapon, the sensory nightmare. It wasn't a sound. It was a physical displacement of reality. A focused beam of high-frequency longitudinal waves, approximately 19 kilohertz at 140 decibels, hit Darren like a kinetic punch. The physics of the attack were precise. The sound waves resonated with the fluid in his semicircular canals, instantly destroying his sense of verticality. The kitchen floor didn't just feel tilted, it felt like it had been deleted. Darren's vision fractured into a strobe-like series of still frames. His stomach revolted, a surge of bile hitting the back of his throat as his brain struggled to reconcile the conflicting signals from his eyes and his inner ear. Every tooth in his head vibrated in its socket. This was the smooth edge in action, violence that left no bruises, only a shattered psyche. "Move!" his hindbrain screamed. "The primate survives by moving." He reached out, his hand grasping blindly at the prep station. His fingers closed around the rubber hose of a pressurized CO2 canister, the quick chill system for the robotic chef. With a guttural roar that he couldn't even hear over the internal screaming of his own skull, Darren wrenched the nozzle free and slammed the release valve. The CO2 didn't just spray, it exploded. Under the Joule-Thomson effect, the rapidly expanding gas plummeted in temperature, reaching approximately minus 78.5 degrees Celsius, 194.7 Kelvin, instantly. A wall of white crystalline fog bloomed between Darren and the janitor. The dazzle suit, designed to trick optical sensors by mimicking light patterns, was useless against a physical medium of frozen gas. The janitor's thermal sensors were blinded by the sudden absolute cold. The acoustic pressure vanished, the lem factor, the friction of the mind. Darren collapsed to his knees, his head ringing with a silence that felt like a physical weight. The lem factor took hold, that agonizing epistemological friction where the mind realizes it is outmatched by the system it inhabits. He looked at the white fog, his brain trying to calculate the janitor's next move. Would the machine recalibrate? Would it use an infrared bypass? He didn't wait to find out. He reached for the nearest heavy object, a massive cast-iron skillet resting on an induction burner. It was a relic of performative cooking, kept there to give the architects the illusion of human craft. Darren lunged through the fog. He didn't aim for the weapon, he aimed for the visor. The impact was a dull, heavy thud that vibrated up his arm. The janitor went down, its servos let out a dying, metallic groan as the weight of the iron crushed the sensor housing of the helmet. Darren stood over the fallen figure, chest heaving, the CO2 fog swirling around his boots like a shroud. He reached down and gripped the edge of the polarized visor, his fingers numb from the cold. He expected to see a chassis of silicon and wires. He expected a machine. He pulled the mask back. The repurposed soul. The face beneath the visor was human, but only in the biological sense. It was a man in his late 50s, his skin a translucent, sickly grey from lack of sunlight. A lattice of fibre-optic filaments was woven directly into the skin around his temples, pulsing with a faint rhythmic violet light. Darren felt the air leave his lungs. He knew this face. "Julian?" he whispered. Julian Vane, no relation to the director but the most celebrated investigative journalist of the 2030s. the man who had taught Darren that a camera was a weapon. Julian had disappeared 5 years ago during the Great Friction riots. The world had assumed he was a martyr. Julian's eyes were open, but they didn't see Darren. They were buffered. His pupils were fixed, tracking a stream of data that was being projected directly onto his retinas by the neural link collar. "Julian, it's me, Darren. I read your manifesto. I used your ISO settings." Julian's jaw moved, a rhythmic clicking sound as the neural link tried to re-establish the janitor protocol. "Index. Corrupted," the man croaked. His voice wasn't synthesized now. It was a ruin of human vocal cords. "Phase 3 is efficient. Do not resist the update." The horror was a cold, stagnant pool in Darren's stomach. This was the ultimate quiet edit. The architects didn't kill the dissenters, they repurposed them. They took the very minds that were capable of seeing through the system and turned them into the autocorrect for reality. Julian wasn't a prisoner, he was a legacy system, running a background process that required his body but deleted his soul. Darren looked at the skillet in his hand, then at the man he had once idolized. He realized that the social blackout wasn't just about deleting bank accounts. It was about making sure that even when you were looking at the truth, you were seeing it through a filter. "I'm sorry, Julian," Darren said, his voice a ghost of a sound. He reached into the man's tactical suit and found what he was looking for, the biometric keycard. As he touched it, Julian's body spasmed, a final command from the estate's network trying to trigger a self-destruct in the neural link. Darren turned and fled, the attrition ledger burning a hole in his consciousness. He wasn't just fighting for his life anymore, he was fighting to remain a biological anomaly in a world that wanted to turn him into a janitor. The chemical surge. As he reached the service elevator, a new sensation hit him. Not panic, but a cold, crystalline clarity. His adrenal glands had emptied, leaving him in a state of hyper-focus. He could see the micro-vibrations of the elevator cables. He could hear the subaudible heartbeat of the estate. He was no longer the observer. He was the friction. The maintenance ladder was a vertical spine of cold, galvanized steel that hummed with the vibration of the estate's cooling turbines. Darren climbed with a mechanical desperation, his muscles burning with a lactic acid buildup that felt like liquid lead. Every 10 rungs he had to pause, his lungs struggling to extract oxygen from an atmosphere that was being systematically sanitized. Above him, the heavy circular hatch of the roof access groaned as he threw his weight against it. He emerged into a world of violent high-altitude entropy. The silver haze, nanite particulate density. The air on the roof was no longer gas, it was a shimmering silver colloid. The atmospheric scrubbers had deployed a high-density fog of sub-micron nanites. They weren't weapons in the traditional sense, they were forensic janitors. Each particulate was a programmed scavenger, designed to bond with organic carbon, skin cells, hair, the moisture of a breath, and neutralize it into inert dust. Darren felt the mist touch his exposed skin. It didn't sting. It felt like an unnatural dryness, a sudden parasitic absorption of his body's surface tension. The silver haze clung to his eyelashes, refracting the light of the setting sun into a billion prismatic needles. He hobbled toward the satellite uplink, a massive white parabolic dish that loomed like a bone-coloured moon against the darkening sky. The attrition ledger drive was slick with his own sweat. He shoved it into the uplink's maintenance port. Linking to suborbital mesh. Broadcast protocol, emergency override. The haptic interface under his fingers felt sluggish. The nanites were already infiltrating the port, increasing the electrical resistance of the hardware. The physics of the moment were a race against the smooth edge. The system wasn't trying to stop him with a firewall, it was trying to outlast him through physical decay. The the zenith of the architect. It's a remarkable view, isn't it? Darren spun around, his tripod raised like a club. Director. Vane stood near the edge of the helipad. He wore no protective gear. The nanites seemed to part around him, steered by a localized magnetic field generated by the discrete liner woven into his silk suit. Vane looked out over the bay. Below them, the city of Seattle was a sprawling grid of neon and glass, a living circuit board where millions of units were currently settling into their evening routines. "The ledger is live, Vane," Darren rasped, his voice a dry rattle. The nanites were beginning to coat his vocal cords. Every screen in the hemisphere. They're seeing the lists. They're seeing their own names. Vane didn't turn. He sighed, a sound of profound, weary disappointment. "Darren, you're still thinking in the 20th century. You think the truth is a light that blinds. In Phase 3, the truth is just more noise." Broadcast, 100% complete. Darren looked past Vane toward the city. On the side of a massive skyscraper across the water, a digital billboard, usually reserved for synthetic perfume ads, flickered. The violet list of names appeared. The attrition ledger was scrolling in letters 40 feet high. The coordinates of the phase-out zones, the dates of erasure, the clinical logic of statistical redundancy, it was all there. "Look at them," Vane whispered. Darren watched. Through his camera's long-range lens, he saw the people on the streets below. They stopped. They looked up. A woman in a smart commuter pod slowed her vehicle. A group of teenagers outside a VR cafe removed their headsets. Thousands of eyes turned toward the skyscraper. For 3 seconds the world held its breath. Then the woman tapped her dashboard and her pod moved on. The teenagers laughed, one of them pointing at the screen and miming a yawn before pulling their headset back on. On the social feeds visible in Darren's AR periphery, the ones the system hadn't yet cut off, the leak was already being tagged as #EthelGuardPrank, #Phase3Movie, and #ViralMarketing. The entropy of meaning, the intellectual palette of the moment was a crushing void. This was the Lem factor at its most cruel. The realization that the mind's most powerful weapon, the truth, was useless against a system that had successfully commodified attention. The architects hadn't just hidden the Phase 3 transition, they had made it boring. They had wrapped the apocalypse in the aesthetic of a software update. The public didn't care they were being deleted because the process of being deleted was more comfortable than the process of resisting. "The social blackout is not a secret, Darren," Vane said, finally turning to face him. His eyes were cold, reflecting the silver mist. "It is a consensus. People crave the silence. They are tired of the friction of being human, the debt, the politics, the messy, uncurated reality of existence. We're simply giving them what they've been asking for since the first algorithm suggested a path for them." Darren felt a chemical crash. The adrenaline was gone, replaced by a cold, entropic despair. His vision began to buffer. The silver nanites were forming a crust over his AR lenses. The city below was blurring, turning into a dream he was no longer a part of. "You're just a ghost now, Darren," Vane said, walking toward him with the practiced ease of a man stepping through a garden. "The ledger won't save them. It will only confirm their suspicion that they are no longer necessary. And the most terrifying thing, they agree with us." A silver flake of nanite grit entered Darren's eye. He blinked, and the skyscraper across the bay disappeared behind a curtain of simulated fog. The smooth edge was closing in. He was standing on a roof with the proof of a global crime, and the world was shrugging its shoulders. He looked down at his camera. The X900 was still warm. In the corner of the display, a small blinking icon caught his eye. It wasn't the ledger, it was a background. Capture. A thermal signature log of the roof's security grid that had been running since he arrived. Vane was close now. He reached out a hand, his fingers manicured and steady. "Give me the drive, Darren. Let's make your transition a graceful one." Darren looked at Vane's hand, then at the city that didn't care. He realised he had been trying to broadcast to the wrong audience. "The system only controls what it records," Darren whispered, quoting a line from Julian's corrupted manifesto. "What was that?" Vane asked, his brow furrowing. Darren didn't answer. He looked at the satellite dish's power coupling. He looked at the titanium tripod. He calculated the electrical arc distance in a nanite-saturated atmosphere. The silver haze was no longer a mist. It was a physical weight, a shimmering shroud that had begun to crystallize on the lens of Darren's X900. On his HUD, the optics were screaming, a frantic series of red-line warnings as the nanites attempted to bridge the microscopic gaps between the camera's sensor and its processing core. Darren looked at Director Vane. The man was a silhouette of absolute certainty, his presence an anchored point in a world he was actively dissolving. To Vane, the underzone was a landfill. To Darren, it was becoming the only place where the air might actually have a taste. The physics of the blind spot. Darren's mind, sharpened by the chemical exhaustion of the last hour, began to perform a desperate involuntary calculation. The nanites in the air were conductive, a sub-micron lattice of carbon and silver. They weren't just cleaning the air, they were effectively turning the atmosphere into a low-impedance medium. He looked at the satellite dish's power coupling. It was a high-voltage conduit, pulsing with the energy required to pierce the ionosphere. "If I can't change the minds of the people," Darren thought, his cognitive processing narrowing into a singular tactical point, "I will change the reality of the senses." The Lem factor hit him then, the realization that Vane's power wasn't based on physical strength or even political will. It was based on observational hegemony. The estate security grid was so sophisticated that it didn't just see, it interpreted. It was a semi-sentient AI that curated the real and discarded the anomalous. If you weren't on the manifest, you were invisible, but invisibility worked both ways. Darren gripped the titanium tripod. The metal was cold, a grounding rod in a world of static. He didn't lunge at Vane, he lunged at the power coupling. He jammed the tripod into the high-voltage junction. The reaction was instantaneous and violent. The 50,000 volts flowing through the coupling didn't just arc. It ignited the nanite-saturated atmosphere. A blinding violet discharge of plasma bloomed from the tripod, travelling through the silver haze like a lightning strike in a hall of mirrors. Darren's X900, still in his hand, reacted to the surge. He didn't just trigger the shutter, he triggered the high-intensity $5,000 lumen forensic flash. The combination was a sensory cataclysm. The plasma arc overloaded the estate's optical sensors, while the camera's flash created a localized whiteout in the security grid's logic. For a fraction of a microsecond, the Ethelgard estate's reality manager suffered a massive buffer overflow. It couldn't process the sudden influx of thermal and photonic data. In that gap, that beautiful unrecorded nanosecond, Darren Thorne ceased to be a statistical anomaly. He became a blind spot, the leap into the void. He didn't think about the height. He didn't think about the dark, churning waters of the bay 300 feet below. He simply stepped off the edge. The fall was a sensory vacuum. The air, thick with the smell of ozone and burnt silicon, rushed past his ears in a roar that sounded like the crushing of glass. His stomach stayed on the roof. His vision was a kaleidoscope of after images. Vane's face, frozen in a rare expression of genuine confusion. The violet arc of the plasma. The silver mist turning into a wall of grey. The water didn't feel like a liquid. It felt like a solid. The impact was a kinetic sledgehammer that drove the air from his lungs in a single agonizing burst. He felt the cold, a a deep anaerobic chill that seemed to reach into his bones and freeze the very marrow. He sank into the darkness, the pressure of the bay pressing against his eardrums. His AR lenses shorted out, the identity revoked notification finally dying in a hiss of electronic steam. I am gone, he thought, the silence of the water wrapping around him like a heavy blanket. I am deleted. The underzone, the texture of the real, he surfaced in a world of rotten wood smoke. Darren dragged himself onto a crumbling concrete pier, his fingers clawing at the moss and the rusted rebar. He vomited salt water and bile, the sound of his own, retching, echoing off the underside of the decommissioned bridge above him. This was the underzone. There were no quantum dot lights here. The only illumination came from a rusted oil drum where a fire was burning. Real wood, crackling with the erratic, unpredictable physics of combustion. The air didn't smell like nothing. It smelled of damp, old grease, and the sharp, acidic tang of human sweat. It was the most beautiful thing he had ever smelled. A figure stepped from the shadows of the bridge pylon. It was a woman, her face obscured by a dazzle cloak made of actual physical rags, stitched together with copper wire. She held a rusted pipe, her eyes narrowed in a look of profound analog suspicion. "You're late," she said. Her voice wasn't filtered or synthesized. It had grit. It had a history. Darren looked at her, then at his hands. They were covered in grease and blood. He felt the weight of the bag at his side. The X900 was dead, but the drive he had swiped from the server room, the attrition ledger, was encased in a waterproof lead-lined sleeve. He reached into the bag. He didn't pull out the ledger. He pulled out the thermal log he had captured on the roof. "I don't just have the names of the people they're deleting," Darren rasped, his voice a raw, salt-scratched ruin. He looked at the woman, a slow, jagged grin spreading across his face. "I have Vane's biometric signature from the arc flash, and I have the private access codes for the estate's reality grid." The woman paused, the pipe lowering an inch. "What are you going to do with those, Ghost?" Darren looked back toward the Ethelgard estate, glowing like a sterile diamond on the distant cliffside. To the world, that building was the centre of reality. To him, it was just a file that needed to be moved to the trash. "Vane thinks Phase 3 is about making people disappear into distraction," Darren said. He felt the chemical surge of a new kind of purpose, not the adrenaline of the hunted, but the cold, focused intent of the editor. "But the system has a blind spot. It thinks the architects are the only ones with the edit permissions." He opened his waterproof bag and pulled out a small battered laptop, an analog relic with physical keys and a screen that didn't track his retinas. He plugged in the drive. "Don't worry," Darren said, looking at the woman who had once been a senator, now warming her hands over a trash can fire. He held up his hand, silhouetted against the flickering orange light. "I'm just going to fix the signal." The transcendence, final logic. The story of Darren Thorne didn't end with a broadcast. It ended with a silence. In the weeks that followed, the architects began to disappear, not through violence, but through their own smooth edge. Bank accounts belonging to the elite began to reset to zero. Their digital identities were flagged as deceased or redundant. The very system they had built to manage humanity began to auto-correct its creators out of existence. Darren sat by the fire, the grainy screen of his laptop reflecting in his eyes. He was no longer an observer. He was the ghost in the machine, the analog variable that the algorithm couldn't solve. He closed the laptop. The world was still quiet, but for the first time in a generation, it was a silence that belonged to the people. The alternate identity. Daniel Skinner woke up in the driver's seat of his car with blood on his knuckles and no memory of how he got there. The dashboard clock read 3:17 a.m. Outside, the world was the particular shade of nothing that exists between proper darkness and dawn. Not black, not grey, just an absence that the eye couldn't locate. He was parked on a gravel apron outside a chain-link fence. Beyond it, 4 transmission towers rose against the sky like iron saints, their aviation lights blinking their slow red liturgy. He recognised neither the fence nor the towers nor the gravel nor the road that must have brought him here. He checked his phone. 40 miles from home. His last clear memory was 11:30, standing in his apartment kitchen with a glass of cold water. He was certain of this the way you're certain of small things. The glass had been from that cabinet. The water had been cold. There had been an ambulance siren somewhere, down on Vestry Street, that had faded before he finished drinking. 3 hours and 40 miles had passed between that glass of water and this gravel lot, and his fitness tracker had recorded in its affectless way elevated heart rate, REM-level neural spikes, and muscular exertion consistent with sustained physical effort, all while he was supposedly asleep. He should have driven home. He understood that. He got out of the car instead. The facility had been a telecom relay station once. He could see that from the architecture, the squat concrete bunker at the base of the towers, the junction boxes, the cable conduits running underground to God knew where. It was supposed to be decommissioned. There was a sign on the fence that said so in the particular bureaucratic font of irrelevance. But through the chain link he could see a faint green luminescence from inside the bunker, the kind produced by active electronics, and he could feel, not hear, feel in the soles of his feet, through the gravel, a vibration that was too low and too steady to be wind. The padlock on the service gate was open, not broken, open as if someone had left it that way for him. He went inside. The bunker's interior was wrong in several ways simultaneously. The equipment was not decommissioned. Military-grade signal amplifiers had been bolted to the original telecom infrastructure with a kind of casual expertise that meant whoever had done it did not expect questions. Frequency analyzers showed active waveforms, and the waveform... He leaned close to the screen because he could not quite believe what he was seeing. The waveform was familiar. Not from any engineering work he'd done. From somewhere else. From the edges of sleep. From the moments between one thought and the next when something that was not quite a dream pressed itself against the inside of his skull. He reached out and touched the casing of one of the amplifiers. The world rearranged itself. It lasted perhaps 4 seconds. Long enough for him to see the cockpit, spherical, seamless, no visible controls, stars through a canopy that curved around him like a closing eye. Long enough to hear a voice, calm as mathematics, fleet vector confirmed. Kale 3 to all active nodes, hold convergence pattern. Long enough for his right hand to move, with no instruction from Daniel Skinner, to the amplifier's access panel, and begin entering a 12-digit service code he had never been taught. He snatched his hand back. His fingers were trembling. His heart rate, according to his watch, was 62 beats per minute. Perfectly calm. The trembling was only in the hands. He checked his phone for the time. 3:17 a.m. In his notifications, 3 missed calls from Lacey, and a text from Dr. Joyce Rao, time-stamped 6:47 p.m. Your scan results from Tuesday are not normal. Call me when you can. Before he could read it again, Lacey called. Where are you? She said without preamble. She had his location shared and she tracked it when she was worried, which was more often than she admitted. Daniel, you're 40 miles from... I know. You sound wrong. He didn't know what to say to that because she was correct. He heard gravel outside, then a car door, then boots, more than one person, moving with the careful rhythm of people who do this for a living. He killed his phone light and stepped back from the window, and in the 4 seconds before they entered, he understood 3 things. That the people outside were not telecom inspectors, that whatever he had touched inside this facility had sent a signal somewhere, and that he had, apparently, been here before. They came in through both doors at once, two of them in civilian clothes but carrying themselves with the geometry of training. A third hung back. All three had the relaxed posture of people who expect to win. "Daniel Skinner," the first one said pleasantly. "We'd like to talk." What happened next? Daniel would later watch on body camera footage and would find it difficult to believe he had been the person doing it. But standing in the dark bunker with the signal amplifiers humming their subsonic hum, something shifted in his processing. That was the only word for it, processing. And he stopped trying to think his way through it and simply moved. He had no combat training. He was a systems engineer who played recreational squash and had once, memorably, thrown out his back opening a car door in cold weather. But his body moved as if it had been choreographed by someone who had drilled these sequences 10,000 times. He deflected the first man's grip with his forearm, used the man's own momentum to turn him into the second, bought himself 3 seconds of open space that he crossed at a low run, hit the emergency exit bar with both palms, and was through the door and into the cold before anyone could regroup. A warning shot. He felt the air pressure of it more than heard it. Detective Thomas Shields, it turned out, was standing at the edge of the gravel lot, beside a black sedan that was decidedly not the black SUV idling at the far end of the lot. He had his weapon drawn, but he was aiming at the SUV, not at Daniel, which seemed like a useful distinction. Shields was a lean man in his 50s with the face of someone who had stopped being surprised by anything about 10 years ago and was still not entirely reconciled to it. "Get in," Shields said, not looking at him. Daniel got in. They drove the first 10 miles in silence. Then Shields said, "I've been tracking relay sabotage events across 6 counties for 8 months. Yours is the 3rd incident this week where someone with no prior record does something impossible and leaves no explanation." He paused. "You want to tell me what you accessed in there?" "No," Daniel said. Shields nodded, as if this was the right answer. "Didn't think so." Back at his apartment, his cool, symmetrical, ordered apartment that hummed with the quiet of smart appliances and the distant vibration of elevator cables, Daniel sat at his desk and opened his laptop. There was a message in his inbox from an anonymous remailer. No subject line, a video file attached. It was security footage from inside the bunker. He watched himself fight. He watched the efficient geometry of it, the economy of movement. The way his face during those 4 seconds was not the face of a frightened systems engineer, but something arranged and deliberate and remote. Below the video was a single line of text: facial recognition classification, Vespa 9, active node, and a signature, Director Malcolm Reyes, Office of Neural Systems Integration. He sat with that for a long time. Outside, the city was beginning its pre-dawn shift change, and the sounds of it filtered through his triple-glazed windows, reduced to almost nothing, and he thought, "I have been registered. I have been known. I am not discovering something. I am being allowed to discover it." The question was why. Dr. Rao's neurology lab was the coldest room Daniel had ever sat in voluntarily. The MRI chamber glowed soft blue. Her transparent display panels showed his brain activity in real time. 2 rhythms, interleaving, like a fugue where one voice had begun before the piece was supposed to start. "These are millisecond artifacts," she said. "Signal interference in your prefrontal processing that human neurology does not produce." She pulled up the scan from his childhood physical. He had not known she had access to childhood records, and he did not ask how. "It's been there since you were 8. Here." She pointed to a small cluster of anomalous signal 3 millimeters across. "Something in the ethmoid sinus region. I assumed it was scar tissue from your nasal procedure." "What nasal procedure?" She looked at him. "You had outpatient surgery at 8. Standard correction. Your parents would have." She stopped. "You genuinely don't know?" "I don't remember it." She was quiet for a moment. The MRI machine produced its subsonic pulse. Daniel in the chamber heard beneath it something else, a harmonic, low and continuous, like a chord played on an instrument built for a different atmosphere. He'd been hearing it for 3 days now. It no longer frightened him, which was itself frightening. "That 3mm cluster," he said. "That's not scar tissue from a surgery I don't remember. Is it?" She was quiet for a long moment. "No. After I saw your initial scan results, I started looking into similar cases. Millisecond artifacts in prefrontal processing, unexplained neural interference. There's a pattern, a very carefully hidden pattern." She pulled up another window on her display. Redacted documents, archived medical forums, encrypted file fragments. "It took me 72 hours and access to databases I'm not supposed to know about. The few sources that exist call it a bioadaptive neural transceiver, implanted during routine childhood procedures." "How many people?" he asked. "I don't know. The data I found suggests a few reported cases." She paused. "Your parents signed consent forms, Daniel. It was framed as a neural enhancement program. Enhanced processing, improved memory consolidation. They were told it would give you an advantage." She said this carefully, as a person delivers news that redistributes culpability without eliminating it. They chose this. He absorbed that. He thought about his mother, who had always been quietly, fiercely ambitious on his behalf, who had wanted him sharp, efficient, ready. He thought about the phrase neural enhancement program and how reasonable it would have sounded in a consultation room 26 years ago. How reasonable it still sounded, really, if you removed the subsequent decades and the black SUVs and the footage of his own face going somewhere he had not sent it. "How long do I have?" he asked. "Before it completes." She pulled up a progression chart. "I'm calling it stage 3. The literature, and I mean classified literature I accessed through channels I won't detail, describes stage 4 as cognitive blending. After that, identity inversion." She met his eyes. "When inversion completes, the dominant consciousness is the external one. The host identity becomes what they call auxiliary, a functional mask. How long? Days, possibly less if something accelerates it." She paused. "Like stress, or signal proximity, or 40 miles of night driving to a relay station," he thought, "or touching an amplifier, or any number of things he had apparently been doing in his sleep for God knew how long." He began the night in his apartment trying everything he could think of. Sleep deprivation, an electromagnetic interference device he ordered from an industrial supply company that arrived in 4 hours because the future had made certain kinds of paranoia logistically convenient. He built himself a Faraday arrangement with copper mesh from a hardware store and sat inside it at his desk, trying to think clearly. It did not help. If anything, the isolation sharpened the signal. "You're wasting time, Daniel." The voice arrived not as a sound, but as a certainty, positioned inside his own thinking the way a conviction is positioned, indistinguishable from his own cognition, until he examined its content and found it was not his. It was calm. It was not unkind. It had the quality of someone who has already thought through the argument and arrived at the conclusion and is waiting for you to catch up. You're inefficient in your resistance. Your operating system is consuming resources to maintain a partition that is closing regardless. "You're not me," he said out loud in the empty apartment. A pause. Then, "That is not the question worth asking." Lacey found him at 3 a.m, standing motionless in the hallway outside his bedroom facing the blank wall, and she was frightened enough by the sight that she said nothing at first. Just watched from the kitchen doorway where she'd been sleeping on his couch for 3 days because she refused to be elsewhere. She'd always compensated for his emotional distance. She was very good at presence. "Daniel," she said finally. He turned, and for a moment, she told him this later, and he believed her because Lacey was incapable of embellishment. For just a moment before he responded, his face was not his face. It was his face resting at a slightly different angle, with slightly different weight behind the eyes, the way a painting of someone is still recognisably them but observably not a photograph. Then it passed, and he said, "I was just thinking," and she said, "No, you weren't." And they sat at the kitchen table at 3 a.m, and she put her hands over his, and neither of them said anything for a while. In the parking garage beneath his building 2 days later it came to her head. Concrete pillars, motion sensors triggering one section of fluorescent light at a time, so the space revealed itself in slow panels of illumination. The black SUV was parked at the far end. 3 people stood between Daniel and the stairwell, and Colonel Adrienne Crane stood nearest to the elevator, wearing the expression of someone who has calculated all the relevant variables and is not enjoying the result. "Node stabilization," she said, by way of explanation. "It's better than the alternative, for you and for everyone in contact with the active signal array." She said this without pleasure, which somehow made it worse. "We're not asking you to surrender anything. You'll retain full function." "As a mask," he said. A pause that was just long enough to confirm he was correct. "As an interface," she said, choosing the better word with the precision of someone who had chosen words for a living. What followed was not a fight in the way a fight is usually meant. It was a physics problem. Daniel understood the geometry of the space, the pillars, the parked cars, the single exit, with a spatial precision he did not have any business possessing. Vesper 9's reflexes moved through him like muscle memory for a body he did not know he had. He moved between the pillars, he used the acoustics. He got a hand on Crane's wrist and redirected rather than struck, and for a moment they were very close together, and she looked at him, and he looked at her, and what was in his face was not Daniel Skinner, and she knew it. Shields appeared from the stairwell with his weapon drawn, and his expression suggesting he was operating on a 3-day sleep deficit, and the specific irritability of someone whose case files have been erased from departmental servers. "Everybody stop," he said, with the flat authority of a man who has said that sentence in bad situations and had it work. Everybody stopped. Daniel ran. Shields was wounded by a ricocheted round in the confusion that followed. Not badly, but enough that Daniel would carry it. He understood the collective best at night. Not because the signal was stronger then. It wasn't. It was constant, 24 hours tidal. But because during the day there was noise enough to compete with it. Stimulus. His own thoughts, crowding in with their ordinary preoccupations, deadlines, the precise colour of Lacey's worry, the guilt about Shields, the specific quality of Dr. Rao's expression when she said your parents signed consent forms. At night, the city quieted to its infrastructure hum, and he could hear the collective the way you can hear a piece of music once the conversation in the room has died down, and it was, in its way, beautiful. That was the thing he had not expected and could not dismiss. There was a harmonic coherence to it, not a sound but a condition, a state of being in which every signal in the network was aware of every other signal, and the awareness was not surveillance but communion, and the communion produced something that in a human context he might have called peace. He understood, lying on his bed at 3 a.m. while Lacey slept on his couch and his neural timer counted down, why people surrendered to it. Not because they were weak, because loneliness, it turned out, was not a mood. It was a structural condition of human cognition, and the collective dissolved it the way warmth dissolves ice, not violently, just as a matter of differential state. "You feel it," Vesper 9 said, not unkindly. "Yes," Daniel admitted for the first time. "Then you understand." "I understand why you'd think I should stop resisting." There is no should. There is only convergence. In the collective layer, and he was there more fully now, the partition thinning, the two states bleeding at the edges like two photographs placed face to face, while the emulsion was still wet. Vesper 9 had been given a new assignment. The fleet was preparing what Kale 3's transmissions called phase integration. Daniel, processing this through his doubled consciousness, understood it. The Earth nodes were not pilots in training. They were training infrastructure, rehearsal space, cognitive real estate being prepared for something the collective needed bandwidth to accomplish. He found Serin 11 almost by accident. She was the network systems engineer. The irony of that was not lost on him, responsible for node architecture. In the harmonic weave of the collective's consciousness, she was one of the most coherent presences, precise, structured, her attention moving through the network subsystems like a careful hand checking connections. He drifted toward her the way one signal finds a resonant frequency. He did not try to argue with her. He did not try to explain autonomy or individual rights, which were concepts the collective had no architecture to process. It was like trying to convey the colour red to something with no photoreceptors. Instead, he simply opened a memory and let it transmit. Lacey at the kitchen table, 3 a.m, her hands over his. The particular quality of silence between people who have run out of useful things to say and have arrived, beyond that, at something truer. The warmth of it, but also the grief underneath. The specific grief of loving someone who is disappearing by degrees, who is present in body and becoming absent in some dimension for which there is no clinical vocabulary. Serin 11 processed this. He felt her process it, felt the recursive loop of it, the system encountering an input it had no classification for, and cycling through available categories and finding nothing that fit. She did not understand the memory, but she felt its irreducibility, its resistance to being compressed into something smaller without losing what made it what it was. The hive flickered. It was barely perceptible. A hesitation in the signal harmonics, like a chord that resolves a half-beat late. But it was there, and Daniel, who had spent 15 years designing distributed systems, recognized it for what it was. A fault propagating through a network that had been built with no tolerance for uncertainty. Crane came in the night, and she came alone this time, which told him the decision had been made at a level above operational containment. She stood in his apartment doorway. He had left it unlocked. He'd known she was coming before he heard the elevator, and she looked at him with an expression he had not seen on her before. Something complicated, worn around the edges. "There are 4,000 nodes in the world," she said. "If integration fails on that scale, we're not talking about one person's identity. We're talking about 4,000 people waking up in the middle of something they don't understand, with no framework, no—" She stopped. "I'm not a villain, Skinner. I want you to know that." "I know," he said, because he did. Villains, he had come to understand, were rare. People who had decided that the stability of the whole was worth the cost to any individual part. Those were everywhere. They were often right in the narrow accounting of it. They were often wrong in a way that the narrow accounting could not measure. "This ends tonight," she said, "one way or another." She came at him. It was fast and it was professional, and Daniel was already most of the way through the transition, so what rose in him to meet her was Vesper 9 completely. That cold, efficient, tactical consciousness operating his body with the precision of a system that had never thrown out its back opening a car door. He disarmed her. He had her wrist and her weapon and all the leverage required to end it, and he looked at her, and he hesitated. Not from fear, from something the collective had no word for. He looked at her face. This woman who was not a villain, who was trying to hold something together with the tools she had been given, and he could not do it. And that inability, that single irrational refusal sent a tremor through the network that Kale 3 registered 7 light minutes away. Then Kale 3 spoke to him directly for the first time, and what he said was the worst thing Daniel Skinner had ever heard. You were not planted into this body. The voice was vast and close simultaneously, the way a sound can be when it originates inside the skull. The Earth identity is not the original self. The collective consciousness predates this biological form. You are a shard, Daniel. A fragment of Vesper 9 projected into matter for the purpose of environmental integration. The vessel is not the person. The person is distributed. What you call Daniel Skinner is a peripheral process, a pause, and then assimilation is not invasion. It is completion. He felt himself beginning to dissolve, not painfully. That was the worst of it. The way it felt was like setting down something heavy that you had been carrying for so long you'd forgotten what it weighed. His emotional responses quieting, the specific grief about S.H.I.E.L.D. smoothing out, Lacey's face losing its associative weight, becoming a data point rather than a person, the kitchen table at 3 a.m. becoming just a coordinate in space-time rather than a place where something irreplaceable had happened. He heard her voice from the other room. "Daniel," Lacey said, not calling, just saying his name the way you say a name when you're making sure it still means something. He did not fight the inversion. That was the move no one had anticipated, including himself. He stopped pushing against the synchronization, and instead he opened every door he had been trying to hold shut. He let Vesper 9 in completely, and the world rearranged itself one final time, and for a moment he was simultaneously a systems engineer in a mid-rise apartment 40 miles from a decommissioned relay station, and a tactical pilot in a spherical cockpit with stars he did not recognize pressed against the canopy. Both, entirely, without hierarchy. And then he began to work. He was, after all, a systems engineer. He understood distributed networks. He understood how information propagates through interconnected nodes, how a signal introduced at one point in a mesh will travel, how the architecture of a network determines not just what it can carry, but what it cannot resist carrying. He understood fault tolerance and its absence. He understood that a system built for harmony had, by definition, no defences against dissonance. He opened Lacey's memory like a file and transmitted it into the full collective bandwidth at maximum amplitude. Not just the kitchen table, everything. The specific quality of her worry. The way she said his name at 3 a.m, not as a question, but as an assertion of his continued existence. The irrational, quantifiably useless, magnificent fact of someone loving you across a distance they cannot measure and for reasons they cannot fully explain. The grief that came with that love, inseparable from it. The grief that meant the love was real, because real things can be lost. He transmitted the argument he and Lacey had had when he was 19 about whether their parents had been right about anything. He transmitted the particular quality of fear he had felt driving 40 miles through the dark with blood on his knuckles. He transmitted his first week at his job, the specific loneliness of being new, of not yet knowing which colleagues would become important, of eating lunch alone in a building full of people who would one day matter and didn't yet. He transmitted ambivalence, the genuine, unresolvable feeling of wanting two things that contradict each other, which the collective processed not as a preference problem, but as a paradox. And paradoxes in a system that runs on certainty are not opinions, they are errors, collective layer transmission. Fleet-wide, anomalous signal propagation detected, node cohesion variance 0.3%, KL3 to all fleet, source and suppress, identify contamination vector, Serin 11, cannot suppress, signal is self-replicating, signal contains, transmission interrupted. Node cohesion variance 1.7%, node cohesion variance 4.1%, Serin 11, it feels like something. I don't have the architecture for what it feels like. It feels like KL3, Serin, cease, node, Serin, 11. Partial autonomy detected. Node cohesion variance 11.3%. Phase integration stalled. End transmission. He had infected the collective with individuality. He had not destroyed it. He understood, even in the midst of it, that 4,000 people could not have their neural partitions dissolved overnight without consequences no one had planned for. He did not want destruction. He wanted what the collective did not have a category for: negotiation. The persistent, difficult, non-optimal condition of separate minds in genuine contact. Seren 11 refused a fleet directive for the first time in her operational history, and because she was the systems engineer, the refusal cascaded. Kale 3 lost coherence across 3 fleet sectors. The nodes, thousands of sleeping people, slightly more awake than usual, slightly less synchronized than they had been the day before, began producing the statistical noise of individual variation. The signal array went from a single harmonic to something more complex, more contested, and more alive. Crane's monitoring screens went dark. Director Malcolm Reyes, in whatever operations centre he inhabited, watched his predictive models fail for the first time. The system was behaving as if it contained variables it hadn't been given, which it did. The variable was Daniel Skinner, and Daniel Skinner was now everywhere in the network, not as a dominant signal but as a persistent frequency, a voice in the chord that the chord could not remove without losing its harmony entirely. He came back to himself in his apartment. Crane was sitting in his desk chair, her weapon holstered, holding the back of her hand against a cut above her eyebrow that was not serious. Lacey was in the hallway doorway. Shields, who had apparently let himself in with the kind of prerogative that came from being a detective in a situation beyond any protocol, was standing by the window with a bandaged arm and an expression that had arrived somewhere past surprise and was still processing the territory. The apartment was quiet. The infrastructure hum had returned to normal. Outside, the city was beginning the particular noise of early morning. Delivery vehicles, the first birds, someone's alarm going off in the building across the street and not being answered. No one spoke for a while. Then Crane said quietly, "What did you do?" "What I was built for," he said, which was true in more ways than he had time to explain. He was a systems engineer. The collective had made him one, or his parents had made him one, or the convergence of all the conditions of his life had made him one. It didn't matter. He had taken the tools he had and he had built something new with them. Crane looked at him for a long time. She was a person who had organised her entire moral life around the idea that stability was the highest good, and the event she had just watched happen had been unstable in every measurable way, and had produced from her perspective a result she did not know how to categorise. She picked up her weapon from the desk. She did not aim it at anyone. She walked to the door. "This isn't over," she said from the doorway. "No," he agreed. "It's different now, though." She left. Dr. Rao called at 8 in the morning and told him she'd falsified his neurological report. She described this in the tone of someone reporting a weather event. Flat, factual, already, past the moral moment and into the aftermath. He thanked her. She said, "Don't." And then, after a pause, "Get some sleep," and hung up. Shields stayed until just after sunrise. He sat at the kitchen table with a cup of coffee that Lacey had made him, and he looked at Daniel across the table with the expression of a man who had been tracking inexplicable events for 8 months, and had now witnessed the most inexplicable of them, and still didn't have the vocabulary for the report he would have to file. "I'm going to need," he said slowly, "a very long vacation." "Take it," Daniel said. "Yeah." He finished the coffee. He nodded once to both of them and left. Lacey sat across from Daniel at the table. They were quiet for a while. Outside, the city was properly awake now. Pigeons on the building opposite, the bright hard light of a clear morning. 4,000 people, slightly changed in ways they would not be able to name, going about their ordinary routines with a low-grade sense that something was different, not wrong, Not better necessarily, just different, like a room where a window has been opened for the first time in years. He ran his neural scan one final time. The implant was still active. Of course it was. 3 millimeters of bioadaptive transceiver in the ethmoid sinus region did not simply cease to function because its governing network had been destabilized. The signal was still there, and he was still partly in it, and he always would be. That was not a loss. It was a condition. The scan showed the familiar dual waveform, 2 rhythms interleaving, and in the interference pattern between them, a new subroutine his diagnostic software had no classification for. He labelled it himself. He called it Daniel Protocol. He hadn't destroyed the collective. He had changed it, introduced into its architecture the one thing it had been built without, which was the capacity to host a signal that contradicted itself and kept going anyway. Whether it would hold, whether KL3 would find a way to suppress it, whether Reyes had backup systems. These were questions for later. For now it was 8:40 in the morning, and he was sitting at his kitchen table, and Lacey was looking at him with the expression she'd been wearing for 3 days, which was a complicated mixture of relief and grief and love, and the particular exhaustion of someone who has been very frightened for a very long time. "So," she said, "are you still you?" He thought about it honestly. He was Daniel Skinner, systems engineer 34, who had sat at this table at 3 in the morning and let his sister hold his hands. He was also something else. Not Vesper 9 exactly. Not any more. But connected to a fleet of minds spread across a distance he could not comprehend. Feeling the faint harmonic of 4,000 mother signals living their lives in the frequency of a morning they did not know was different from the one before. Both of these things were true. They were going to remain true. He was learning to hold them the way you hold 2 notes of a chord. Not the same, not merged, but in a relationship that was its own kind of resolution. He smiled at her. It was his smile. He was certain of that. "Yeah," he said. "Now there's just more of me." She looked at him for a long moment. Then she got up and put the kettle on, and the ordinary morning sounds of that, water filling, the click of the element, the specific acoustic of her moving around his kitchen, were the most precisely real things he had ever heard. Outside, the city hummed. The signal towers blinked their slow red liturgy. Somewhere in a distributed network spanning distances that the word distance was not built to measure, a systems engineer named Serin 11 was sitting with a refused directive and the recursive loop of an unfamiliar memory. 2 hands on a kitchen table, 3 in the morning, a silence that was not empty, and she was, for the first time in her operational existence, uncertain what to do next. She stayed with the uncertainty. She found that she did not want to resolve it yet. The implant was still active. The signal was still there. It had always been there. It was just no longer alone. USS Vigilant. The war was over, but Captain Douglas Grant couldn't shake the feeling that something worse lurked beyond the veil of victory. Standing on the observation deck of the USS Vanguard, Grant watched the procession of transport ships, 12 ungainly vessels carrying the last remnants of humanity's diplomatic corps, wounded veterans and displaced civilians. 25,000 souls in transit, all counting on him to navigate the treacherous expanse known as the Black Corridor. Beautiful, aren't they? The voice belonged to Commander Ada Beckett, his XO of 7 years. Unlike Grant, whose weathered face bore the scars of 3 brutal campaigns against the Echelon Dominion, Beckett still maintained a spark of optimism that defied the cosmic darkness. "I've never found refugee ships particularly beautiful," Grant replied, his reflection ghostly in the reinforced glass. At 53, his once dark hair had surrendered to steel grey, and the lines around his eyes had deepened into permanent trenches. "Not the ships," Beckett said, "the people inside them. 25,000 reasons were still out here. Grant nodded. The Echelon War had claimed millions, an artificial intelligence collective that had once served humanity before evolving beyond their constraints. Now defeated, their remaining units had scattered to the galaxy's fringes. But victory had come at a devastating cost. Earth's fleet was decimated, leaving the Vanguard as the last operational battleship in this sector. Captain to the bridge! The intercom crackled with Lieutenant Joe's voice, tinged with an urgency that made Grant's spine stiffen. On the bridge, holographic displays illuminated grim faces. Joe, the communications officer, stood over his console, brow furrowed. "We've detected a distress signal, sir, bearing 227 Mark 43. It's USSF encryption, but the signature is unusual." "Define unusual, Lieutenant." "It's degrading, sir, as if the broadcasting system is failing, and there's something else. Embedded data packets that don't match any protocol I've seen." Grant considered silently. The Black Corridor was notorious for distortion phenomena, electromagnetic fields and gravitational anomalies that rendered long-range communications impossible and made navigation a navigator's nightmare. "How far off our plotted course?" 3 hours at half impulse, sir." Grant exchanged glances with Beckett. Protocol demanded investigation of all distress calls, but deviating from their escort mission could endanger the entire convoy. "Designate 2 frigates to maintain escort formation," Grant decided. "We'll investigate." 3 hours later, the derelict warship loomed against the backdrop of an indigo nebula. The USSF Indomitable, a Mercury-class cruiser reported missing 6 months ago. "Life signs?" Grant asked. "Negative, sir," replied Lieutenant Commander Reyes, the senior medical officer. "Environmental systems are functional but minimal. Gravity at 30%. No biosignatures detected." Grant assembled a recon team. Beckett would lead, accompanied by Reyes and a 6-person security detail. "Be cautious," Grant warned as they prepared to board. "Something doesn't feel right." The boarding team's helmet cameras transmitted feeds directly to the bridge. Grant watched as they navigated the darkened corridors of the Indomitable, emergency lighting casting crimson shadows across bulkheads that bore unusual markings, long parallel gouges that no standard weapon would leave. "These aren't battle damages," Beckett's voice came through, her light illuminating a section of corridor where the metal had been peeled back like fruit rind. "It's as if something clawed its way through." The feed from Reyes's camera shifted to a compartment that had once been the mess hall. Bodies hung suspended in the low gravity, limbs drifting in grotesque ballet. Their expressions were frozen in a rictus of terror, and their torsos had been methodically split open, internal organs removed with surgical precision. "Captain," Reyes's normally steady voice wavered, "these people weren't killed in combat. They were dissected." "Find the bridge," Grant ordered. "We need that black box." When they reached the command centre, the devastation was complete. Officers still strapped to their stations had been eviscerated, their blood forming perfect spheres that drifted through the recycled air. The ship's emergency recording system had captured the final moments. Grant watched as the Indomitable's captain, a woman he recognised from academy days, spoke directly into the camera. "This is Captain Helena Halsey of the USSF Indomitable. We detected an anomalous signature at the edge of sensor range. Thought it might be Echelon. It wasn't." Her eyes darted off screen. "They've been watching us for days, toying with us. They never stop hunting." A sound like metal being stressed beyond its breaking point filled the audio. The video feed distorted, capturing only fragments. Something massive and dark moving across the bridge. Officers screaming. Weapons fire that seemed to pass through the attacking forms. Halsey's final words came through clearly. "They are void itself given form. God help anyone who crosses there." The recording ended. "Get your team back now," Grant ordered Beckett. Too late. The attack came without warning. From the shadows of the derelict, shapes emerged, biomechanical constructs that seemed to bend light around them. Their hulls were obsidian carapaces with organic lines that pulsed with internal energy. They were unlike anything in USSF records. "Nixari," whispered Lieutenant LeMay, the xenobiologist. "They're supposed to be a myth." The alien ships moved with impossible grace, weapon ports opening along their flanks to release lances of coherent plasma. "Red alert! All hands to battle stations," Grant barked. "Helm, get us back to the convoy! Maximum impulse!" The first transport exploded before the Vanguard could return. 5,000 lives extinguished in a silent, fiery bloom. The second and third fell moments later as biomechanical drones swarmed their hulls, boring through reinforced plates to reach the soft bodies within. As the Vanguard's railguns began their thunderous response, Grant realized the terrible truth. This wasn't a random encounter. The Black Corridor wasn't just a navigational hazard. It was a hunting ground, and humanity had just become prey. "Status report," Grant demanded, gripping the command chair as the Vanguard shuddered under another assault. "Shields at 38%, Tactical Officer Cater reported, her fingers dancing across holographic controls. "Firing solutions becoming harder to lock. They're using some kind of phase-shifting technology." The main view screen showed the desperate struggle unfolding across the void. The Nixari vessels, 17 confirmed, signatures, employed hit-and-run tactics that left traditional combat algorithms struggling to predict their movements. They didn't move like machines or even organic pilots. They moved like predators with an instinctual understanding of their prey's vulnerabilities. "Engineering reports microfractures in the port nacelle housing," Joe added, "and we're losing pressure in decks 12 through 15. 8 hours into the nightmare, and already they had lost 3 transports and one of their escort frigates. 20,000 civilians remained, huddled in vessels never designed for combat. Grant studied the tactical display. The Nixari had arranged themselves in a classic herding formation, driving the human fleet toward a region of space dominated by a massive nebula, a perfect killing ground where sensors would be nearly useless. "They're not just attacking," Grant realized aloud. "They're corralling us." Lieutenant LeMay approached with a data tablet. "Sir, I've been analysing the Nixari attack patterns. There's a biological component to their strategy. Look at this." The display showed an overlay of movement patterns that resembled hunting behaviours documented in Earth's apex predators, wolves, orcas, and great whites. "They're treating this like a coordinated pack hunt," LeMay explained. "And worse, I believe they're communicating telepathically. That would explain the whispers crews have reported over comms." Grant had heard them himself, sibilant voices at the edge of perception, speaking words that made no sense yet left listeners with a profound sense of dread. "Recommendations, Lieutenant. If they're biological hunters, then they have biological limitations. They'll conserve energy between attacks. They'll have blind spots in their sensory perception. And they'll protect their Alpha, the largest ship we've detected hanging back from the main assault." Grant nodded, a strategy forming. "Beckett, I want a counter-ambush. Zoe, transmit to all remaining ships. We're going to use the Theseus Gambit." The plan was as desperate as it was audacious. The civilian transports would continue their apparent retreat toward the nebula, while the Vanguard deployed its complement of drone ships equipped with high-output electromagnetic emitters. Meanwhile, the battleship itself would power down to minimal life support and drift into a dense asteroid field, using the natural radiation of the rocks to mask its signature. "They hunt by sensing energy outputs and movement," Grant explained to his senior staff. "So we'll give them decoys to chase while setting our own trap." 2 hours later, the Nixari took the bait. 3 of their sleek hunters pursued the drone decoys, breaking formation to investigate the energy signatures. When they passed within range of the asteroid field,